The man had just completed a registration in the security booth when suddenly, a Porsche 911 came speeding from a distance. The yellow-haired rich second-generation man in the car honked the horn suddenly. The sound was shrill, and then he shouted insults at him. The school beauty sitting in the passenger seat gave him a cold and contemptuous look, which was like a sharp blade that pierced deeply into the man's heart. In anger, he decided to go to them to seek justice. However, the yellow-haired rich second generation had no intention of stopping. He stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed towards him, knocking him dozens of meters away. The man lost consciousness instantly. When the man woke up again, he heard a cold mechanical voice, "Beep. Host awakens doomsday system." This system was tailor-made for him. Every time he conquered a beauty, he could randomly plunder her attributes. The higher the quality of the beauty, the more amazing the bonus he would receive. What's even more exciting is that the system actually comes with a dimensional space that can store unlimited resources. However, the system's voice continued. "Attention, in 30 days the zombie apocalypse will come, and the global order will completely collapse." He used to be just a small security guard with little influence, but now, he finally got his own chance. 30 days later, those school beauties, celebrities, and rich girls who were once high and mighty and made him humble will kneel down and beg him for survival, just to live one more day. Thinking of this, the man felt a burst of ecstasy in his heart. To achieve all this, he knew that he must first have enough resources to seize the initiative when the doomsday comes. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the conversation he heard in the security booth. "I heard you went to accompany that official again today?" a boy asked the girl while panting. "Yeah, how can I support you if I don't accompany him, baby?" the girl replied. "Isn't he an official? Where does he get the money?" the boy asked. "You don't know, he was afraid his wife would find out, so he bought me a villa to live in. One time he was drunk, and he took me to the villa next door. I didn't expect that the villa next door was also his, and the whole wall was covered with money," the girl replied. "Where?" "In Sunshine Community Building 4 and 5. Then you need to fill up more gas and bring back more money." At that time, Lin Feng just remembered all of this in his heart because he was angry at those termites. Normally he didn't dare to offend these people, but since the end of the world was approaching, he only needed 30 days to avoid being caught, and the money became his material basis. Lin Feng did what he said, hailed a taxi and went out directly. Sunshine Community is one of the most upscale villa areas in High City, with complete security facilities. At least that's what it looks like from the outside. Lin Feng walked around outside for a few times. The surveillance and security facilities around him showed that the defense here was very strict, and it was not easy to break through. But Lin Feng was sure that there must be a route here that could avoid all surveillance, and directly enter buildings 4 and 5 from the entrance of the community. Since this parasite dared to leave his mistress and money here, it is obviously impossible for him to leave a glaring surveillance record to be used as a handle for others. Sunshine Community was developed by the local Lu Group. Considering the size of this official, Lin Feng guessed that the property services of the entire community might have been tailor-made for this official. After a brief observation, Lin Feng confirmed that there was no obvious route to enter the community without being monitored. In order to ensure his own peace for the next 30 days, Lin Feng decided not to take any risks. After all, if he didn't get the money and was caught, the consequences could be imagined. After returning to school, Lin Feng slept until dawn. Although he quit his job as a security guard, he knew that he still needed some means to deal with possible situations. After all, the Film and Television Academy was the best base for beautiful women. He bought 2 packs of cigarettes for the captain, pretending that he was not feeling well, and successfully applied for a half-month unpaid leave. The captain agreed with a smile and said, "Shaolin, take care of yourself." Opposite the municipal building, Lin Feng squatted on the ground helplessly, quietly waiting for the people in the opposite building to get off work. Although he has supernatural powers, one of which is yin and yang plunder, he has neither money nor power now. As an ordinary security guard, how could he easily have a high-scoring beauty? This was simply a pipe dream. Even if he spent energy going to nightclubs and bars, he would only attract women over 40 years old, who were not worth plundering at all. Why is it that the protagonist in the novel can attract beautiful women endlessly after gaining superpowers, while I have no way to stop it? As for subspace, this ability is very powerful, but in order to make the most of it, it must be controlled on the brink of collapse of the rule of law. Otherwise, once the action is too conspicuous and items disappear on a large scale, in this era of big data, you will easily be exposed and unable to escape. This ability is most suitable for making a few big deals in the last few days before the end of the world. He's coming out! Lin Feng's eyes focused, and he saw a bald, middle-aged uncle walking out of the building, surrounded by many people fawning on him. He was the target of Lin Feng's action this time. Lu Jihai, the deputy mayor of Haichen. Lu Jihai holds enormous power in urban and rural planning, housing construction, land management, and other fields. Seeing that Lu Jihai had already boarded the Audi, Lin Feng immediately rode on a shared bike and quietly followed him. Fortunately, there were many vehicles on the street during the evening rush hour, and Lin Feng could barely keep up with the Audi on his shared bike. After riding for about an hour, the Audi finally stopped at the entrance of a shabby alley. Lin Feng watched Lu Jihai get out of the car and walk deeper into the alley. Good fellow, he seems to live in such a luxurious place on the surface, but he actually lives in this kind of place in private. Lin Feng couldn't help but complain, and then followed him closely, shuttling back and forth in the alley. After walking in this maze-like alley for about 20 minutes, Lin Feng was glad that he had practiced martial arts since he was a child, and his eyesight and physical strength were not behind. Otherwise, it would be impossible for ordinary people to follow the way without getting lost in the intricate alleys. Wow! I originally thought that this shabby alley would be Lu Jinhai's home, but I didn't expect that. After wandering around, he finally walked out of the side door of the magnificent Regal Hotel. Fuck, you're really awesome! Lin Feng almost couldn't help but exclaim. Before he could finish his words, he saw two beauties who had been waiting in the hotel for a long time, walking into the hotel with Lu Jihai. The two beauties were about 170 centimeters tall, wearing cheongsams, with their fair legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings and high heels. Their graceful figures made them look particularly charming. They sandwiched Lu Jihai between them and entered the hotel together. Night fell, several hours passed, and Lin Feng was still waiting at the side door of the hotel. He knew that Lu Jihai probably didn't dare to leave through the main door. Finally, Lu Jihai's fat figure appeared at about 1 o'clock. An attendant helped him out of the side door. Lin Feng watched secretly and saw Lu Jihai arrange the two beauties to get in the car first, then sent his entourage upstairs, and he himself carried a small box, walked straight to a corner of the parking lot, and started a van. Lin Feng's eyes widened. He had not expected this at all. If you don't succeed, who will? He sighed inwardly again. Seeing the van set off, Lin Feng hurriedly rode on a shared bicycle and quietly followed. Perhaps because it was close to the Sunshine Community, Lu Jihai chose to come to this Fuhao hotel. After a few minutes of driving, the van arrived near the Sunshine Community. Sure enough, after driving around the wall of the Sunshine Community for a while, the van stopped at a remote small gate. This small door was actually automatic, which greatly reduced the risk of Lu Jihai being discovered. Lin Feng quickly dropped the shared bike on the side of the road and followed on foot. Perhaps this small door was specially designed for this situation. Not long after driving, the van arrived at Villas 4 and 5. These two villas seemed to be out of place with the rest of the Sunshine Community. There are no other buildings around them, no lights, and not even any security patrols, let alone surveillance. Building 4 was brightly lit, with the lights in the windows showing a faint brightness, and occasionally a few figures walked by. Lin Feng guessed that the two beauties were already waiting in the villa. After Lu Jihai parked the car, he walked stealthily towards Villa 5 with the box in his arms. Although the lights in Villa 5 were not on, Lin Feng could still see him rummaging in the flower bed at the door for a long time and took out the key. This is not carelessness, but extreme caution. Unless Lu Jihai is caught in the 5 villas, or in a van or at the rich hotel, there will be no direct evidence to prove his connection with the 5 villas. Not long after, Lin Feng saw Lu Jihai coming out of Building 5 and trotting towards Building 4. Lin Feng quietly lurked near Building 5 and saw through the lights of Building 4's windows that several people were already active in the villa. He took out the key from the flower bed, quietly opened the door, and entered Villa 5. After entering the dimensional space, Lin Feng began to quickly collect the objects he sensed by touch into the space. He collected the touch of banknotes, metal and stone, furniture, electrical appliances, walls, bookcases, wash basins. Lin Feng took away all movable items without hesitation. Only after he confirmed that there was nothing left that could be stored in the space did he leave the villa contentedly. 2 hours later, Lu Jihai finally sent the two beauties away. Wearing expensive pajamas and holding a glass of red wine, he walked towards the 5 villas. That's right, Lu Jihai prefers to sleep with money. Oh, although the light was not on, Lu Jihai knew where his money was piled with his eyes closed. However, when he lay down, what he touched was not soft banknotes, but hard granite. After groping for a while, he finally turned on the light. Who? Lu Jinhai's screams of fear and anger filled every corner of Building 5. Just as he was about to escape, he suddenly found a note stuck behind the door. The note read, "You have been targeted by the higher-ups, and we are following you. Today, you will lose money to avoid disaster. Don't worry, we won't report you. We took the initiative to leave evidence to remind you that we each have evidence, so please behave yourself for the next month." Back in the dormitory, Lin Feng's blood was about to jump out. Just now, when he was sorting out his belongings in the second dimension, there were more than 200 million banknotes alone. Moreover, the value of gold bars, calligraphy and paintings, and artworks is immeasurable. It seems that I really don't dare to spend a penny. However, how to spend the money reasonably and how to buy supplies is still a troublesome problem. Early the next morning, Lin Feng went out. He first went to a high-end shopping mall, changed into new clothes, and had a new hairstyle. Clothes make the man. Lin Feng is 183 centimeters tall, and has a good figure from years of martial arts training. After wearing a high-end custom-made suit, he attracted the attention of many beautiful women. Then, he went to the largest luxury car rental company in Haicheng, rented a top-of-the-line Toyota Alpha, and hired a driver. Although Lin Feng wanted to buy a car, if he went directly to a 4S store to buy a car, it would definitely attract too much attention. Since the end of the world is coming soon, it is more cost-effective to rent a car than to buy one. After everything was ready, Lin Feng called his junior brother Lin Dezhuang. Lin Dezhuang is Lin Feng's junior brother, who was raised by the old principal since childhood and can be regarded as Lin Feng's biological brother. In this family where martial arts are respected, Lin Feng is deeply respected by his junior brothers. Lin Dezhuang used to be a supporting actor in Luheng Film and Television City. With his good martial arts skills and down-to-earth personality, he has now become a special actor and his resources are gradually improving. Brother Feng, Director Zhang is now in Box 3 of Fenghua Hotel. Okay, thanks, I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Zhang Jinhu is a well-known top-tier director who has made many popular movies and TV series. Although the reputation of his works has declined in recent years, there is still a steady stream of investors supporting his film projects. Lin Feng was planning to use Zhang Jinhu's hand to reasonably convert the money in his hands into the supplies and bases needed for survival in the doomsday. Development Director of the newly developed Donglai Film and Television City in Haicheng. Director Zhang, our film and television zone will need your support and promotion in the future, the director said with a smile, his tone full of respect. You are too polite. Since you plan to develop the cultural and tourism industry, it is my responsibility to help you. Zhang Jinhu responded with a calm tone and a smile. At this time, the waiter walked up to Zhang Jinhu and whispered, Director Zhang, the guest in the next box said he was your old friend. He has already paid the bill for you and sent a bottle of wine over. The waiter was holding a bottle of Romani Conti, with the wine label clearly visible. Zhang Jinhu's heart moved, because he had seen this wine label in a wealthy man's house before, and he had heard about the price of this wine at that time. What? There is such a thing? Zhang Jinhu asked in confusion. Wow, this bottle of wine must be worth 300,000 yuan. Director Zhang's friends are really amazing, the director exclaimed. Yes, Director Zhang is a well-known director after all. Another guest also echoed. Faced with all the praise, Zhang Jinhu was still a little confused and thought about going over to thank the old friend later. But Zhang Jinhu himself knows that his last movie was entirely funded by himself, but he didn't expect it to be a complete flop, which has led to a very tight financial situation, and he has even been chased by gangsters for debts. The purpose of having dinner with the director today was actually to introduce some investors through him and save my life. After a brief pause, Zhang Jinhu couldn't hide his doubts, so he greeted everyone and stood up and walked towards box number 2. There was no sound outside the door of box number 2. Only a driver and security guard wearing white gloves was standing there. He had a calm look in his eyes and looked very impressive. This person must have some background, Zhang Jinhu thought to himself, and walked towards the door, still unable to help asking. Excuse me, I'm here to look for someone. The driver smiled slightly and made a gesture of invitation, motioning Zhang Jinhu to come in. The box was spacious, with the table filled with sumptuous dishes, but there was only a young man sitting at the head of the table. The young man was about 25 or 26 years old, wearing a well-cut high-end suit, with an upright figure and extraordinary temperament. The other side of the box was blocked by a huge curtain. Zhang Jinhu took a quick glance and thought to himself that it seemed that this young man had an extraordinary identity. Director Zhang, do we know each other? The young man spoke slowly in a gentle tone, and seemed not in a hurry to reveal his identity. Zhang Jinhu was a little puzzled, and thought quickly in his heart, could this person really be a friend he knew? But seeing that he had such an extraordinary temperament, he still couldn't confirm it in his heart. You said we are old acquaintances, so we must be old friends. Don't worry about whether I am familiar with you or not, the young man added with a smile, his tone relaxed and a little joking. Zhang Jinhu thought about it, and suddenly understood something. Looking at the young man's leisurely manner, he suddenly remembered that there was a mysterious man of the same age who had discussed cooperation with him before. Can you give me some hints? Zhang Jinhu couldn't help but ask this question out of curiosity. The young man smiled slightly, picked up a glass of red wine, took a sip gracefully, then took out a brand new banknote from the inside pocket of his suit and gently placed it on the table. So, you should understand, right? The young man said calmly. I understand. Zhang Jinhu's heart suddenly shook, and he immediately realized that the man in front of him was indeed sent by the mysterious man. I thought you had given up on cooperating with me. Zhang Jinhu immediately breathed a sigh of relief and put aside the doubts in his heart. He pointed to the chair next to him and asked carefully, Can I sit down then? Go ahead. The young man nodded slightly, indicating that he could sit down. May I ask your name? Zhang Jinhu asked cautiously, half sitting down, afraid of disturbing the other party. Lin Feng. The young man answered briefly, his tone still calm. Mr. Lin, how many people behind you need to deal with this time? Zhang Jinhu asked anxiously, with anticipation in his eyes. Oh? It seems that Director Zhang is in a hurry for funds. Is he really short of money recently? Lin Feng looked at him and asked with a smile. Zhang Jinhu smiled bitterly and shook his head. You may not know that my last movie was actually mortgaged with my house, but it still failed. For the sake of a sense of pride, I invested all I had, but I didn't expect the result to still be a failure. Zhang Jinhu's voice was a little heavy. It seems that Director Zhang is holding back his anger and wants to prove himself. Lin Feng said softly. Yes, I want to prove myself and do something big. Zhang Jinhu's eyes were full of determination. Lin Feng patted his shoulder, stood up, walked to the side, and pulled open the curtain. Suddenly, Zhang Jinhu was stunned, and the scene in front of him shocked him. The neatly stacked banknotes in front of him were piled up like a small mountain. The quantity was so huge that Zhang Jinhu could hardly breathe. Oh my God! Zhang Jinhu couldn't help but blurt out, with surprise written all over his face. This is the downtown area, and this hotel is the largest in the city. They can prepare so much cash in just 1 hour. What a terrifying power is behind this. Zhang Jinhu couldn't help but feel strongly shocked. He didn't dare to look directly at the money, let alone look at Lin Feng. His heart was full of awe. Sit down and tell me about your plan. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled and said easily. Zhang Jinhu finally came to his senses and quickly sat down next to Lin Feng. He decided that no matter what, he must not miss this opportunity, and he must make the mysterious man regain his trust. Our plan is still to prepare a movie. Zhang Jinhu's eyes were full of anticipation when he spoke. With a large amount of money like yours, you must make a movie with grand special effects. You can raise the cost of special effects and actually use cheaper special effects instead. Zhang Jinhu explained confidently. I have already set up the script. The name of the movie is 2077 Doomsday Escape. I will set up a company to be responsible for the construction of the venue. You don't need to worry about anything else. Lin Feng interrupted him calmly. Doomsday theme? This is a good theme. Special effects production requires a lot of money, and this kind of expenditure is very appropriate. Zhang Jinhu thought for a moment and nodded. Boss Lin, what do I need to do? Henry Zhang asked, his eyes full of curiosity. Lin Feng said calmly. First, you need to digest this cash, invest it in my film and television company, and then build momentum for our project. Also, help me connect with a film and television base. After all, due to the influence of your previous bad movies, we can't build castles in the air like we did before. Lin Feng added. After hearing this, Zhang Jinhu was deeply shocked and secretly decided that he must do a good job this time to win back the mysterious man's trust. Doomsday Shelter as a practical project? That's fine. I have friends in the film and television industry who may be able to help us. Zhang Jinhu responded quickly and proposed his own plan. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Then I'll leave it to you. In addition, I need you to help me organize a beauty pageant for the film casting. The time and place of the final will be set at the film and television base in 29 days. Zhang Jinhu immediately understood that this opportunity was extremely important and must not be missed. Chapter 4. Trigger Plunder and Get Level 1 Skill. In the third box of Fenghua Hotel, Zhang Jinhu introduced enthusiastically. Mr. Lin, let me introduce you. This is Cui Zhigao, the development director of Haiqingdong Lai Film and Television City. You can go to the film and television city to visit it. Maybe we can reach a cooperation. Cui Zhigao's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Feng for the first time. Lin Feng's high-end clothing, his unique temperament, and the cautious look of Zhang Jinhu standing next to him all made Cui Zhigao realize that this young man had an extraordinary identity. Cui Zhigao immediately stood up and said respectfully, Director Zhang has just had a brief chat with me. If Mr. Lin really plans to shoot a blockbuster, we are willing to cooperate with you. We can also provide the most affordable conditions. Lin Feng nodded slightly and asked, If I decide to build a filming location in your film and television city, how much area can you provide at most? How much does it cost? After thinking carefully, Cui Zhigao asked, Excuse me, Mr. Lin, what is the approximate construction budget? 200 million. Lin Feng answered without hesitation. What? 200 million? Cui Zhigao and Zhang Jinhu were both stunned. They obviously didn't expect Lin Feng to be so generous. Zhang Jinhu was surprised and asked, Boss Lin, are you really going to spend a lot of money to make a movie? Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, Why? Director Zhang, I am making an investment to realize my dream of making a movie. Zhang Jinhu's heart moved, and he thought, Lin Feng must not be an ordinary businessman. The source of his funds is very free. He must be the son of a high-ranking official. Only he has such financial resources and the ability to freely dispose of funds. Cui Zhigao immediately responded. In that case, our film and television city can provide 5,000 square meters of land for you to develop movie sets for free. How dare you charge us? We just hope to cooperate with Mr. Lin, Cui Zhigao said politely. The two parties exchanged contact information and decided to send people to conduct on-site inspections after the subsequent project planning is finalized. After a brief greeting, Lin Feng stood up and prepared to leave. Zhang Jinhu and Cui Zhigao immediately stood up and respectfully escorted Lin Feng to the car. When we walked to the lobby on the first floor, a clear female voice suddenly rang out. Director Zhang! Everyone turned around and saw a tall girl walking over. She was wearing a pink short skirt, revealing her long legs. She was wearing crystal high heels, and her white toes were elegantly hidden in the shoes, full of temptation. She was wearing a white vest, and she had a slender figure, a well-defined body curve, a delicate face, and a somewhat seductive look in her eyes. Isn't this Lin Yu? Lin Feng's heart moved, and he remembered that she was the passenger in the Porsche at the school gate a few days ago. The system voice suddenly sounded. Name, Lin Yu, age 20, rating, 7.9, comment, only allowed to blaspheme, not to be collected. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. It seemed that this girl was not a good person. He remembered that he was just a security guard at that time, and she would not even look at him. Now, she took the initiative to come over. Zhang Jinhu looked at the beautiful girl and frowned. Who are you? I'm Lin Yu from the Film and Television Academy. I toasted you at the last party. Lin Yu smiled slightly. Her eyes were a little charming, and her tone was soft. Zhang Jinhu suddenly realized. Oh, it's you. Remember, let's talk about it another day. He didn't want to waste time at this time, thinking that Lin Feng was still beside him. Seeing this, Lin Feng suddenly smiled and said, "This classmate has a good image. Maybe he can be given a role in our movie. Let's have a drink together in the evening when we are free." Lin Yu was stunned, and then she was delighted. It turned out that this handsome guy with extraordinary temperament was the big boss who invested in director Zhang. A shrewd light flashed in her eyes, and she quickly responded with a smile. "Okay, Mr. Lin." When Zhang Jinhu saw that Lin Yu was receiving so much attention from Lin Feng, he was slightly moved and remembered the beauty pageant that Lin Feng had mentioned before. He couldn't help but think that it seemed that Lin Feng was interested in Lin Yu this time, and he was a little confused. What exactly does this young man want? "Okay, Mr. Lin. Lin Yu, are you free tonight? Our Mr. Lin has taken a fancy to you and will definitely arrange a role for you in the movie," Zhang Jinhu added. Lin Yu quickly agreed, with a hint of joy in her eyes. She had already decided in her heart that she must seize the opportunity no matter what. As they came to the most luxurious royal bar in Haiqing, Lin Feng felt a little relaxed. The interior of the bar was luxurious and low-key, with a very high grade, which could attract a group of wealthy elites. The bar's second-floor private room covers an area of 100 square meters, with shining lights and a lively dance floor outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Lin Feng thought, the world of rich people is indeed different, it feels exciting and fresh. He used to be poor and couldn't experience these luxuries, but now he can finally enjoy all of this. When they entered the emperor's private room, Zhang Jinhu deliberately did not choose the ladies who came with companions in the bar, but instead invited a few 18th-tier young actors. Among them are two child actors, Su Bingtong and Dan Xue, who, although good-looking, only scored close to 8 points in the system's ratings. Zhang Jinhu also knew in his heart that the most important role tonight was Lin Yu. As for these actors, he would contact them later when he had time. After 3 rounds of drinking, the atmosphere became lively and Lin Feng was a little drunk. He took a bag from the driver, which contained some high-end cigarettes and alcohol, and handed it to Cui Zhigao. "This is my gift to you. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future." Cui Zhigao seemed a little flattered. "Thank you, Mr. Lin, we accept your kindness. If we can reach a cooperation, our Donglai Film and Television City will definitely do its best to support it." Before leaving, Zhang Jinhu signaled Lin Yu to follow him. Seeing Lin Feng stall back, Lin Yu felt inexplicably excited and picked up her bag and followed him. As he was walking out of the bar, Lin Feng felt a sway, and then he was supported by a soft mountain beside him, steadying his body. He couldn't help but feel moved. It seemed that there would be some new changes tonight. When their car stopped downstairs of the top hotel in Haiqing, the system in Lin Feng's mind sounded again. Ding, Yin Yang plunder takes effect, strength increased by 0.5 times 1. The number of 7-point beauties is currently 1. Trigger normal looting, refresh level 1 skill, invisibility, duration, 2 minutes, cooldown, 24 hours, duration increases with skill level. Invisible cannot be observed or detected in any way. Each looting is divided into normal looting, refreshes a level 1 skill, there is a cooldown time, but repeated looting and upgrading to the full level can become a permanent ability. Looting critical hit, refreshes a level 1 permanent ability. His plan has just begun, and the delicate relationship between him and Lin Yu is just the beginning. Chapter 5. The company is hiring, only beautiful women are needed. The next morning, Lin Yu lay on her side on the bed, with a thin blanket between her legs, looking lazily at Lin Feng, and asked softly, "Brother Feng, why do I feel like you are so familiar with me?" Her legs were wrapped in a thin blanket, her slender legs were faintly visible, and the red nails on her toes were particularly eye-catching. Lin Feng was about to put on his pants and leave, but when he saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but say, "Of course I have seen it, I'm the security guard of your school." "Oh yes, I think I saw you at the door." Lin Yu suddenly remembered, and then showed a hint of surprise. "But Brother Feng, you are such a big boss, why do you want to be a small security guard?" Lin Feng smiled slightly. "That's me choosing the target." "So you chose me?" Lin Yu asked mischievously. "Yes, because you are so slutty." After saying that, Lin Feng slapped Lin Yu's butt hard, then turned around and prepared to leave. When he opened the door, he turned around and said, "There's pocket money in the drawer. Don't let me see you fooling around with other people again. Lin Yu couldn't help but smile and watch Lin Feng leave. Looking at his broad shoulders and smooth muscle lines, ripples of emotion welled up in her heart. By the way, if you have other outstanding female classmates who want to play movie roles, you can introduce them to me at any time, Lin Feng added lightly. Go away, Lin Yu responded coquettishly, but she had secretly decided in her heart to seize this opportunity. The South Bank Cafe in Haicheng. Did you know? Director Zhang posted on Weibo today, saying that he's going to make a new movie. I saw it too. It seems to be called 2077 Doomsday Escape. I heard that the investment is several hundred million. Tisk, it's still a bad movie. Several people around were discussing Zhang Zhenhu's movie. Lin Feng heard the discussion, took a sip of coffee, and thought to himself, Zhang Zhenhu's movements are quite fast. I have to speed up too. After all, there's only 1 month left before the end of the world. Mr. Lin? Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, the person he was waiting for had arrived. A man in a suit and tie, looking capable, walked into the coffee shop. Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm Fang Mingyu, a senior consultant at the largest headhunting company in Haicheng. Fang Mingyu greeted politely. Hello, Mr. Fang. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and shook his hand. According to our telephone conversation, I am planning to set up a film company, and the first project I will be responsible for is the film that Zhang Zhenhu posted on Weibo this morning. That movie is very famous. Mr. Lin, what kind of talent do you need? I need an assistant who is on call 24/7. In addition, I also need a series of necessary personnel for a film company, such as construction coordinator, accountant, etc. Okay, Mr. Lin, are there any age and gender requirements for these talents? I need you to find everyone within 2 days, Lin Feng said lightly. 2 days? Fang Mingyu was stunned for a moment. Lin Feng looked at him and interrupted calmly. I know that your headhunting company charges 20 to 30% of the candidate's first-year pre-tax salary. I'll give you 100%, but you have to listen carefully to the following requirements. Lin Feng's tone became more resolute. First of all, I require that all personnel in all positions must be female, under 30 years old, and must have strong business capabilities and an outstanding image. Because we are a film company, the image must be beautiful. Lin Feng continued. If each candidate can meet my requirements, I can reward you an additional 500,000. Fang Mingyu was shocked. Boss Lin, this is simply too generous. If you can complete the task on time, you can triple the salary to recruit people, and I will cover all the liquidated damages and legal fees. Lin Feng added. Do you understand? Fang Mingyu was completely shocked by Lin Feng's conditions. He couldn't even believe it. If Lin Feng hadn't paid a deposit of 500,000, he would have really thought that the other party was joking. Make sure you complete the task, Mr. Lin. Fang Mingyu stood up and held Lin Feng's hand tightly. After leaving the coffee shop, Lin Feng sat in the car, and the driver had already driven to the next destination. Lin Feng still remembered the system's reminder sound last night. Since his strength increased by 0.5, he was still full of energy even though he had just experienced a big battle today. Lin Feng knew that this looting skill could not only improve attributes, but also generate powerful supernatural powers. If he wanted to become more powerful in the future, he had to make good use of this system. He was thinking that after dealing with these things, he would go abroad to make some trouble. After all, he was still in a country ruled by law and could not do anything too extreme. Boss Lin, we're here. The driver turned around and said. Lin Feng looked up and saw a small building in front of him that was full of heavy metal luster. It was the Dingxing Safe House Design Company. Soon, a beautiful woman in a light gray suit came out from downstairs, with a firm step and capable temperament. She had fair skin and a delicate face, and looked like Jiang Shuang, giving people a very professional feeling. Mr. Lin? Yes, Shining? I didn't expect that the name is so nice and the person is so beautiful, Lin Feng said with a smile. How, Mr. Lin, you're joking? It's rare to find someone as young and handsome as you. Shining responded politely. Shining is a senior designer at Dingxing Safe House. Lin Feng reached out to shake hands with her, feeling the softness and warmth of her hand. Under Shining's guidance, Lin Feng came to the meeting room on the 3rd floor of the company. Along the way, Lin Feng noticed that most of the employees of Dingxing Company were men, and it was rare to see a high-quality woman like Shining. In the meeting room, the team members were already in place. When they saw Lin Feng and Shining walk in, everyone stood up together, looking very professional. "Let's get started," Lin Feng said after he sat down. "Okay, Mr. Lin." Shining stepped forward and began to operate the projection screen. "Mr. Lin, these safe houses will mostly be used for filming environments." "Wait." Lin Feng suddenly stopped and frowned as he looked at the beautiful pictures she showed him. "These buildings look too fancy. I don't want these movie props." "Boss Lin, what's wrong?" Shining asked in confusion. "Nothing, come back and sit down." Lin Feng waved his hand to signal her to continue sitting down. "I'll ask the questions and you'll answer them. Just tell me the feasibility, no need to consider the cost." Shining nodded. "Okay, Mr. Lin." Lin Feng continued. "Everyone knows that our movie requires the construction of a doomsday shelter, and there are many scenes in it. I am personally a fan of the doomsday, so I have some requirements for this shelter." Seeing that everyone was sitting up straight, Lin Feng continued. "I require you to build a shelter that integrates self-circulation, defense, leisure and entertainment, reconnaissance and communication, experiments, and medical treatment within 1 month." "Mr. Lin, what is the simulated environment of this shelter? What about the specific scenes in the movie?" Shining asked. "The environment is a global water, power and communication outage, and a zombie outbreak. The zombies' capabilities may be upgraded in the future, so the defense system must be well prepared," Lin Feng explained. "Mr. Lin, isn't this request too high?" Shining's assistant Zhang Xiaoxia interrupted, with some confusion in her voice. "As you know, Director Zhang's previous films were not of high quality, so this time we were very strict with the details, especially the construction of the shelter. After the shelter is completed, I will invite a professional team to do the test. If your design can pass the simulated harsh environment test, each project member will receive a luxury car as a reward." "Oh yeah, thank you, Mr. Lin!" The whole audience cheered. Lin Feng sneered in his heart. He was just painting a big pie for everyone, hoping that they would take this place seriously, which concerned their safety and lives. Chapter 6: Shelter Planning, Not Enough Money. "Boss Lin, is 1 month too short?" Shining, who was sitting on the right, maintained a capable style and was not affected by Lin Feng's promises. She continued to think calmly. Lin Feng glanced at his watch and said calmly, "It is now April 3rd. The requirement for you is to complete it before April 30th. After you and I look at the site, start work 24 hours a day. Money is not a problem. According to the system's countdown, the end of the world will come at 8 o'clock in the evening on May 1st. Shining operated on her laptop, and the images on the projection screen began to switch. She stood up and analyzed the screen. "I took a look here. The wall configuration is as follows: 5 cm AR 500 steel plate on the outside, 10 cm Kevlar buffer layer in the middle, 30 cm reinforced concrete, including steel fiber, on the inside plus 5 cm lead plate, total thickness 50 cm. If the budget is limited, the outer layer can be simplified to 80 cm steel fiber concrete with a fire retardant coating. Don't consider the budget issue," Lin Feng interrupted. "Okay, Mr. Lin, the estimated construction period for the exterior wall is, modular construction can be completed within 20 to 30 days, but it requires 24-hour shifts and heavy equipment support," Shining continued. "The self-circulating system required by General Manager Lin needs to achieve a closed energy loop to ensure seamless switching during power outages." Shining pressed a button and the projection screen switched to another picture. She elaborated. "The self-circulating system needs to cover the 4 core elements of energy: water, food, and waste. The main energy sources include solar energy, wind energy, geothermal energy, if the site allows, and backup energy sources include hydrogen fuel cells and diesel generators. Water, rainwater collection, groundwater, air condensation, internal and external circulation purification, equipped with top-level purification system. Food, set up vertical farms, rack-type LED lighting, hydroponic nutrient solution circulation, automatic temperature and humidity control, closed-loop ecological farm. Waste, automated sorting and decomposition of waste throughout the house. This part requires a joint team with ecological engineering, new energy, and agricultural experts. After the test data is qualified, the actual installation can be carried out. It is estimated to take about 25 days. Other parts need to be designed after field investigation. Lin Feng thought, what a talent. Ning is not only professional, but also calm. Her intellectual beauty matches her delicate facial features, especially when her hair is tied around her ears. The outline of her pink ears is revealed under the light of the projector, which makes people's blood boil. Wouldn't it be very pleasant if there was such an intellectual beauty to accompany him at the end of the world? Ning indicated that this part of the explanation was over, and after sitting back next to Lin Feng, she asked, Boss Lin, when are we going to look at the land for the film and television city you mentioned? Let's go tomorrow. Lin Feng nodded and then asked, by the way, Ning, according to your plan, what is the current budget for the entire project? If the whole house needs to be intelligently operated, assuming the building area is 5,000 square meters, the budget will be about 450 million yuan. Ning replied. Mr. Lin, are you sure your movie can recover the cost? Ning was usually calm, but today she was a little curious. Lin Feng smiled and said, Haha, we are going to make a series of this movie, so don't worry, Miss Shi. Lin Feng paused, and moved his index finger slightly. Out of curiosity, what is your current annual salary? Ning was a little surprised when the annual salary was suddenly mentioned, but she still replied. This is a sensitive topic, but since you asked, I can't avoid it. My current annual salary is about 1.5 million. Lin Feng smiled gently. 5 million a year, after the project is completed, you can switch to my company? Ah? Ning was surprised by Lin Feng's generosity and was a little overwhelmed. Boss Lin, are you serious? Ning asked. Of course, we can sign the contract at any time, Lin Feng said calmly. Then please give me some time to think about it. Ning replied thoughtfully. Lin Feng said no more. For a woman like Ning, he was not in a hurry to let her change jobs. Once the doomsday came, he would have his own arrangements. It would not be too late to take her to the shelter and arrange everything. Lin Feng suddenly thought that when the doomsday comes, he can invite some big stars, internet celebrities, models, etc., even if it costs some money, and let these women do whatever they want. By then, food will be scarce at the end of the world and all the beautiful women will eventually have to succumb. After the on-site inspection tomorrow, we can sign the contract. At that time, I can pay you a deposit of 100 million first, and then another 200 million in the middle of the project. I will pay the balance after acceptance. Is that okay? Lin Feng asked. Ning nodded. Well, that's okay. After making an appointment with Ning to go to Donglai Film and Television City to look at land tomorrow, Lin Feng prepared to leave. Before leaving, he once again seriously asked Ning to think about it, and mentioned that she could bring her assistant with her. Ning rolled her eyes. If it weren't for Lin Feng's sincere and serious look, she would have really doubted Lin Feng's purpose. Boss Lin, where are we going? The driver turned around and asked. The driver's surname was Zhao. He had 25 years of driving experience, was fluent in 3 languages, and was taciturn. Lin Feng was very satisfied with him at the moment. Walk around, Lin Feng said calmly. He really hadn't decided where to go next. Picking up girls in a bar was nice, but the end of the world was coming, and drinking could easily delay things. In the 20 days before the end of the world, Lin Feng must hurry up and prepare. Ding! A text message came in, and Lin Feng checked it and found that there were already 200 million in the account. Zhang Junhu is really fast. Lin Feng sighed in his heart. The remaining antiques, calligraphy and gold bars have been given to Zhang Junhu for estimation, and they can be exchanged for about 100 million. As for Zhang Junhu's expenses, they have been deducted in the transaction. Lin Feng didn't care about the expense. After all, there was no one more professional and efficient than Zhang Junhu. He had acquaintances in Hong Kong and Macau. He could easily turn things that were inconvenient to cash into cash by simply passing by casinos and charity venues. He currently has about 300 million in funds, which is already quite considerable, but it is still a bit insufficient for the construction of a safe house, not to mention the need to purchase other materials. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind: Lu Jihai. He should be very nervous now, so he could use his invisibility skills to trick him into revealing more fellow travelers. Old Zhao, stop the car, park here, and get off work first. Chapter 7 9.9 points. Beautiful girl Lin Xiaoya. It was time to get off work. As usual, Lin Feng waited in front of the government building again. Although only a few days had passed, Lin Feng's state of mind was completely different from the last time he was waiting here. Finally out. This time when Lu Jihai came out, he was not held by a group of people as usual, but walked towards the car carrying a bag by himself. It seems that the note I left for him really scared him, and Lu Jihai finally started to behave himself, Lin Feng thought to himself. He continued to follow Lu Jihai. This time, he got off the car at the same maze-like alley as last time. Was he going to the Regal Hotel again? He really had a stubborn habit. Lin Feng also got off the car and followed him. But this time, Lu Jihai did not stay in the alley for too long, and soon walked into a dilapidated building. It turned out that Lu Jihai actually lived here. Lin Feng continued to follow, and the moment he saw Lu Jihai open the door, he immediately activated his skill, invisibility, and followed in quietly. Lu Jihai was walking into the room while on the phone. What? You found the things from my 5 villas in Hong Kong? I guess they've started selling the stolen goods there. Go find out who it is. Forget it, don't worry about it. If you know it, you know it. There's no need to go into it further. We can't afford to offend these people. Lu Jihai sighed heavily and hung up the phone. A cold voice sounded behind Lu Jihai. Who? Lu Jihai was so frightened that his face turned pale and he screamed. Don't look back, or you will be doomed, Lin Feng said coldly. You actually followed me? Lu Jihai said tremblingly, with cold sweat on his fat face. We have known this place for a long time. We have been waiting for you here for a long time today, Lin Feng said lightly. Just consider what happened last time as my filial piety to you. What else do you want? Do you still want to pester me? 206,550,000. I have been counting it every day and night. I dare not spend a penny. It all went to you. Lu Jihai became more and more agitated, and his tone gradually broke. Relax, we came to you today because we need your help, or we can help each other, Lin Feng said. Oh? What is it? Lu Jihai was stunned, listening to Lin Feng's words. Do you have any political enemies, or people you don't like, especially those who have committed serious bribery? There is no upper limit on the official rank, as long as you can accurately point out where he hides his corruption. Is there a limit? Lu Jihai collapsed on his chair when he heard this. He had just wanted to resist with his emotions, but after hearing these 4 words, he suddenly calmed down as if he had been splashed with cold water, and even broke out in cold sweat. Yes, Mayor Fu Long, he has much more money than me. Lu Jihai finally gave the answer. Mayor? Do you know where his money is hidden? Lin Feng asked. I know. Fu Long's money is hidden on the floor below his house. But his family's situation is different from mine. He lives on the 602nd floor of Unit 2, Building 4, Minshin Community. The floor below where the money is kept is fully equipped with surveillance cameras. That's not a problem, Lin Feng replied calmly. What I'm curious about is that people are saying that you're the mayor's man. Why did you sell it so easily this time? Lu Jihai smiled and said flatteringly. I used to be the mayor's man, but now I am your man. After all, you have connections and are more powerful than the mayor. Keep this phone. If I need you for something, I'll contact you. Lin Feng handed him a phone. Something will happen to the mayor in a month, and then the position will be yours. Really? Lu Jihai was shocked and couldn't help asking. However, Lin Feng didn't answer him and just closed the door. Lu Jihai sat on the sofa in a daze, silently counting the time. When he was sure that Lin Feng had left, he hurried to the vase next to the TV and took out a small camera. It turned out that Lu Jihai also had a trick up his sleeve. He didn't want to cause trouble, but how could he fully cooperate if he didn't even know who the other party was? He pressed the play button and saw the video loading, showing a shocking scene. In the video, Lu Jihai entered the room to make a phone call, and sat down after hanging up. There was no one in the room, but he suddenly heard a voice. Then, he saw a mobile phone appear in front of the TV out of thin air. Out of thin air? Lu Jihai was stunned, sweating all over. Have the inspection departments in Longwei used their superpowers now? The next morning, Lin Feng was awakened by a call from headhunter Fang Mingyu. Fang Mingyu woke Lin Feng up instantly with just 4 words. Peerless and ultimate. Lin Feng washed up in a hurry and rushed to the Hilton Hotel. Fang Mingyu knew that Lin Feng had not yet rented an office, so he specially booked the most luxurious office in the hotel for him to interview. Oh, interviewing in a hotel, will people think I'm a weirdo? Lin Feng thought to himself. It seems he needs to find an office as soon as possible. He opened the door of the office and saw a man and two women sitting inside. The man was Fang Mingyu. Beep, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Name, Lin Xiaoye, age, 20 years old, rating 9.9, evaluation, elegant and smart, gentle and charming, perfect body. Name, Yi Qiuyao, age, 24 years old, rating 8.5, evaluation, natural physique, perfect body. Congratulations to the host for discovering a 9.9 point superb beauty. Successful plunder of yin and yang can trigger a lucky critical hit. Lin Feng looked at Lin Xiaoye. She had a pair of light brown eyes, lively and slightly upturned, with a faint mole under her left eye. She was wearing a light blue knitted short skirt, revealing her fair legs, a pair of white socks and off-white round-toed shoes. Perfect, perfect. Looking at Yi Qiuyao next to Lin Xiaoye, she has delicate features, a pair of peach blossom eyes, with slightly raised corners, very charming. She is fashionable, has fair skin, long and straight legs, without a trace of fat, and exudes a faint fragrance, not the smell of perfume, but her own fragrance. Boss Lin, let me introduce you to Yi Qiuyao. She graduated from a top university and currently works for the largest construction company in Haiqing. The other girl, Lin Xiaoye, is Yi Qiuyao's junior. She is about to graduate. Her family is in financial difficulty, so she plans to find an assistant job, majoring in administrative management. Lin Feng nodded and said, I think Fang Mingyu has already told you about my company. I won't say much else. The company's treatment is definitely the best in the industry. The main reason is that I am a bit lazy and the company's staff is not complete yet. I need you to spend more time and energy. Lin Feng spoke seriously, but he was thinking in his mind, when the end of the world comes, having these two top-notch girls by my side is the most beautiful scene in life. These two women must be captured. Boss Lin, what is the salary? Yi Qiuyao asked first. The salary is 3 times your current annual salary. If the house is too far away, the company can reimburse the rent nearby. Yi Qiuyao looked at Lin Feng in surprise, wondering how this handsome and wealthy boss could be so generous. If their company hadn't cooperated with a well-known director like Zhang Jinhu, she would have thought Lin Feng was joking. Chapter 8. Take him in, and take it slow. Any other questions, you two? Lin Feng asked. Aren't we here for an interview? Why do we feel like you are satisfying our requirements? Lin Xiaoye's clear voice is particularly comfortable to listen to. I'm a good judge of people. I can tell at a glance that you two can work hard, so I won't waste my words. Lin Feng said with a smile. Besides, Fang Mingyu just told me that your family is in financial difficulty. Is someone in your family sick? If so, the company can provide medical assistance. Before Lin Feng could finish his words, he was interrupted by Fang Mingyu, indicating that Lin Feng was a little impatient. Lin Feng realized that he spoke too quickly and smiled to hide his embarrassment. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Lin. It's okay. Lin Xiaoye seemed reluctant to talk more about family matters. Lin Feng and Fang Mingyu exchanged a simple glance and said, If there is no problem, then sign the contract and start working. If you can go to work today, go to work today. Yi Qiuyao and Lin Xiaoye looked at each other and nodded. This boss looks a little silly, but he is a good person, Lin Xiaoye thought. Lin Xiaoye successfully became Lin Feng's assistant, and her salary was set at 20,000 renminbi, which made her secretly shocked. She knew the salary level in Haiqing, and it was impossible for a fresh graduate like her to get such a high salary without work experience. As for Yi Qiuyao's position, Lin Feng has not yet arranged it, but said that he would assign a position after everything is ready. For Lin Feng, the so-called salary and position are just formalities. The key is to be able to help. If he can help, just hold on to these two people. By May 1st, it will be enough for the two of them to be in the film and television city. As for the current intersection, if they can get more familiar with each other, they can speed up the pace of gathering after the end of the world. However, if Lin Feng wants to fall in love with someone, he can't do it yet. At least the attribute requirements of the system determine that Lin Feng can't hang on a tree forever. After they signed the contract, Fang Mingyue stood up and said goodbye. Lin Feng gave Fang Mingyue 500,000 yuan, hoping that he would continue to work hard. Everyone came downstairs, and Lin Feng called the two girls to the car. After adding their WeChat, he said, I have something else to do later. You go rent an office and buy office supplies. I'll leave the driver and the car to you. Lin Xiaoye, give me your card number later. Lin Feng saw a pink BMW parked on the side of the road and waved at it. After walking a few steps, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to Lin Xiaoye and said, Don't save money, just do whatever is comfortable for you. If you save money for me, I'll deduct the money from your salary. Ah? Not only the two women, but even the driver sitting in the driver's seat was stunned when he heard this. Lin Feng came to the front of the BMW, the door opened, and a beautiful woman came out. It was Shining. Today, she and Lin Feng had an appointment to go to the film and television city. Ding, the system prompt sounded. Name, Shining, age, 27, rating, 8.3, evaluation, intellectual beauty, perfect body. Last time, I didn't notice this system prompt because I was in a hurry. Today, when Shining came, Lin Feng took a closer look and found that she was 27 years old and perfect body. This is probably a workaholic who is completely focused on work. Mr. Lin, those two little beauties just now were so beautiful, Shining said jokingly, and there seemed to be some psychological problem. Maybe it was because she already had a certain position beside Lin Feng, and suddenly seeing two young and beautiful female assistants today made Shining feel uncomfortable and a sense of crisis. Oh, we just hired you. You will be colleagues soon, Lin Feng said easily, and asked the driver to drive the two female assistants away. Colleague? Haha, Mr. Lin, I haven't agreed yet. Shining smiled at Lin Feng's joke. It's okay, you will agree sooner or later, Lin Feng said with a smile, and opened the car door. Can I only ride in the luxury car and the beauty today? Riding in the car is no problem, but riding in the beauty? Shining asked back. Seeing Lin Feng getting into the car, he rolled up the window with a smirk on his face, and Shining could only swallow the loss that Lin Feng had taken advantage of. Sister Yao, what do you think of this company? Why did we agree to it without thinking? In the Alpha, Lin Xiaoye looked around the luxurious interior of the car, looking a little uneasy, and asked, Do you know how much we rented that office? How much? Lin Xiaoye asked. 8,888 yuan, just for our interview. Wow, so much? Lin Xiaoye said in surprise. We work hard in Haiqing for money. Mr. Lin looks rich and easy to talk to, so he must be comfortable working here, Xiaoye said with a smile. I think Mr. Lin is warm-hearted and nice. Lin Xiaoye nodded. Are you attracted to Mr. Lin? Xiaoye asked with a sly smile. Lin Xiaoye's face instantly turned red, and she was about to retort, but was interrupted by the notification sound of her mobile phone. She opened her mobile phone and saw a text message notification. Your China bank card with the last number 0182 has received 10 million yuan. Then, Lin Xiaoye received a message from Lin Feng on WeChat. Don't save money, do whatever makes you feel comfortable. It was accompanied by a smirk. Xiaoye and Lin Xiaoye stared at the numbers scrolling on the message in silence, stunned. Just joined, just met, and already transferred 10 million? When they arrived at the film and television city, Shining's team members had already arrived and started to survey the site. Seeing Shining's car coming, Shining's assistant Zhang Xiaoxia hurried over to open the door for Lin Feng. Perhaps because Lin Feng's gaze lingered on her last time, Zhang Xiaoxia was still wearing her professional miniskirt and black stockings and high heels today. She deliberately lowered her head when opening the door for Lin Feng, revealing the undulating scene of mountains in her underwear. Lin Feng smiled slightly after seeing this, and couldn't help but pinch Zhang Xiaoxia's thigh when he turned around. It felt good, and he could feel the softness of her thigh even through her black stockings. Zhang Xiaoxia behind him gasped slightly. Xiaoxia, what's wrong? Shining asked hurriedly after hearing this. Sister, sure, I'm fine. My high heels just got tilted by accident, Zhang Xiaoxia said hurriedly, the blush on her face still not fading. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Xiaoxia with a smirk on his face, secretly satisfied in his heart. Lin Feng is not a good person, let alone a gentleman. He can even be said to be the person in the world who is most looking forward to the doomsday. Before there was no system and no doomsday, he was just a small security guard. But now, he has the power to make everything happen. Mr. Lin, we finally got you here. It was Cui Zhigao, the development director of Donglai Film and Television City, followed by a dozen middle and senior level staff. It seemed that they were preparing to take Lin Feng to visit the film and television city. Chapter 9. The shelter area is finalized. Donglai Film and Television City is one of the most important projects implemented by Haicheng Culture and Tourism and Donglai District Government in the past 2 years. It has been 2 years since the groundbreaking. However, since the old film and television cities such as Hengdian Film and Television City have become mature, Donglai Film and Television City is slightly lacking in competitiveness. Therefore, so far, only one Republic of China street has been completed in the entire 25 square kilometers of the planned area. This is why Cui Zhigao is so enthusiastic about Lin Feng. Once the influence of the film and television city's buildings reaches a certain scale, the film and television city is likely to be reorganized into a state-owned enterprise, and as the development director, Cui Zhigao will almost certainly become the head of this enterprise. Along the way, Lin Feng looked around. Although the empty and sparsely populated areas were disadvantages in the eyes of others, they were all advantages in his eyes. Donglai Film and Television City is about 30 kilometers away from the center of Donglai District, Haicheng, which is just an ideal distance. If the doomsday comes, this kind of empty place far away from residential areas is the most ideal shelter. Cui Zhigao carefully observed Lin Feng's expression. Seeing that he was staring at the empty area from time to time, he thought that Lin Feng might be dissatisfied with the infrastructure of the film and television city, so he hurriedly said, "After our research and consultation with our superiors, Mr. Lin, if you decide to build your movie shelter here, in addition to retaining the intellectual property rights and property rights of the building, you can also enjoy a 15% share of the future ticket sales of the film and television city, and a 35% share of the future leasing of the building complex." Lin Feng had done some research before coming here. The policies Cui Zhigao offered were already the top welfare benefits in the film and television city. But for Lin Feng, these were all illusions. After all, the doomsday on May 1st was already doomed, and the future visitors to the film and television city would only be zombies. "If we cooperate, we should solve the current problems pragmatically, and we will talk about the future later," Lin Feng said, looking at the empty land around him, thinking it would be a pity not to use the space. "I need you to expand the planning area given to me as much as possible. In addition to the main area of the shelter being retained in the future, the expanded part can be demolished and returned in the future." "Ah? That's no problem. I can make the final decision," Cui Zhigao said happily. This request is not a big deal for the film and television city. "Also, I don't know if Director Zhang has told you that on May 1st, I want to hold a casting contest for female movie characters in the shelter." Lin Feng picked up the cigarette, raised his eyebrows, and then signaled to Zhang Xiaoxia. Zhang Xiaoxia hurriedly took the lighter from the driver and lit the cigarette for Lin Feng. This scene made Shining stun for a moment, feeling a little uncomfortable. "Xiaoxia, go and record the data they measured," Shining ordered immediately. "Oh, okay, Sister, sure," Zhang Xiaoxia replied, her face slightly reddened. Lin Feng looked at Shining's reaction and smiled in his heart that he could arouse her thoughts. "I know this, Director Zhang told me about it." Cui Zhigao nodded in response. "Boss Lin, what do you need me to do? I remember that there are members of the Haicheng Radio and Television Bureau in your development leadership group. I need you to cooperate with Director Shang's film and television company to vigorously promote the casting competition," Lin Feng said. "That's fine. After all, this is a win-win situation for our film and television city," Cui Zhigao agreed immediately. After everyone inspected the entire development zone, the planning area for the Lin Feng shelter was also determined. The film and television city will designate an area of 5,000 square meters as the main building area of the shelter, and temporarily designate 3,000 square meters as a temporary planning area. Of course, this 3,000 square meters of temporary area will be demolished and returned after the filming is completed. In view of the tight construction schedule, the film and television city will be responsible for the construction of the 3,000 square meters of simple defense measures and buildings, to meet the needs of filming, on the periphery. The general direction has been determined, and at Lin Feng's low-key request, the signing of the contract was not widely publicized. Shining's team members continued to stay in the film and television city to collect data. As long as Shining's Dingxing Company and Lin Feng signed the contract and paid the advance payment, they could break ground and start construction. Oh, Shirning! Lin Feng suddenly remembered something and shouted to Shirning. I need you to build a 9-square grid blocking system in the shelter, similar to the one used by the Umbrella Corporation in the American blockbuster Resident Evil. In the movie Resident Evil, the Umbrella Corporation set up a quarantine gate every 10 meters to prevent zombie invasion. Lin Feng urgently needed this device to prepare for future situations such as zombies, escapes, and mutinies in the shelter. You didn't mention this part before. Shirning was a little surprised, because the current plan did not include this facility. When I was polishing the script recently, I found that many scenes needed this device. The budget can be added. Don't cut corners, Lin Feng said seriously. This is for sure, Mr. Lin, don't worry. Shirning nodded immediately and promised. She was very concerned about this project that could be included in her resume and decided to follow up personally. As for the AI underlying key of the entire shelter, only my personal biometric information is used as the key. In this regard, I need your company to sign a letter of responsibility in the contract to ensure that the entire shelter system has no backdoors to prevent it from being breached. During the acceptance, I will ask the most professional company to do the inspection, Lin Feng said seriously. We must be on guard against others. Unlike the current society with a sound legal system, once the doomsday comes, it will become a bloody society. Lin Feng knows that the power to control the shelter is the most important thing. We will invite the best company in the country to design and plan. There will be absolutely no problem with safety. Mr. Lin, don't worry, Shirning responded solemnly. Seeing Lin Feng so serious, Shirning was stunned for a moment, and suddenly a thought emerged in his mind. Is the end of the world really coming? Mr. Lin's requirements for the shelter are almost true, or is Mr. Lin really a detail control? She thought that if the doomsday came, this shelter would undoubtedly be an extremely safe fortress, but for everyone, it might also be an inescapable prison. Shirning felt more and more that Lin Feng's movie would be a success, and it would be no problem to create a box office miracle. At present, there are indeed too few science fiction movies in Longhua, and it is time for a masterpiece to break the monopoly of European and American science fiction movies. Thinking that she would be signed in a future movie masterpiece, Shirning secretly clenched her fist. This shelter must be built to the extreme and to perfection. Chapter 10: Sufficient Cash. Boss Lin, the office has been found. Would you like to come over and take a look? These are photos and videos. Lin Feng received a message from Lin Xiaoya on WeChat. What followed were a series of exquisite photos. The office is located on the 19th floor of Haiqing Hart Building in the city center, covering an area of 800 square meters. From the windowsill you can overlook the whole city, including the sea view. The location and view are good. That's good. You decide. If it's suitable, rent it. There's no need to save money. The so-called office is just a place to stay and discuss things for this month, and Lin Feng doesn't care much about it. The contract with Dingxing Company has just been signed, and the 100 million yuan advance payment for the project has also been paid. There is only one thing Lin Feng has to do now: visit Mayor Fu Long's treasury to solve the current funding gap. After that, you can focus on following the progress of the shelter, collecting supplies, and the most important beauty pageant. Lin Feng didn't plan to rely on his supernatural powers and money to pick up girls. As long as you find someone you like, you just need to find a way to invite them to the refugee beauty pageant on May 1st. To exaggerate a little, for Lin Feng can select concubines at any time on the street, on TV, and on the internet. After carefully avoiding the cameras along the way, Lin Feng arrived at the Minxing community. Minxing community is considered to be the first community to be rebuilt in the old city, although it was built more than 20 years ago. However, because it is located in the city center, although it is just a civilian community, the housing prices are still high. After checking one building after another, Lin Feng finally found Unit 2, Building 4. Looking up, all floors give people a feeling of normal life. It's only on the 5th floor, and even if there are anti-theft windows, the windows are locked and all the curtains are drawn, making it airtight. It looked fishy at first glance. Because Minxing community is an old community, there are no surveillance cameras in the corridors except on the main roads. The cooling time of Lin Feng's invisibility ability has expired. Wearing gloves, Lin Feng climbed in through the window of the stairwell on the first floor and climbed to the 5th floor in one breath. Fortunately, when Lin Feng was in martial arts school, there was a secret Qi Ji Tang in the school that taught traditional martial arts skills, such as mechanical skills, etc. Because Lin Feng had good qualifications, the old principal allowed Lin Feng to study. But the old principal asked him not to use it for evil. This can't be considered doing evil, as it is to eliminate harm for the people. Lin Feng comforted himself as a matter of course. After all, this stolen money is now being squandered by corrupt officials. It would be better to use it to save the public beauties at the end of the world in the future. In order to avoid appearing strange, the door and lock of room 502 are the same as those of ordinary residential rooms. Lin Feng unlocked the door easily, then turned on stealth and entered the room. Before the stealth time ends, quickly check the room and destroy all the surveillance cameras. There is still some time before the end of the world, and Lin Feng does not want to offend a powerful person like Fu Long. There was not a single piece of electrical furniture in the room. It was filled with cardboard boxes. Lin Feng put all movable objects into the subspace and destroyed all surveillance. Room 502 is about 200 square meters, and the entire room is filled with cardboard boxes, even piled up to the ceiling. Before he had time to count how much cash was in the cardboard box, Lin Feng had already cleared out everything that could be stored in the subspace. Just as I was about to open the door and retreat, I felt that the touch of the door handle was wrong. A normal person would definitely not be able to feel it, because Lin Feng has been practicing martial arts since he was a child and has the blessing of mechanical engineering. Lin Feng could keenly sense that there was a small object in the door handle. There was no time to study it carefully. Lin Feng used his extraordinary strength to tear off the door handle and put it into the subspace. Go down 5 floors, avoiding the cameras along the way. All in one go. Lin Feng could feel that what he gained from Fu Long's family this time was much more than that from Lu Jinhai's family. Estimating the quantity, Lin Feng felt that he would not need to worry about money anymore. Right now, Lin Feng doesn't want to go back to the dormitory building of the Film and Television Academy. Lin Feng would probably have to live in the shelter for a large part of the time after the apocalypse, so he would live outside while he could. Lin Feng simply went to the Hilton Hotel and booked the most luxurious presidential suite. I had a good experience when I came to this conference room for a meeting before. The entire room is a large flat of nearly 600 square meters, with a living room, bathtub, and entertainment area. There is 24-hour butler service, not to mention someone to clean and cook and so on. Of course, the price is not cheap, 30,000 renminbi a day. The average person's annual salary is less than the cost of a hotel room for one day. Maybe it was because the whole process was quite tense, and I felt a little tired after relaxing. Although Lin Feng has supernatural powers, he has not engaged in much plundering so far, and his attributes are still within the range of an ordinary person. He fell asleep on the big bed in the room. More than 600 million in cash, and countless antiques, calligraphy, paintings, and jewelry. After sleeping until 11 o'clock in the evening, this is the number Lin Feng got after counting in the alien space. There are several unread messages on WeChat. Boss Lin, we have already signed the contract. Where are you? I will bring it to you. Boss Lin, I don't dare to call you for fear of disturbing you. Please reply when you see the answer. Hello? Hey boss. A pathetic emoji. Boss, you put so much money in my pocket. If you don't reply to me, I won't be able to sleep. They are all messages from Lin Xiaoya. Lin Feng smiled gently. This Lin Xiaoya was quite cute. He made a voice call directly. Come to make money. After listening to this magical voice for a while, Lin Xiaoya answered the call. Hello, who is it? Lin Xiaoya's confused voice sounded. Didn't you say you couldn't sleep? Why are you sleeping again? Lin Feng pretended to be serious and said, old boss, oh no Mr. Lin, where are you? After hearing the voice, Lin Xiaoya woke up almost instantly and said in a daze. Where am I? I'm sleeping in my room, do you want to join me? Lin Feng said with a wicked smile. No boss, I'll bring you the rental contract when it's convenient for you. Leave it there for now. We'll talk about it when we get to the office tomorrow. You should go to sleep today. Oh, okay, see you tomorrow, boss. Lin Feng was actually a little embarrassed to take action against this strange and pure little white rabbit. Under normal circumstances, a beauty like Lin Xiaoya with a rating of 9.9 and her pure personality would indeed be the best candidate for a relationship. Lin Feng is a person with an indifferent personality by nature, especially now that the end of the world is approaching. Lin Feng has been reminding himself not to be too close to women, nor to be too emotionally involved. In the end times, if you have ties and feelings for women, it will only affect your pace of becoming stronger. I found an excuse to end the call and looked through my address book. Then he opened Zhang Xiaoxia's WeChat. Lin Yu had already plundered once last time, so it is highly likely that she will not get superpowers again. Adding 0.5 attributes is better than nothing considering the current number of beauties. At present, there is still a need to expand the base of this attribute bonus, and trying new things will increase the chances of generating supernatural powers. And it is always a man's instinct to try new things. I have some more details to add about today's cooperation. Please come to my room. Remember to keep wearing what you wore during the day, a white shirt, a short professional skirt, black stockings and high heels. Zhang Xiaoxia replied to the message shortly afterwards. Yeah, okay, Mr. Lin, come right over. I'm at home, I'll bring the suitcase with me. All of them are my professional attire. You can choose which one of my attire is suitable for your in-depth study tonight. Chapter 11, Tricking the Richest Man's Grandson. Drip. Yin-Yang Plunder takes effect. Strength plus 0.5 times 2, the number of 7-point beauties is currently 2. Current properties. Strength 11 plus 1.55. Constitution 10.5. Speed 9.5. The values in brackets are the attributes of normal people. Ability, Level 1 Invisibility, Duration, 2 minutes, Cooldown time, 24 hours, Remaining cooldown time 13 hours 45 minutes and 21 seconds. Invisibility cannot be observed or detected in any way. Lin Feng couldn't wait to get up early in the morning to check the property panel. Why didn't your ability refresh? Wow. Zhang Xiaoxian next to him had already woken up. Hearing Lin Feng's muttering, he deliberately used his legs to lift the quilt under him, revealing a pair of white and straight legs. Lin Feng was drooling as he watched, and thinking back to the various professional attires Zhang Xiaoxia had changed into last night, he suddenly felt hot for no reason. Pa! Lin Feng lightly spanked Zhang Xiaoxia on the butt. Stop pretending to be asleep and wake up, little devil. I have things to do today, and don't have time to fool around with you. Zhang Xiaoxia closed her eyes tightly. Her eyebrows moved slightly, as if she was going to continue pretending to be asleep, ready to be picked. Lin Feng did not expose Zhang Xiaoxia's trick and got up to go to the bathroom to wash up. Along the way there were torn stockings from last night, and a pair of flesh-colored stockings were hanging on the bathroom door handle. Look at yourself in the mirror. He has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and he already has a good figure because he has been practicing martial arts since he was a child. Because I recently added nearly 2 points of strength, the muscle lines are more obvious. Lin Feng's confidence in the future makes him exude a calm aura. Zhang Xiaoxia secretly looked at Lin Feng through the gap in the quilt, and couldn't help but feel a ripple of emotion. Unfortunately, this kind of man is destined to be impossible to own alone. Zhang Xiaoxia felt a little regretful, but then she thought that it would be nice even if she could become one of his many women. I have to go to the office. You can take a rest. I transferred 300,000 yuan to you. You can buy some bags or something. After Lin Feng washed up and dressed, he said to Zhang Xiaoxia. Our brother Feng is so handsome. I should come to your office with Sister Shi today. Zhang Xiaoxia no longer pretended to be asleep and spoke out. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Zhang Xiaoxia was a smart and contented woman. I won't try to get close to Lin Feng and change my identity just because of what happened last night. She knew that for Lin Feng at the moment, the shelter was the top priority project. Zhang Xiaoxia has a clear understanding of what should and should not be done. By the way, go find a temple to pray when you have time. I'm having bad luck. Lin Feng turned around and said before leaving. Lin Feng still couldn't get over the fact that he had wasted his energy but didn't develop any new superpowers that night. It's cool, but it's a pity that I didn't get any superpowers. Huh! Oh, okay. Zhang Xiaoxia was shocked and thought she had done something wrong. Why is my luck a bit bad? On the way to the company, Lin Feng took out the small object from the door handle yesterday. I checked it in the alien space yesterday, and it turned out to be a USB flash drive. If it was something like a GPS locator, Lin Feng would not dare to take it out so easily. I'll go to the company and find a computer to see what's inside. For an official in such a high position of power to collect such a carefully preserved USB flash drive, it must have some special and precious value. Soon, the car arrived at the Haiqinghart building. Lin Feng saw Lin Xiaoya downstairs from a distance. Lin Xiaoya's appearance rating of 9.9 is not exaggerated. She is particularly eye-catching even downstairs of Haiqinghart building where there are many beautiful white-collar women. I saw Lin Xiaoya being harassed by a man who got out of a Ferrari. The driver turned around and asked, "Boss Lin, do you want to go check out what's going on?" Lin Feng took a close look at the situation ahead. Lin Feng, who became rich overnight, has been frequently looking at information about luxury cars recently. This car is a limited edition Ferrari, with no more than 5 units released worldwide and an official price of more than 20 million. In reality, you have to be at least powerful and influential, and pay more than double the premium to buy it. Lin Feng also plans to buy a car. After all, a car is a man's dream, but this type of sports car is not practical at all after the end of the world. This Ferrari has the license plate HA 9999, which further demonstrates the strength of the owner of this Ferrari. This young man is about the same age as Lin Xiaoya, and he is holding a bouquet of flowers. He is most likely a suitor or something like that. At the moment, it does not seem to be to the point where it affects Lin Xiaoya's personal safety. "Don't get out of the car yet," Lin Feng said. Lin Feng is not the kind of idiot who charges forward for love. For Lin Feng, the most important thing at the moment is to build a shelter, collect supplies and gather beauty within this month. Lin Feng doesn't want to, and won't, offend this powerful rich second generation when he doesn't have any earth-shattering superpowers. Lin Feng is no longer the security guard he was at the beginning. Lin Feng doesn't want to and is too lazy to take such a risk. There are many melodramatic plots in novels and TV dramas. Because a woman inexplicably offends a powerful villain, she has to engage in intrigue every day to prevent being plotted against and hunted down. For Lin Feng, as long as this month passes, no woman he likes will be able to escape. If you really don't like someone, the worst that can happen is that you can lure the villain to the shelter, and then you can kill him in many ways. Seeing that the time was almost right, Lin Feng got out of the car and walked over. "Boss Lin, I'll take care of it quickly." When Lin Xiaoya saw Lin Feng coming, she was afraid that Lin Feng would think that she had too many things to do and that it would affect the company, and would be prejudiced against her, so she hurriedly explained. Lin Xiaoya is quite satisfied with her current job. It is her dream to be able to participate in such a grand movie. And so far, Lin Feng has not done anything out of line because of her appearance. In Lin Xiaoya's eyes, Lin Feng is a good boss who is busy with work every day. "Sui Xuan, my boss is here. I've told you that we are not suitable. Please don't affect my work," Lin Xiaoya said to the boy Sui Xuan. "You go up first, I'll talk to your friend," Lin Feng said. Lin Xiaoya glanced at Lin Feng and thought that the boss was really righteous. He was not afraid of Sui Xuan, who could be seen at a glance as the second generation of power and wealth, and he still stood up. After Lin Xiaoya left, Sui Xuan looked at Lin Feng cautiously, with some hostility in his eyes. Lin Feng has a good appearance and physique, and he seems to be a man with plenty of money. Sui Xuan regards Lin Feng as a potential rival. Sui Xuan is not the kind of arrogant rich second generation. On the contrary, he is a love-brained person and really likes Lin Xiaoya. That's why he always uses childish tricks like sending flowers to pursue Lin Xiaoya. "Dude, don't look at me like that. I'm not interested in Lin Xiaoya. I have a wife, and she's a tigress." Lin Feng looked at Dashikan in front of him and came up with a plan. "Ah?" After hearing what Lin Feng said, Sui Xuan relaxed. "Brother, this is not the way to pick up girls. As someone who has been through this, I think I need to help you out." Lin Feng lit a cigarette for himself and handed one to Sui Xuan. "I don't smoke. You are her boss, Lin Feng, right? Please give me some advice if you have any tricks. Oh ha, you are a good boy who doesn't smoke. You even investigated me. I'm going to kill you. You have to use your advantage, buddy. Lin Xiaoya obviously likes movies, and you should take advantage of this dream. But I have a rule first, you have to treat me to a meal after this is done. Of course, please continue, Su Yishuan said. You must have researched what kind of company we are. Sending flowers and gifts is too low class. You can secretly invest in our company and become a major shareholder. After a month, you can make a grand entrance and reveal your identity. Then you can say, you founded this company quietly to support her for her dream. Wouldn't the girl be moved to tears by you? Chapter 12, Giving Money and a Beautiful Woman. Ah? Su Yishuan was stunned for a moment. Yes, since she likes this job, why should I force her? My support for her dream is also a manifestation of my love for her. If I want to acquire it now, why don't I tell Xiaoya right away and wait for a month? Su Yishuan asked. You are stupid. You just finished arguing with her, and I talked to you. Then you told her that the company is yours. What will she think? In her eyes, aren't you just a rich second-generation bullying person? Moreover, in a month, the company will hold a grand competition, in the middle of which I will design a grand and romantic confession session for you. Under the witness of everyone, you can solve all the mysteries and express your feelings. Wouldn't Lin Xiaoya burst into tears? Oh, that's right! Su Yishuan slapped his thigh. The more Su Yishuan looked at Lin Feng, the more he felt that he was particularly pleasing to the eye. Because of his family background, there were many people flattering him. Few people can put themselves in his shoes and analyze him so thoroughly. Su Yishuan had investigated Lin Feng's company, which was a film company. Their first film was a collaboration with Zhang Jinhu. At present, it has gradually become famous. Whether it makes money or not is another matter, but it is okay to spend some money to get some attention. Yes, by the way, you should have heard of my name. My grandfather, Su Boz, is the richest man in Haiqing. Su Yishuan said. Wow, this big stupid Chun family is really powerful. If I hadn't used some tricks just now, I would have offended them. Lin Feng was shocked. What about the follow-up? How much is it? Let's just sign the contract. Lin Feng looked at the foolish and wealthy Dashikan in front of him in a daze. How could he be fooled so quickly? This is not the way to give money, right? This won't work, Lin Feng said. Su Yishuan's expression froze when he heard that. He just started to like Lin Feng a little, but now he's going to regret it? My company has invested hundreds of millions of dollars. Ah, Su, you can indeed take it out without blinking an eye, but if you just transfer the money like this, how can you trust the company's accounts and me? Lin Feng tried his best to deceive. You can say that, which shows that you are a good person. Besides, I don't think you dare to mess around with the company's accounts. It turns out that Lin Feng also had this consideration. Su Yishuan felt that Lin Feng was getting better and better, and would be a good partner in the future. He was honest and straightforward. No, Ah Su, listen to me. I always treat my partners with empathy, Lin Feng said. Su Yishuan didn't mind being called Asu by Lin Feng. If someone else had called him that, he would have asked him to get out long ago. Looking at Lin Feng's serious face, Su Yishuan couldn't resist and had to say, Brother Feng, what do you think we should do? This silly Chun, the grandson of the richest man, even asked his brother to pick up girls. He is really stupid and sad. You send a financial officer to our company. Of course, he cannot come directly to reveal his identity. He must come as a job seeker. This way, not only can I check the accounts, but I can also monitor whether I have other thoughts about Lin Xiaoya. Lin Feng said. Is this even possible? Su Yishuan said that Lin Feng was really considerate and had basically thought of all his concerns. Are there still people in the world who follow such rules? What a talent! Also, the finance officer you send must be a girl with the best appearance, Lin Feng said. Oh? Why? Think about it, my film company has been hiring young people with good looks, and you suddenly assign a middle-aged woman to come here, won't people get suspicious? Besides, the prettier the financial officer you call, the less I will want to have other thoughts about Lin Xiaoya, right? It would be best if she has fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. That's my favorite. Lin Feng put his arm around Su Yishuan's shoulders and said. On the upper floor of Haiqing Heart Building, Lin Xiaoya felt a little sad when she saw the two people negotiating downstairs. Mr. Lin is such an arrogant person, but he treats leaders like the director of the Film and Television City Development Zone as ordinary people. However, because of me, he gave Su Yishuan a cigarette and spoke to him in a kind manner. He could have turned a blind eye, but he did this for me. Okay, let me own 70% of your company. You're a good person, and it's fun to make money with you. Your Film and Television City project is expected to cost nearly 500 million, right? When the contract is signed, I will give you 500 million as a premium for your equity. Su Yishuan said. The Su family appears to have assets worth 300 billion yuan, but in reality it is far more than that. To the eldest grandson of the Su family, 500 million yuan is nothing. It is just money for him to play with cars. It's a deal. You can arrange for the finance department to report tomorrow. Lin Feng looked at Dashikan, who was giving him money and beautiful women, with tears in his eyes, and said, Also, you have to play hard to get this month and be indifferent to Lin Xiaoya temporarily. Wait until May 1st. When she finally realizes that she can't bear to leave you, boom, a grand and romantic confession will win her over directly. Damn, that's awesome! I, Su Yishuan, admire you. Watching Su Yishuan's Ferrari drive away, Lin Feng also felt emotional in his heart. If this is really a peaceful and prosperous era, then it would not be a bad idea to do as you wish. But how can Su Yishuan, a rich second generation who came from a greenhouse, keep the beautiful Lin Xiaoya at bay in the cruel doomsday? I, Lin Feng, am a bad guy. Perhaps that is why this plundering system came after me. Lin, boss, what's going on? Did Su Yishuan embarrass you? His family is the richest in Haiqing. You don't have to offend him for my sake. When she arrived at the office, Lin Xiaoya asked with a concerned look on her face. It's okay. I paid a price. He won't bother you again this month. Lin Feng's distressed expression made Lin Xiaoya feel even more guilty. Seeing that Lin Xiaoya still wanted to continue this topic, Lin Feng really couldn't bear to continue acting, so he changed the subject and said, This office is nice. Where's Yiqiu Yao? Sister Yao went to the Industry and Commerce Bureau to register the company. She should be here soon. Seeing that Lin Feng was trying to change the subject, Lin Xiaoya thought that Lin Feng was afraid that saying too much would increase Lin Xiaoya's guilt, so she cooperated and spoke. But when Lin Xiaoya looked at Lin Feng's broad shoulders and upright back, her eyes began to change. It's noon, let's order something to eat. Which restaurant in Haiqing is the best? Lin Feng sat down in the most luxurious office chair, which was the best position in the office. He could turn around and overlook the sea view of Haiqing through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Zui Pavilion, last time Su, I went there to eat last time, it was delicious. Lin Xiaoya was from a commoner family. The last time she went there was because Su Yishuan took her out to eat there once, but she was afraid that if she mentioned Su Yishuan, Lin Feng would misunderstand her, so she quickly passed it over. Lin Xiaoya couldn't figure out what was going on in her heart. Why was she suddenly afraid that Lin Feng would overthink and misunderstand her? Hello, Qing Yimin? In a Ferrari speeding on Haiqing Road, Su Yishuan made a phone call. Mr. Su, what's wrong? Hand over the work on hand and report to the other company tomorrow. Oh, okay, Mr. Su, it's so sudden, do you have any special mission? Remember, if the boss of the company you go to is the type you like, you must do everything you can to win him over. If he's not your type, I won't force you. Just use your charm to make him revolve around you this month so that he doesn't have time to date other girls. Qing Yimin is the best-looking and most beautiful employee among the tens of thousands of employees in Su Group. Su Yishuan thought, Lin Feng is a person that suits my taste. I will send him a real top-notch girl with fair skin, beautiful face and long legs. This can be considered as a benefit of his tact. With Qing Yimin bothering him, he should not have time to have other thoughts about Xiaoya. Chapter 13, A House of Beauty, Initial Purchase of Supplies. Wow, Mr. Lin, what are you eating? It smells so good. The meal ordered by Lin Xiaoya from Zui Pavilion had just been delivered, and Shining and Zhang Xiaoxia just happened to arrive at the company. Shining changed his previous professional suit style today. A simple casual top paired with a pair of tight jeans perfectly accentuates Sherning's leg shape, and the outline created by the jeans makes Lin Feng stare at her intently. Zhang Xiaoxia was still wearing her professional attire. When she saw Lin Feng, she recalled the scene of fighting with Lin Feng until 3 in the morning last night, and her cheeks flushed. You came just in time, let's eat together. Lin Feng retracted his gaze, smiled, and invited the two to sit down. Is this the food from the pavilion? Good food goes well with good wine. Sherning took out a bottle of red wine from the exquisite gift bag in her hand. Congratulations to Mr. Lin on moving to his new office. I wish Mr. Lin a prosperous business. Sherning noticed that when she entered the door, Lin Feng's eyes stayed on her, and he did not pay too much attention to Zhang Xiaoxia behind him. I feel particularly happy. Girl, fight with me. But she didn't know that Lin Feng deliberately didn't look at Zhang Xiaoxia. Maybe it was because he felt guilty, or maybe Lin Feng had already watched everything he needed to watch last night. At this time, Yi Qiuyao also walked in carrying a bag of folders. Just right, we're all here. Let's eat together. Lin Feng was in a good mood as he looked at the room full of beautiful girls. The food from the pavilion in my hand also smelled particularly fragrant. It is worthy of being the best restaurant in Haiqing. Xiao Yu, give me the WeChat of this restaurant. Then we can order meals from them for our film crew. Okay, Mr. Lin. Lin Xiaoya's cheeks were stuffed with food like a little squirrel, and she responded vaguely. Boss Lin, the documents with the Industrial and Commercial Bureau have been processed. I asked a friend to do it for me. It was pretty fast. Yi Qiuyao also took credit for it. After all, she had just joined such a generous company, and her beauty was not conspicuous among the crowd, so she instinctively felt a sense of crisis. Yi Qiuyao is not a fledgling like Lin Xiaoya. Looking at the beauties in the room, the other three people's eyes when looking at Lin Feng are not right. I also unconsciously want to improve my competitiveness. Yeah, well done. Lin Feng was in a good mood and praised him immediately. After lunch, Lin Feng was the only one left in the huge luxurious office. Yi Qiuyao, Sherning, and Zhang Xiaoxia went to the film and television city construction site. Lin Xiaoya went to buy the remaining office supplies. In a blink of an eye, Lin Feng was the only one left in the room of beauties, and he felt a little lost. With nothing to do at the moment, Lin Feng simply took out the USB drive and prepared to insert it into his laptop to see what was inside. I was about to plug the USB drive into the computer when I suddenly felt something was wrong. I took out a new laptop and disconnected all networks before inserting the USB drive with confidence. It is better to be safe than sorry. If it turns out to be a positioning virus or something, it will be more trouble than gain. There is only a video file in the USB drive. After opening the file, you will see. In a dilapidated factory, an old man and several of his men surrounded a man tied to a chair. Then, at the old man's signal, the men beside the old man fired a shot at the man on the chair, and the old man seemed to be still not satisfied, so he snatched the pistol from the men and fired several more shots at the man lying on the ground. The video ends here. The video is still clear enough that Lin Feng can recognize the old man's identity at a glance. It is the richest man in Haiqing who has appeared in major news all year round, Su Bo's. While this Dashikan's grandfather is such a cruel person, Lin Feng felt a little scared. Even though Lin Feng currently possesses supernatural powers and knows some supernatural things. For Lin Feng, who had never seen such a scene before, the content of this video was shocking enough. In fact, people are evil by nature, but many people cannot afford the cost of being evil, so they try to be good people. This is the case in today's society. Powerful people can afford the cost, so they will do evil at will. The reason why Doomsday is so bloody and cruel is that it reduces the cost of doing evil to a level that everyone can bear. This video is of some use to Lin Feng. But it is only limited to the period approaching the end of the world. There are still more than 20 days left. If it is not handled properly, it will bring endless troubles. But Lin Feng also had a sense of urgent crisis. While I was lost in thought, someone sent me a message on WeChat. Brother Feng, the warehouse and the company are ready. I'll send you the address. It was Lin Dezhuang. When he made his first fortune, he asked Lin Dezhuang to work for him full-time. After all, some things that are currently walking on the edge of the law are not suitable to be handed over to a group of women. It would be safer to let my junior fellow apprentice who grew up with me do it. The warehouse is a large logistics warehouse subleased by a bankrupt logistics company. It is nearly 6,000 square meters and is located in the suburbs with developed transportation. Except for the main roads, there are no surveillance cameras in other places. This way it's not very noticeable. The registered company name is a charitable company focused on supporting construction in Africa. This can provide good cover for Lin Feng to purchase huge amounts of supplies. Of course, Lin Dazhuang's remarks were vague and not explained in detail. But Lin Dazhuang's personality is to ask fewer questions and less inquiries. As for this senior brother who has protected him since childhood, Lin Dazhuang listens to his words and does what he says. I'll ask you to buy some supplies and report to me in time after unloading them to the warehouse. Someone will naturally transport them later. You don't have to worry about it. Okay, Brother Feng, I'll remember what you said. 1,000 tons of refined rice, 1,000 tons of flour, 1,000 tons of grains, 1,000 tons of frozen meat, and 1,000 tons of fresh vegetables of all kinds. This is just the purchase of some basic supplies. It sounds like a huge amount of supplies, but it is not too much for Haiqing, the World Logistics Center. Okay, I'll do it now. Lin Feng put down his phone. Rubbed his temple. As for some of the supplies needed for the doomsday, these are the only common items that ordinary people can buy. As for some supplies such as medical supplies, tools, energy, and weapons, Lin Feng could only find other ways to buy them for free when the end of the world was approaching. Because these prices are high, once the quantity base increases, the money needed will be in the billions of US dollars. The money Lin Feng currently has is far from enough. There is still some time until the end of the world. Making money is too tiring, and it is not suitable to engage in zero-yuan purchases at will. If you have time, you should plunder and increase your strength first. Ding. The phone pushed a TikTok recommendation. Lin Feng clicked on it, and saw that it was a live broadcast room of a beautiful woman. Welcome, brother. Past follows the wind. The past is gone with the wind is Lin Feng's Douyin name. When he was a security guard and had free time, Lin Feng often watched Douyin to look at beautiful women. Oh, this is a good direction. I had originally planned to gather internet celebrities and stars to my own beauty pageant. Since I can't do anything at the moment, I can just pick and choose on Douyin in advance. If I find something suitable and interested, I can directly show my money ability and start plundering. Chapter 14. There is no door to hell, but you have to find it yourself. Haiqing is also a city of internet celebrities, gathering many internet celebrity economic companies. There are also many beautiful women with dreams who come to Haiqing to start live broadcasts, hoping to realize their dream of becoming an internet celebrity in Haiqing. Lin Feng directly recharged 1 million on Douyin, ready to try his hand, and directly clicked on the local channel to start browsing. I casually entered a live broadcast room, the name of which was Xue. She has fair skin, bright eyes and white teeth, and is wearing a light blue off-shoulder short-sleeved shirt. Her long black hair was tied up with a light pink peach blossom hairpin and fell along her fair and translucent shoulders. When she smiles, her neat teeth are exposed, and when she covers her mouth with her hand, her slender fingernails are still a light pink base color. There are more than 30 people in the live broadcast room. Looks like a small anchor. Seeing Lin Feng coming in, he warmly welcomed him. Welcome, brother Wanshu Sui Feng, to the live broadcast room. After the welcome, continue to answer questions from other comments. Well, I still have to take some Hanfu photos today, and the makeup artist hasn't arrived yet. Judging from the comments in the live broadcast room and the introduction on the homepage, Xue is a young model wearing Hanfu who does live broadcasts in her free time and has only 19,000 fans. Maybe because she was waiting to be photographed outdoors, she was wearing a white hollow knitted jacket, looking like she was reluctant but also willing. Lin Feng really liked what he saw, so he ordered a carnival and gave it away. Thank you, it's Brother Feng's carnival. Brother Feng, why did you suddenly give me such a big gift? On the screen, Xue covered her mouth in surprise. Her smile could be seen between her white and slender fingers, and her light pink lips gave people a feeling of pure desire. Where is this in Haiqing? Lin Feng asked while typing. Brother Feng, I'm at the Republic of China Street in Donglai Film and Television City. I'm going to take a set of promotional photos in Hanfu with my sisters. What a coincidence. Right in Donglai Film and Television City? What a coincidence. I just happen to have a project in Donglai Film and Television City. Lin Feng typed and said. Xue hadn't seen Lin Feng's comments due to a few seconds of delay, when a level 30 account called Brother Building Materials King spoke up. You're showing off just because you attended a carnival? Donglai Film and Television City now has 2 locations, the Republic of China Street and the Sci-Fi Building under construction. Do you know about the new film that director Zhang Jinhu is going to shoot? It's about this sci-fi building. I'm the supplier of this building, and I have a project here. Can you learn more about it before you show off next time? Hey Brother Wang, stop talking. Brother Feng, let's just be happy. Don't quarrel. Listening to Xue's tone, she seemed to think that Lin Feng was bragging, but she also wanted to drop the topic so as not to affect the mood of the elder brothers. Lin Feng was too lazy to type a rebuttal and just clicked to send out 100 carnivals. Nearly 300,000 gifts from 100 carnivals immediately brought huge popularity to the live broadcast room, and the number of online people soared from more than 30 to 300. Brother Wang of Building Materials? Show your strength, Lin Feng said. Brother Wang, the building materials man who used to type very fast and send barrages of comments frequently, did not send a single barrage of comments at this moment. Lin Feng simply gave away another 100 carnivals. The barrage began to boil. Whose smuff is this Wang Shui Feng? He just gave away 600,000 in gifts in the blink of an eye. I guess these are votes from within the union. The union wants to promote Xue to a higher position. These votes are always returned and are worthless. A third-rate know-it-all replied. Are you stupid? Didn't you see that Xue doesn't have a union or backing? Is it just a worthless union vote? Well, that might be the real strength. Does swiping tickets have anything to do with the project you just mentioned in Donglai Film and Television City? Country bastard, did you borrow some money from online loans to show off? At this time, Brother Wang, the building materials man who had not spoken for a long time, spoke up. Hey, you are so disgusting that you come to me. Lin Feng was also disgusted by Brother Wang of Building Materials at this time, and typed. Believe it or not, I can stop your business right now. Brother Wang of Building Materials. Just you? Just because you have a few BS you think you can act cool? You should think about how to pay back the money you borrowed online. At this time, Xue recovered from the surprise of the huge amount of gifts and said quickly. Thank you, Brother Feng. Xue appreciates your kindness. Brother Feng, do you like Hanfu as well? Xue can change into a Hanfu now and show it to Brother Feng. Xue also ignored the news from Brother Wang of Building Materials. Firstly, Lin Feng had given a huge amount of gifts and was the primary big brother who needed to be maintained. Secondly, if she directly responded to Brother Wang of Building Materials now, Xue was afraid of losing a potential big brother. Lin Feng saw Xue's private message. Brother Feng, let's spend rationally and not act on impulse. Please send me your account number and I will withdraw the money when I get off the air. I will return the money I can get to you, but I only have half of it. The platform will take half of it. There is nothing I can do about it. Lin Feng stared at the message sent by Xue for a while, then he understood that Xue must be very high level and smart. For someone like Lin Feng who can easily spend 600,000 yuan, how could it be possible that he is really the kind of person who borrows money from online loans to buy gifts, as Brother Wang of Building Materials said? Someone who can easily spend 600,000 yuan cannot easily take it back. Xue did this deliberately to win Lin Feng's favor. Where is the pretentious person? How can he not do what he said? Seeing that Lin Feng didn't say anything, Brother Wang of Building Materials continued to refresh the screen in the live broadcast room. On the other side of Haiqing, there is a construction site office. A fat man in his 40s with a gold necklace was typing frantically on his mobile phone. His neck and face were red. This man was Brother Wang of Building Materials. I don't know if the redness on her neck and face was due to anger or shame. Thinking that he saw Xue near the film and television city, Brother Wang of Building Materials planned to give Xue a gift worth tens of thousands of dollars, ask Xue out for dinner, and then get her drunk and take her away. Who knew that a Qing Yaojin would appear and not treat money as money and raise the market price? At this time, it would be meaningless for him to give gifts. This time, he was able to contract the stone supply for the periphery of the film and television city shelter because it was a business introduced by his brother-in-law. His brother-in-law is the deputy section chief in the film and television city. Although 50% of the profits will be given to his brother-in-law, the rest of the profits will also be considerable in his hands. Lin Feng looked at the barrage of comments that were constantly swiping the screen like a madman and thought, there is no door to hell, but you insisted on coming here, so you can't blame me. Moreover, the building materials provided by this crazy person with hyperthyroidism are definitely not up to standard. Lin Feng doesn't want to have any cooperation with such a person. He picked up his phone and called Cherning. Have you chosen the supplier for the building materials for the shelter? Boss Lin, not yet. We are bidding from an internal subsidiary, and the quality and time limit can only be confirmed after a spot check? Although it will take a little time, Mr. Lin, please rest assured that I can fully guarantee the quality. Cherning thought that Lin Feng was worried about the quality of the project or the delay in the construction period, so he spoke quickly. Oh, it's all right, just go do your thing. After hanging up, Lin Feng turned around and called Cui Zhigao. Who is the supplier of building materials for your outer part? Even to the top leader of the film and television industry, Lin Feng did not speak in a good tone. Boss Lin, wait a moment, let me ask something. I heard that Lin Feng's tone was not right. Cui Zhigao covered the microphone and quickly told the secretary beside him. Immediately asked everyone from the supply department of the Ministry of Construction to come to my office. Chapter 15 Winning Xue. Soon Yao Fu, the chief of the supply department of the Ministry of Construction, and Qian Yong, the deputy chief, walked into the office led by their secretary. Who is the supplier of building materials for the outer part? Cui Zhigao let go of the microphone he was covering at this time. Having been in the officialdom for a long time, he had already become a shrewd man. From Lin Feng's tone, we can tell that there is a high probability that something went wrong with the building materials supplier, which caused Lin Feng to be so angry. This part is divided into two parts. Qian Yong is in charge of the supplier of sand and gravel, and the suppliers of other parts are brother units of state-owned enterprises. Yao Fu said. He was sweating all over at this moment. A while ago, Qian Yong organized a drinking party and introduced his brother-in-law Wang Gang to them. At first, Yao Fu was not interested in Wang Gang, but after drinking too much, he could not control himself and went to bed with the two beauties Wang Gang brought with him. We could only hand over the supply of sand and gravel to Wang Gang. Seeing Director Cui Zhigao's serious and angry expression at this moment, it is very likely that something has happened here. Well, the sand and gravel part is handled by Wang Gang, a well-known local building materials contractor. He has a good reputation in the industry. Qian Yongjing began to introduce and defend himself in a torrent of words. The more guilty you feel, the more you need so many unnecessary explanations. What is your relationship with this Wang Gang? Cui Zhigao, the shrewd old man, heard something wrong from Qian Chen's tone and interrupted him directly to question him. He is my brother-in-law. Qian Yong knew that once this matter began to attract attention, this relationship would be doomed to be revealed. Brother-in-law? Haven't I stressed this in every meeting? We must stick to the bottom line and not let power become a tool for personal gain. Cui Zhigao was so angry that he threw the teacup to the ground, partly because his subordinates were abusing their power for personal gain so blatantly, and partly because he wanted to show it to Lin Feng on purpose. Director, what's wrong with this Wang Gang? Yao Fu asked carefully. He also wanted to know how deep the muddy water was that he had waded into because of his momentary desire. What's wrong? You've offended someone you shouldn't have offended. Immediately cut off all cooperation with Wang Gang. Qian Yong will be suspended from his post immediately and handed over to the disciplinary inspection department for a comprehensive review. When Qian Yong heard this, his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. His secret dealings were not limited to Wang Gang alone. Once the disciplinary inspection department conducts a comprehensive investigation, it would be a small matter for him to be fired, but he would most likely face imprisonment. Who on earth did this damn Wang Gang offend? Cui Zhigao waved his hand and asked Yao Fu to take Qian Yong, who was slumped on the ground, out. He also gave Yao Fu a warning look. When something like this happens, not only does Yao Fu have the responsibility to supervise, but the supply department can also deliberately divide up the sand and gravel business. Maybe there are elements of Yao Fu in it, but Yao Fu is Cui Zhigao's direct descendant, and Cui Zhigao does not want to touch Yao Fu for the time being. Giving a warning look is more serious than any punishment, which means, if you don't restrain yourself, you will end up like him. Cui Zhigao remembered something and instructed his secretary. We should also ask the taxation and industrial and commercial authorities to investigate this Wang Gang. This kind of businessman who corrupts public servants must have a long history of bad deeds and needs to be thoroughly investigated. After hearing everything, Lin Feng was very satisfied with Cui Zhigao's swift and decisive approach. Without asking for the specific reason, he just got the job done and also asked someone to investigate Wang Gang. Good. I'm going to the film and television city in a while. I'll ask Director Cui for a cup of tea then. Oh, General Manager Lin is coming to inspect our work. Welcome, welcome. Let's have a simple meal together tonight. Can. Lin Feng hung up the phone and returned to the live broadcast room. Welcome, Brother Feng. Brother Feng, where were you just now? How do you like Xuexua's hanfu? Xuexua was wearing a light pink-waisted hanfu long skirt at this time. The pink corset outlines her slender waist, and the collar of her white dress also reveals a deep ravine in the middle. Xuexua, who was feeling a little lost, stood up and turned around in front of her phone when she saw Lin Feng coming back. The slender figure matched with the exquisite hanfu made Lin Feng unable to take his eyes away. Yeah, I just made a phone call. Lin Feng typed a response. Didn't Brother Wang just say that he was going to cut off Brother Wang's business? Did he really go? How is that possible? He's probably just bragging. I looked at Brother Wang's homepage, and he's a big shot who drives a Land Rover. How could his business be shut down so easily? Where is Brother Wang of building materials? At this moment, the barrage is also scrolling across the screen. Today's program was really rich as we watched the beauties and ate melons and cheered. 5 minutes later, Brother Wang, who had not spoken for a long time, finally spoke up. Brother Feng, Grandpa Feng, President Feng, I was wrong, I was really wrong, I said something I didn't want to say, I apologize, please forgive me. What happened, Brother Wang? A group of people in the barrage were confused by the contrast between Brother Wang's before and after. At this moment, Wang Gang was at a loss as his sister and brother-in-law had just taken turns bombarding him with phone calls. Only then did he realize that he had offended someone he could not afford to offend. Not long after, a phone call came in from his friend at the Market Supervision Bureau. Wang Gang, I'll have someone deliver the things you gave me to your home. Don't tell anyone that you and I know each other. The call was then hastily hung up. Wang Gang's cell phone slipped from his hand. Today's live broadcast ends here. Xuexua had already seen the change in Brother Wang's tone, and when she saw that Lin Feng stopped talking, she decided to hang up the live broadcast. Prepare to chat with Lin Feng alone. Where Xuexua doesn't want to miss such a rich and powerful man. Brother Feng, I won't broadcast anymore. There are too many people in the live broadcast room and it's too noisy. If you want to see hanfu, I will show it to you alone. Xuexua sent a private message to Lin Feng. I'm going to the film city in a while. Lin Feng replied, with just one simple sentence. Everything was said without words. Then I'll wait for you here. If you're free, I'll treat you to a meal. It just so happens that the development director of the film and television city has invited me to dinner. I'll take you with me then. Okay. The development director of the film and television city? The person who had only been seen in the news and on the notice board of the film and television city? How could Wang Shui Feng be invited to dinner by such a person? Xuexua's real name is Wenningsue. She has been able to survive in the hanfu modeling and live streaming circles while still retaining her purity. Wenningsue's level and ability to play with people's feelings are quite high. Wenningsue has her own plans. For a generous fish like Lin Feng, if Lin Feng looks decent. Wenningsue doesn't mind maintaining an ambiguous relationship, keeping Lin Feng hanging, and trying to gain as many benefits as possible when the time comes. If Lin Feng can really make him feel comfortable and satisfied, at some appropriate time in the future. If something really happened between her and Lin Feng, Wen Ningxue was mentally prepared. But Wen Ningxue was determined not to let Lin Feng get it too easily. A relationship blogger on the internet once said, "Girls must protect themselves, and maintaining an ambiguous relationship is the best way to go." Chapter 16: Wen Ningxue's Methods. When Lin Feng went downstairs, the driver was already waiting downstairs. Lin Feng is essentially a selfish and stingy person. Once capital is invested, a return must be obtained. I specifically told Cui Zhigao to prepare to go shopping on Minhwa Street. When they arrived at the film and television city, Cui Zhigao and his subordinates were already waiting at the gate of Minhwa Street. Unlike the previous signing and inspection when the area was cleared early, there are still many tourists on Minhwa Street at this time. Seeing a group of film and television city executives waiting at the door, the tourists also gathered around. Among them were a group of young ladies wearing hanfu, each of them young and beautiful, and Wen Ningxue, who led them, was particularly eye-catching. So many people are waiting, and we saw Director Cui. Is some big shot coming? It's probably a certain leader, or a certain young master. If it's a certain young master, I really have to find a way to make friends with him. Listening to the discussion of the young sisters beside her, Wen Ningxue had a guess in her mind that she was not sure of. Wang Shui Feng had said before that he would come to the film and television city, and the development director of the film and television city invited him to dinner. Are these people waiting for him? A luxurious Alpha drove up to the gate and stopped. A tall young man with delicate features and a confident aura got down from the car seat. Wow, so handsome! Is this a young master or a celebrity? How could you not recognize such a handsome star? He must be a rich young man. I heard that the film and television city has been looking for investment recently. Seeing the scene under the car, Lin Feng was surprised. I have never seen Minhwa Street so lively before. Director Cui, there are quite a few tourists visiting your Republic Street. That's all thanks to Mr. Lin. Ever since you decided to film the movie in the film and television city, the number of tourists in our film and television city has increased dramatically. Boss Lin, about that building materials thing. It's okay. I feel relieved to cooperate with you. Lin Feng waved his hand to interrupt Cui Zhigao's words. A smart person would stop when necessary, but it would be too domineering to argue too much. Has the construction of the shelter already started? Yes, Mr. Lin. Both sides are proceeding simultaneously, and I have been coordinating with them to advance the work. Director Cui is thoughtful. There's a new hotel here. They serve top-quality Dehongpo and Haitian cuisine. Would you mind coming and reviewing it, Mr. Lin? Can. When approaching the hotel, he remembered something and turned to Cui Zhigao and said, There's a model named Xiu among the hanfu models in your film and television area. Please ask her to come and join us. Okay. Cui Zhigao quickly instructed the secretary beside him. It seems that Mr. Lin is still as youthful and romantic as ever. Cui Zhigao joked. After getting to know each other, Cui Zhigao also knew Lin Feng's general personality. He was particularly concerned about work and had a good personality in general. He doesn't have the arrogance and domineering attitude of the rich second generation. However, Cui Zhigao secretly kept in mind the romantic nature of Lin Feng, the young man. I must find some top-notch people next time and introduce them to Lin Feng, so that Lin Feng will have someone to advise him by his side. The investment in film and television cities will definitely increase and not decrease. Chunyuan is a high-end Chinese-style hotel on Minhwa Street, which is said to have been invested and opened by a big star. The lobby has 12 red-lacquered carved lattice windows, and a winding stone path leads to the cave entrance. This hotel is nice. Isn't it said that it's owned by a celebrity? Can you tell me who it is? Lin Feng asked. It's not inconvenient. If you ask carefully, you will know that it was invested and opened by Xinqianer. Lin Feng knew Xinqianer. She was a top star in the entertainment industry, with a stunning face and figure. Any selfie she posted would dominate the hot searches. This kind of beauty is almost the pinnacle of beauty in the world, and the halo of the national goddess can also increase men's desire to conquer her. It's her. She's pretty good. Director Cui should introduce her to me someday. Even if she can't participate in the filming of the movie, it would be nice if she could be invited as a guest at the casting meeting on May 1st. That's fine. I have a good relationship with her agent. I can pay the maximum notice fee by then, Lin Feng said. As long as she can be invited to the casting conference on May 1st, Xinqian will not be able to escape from Lin Feng's palm. Lin Feng could be considered to have saved her. After all, with her stunning beauty, if she didn't have strong protection, she would be destined to become a high-end commodity at the end of the world. Director Mr. Lin, Winning Xue is here, the secretary said. Following behind him was a fashionable and sexy girl, wearing a cool white dress that reflected her white skin and a backless dress that revealed her flawless white back. The suspender silk skirt shows off her slim waist, making her look like a fresh peach. Drop. Name, Winning Xue. Age, 20 years old. Rating, 9.0 points. Evaluation, Cold Jade Fairy Peach, a perfect body. People often say that live broadcasts are mostly beautified, but the reality is horrible. After seeing Winning Xue's appearance, Lin Feng instantly erased this sentence from his mind. Hello, director. Winning Xue came over and said. The gentle voice in this exquisitely decorated Chinese-style hotel is like the sound of an oriole in the mountains. Reality is more beautiful than live broadcasts. Xue, Lin Feng said. Cui Zhigao would not rashly make the introduction because this was the person Lin Feng asked to bring. Are you Brother Feng? Winning Xue's heart was slightly moved when she saw that the handsome man in front of her was really Brother Feng. Yes, take a seat. Let's eat together. Lin Feng asked everyone to sit down, and Cui Zhigao also tacitly asked Lin Feng and Winning Xue to sit at the same table. During the meal, Lin Feng was the main talker, with Cui Zhigao and the secretary echoing him. Winning Xue plays the role of a gentle little white rabbit. Surprisingly, Lin Feng declined the drinks arranged by Cui Zhigao. This made Cui Zhigao quite surprised. If Mr. Lin wanted to pick up girls, why didn't he drink? Lin Feng has his own plans. The dinner soon came to an end, and Cui Zhigao and his secretary tactfully said goodbye in a hurry. Where are you staying? I'll take you there, Lin Feng said to Winning Xue. It's not a big deal, Brother Feng. Winning Xue didn't know if she was pretending to be reserved or had other plans. She actually declined Lin Feng's offer. The car is here, let me take you there. Didn't you say you would wear hanfu for me? Lin Feng pretended not to hear and got into the car first. Winning Xue looked at the luxurious Alpha and thought, well, I'll give you some ambiguous pull. The driver did not ask for Winning Xue's home address and drove to the Hilton Hotel on his own. After arriving downstairs at the Hilton Hotel, Lin Feng picked up his phone and transferred 200,000 yuan to Winning Xue via WeChat. Brother Feng, what does this mean? But before Lin Feng could reply, Winning Xue had already taken the money. Keep it and use it as pocket money. My house is upstairs. Go take a look. Looking at Lin Feng's sincere eyes, Winning Xue said, Then I'll just go for a visit. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Winning Xue took Lin Feng's arm and went upstairs and entered the room. Seeing Lin Feng touching her after entering the house, Winning Xue said, Brother Feng, no, we just met. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't stop, Winning Xue picked up the bag and was about to leave, saying angrily, If you continue to do this, I will call the police. A big shot like you wouldn't want your reputation to be ruined, right? In Winning Xue's plan, no matter how rich or handsome Lin Feng is, she wanted to keep Lin Feng hanging first, because once he was caught, she would lose her bargaining chip. Winning Xue is confident in herself. She believes that Lin Feng will be her obedient lapdog, giving her money and bags, and only decide whether to be with her after squeezing out all the value from her. I knew you, a slut, would try to be reserved. You're someone who likes to play with people's feelings and keep them hanging? Call the police? Go ahead. Neither of us drank alcohol at Qingyuan, and we were both sober. You took the initiative to get into the car at the door. And you took the initiative to hold my arm all the way up to Hilton. The driver, the housekeeper, and the surveillance can all prove it. And do you know how the police will interpret the 200,000 yuan you personally received downstairs after you called the police? Who is Lin Feng? Lin Feng was a person who had already adapted to the doomsday and changed his mindset in advance. He had also long noticed that Winning Xue was very skilled, so Lin Feng was on guard. Lin Feng currently doesn't have the heart to destroy a real naive girl like Lin Xiaoya, but that doesn't mean Lin Feng is a kind and cherishing person. For a fake rookie like Wen Ningxue who uses tricks first, Lin Feng will not have any psychological burden at all once he uses the tricks. Lin Feng doesn't have time to flirt with women or talk about feelings. Wen Ningxue was speechless at this time. Lin Feng picked him up roughly and threw him onto the bed. Chapter 17 Skills, Level 1 Transition. Lin Feng didn't wake up until noon the next day. He stood up and hurriedly checked the system prompts. Drip. Yin-Yang Plunder takes effect. Strength plus 0.5 times 3, the number of 7-point beauties is currently 3. Normal looting, refresh the first level skill, level 1 jump, the host can set a jump anchor point and jump. You can jump to the anchor point and return forcibly after 2 hours. Cooling time, 72 hours. The jump ignores the distance. Current properties. Strength 11 plus 3 5. Constitution 10 5. Speed 9 5. The values in brackets are the attributes of normal people. Oh my god, this is a pure life-saving skill. Wen Ningxue next to her didn't know if she was still asleep or pretending to be asleep. Her beautiful eyes were tightly closed, and her cheeks were still slightly flushed. 2 faint tear marks can be seen at the corners of the eyes. Maybe it was because the little fairy peach was particularly fresh and tender last night, or maybe it was because the atmosphere was quite stimulating. Lin Feng tortured Wen Ningxue until this morning. Wen Ningxue woke up slowly when she heard Lin Feng getting up. A pair of eyes looked at Lin Feng, who was getting dressed, with a very complicated expression. When Ningxue recalled what happened last night, in the first half, it was almost always Lin Feng who took the initiative, while in the second half, it was almost always Wen Ningxue who took the initiative as she tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time. Looking at Lin Feng's well-defined muscles and broad shoulders, Wen Ningxue thought maybe she didn't lose out. Lin Feng was rich and handsome, so it was good for him to live like this. Moreover, for someone like Wen Ningxue, who is a lickspittle who obeys her in everything, she will not develop any feelings for him. Feeling the burning gaze behind him, Lin Feng turned around and said, "Woke up!" The Hilton suite was well lit. Lin Feng was in a good mood under the sunshine, perhaps because of the powerful skills he had plundered. Lin Feng also unconsciously had a slightly warm smile on his face, which was completely different from his appearance last night. Wen Ningxue was also particularly conflicted and complicated at this time, and didn't know how to respond. "I'll transfer 1 million to you later, and you can use it as pocket money." Lin Feng said that Wen Ningxue had become his woman, and as for last night's rudeness, all Lin Feng could think of was to give her more money to make up for it. "I don't want any money." After a long silence, Wen Ningxue spoke. "Get me a room downstairs and come visit me when you miss me. I'll tell you if I need money." Wen Ningxue was a smart woman and knew that she couldn't possibly dream of making Lin Feng devotedly responsible to her. Wen Ningxue, who originally thought she was superior in relationships between men and women. "Now I just think that it's good to be able to do this." Wen Ningxue was surprised to find that now, she just wanted to stay with the man in front of her for a while longer. "Oh?" Lin Feng was a little surprised at the contrast between Wen Ningxue before and after. Different from Lin Yu and Zhang Xiaoxia. This is Wen Ningxue's first time. The treatment is naturally different. Since she is so sensible, Lin Feng will naturally be nicer to her. "I'll have someone get you a room downstairs, and I'll give you a car and a driver. I have something else to do at the company today. I'll be back to accompany you later." Lin Feng was about to open the door and go out, but turned back and said, "Don't do modeling or live streaming for now. Go shopping and buy something you like later." Morning, Mr. Lin. A wonderful day starts with Lin Xiaoya's warm greeting in the office. "It's already noon, it's still early," Lin Feng replied with a smile. "As soon as I entered the door, I saw a beautiful woman about 168 centimeters tall sitting next to me. She was wearing a black suit with a slim waistline, and a pair of single-strap high heels. The right-angled shoulders form a sharp contrast with the slender waist, and the legs are long and well-proportioned, with a sense of strength and softness. Her facial features are delicate and three-dimensional, Her facial contours are soft but not without edges, and her long curly hair, parted in the middle, falls on her shoulders. She looks very much like Hong Kong star Janice Man. Drop. Name, Qing Yimin. Age 27. Rating, 9.1 points. Evaluation, simple and gorgeous. Who is this beautiful lady? Lin Feng turned around and asked Lin Xiaoya. He said he was looking for a job. Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Qing Yimin and I'm here to apply for the finance position. Oh. I remember now. We had a phone chat before, right? Lin Feng slapped his forehead. It seems that silly guy Chun sent such a beautiful girl here. Not bad, not bad. While expressing his emotion, Lin Feng turned around and glanced at Lin Xiaoya. Lin Xiaoya thought that Lin Feng was comparing her with Qing Yimin. Qing Yimin's mature aura and her breasts made Lin Xiaoya feel a little breathless. But she still stood up straight and leaned forward twice to deliberately show off her little breasts. Meaning, I'm not bad either. Lin Feng smiled when he saw this. Yeah, I talked to you about it before. Qing Yimin stood up and reached out to Lin Feng. Lin Feng reached out and held it without any sign of stage fright. Qing Yimin's hands are soft as if they have no bones, and feel comfortable to the touch. Seeing that the two were holding hands and were reluctant to let go, Lin Xiaoya seemed a little unhappy. He deliberately walked between the two of them and introduced Lin Feng. Boss, how do you feel now that all the office supplies are in place? Lin Feng then reluctantly let go of his hand and said to Qing Yimin. If it's convenient today, you can go to work now. He turned his head and glanced at the office. The entire office has been divided into more than a dozen workstations, and there is a small potted plant next to each workstation. Computers, tables and chairs have all been purchased, and they look simple and high-end. It seems that Lin Xiaoya is quite capable in doing things. Please help me make an appointment with Fang Mingye and have him come to my place later. I have something to discuss with him. Lin Feng instructed Lin Xiaoya. The emergence of new superpowers has allowed Lin Feng to start planning the next step. Qing Yimin, come to my office. Lin Feng said to Qing Yimin, who was choosing a workstation. Okay, Mr. Lin. By the way, where is Yiqiu Yao? The office lacked the natural fragrance of Yiqiu Yao's body, and Lin Feng then thought of Yiqiu Yao. Sister Yao went to the film and television city. Not bad, not bad. It seems that I have always judged people by their appearance. For those who can take root in Haiqing, their attitude and ability in the workplace are unquestionable. When he arrived at the office, Lin Feng deliberately closed the door. Did you bring the contract? Yes, President Su asked me to say hello to you. Since you've come to me, you're mine. Whatever conditions Su Yishuan gives you, I'll give you the same. After the subsequent films are launched, we can give you some equity incentives, which can be written into your labor contracts. Lin Feng's big pie came as soon as he opened his mouth, but the time was still delayed until a month later. At present, Lin Feng doesn't want to win over the girls in his company. The reason is simple: for the time being, we still need them to work hard. Lin Feng was afraid that once some different emotions and elements were added, it would affect his work. We will advance the current work step by step, and no one will escape when May 1st comes. Okay, I'll definitely do my best. Qing Yimin has been in the workplace for a long time and knows that what can be written into the labor contract is not a big deal. With a market value of tens of billions, the amount represented by any equity that can be distributed is huge. Looking at the equity acquisition contract handed over by Qing Yimin, Lin Feng didn't quite understand it. There should be some pitfalls in it. In a normal social environment, it must be reviewed by professionals and repeatedly discussed before it can be signed. Lin Feng didn't care about that. He picked up the pen and started signing. There is some conspiracy. All will be in vain when the end of the world comes. Chapter 18 Yu Li Hui. Although Qing Yimin was arranged by Su Yishuan to come to Lin Feng Company. But for now, everything feels good. A handsome and wealthy boss, a simple and comfortable office environment, easy and simple work, 2 salaries, and equity. It's better than being subjected to obscene looks from male colleagues who passed by at Su Group before. In the minds of those male colleagues, they must be having a miserable life. Although Qing Yimin was surprised that Lin Feng signed the acquisition contract given by President Su so readily, she was not overly shocked. Because according to the special task assigned to him by Su Yishuan, the Mr. Lin in front of him should be a very good friend of Su Yishuan. Friends of a person like Su Yishuan naturally would not care much about cooperation worth hundreds of millions between friends. After a while, Lin Xiaoye came knocking on the door. Enter. Lin Feng put down the phone that was watching TikTok. Boss Lin, Fang Mingya is here. Okay, let him in. When Fang Mingya pushed the door open, Lin Feng could see beads of sweat on his forehead. In Fang Mingya's eyes, Lin Feng, this generous financial sponsor, is like the god of wealth. How could Fang Mingya neglect the call of the god of wealth? Boss Lin, you're looking for me? Sit down. How's the matter going with what I told you to do? I'm already looking for one, and I can't recommend someone with poor conditions. It's okay. If your personal energy is limited, I can arrange for you to go with me to search together. Besides, I have told you the principle. As long as she's pretty, it's fine. Even if she's from your industry, I'll give her every point she deserves. Yes. Fang Mingya nodded quickly. Why does Fang Mingya feel like he has become a high-level pimp? However, seeing the example of Lin Xiaoye, the woman in the finance position who just came in was also very beautiful. Fang Mingya was under a lot of pressure. In this fast-paced Haiqing, there were very few beautiful single white-collar women who could reach Lin Xiaoye's level. By the way, relax the conditions and consider those who are not single. I don't have any bad intentions, I just want to please the eyes. When Lin Feng saw Fang Mingya's embarrassed expression, he remembered the requirement of being single that he had put forward before. On second thought, I don't give a damn whether she is single or not, as long as she is pretty. It seems that the constraints of morality on me are still too severe. If you want to be a hero in troubled times, you have to learn from Cao Cao. Okay then, Mr. Lin. This way I will have more confidence to do it. Also, I asked you to come here today because I need you to find a very special kind of talent. Boss Lin, you say? I need you to find a person or company that has experience in foreign trade and cooperation with foreign military enterprises. For some of the supplies needed for the doomsday, it is not enough to just collect them from the people of Longwa and Lin Dazhuang's way and identity. The emergence of new superpowers gave Lin Feng a bold plan in his mind. Well, I do know someone who can. After listening to Lin Feng's request, Fang Mingyu spoke without much hesitation, but his words were a little vague, as if he had something to hide. Oh? Tell me more about it. Noticing Fang Mingyu's hesitation, Lin Feng asked curiously. One of my childhood friends is called Yu Lihui. He is 39 years old. He used to do foreign trade in Haiqing. His business was pretty good. But in the first 6 months, his company fell into a trap set by shareholders. Not only did he lose his shares and control of the company, but he also had to bear huge debts. He may not be suitable for you, just pretend I didn't say anything. Fang Mingyu knew very well that according to the requirements of the headhunting industry, it was not appropriate to recommend such talents who were heavily in debt. But he has a good relationship with Yu Lihui. Yu Lihui has a family and is having a hard time now, so he also wants to help Yu Lihui. Oh? Can you tell me about his family background and how much debt he owes? Lin Feng is particularly interested in this kind of person. What he is going to do now also has legal risks, and those elites in Haiqing who have everything going smoothly may not take the risk. But for someone like Yu Lihui who is at the end of his rope, he is more courageous to do it. He is currently in debt of more than 20 million yuan. He has 2 children, both are very young, one is 2 years old and the other is 3 years old. He has a good relationship with his wife, but his mother was diagnosed with cancer after he went bankrupt. It will cost a huge amount of money for medical treatment. He is very capable and has previous experience in military cooperation with the United States. Some time ago, after drinking with me, he said that if it weren't for the fact that he couldn't leave his family behind, he might really commit suicide. Pa! Lin Feng slammed the table. Fang Mingyu thought that Lin Feng was angry for recommending such a dangerous talent to him, and was about to explain. It's him, ask him to come out and talk to me. Fang Mingyu was stunned. Generally, large companies would avoid people like Yu Lihui. However, Mr. Lin in front of him decided to meet immediately after listening to his story about Yu Lihui. It seems that Mr. Lin is a boss who values friendship and who himself attaches great importance to friendship. This is a real entrepreneur. After answering, he immediately went out to call Yu Lihui. The two parties agreed to meet at the film and television city in the afternoon. You have been in arrears with the medical expenses for such a long time. When can you pay it off? Yes, if you don't pay off the debt, I won't be able to continue your mother's chemotherapy. In the hospital, a middle-aged man with a decadent face and untidy beard was being questioned by a group of doctors in the office. This middle-aged man was Yu Lihui. Yu Lihui was thinking about his past partners and who among his brothers could still lend him money. When I was in glory in the past, all my friends were like brothers. After hearing that he was in trouble, everyone avoided him. The only one who was willing to lend him money was his childhood friend Fang Mingyu. Ding-ling-ling. Yu Lihui picked up the phone and saw that it was Fang Mingyu. It was really difficult for him to borrow more money from Fang Mingyu, even though Fang Mingyu had told him before that he was currently working with a powerful boss. Can. Hello? Hey Ahui, do you remember the powerful boss I told you about? He wants to see you now. Put down what you are doing and go to Donglai Film and Television City immediately. Ah? What was I going to do? Are you stupid, Wheezy? This boss is interested in your abilities and wants to help you. Go over and have a chat. I'll send the address to your phone. Yu Lihui stood there in a daze, and the doctor in front of him continued to analyze the pros and cons for him. I'll go out for a while, maybe I can pay the bill when I come back. Yu Lihui interrupted hurriedly, left a word, and ran out in a hurry. It must be the factory building next to the film and television city. When Yu Lihui found the address, it was already dark. The factory building was dilapidated, the rooms were dark, and there was an eerie atmosphere. Walking into the factory, the scene inside made Yu Lihui unforgettable for the rest of his life. There is a small pile next to it. I don't know what is in it. It is blocked by a plastic sheet and I can't see clearly. In the middle of the dim room stood a handsome young man, and there was another person lying on the ground with blood spreading all over his body. Chapter 19 Yu Lihui's Changes. Yu Lihui? At this time, the young man in the pool of blood spoke. The gloomy environment and the young man's tone sounded like the devil's whisper in Yu Lihui's ears. I am. Yu Lihui replied tremblingly. Could this person be the powerful boss that Fang Mingyu mentioned? But what should we do in this situation? Fang Mingyu said you're not afraid of death, but you're afraid of this kind of small situation? The young man said. At this moment Yu Lihui's thoughts were frozen, and he was trembling and didn't dare to speak. The young man in front of him ignored Yu Lihui and walked straight to the small pile nearby. Wow! The young man lifted the plastic sheet on the pile with his hand, and it was torn off, revealing the true appearance of the pile inside. It turned out to be neatly stacked stacks of cash. I heard that you are in huge debt and living a life worse than death? I heard that your mother is seriously ill and needs medical treatment urgently? Can't delay? Come here. Use the knife in my hand and stab it hard into the man on the ground. I will pay off all your debts for you. If you work for me in the future, I will ensure that your mother's medical expenses are sufficient, and your family will have enough food and drink. The man's voice was like a sharp sword, piercing into Yu Lihui's heart. What? Yu Lihui, who was already filled with fear, widened his eyes when he heard the man's conditions. He remembered. He hesitated on the rooftop several times and wanted to jump down. His old mother has never enjoyed a single day of happiness, but is tortured by illness and threatened by debt collectors. His virtuous and gentle wife. His two lovely children. His relatives and friends who turned against him. Yes, I have thought about dying. Why would I be afraid of this? As long as he can help his family return to normal life, everything Yu Lihui does is worth it. Yu Lihui's eyes were filled with light again, and behind that light there was a hint of madness. After figuring it out, Yu Lihui walked over to the young man. The face of the man lying on the ground could not be seen clearly, but one could feel his body still rising and falling slightly. Pick up the knife and stab it hard into the man's chest. I'm recording everything. Once you do it, you can only work for me steadily in the future. The young man continued speaking. Without waiting for the young man to finish speaking, Yu Lihui snatched a knife from the young man's hand and stabbed it into the chest of the man on the ground. Feeling the hot blood gushing out of his hands, Yu Lihui quickly let go and collapsed to the ground. The man's body on the ground, which had been slightly rising and falling, became completely motionless. That's right, take the money. There are car keys on the pile of money. The car is parked at the door. I will contact you tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Yu Lihui stood up and walked numbly to the small pile. It was indeed stacks of cash. Even though the room was filled with the smell of blood at this moment, it still couldn't block out the unique smell of paper money. Seeing Yu Lihui loading the cash into the car and driving away like a zombie, a third person's voice rang out from the empty factory. Brother Feng, is it really necessary to do this? It was the man who was originally lying down who stood up and spoke. De Zhuang, you should never underestimate a person's evil. If I want him to do something for me, I will have to give him hundreds of millions of dollars. How can I feel at ease? This is just a token of my loyalty. The young man was Lin Feng, and the man lying on the ground was Lin Daozhuang. Your movie props are indeed realistic, and your special actor is also very realistic in acting out the murder scene. Brother Feng, I used to be famous for playing dead characters on the set. But Brother Feng, I still have a question. Why didn't you transfer the money to him directly after it was completed? Why did you let him move the money himself? It's covered in blood. It would be very troublesome to go out. You don't understand. If he had a bottom line and an excuse before comforting himself that he did this for his family. As he carries the stacks of cash into his car, his bottom line and excuses will be worn away bit by bit. Please clean up this place. You've worked hard. After Lin Feng finished his instructions, he walked out of the factory and lit a cigarette. Just now, Lin Feng personally created a demon for his own use. There is only sadness in my heart. In this fucked up society. In fact, it's not just Yu Lihui. I guess many people who are in dire straits are looking forward to the coming of the doomsday. Ding, the WeChat notification sound rang. Lin Feng opened his eyes and saw that it was Winning Xue. Will you come see me today? This Winning Xue is really a masochist. She originally intended to make people obey her in everything, but she was tamed into a submissive sheep. I'm hungry. Let's go out and eat something. I'll tell you when we get downstairs. Lu Tseman, where is Yu Lihui? I'm telling you, don't try to hide your husband. Yes, if your husband hides, we will collect the debt from you. You have money to pay for Mom's medical treatment, but no money to pay off the debt? I really don't know where my husband is. I called him, but he didn't answer. At the entrance of the hospital ward, a woman about 35 years old was surrounded by a group of people in a corner. This is a hospital. Please don't gather here and make loud noises. At this time, a doctor and several nurses came over, and it seemed that they wanted to rescue Lu Tsueman. He turned to Lu Tsueman and said, Ms. Lu, if you don't pay the medical expenses before tomorrow, we will have no choice but to let you and your mother leave. This? Just when Lu Tsueman was filled with despair and didn't know what to do. Who is it? Who threw something at me? At this time, an ant who was the leader of the debt collection group was hit by something thrown from a distance and felt a pain. When everyone looked, they found that it was actually a bundle of cash, but there seemed to be some blood on the cash. It's Yu Lihui. Pay me back. Yu Lihui, you owe me more than 2 million, including 450,000 in interest, a total of 2.45 million. The ant who was leading the group was about to continue cursing and threatening Yu Lihui to pay back the money quickly. But unexpectedly, her hair was grabbed by a bloody hand. The hand was so powerful that it seemed as if it was trying to pull the old lady's hair out of her scalp. The old lady felt so much pain that she could only lean back with the force of his hand. When I looked up, I saw a pair of cold eyes. It was Yu Lihui. Yu Lihui's body was filled with the smell of blood, and the murderous aura he exuded was almost tangible. Second ant, you know whether this money is a loan or an investment. If you dare to make trouble like this again, I, Yu Lihui, will kill your whole family tonight. At this moment, Yu Lihui was like a devil in everyone's eyes. No one dared to speak. Suddenly, a fishy smell spread from Second Ant's body. Second Ant actually peed. Yu Lihui threw his second hand aside fiercely. Take the cash on the ground. If you dare to make trouble again, I will not give you a penny. I will settle the account with you. The debt collection team hurriedly collected the cash on the ground and helped Second Ant away. Second Ant seemed to have recovered from the shock just now, and turned back fiercely and said, Just wait. It's only natural to pay back your debts. You can't lose a cent. The doctors and nurses beside them also recovered from their shock and were about to speak, but were interrupted by Yu Lihui. I've already paid the hospital bill, now let's just be quiet. Lu Tseman saw that Yu Lihui's hands were covered in blood, so she quickly grabbed Yu Lihui's hand and looked at it. Are you injured? Why is there so much blood? Seeing his wife's concerned expression, Yu Lihui hugged her. Man, I will never let you suffer any injustice again. Chapter 20 10 Days Progress. Brother Feng, the third batch of supplies has arrived at the warehouse. On WeChat, Lin Dezhuang sent a message to Lin Feng. 10 days have passed since Yu Lihui was conquered. Lin Feng's subspace has accumulated 2,000 tons of rice, 2,000 tons of flour, 2,000 tons of miscellaneous grains, 2,000 tons of frozen meat, 2,000 tons of fresh vegetables, and 3,000 barrels of drinking water. The third batch of supplies includes 100 tons of various live hydroponic vegetable seeds and 5,000 pieces of constant temperature underwear. There were 5,000 sets of reflective raincoats and bite-proof gloves, as well as countless daily necessities such as toilet paper, toothbrushes, solid alcohol, etc. Several huge material purchases cost Lin Feng nearly 300 million yuan, including the 500 million yuan that Su Yishuan transferred 2 days ago. Lin Feng now has less than 1 billion yuan left. Ding Ling. I saw a call from Yu Lihui who was far away in Hong Kong on my phone. Lin Feng let out a long sigh, thinking that it had finally come. Boss Lin, we have already negotiated with them, but we need to pay a 10% deposit. The cargo ship can only enter the customs after the final payment is paid. Well done, please send me the shipping address and time when the time comes. 9 days ago, Lin Feng arranged for Yu Lihui to go to Hong Kong City to negotiate with the American military-industrial enterprise he had previously cooperated with to purchase supplies. Military canned food, braised pork/vegetables/fish, 500,000 cans. 2,000 sets of cut-resistant tactical clothing, Kevlar fiber. 2,000 titanium alloy multifunctional military shovels. High-carbon steel silent wire saw 1,000. 2,000 silent rotor drones. Universal toolbox 1,000 pieces. 1,000 silent robot dogs. Nearly $1 billion in supplies. These materials may be available in China, but the approval process is cumbersome and may attract the attention of relevant departments. So after Lin Feng recruited Yu Lihui, he started planning to purchase it from the United States. Of course, you can also buy it directly for free, but no place can prepare everything Lin Feng needs like it does now. But can so many sensitive materials be allowed into the country easily? The answer is not easy. That is why the military-industrial enterprises in the United States require payment of the final payment before they can enter the country. Even if the goods cannot pass through customs and are sent back, there will be no loss for the military-industrial enterprises that have already received the balance payment. However, Lin Feng had no intention of allowing these goods to enter Longwa customs at all. Didn't even plan to pay the balance. Xiao Yu, book me a ticket to the beautiful country. Lin Feng walked to the door and gave instructions to Lin Xiaoya. Okay, boss. During these few days, Lin Feng had already laid the groundwork in order to ensure that the film and television company's special effects would have satisfactory results. Lin Feng is going to the United States, under the pretext of studying. But as the doomsday approaches, Lin Feng is destined to do something big when he goes to the United States. The reason for choosing the United States is very simple. Only a country like the United States, which claims to be free, can allow Lin Feng to easily purchase some special weapons for free. Mr. Lin, do you want me to go with you? Lin Xiaoya asked. Looking at Lin Xiaoya's calves as white as cream, Lin Feng swallowed. If I could enjoy Lin Xiaoya's softness, eat Xiaoyao's fragrance, and Qin Yimin's beautiful legs in the beautiful country. This was a perfect trip. But obviously there are many risks in going to the United States this time, and it would only be inconvenient if I rashly take a woman with me. You don't have to go. It's very important that you keep an eye on the beauty pageant on May 1st. Since the beauty pageant started to promote itself online a few days ago, it has already created a huge influence in Dragon Country. The number of applicants was close to 20,000. With the help of Zhang Junhu, Lin Feng formed a team of discerning agents to conduct strict screening of these 20,000 people. Lines and acting skills are not important. What is important is to select 50 people with fair skin, no tattoos, pretty faces and perfect bodies from these 20,000 people to enter the final. Lin Feng also specifically requested physical examinations for these 50 people. Although he claimed that he needed a healthy team of actors, Lin Feng was actually afraid that someone in the team might be sick and infect him. In addition, Lin Feng did not want to miss the beauties who had not signed up. Let the agency team go to various universities, model agencies, major live broadcast platforms and even the streets across the country to select according to the same standards as beauty pageants. It was announced that a 500-member public jury would be formed, and each person would receive a notice fee of 100,000 yuan as long as they came to Haicheng to participate in the recording on May 1st. After Lin Feng's current affairs are finished, he will still need to decide on the celebrities and number of people to be invited from the current entertainment industry. With Lin Feng spending so much money on promotion, the beauty pageant on May 1st has attracted the attention of many celebrities, and they all want to participate in the recording. During these 10 days, Lin Feng plundered Lin Yu and winning Xue day and night. The current attributes are almost the same as Superman. Host Lin Feng. Strength 11 plus 12 5. Constitution 10 plus 6 5. Speed 9 plus 6 5. The values in brackets are the attributes of normal people. Level 3 Invisibility, duration 5 minutes, cooldown time 24 hours. Invisibility cannot be observed or detected in any way. Level 1 Transition. The host can set a transition anchor point to perform the transition. You can jump to the anchor point and return forcibly after 2 hours. Cooling time, 72 hours. The jump ignores the distance. At present, Lin Feng's attributes are several times that of ordinary people, and Lin Feng has also mastered the rules of increasing attributes. If the looting is done at night, the attribute that looting increases is strength. If the looting is done in the morning, the attribute that is increased is constitution. When plundering in the afternoon, the attribute that is increased is speed. If the superpower is plundered from Lin Yu, it is possible to upgrade the superpower if Lin Yu is plundered repeatedly. If it weren't for Lin Feng, who couldn't help but take a nap one morning, he would have discovered a way to improve his physical fitness. Lin Feng might really fall on the bed. As the old saying goes, a day's plan begins in the morning. Maintaining morning exercise is conducive to long-term development. Lin Fengxin was thinking when he smelled a faint fragrance. He knew who had come to the office and immediately said, "Qiuyao is back? I'm going to the United States. You have to follow up with the film and television city during this period." Okay boss, I really don't want you to leave. Bring us some gifts when the time comes." After getting acquainted with him, the beauties also knew Lin Feng's easygoing personality and started to joke with him. "The gift is too expensive. I will give you bonuses in US dollars when the time comes." "Oh yeah, thank you, boss." The beauties cheered. The progress of the shelter is still progressing in an orderly manner. There is no doubt that Shining and Yi Qiuyao are capable of doing things. They are serious and responsible. Because the film and television city project was open 24 hours a day, the two of them simply booked rooms in the hotels there and stayed there for a long time. Lin Feng generously let them stay in Qinyuan and reimbursed all their expenses. Lin Feng went to the warehouse to put the supplies that Lin Dezhuang had arranged for him in the past 2 days into the alien space. The supplies filled the entire warehouse, and Lin Feng also told Lin Dezhuang to stop purchasing temporarily. After paying the deposit for military supplies, there was not much money left. The era of 0 yuan purchase has begun, so there is no need to spend money much. After arranging everything, Lin Feng boarded the plane to the United States. Chapter 21 Departure to Crimea City, Zhuangxiaorui. Lin Feng's destination for this trip is Crimea in the United States. The apparent reason is that there is an internationally renowned film and television special effects company in Crimea. In fact, the destination of Lin Feng's trip was Crimea Port in Crimea City. This is the largest energy export port in the United States, which is connected to the huge refining cluster in Crimea. The average daily export of refined gasoline alone is around 1 million barrels, 115,000 tons. The quantities of other energy sources such as natural gas, crude oil, coal, etc. are even more staggering. Since he has decided to buy it for free, Lin Feng will definitely not set his sights on a small place like a gas station. If you want to do something big. In the end times, these energies are worth a fortune. This time, Lin Feng took the first-class cabin of Haiqing Airlines. Haiqing Airlines stewardess uniforms are based on the traditional Chinese cheongsam, with a slim fit that highlights the elegant curves of Oriental women. Also, because Haiqing is a large international city, it has several aviation colleges within its dense population base. Therefore, Haiqing Airlines is among the best in the country in terms of the quality of its flight attendants, and its image requirements for flight attendants are also the most stringent in the country. Stewardess must be over 163 centimeters tall, and weight must be in strict proportion to height according to the BMI index. Overweight ones will be eliminated. In addition, in order to match the Cheongsam culture and Jiangnan regional culture, the image of the flight attendant prefers a delicate and gentle image. Because Lin Feng was in first class, he boarded the plane early. When he passed the cabin door, a flight attendant walked in front of him to guide him. Looking at the stewardess in front of him with obvious curves outlined by the exquisite stewardess uniform, Lin Feng swallowed his saliva. I spent a lot of money and energy to hold a beauty pageant when the doomsday was approaching. Where are these airline beauty pageants legal and beautiful? And these carefully selected stewardesses will only be divided up by those who have power and influence. How can ordinary people possibly access and possess it? I picked up my phone and told the beauty pageant management team. For aviation schools and working flight attendants to invest more in publicity and screening, the notification fee can be increased. Hello, Mr. Lin, this is your seat. I'll put your luggage there for you. Please take a seat first, and I'll adjust a comfortable seat for you. The stewardess half squatted down and said that the groove on the collar of the Cheongsam uniform was unfathomable. Drop. Name, Zhuang Xiaorui. Age 22. Rating, 9.0 points. Evaluation, perfect body proportions, perfect body. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Lin Feng said. He could smell the faint fragrance emanating from Zhuang Xiaorui, who was leaning over and adjusting Lin Feng's seat. Lin Feng hurriedly tried to stop him, otherwise it would be embarrassing to expose his face. Is the service of this airline so good? Lin Feng looked back at the other first-class flight attendants. But no one asked for such personal service as Zhuang Xiaorui. Haha, maybe he does it on purpose just because of my beauty, Lin Feng thought. Finally suppressing the desire in his heart, Lin Feng closed his eyes to rest but noticed that a foreigner sitting next to him was speaking fluent Mandarin and talking on the phone. Yes, as long as you come to the United States to invest in a shooting range, our company will arrange all approvals and weapons supply for you. Then don't worry, the rifles produced by our company are the most cost-effective in the world, and the sales volume among civilians is leading. Okay, come to Crimea someday and I will entertain you in person. The foreigner was just hanging up the phone when he saw Zhuang Xiaorui walking down the aisle with a glass of champagne. He reached out and slapped Zhuang Xiaorui's butt. Ah! Zhuang Xiaorui was frightened by the foreigner's behavior and staggered. The champagne on the tray fell down due to imbalance, making a loud noise. Fuck! The foreigner shouted in surprise and stood up. I'm sorry! Zhuang Xiaorui hurriedly apologized. Do you know how much my clothes cost in US dollars? Can you afford it? The foreigner refused to give in. Excuse me, sir, I can take your clothes to be dry cleaned. Dry cleaning? This is the latest Armani model. How do I clean this wine stain? Call your supervisor. I want to file a complaint against you. Zhuang Xiaorui's eyes were filled with tears and she felt extremely aggrieved. It was obviously the foreigner who harassed me first, but now he is being unreasonable. Where's the supervisor? I want to file a complaint against this bitch. The foreigner was still shouting, attracting the attention of people in the first-class cabin nearby. My friend, I'll compensate you for the clothes. Please don't embarrass the girl. Lin Feng spoke out. Lin Feng's purpose was not only to help Zhuang Shui out of trouble, but he was mainly interested in the foreigner's company business. The foreigners harassed me first, and then were unreasonable. We have to think of a way to deal with Lin Feng's evil intentions. Oh? This foreigner also treats people differently based on their situation. Seeing Lin Feng wearing all those luxury goods bought by Lin Xiaoye as if they were nothing but money. Foreigners also know that Lin Feng should be quite capable. Zhuang Xiaorui looked at Lin Feng with gratitude. Lin Feng winked at Zhuang Xiaorui to show her peace of mind. From the very beginning, Lin Feng's handsome and youthful image and his luxurious attire had already impressed Zhuang Xiaorui. Now it's the hero saving the beauty again. Zhuang Xiaorui now saw that Lin Feng's body was glowing. I'm sorry to hear about your call earlier. I'm also interested in opening a gun club in the United States. Want to chat? Sir, the clothes are fine. I forgive the lady. As soon as the foreigner heard about the job, he seemed like a different person, full of enthusiasm. After all, in his eyes, these dragon people like to go to the United States to play with guns. They are all wealthy and fat customers. It is precisely because he negotiated so many things that he can now afford to sit first class and travel between the two countries all year round. Lin Feng signaled Zhuang Xiaorui to go first. My name is Lin Feng. I've been a man since I was young. You know, I like playing with guns. I wonder how strong your company is and what weapons you have. Dear sir, my name is Mark, and I am a sales representative for a distributor of Norton Arms Industries in the United States. Our company currently produces AR-15 semi-automatic rifles, Ruger 10/22 semi-automatic rifles, etc. Mr. Mark, I work for a film and television company. I am currently preparing a zombie apocalypse movie. From a film perspective, what kind of gun is suitable for a movie? This way it will be more realistic and true. While Mr. Lin, filming a doomsday movie requires a lot of investment. Well, the investment is nearly $200 million, but I like this kind of subject matter. Lin Feng said that including all the investments before and after, he did invest nearly $200 million, but not for the movie, but for the end of the world. I personally love this type of movie. I have watched the previous Resident Evil and some American TV series with the same theme. I have also asked someone to analyze this aspect before. Hearing that Lin Feng was calm about the $200 million investment in the movie, Mark smiled even more and started talking nonstop. If you are facing zombies, you should prioritize firearms with common ammunition, simple structure, and low maintenance costs. You also know that in the apocalyptic environment, it is unlikely that anyone will be able to repair your firearms for you. Mr. Mark is indeed a professional. Haha, in the apocalypse, reliability power range. After all, if the zombies are not in front of you, you don't have to shoot the zombies hundreds of meters away. Chapter 22 Norton Arms Industries. During the 16-hour flight, Mark was constantly giving scientific education and introducing sales. Mark's original intention was to use the elements of the movie to get closer to Lin Feng and demonstrate his professionalism. The main hope is to persuade Lin Feng to open a club in the United States because of his interests and hobbies. A weapons club that includes weapons sales, testing, maintenance, and shooting ranges. The investment can easily reach tens of millions of dollars. Lin Feng's purpose is not just to find out about weapons suitable for zombies. This is just a prelude to clichés. If you really want to check, there are many doomsday enthusiasts on Baidu forums who conduct professional analysis of various data. Lin Feng currently has no plans to open a weapons club or purchase guns for testing. After finding out the warehouse address of Norton Arms Industries from the conversation. After Lin Feng dealt with it for a while, he ended the conversation with the excuse that he needed to close his eyes and rest. Can we let Lin Feng, the beautiful girl who bullied Longhua, go? No, let alone cooperating with him and giving him money. Dear passengers, we have arrived in Crimea. As the broadcast sounded, Lin Feng opened his eyes and stood up. Dear Mr. Lin, I will wait for you to contact me when the time comes, and I will definitely entertain you. Before leaving, Mark turned around and said hello to Lin Feng. They had previously exchanged contact information. Lin Feng also promised him that he would make an appointment to meet him if he had free time during his schedule in Crimea. I'll get it for you. Zhuang Shui helped Lin Feng take the suitcase out of the luggage rack. Thank you? Zhuang Shui thanked him quietly, and walked to the cabin door to see the guest off. There was a small note in Lin Feng's hand holding the suitcase. When I unfolded it, I saw a cell phone number written in beautiful small handwriting. On the back is, "I will stay in Crimea for 3 days." Lin Feng smiled and put it in his pocket. "Boss Lin, here." A young and beautiful lady greeted Lin Feng at the airport exit. Lin Feng recognized at a glance that this was the translator assigned to him by Yu Lihui. Yu Lihui had shown him the photos before. After a few days of contact, Yu Lihui also learned about some of Lin Feng's hobbies. "I only love beautiful women. So on this trip, we specially selected a beautiful and professional translator for Lin Feng. Fu Na, right? She's prettier in person than in the photo." Fu Na is about 168 centimeters tall, with long chestnut curly hair, a red and white plaid off-shoulder sweater, and a pair of high-waisted denim hot pants that reveal her slender waist with a hidden vest line. She was wearing a pair of canvas shoes, and a pair of light yellow daisy earrings were gently swaying on her ears. When she smiled, she showed a pair of cute dimples. Drop. Name Fu Na. Age 20 years old. Rating 8.2 points. Evaluation, sweet and sassy, perfect body. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Lin. Give me your suitcase and I'll help you put it in the car. The feeling of youth is so passionate. Looking at Fu Na's energetic appearance, Lin Feng recalled that when he was a student, there were only male students but no female students in the martial arts school. I feel like I have lost my entire youth. The car was a Mercedes-Benz Maybach, with a white driver wearing a suit and white gloves. Of course, this is Lin Feng's car and driver. In order to facilitate Lin Feng's actions, Yu Lihui also paid a large sum of money to arrange another car and a Chinese driver who was fluent in English. Let's go to the hotel first. Okay, you've been on a plane for more than 10 hours, Mr. Lin, you should take a good rest first. Send me a message when you wake up, and I'll take you out for some sightseeing. Fu Na said, and while speaking she did not forget to open a bottle of water for Lin Feng and placed it next to him. Aren't you a college student? You're so professional. Lin Feng asked curiously. I want to provide my service well, I don't want you to waste your money. Fu Na said. How long have you been in the United States? It's been 3 years. I miss home. Looking at Fu Na's moving eyes and warm smile, Lin Feng really couldn't bear to see such a beautiful woman drifting in a foreign country. Once the end of the world comes, girls like Fu Na who are studying abroad. It would be good if I could be infected and become a zombie at the beginning and end it all. If I didn't become a zombie and was gathered by the survivors, it would probably be similar to hell. She has a nice figure and beautiful looks, but she is powerless and will only become a plaything of foreigners. The gun freedom in the United States is different from that in the Dragon Country with its cultural background. Once the end of the world comes, the evil of the foreigners in the United States will only begin to wreak havoc even faster. On May 1st, my movie has a large-scale variety show recording. Please take some time to come back and participate in the recording. Your travel expenses will be reimbursed, and there will also be 100,000 yuan in notice fees. Ah? Really? But I have to write a paper at that time, I don't know if I have time. Lin Feng stopped pushing it. He had said what he could say, and the rest depended on Fu Na's luck. The Maybach drove to the Hilton Hotel in Crimea. Yes, Lin Feng simply stayed at the Hilton Hotel when he came to the United States. The considerate Fu Na had already checked Lin Feng in and led him directly to the elevator. I'm a light sleeper, don't disturb me. Lin Feng gave some instructions and walked into the elevator and went upstairs. After finding the room, Lin Feng swiped his card and entered, just as the door was about to close. Lin Feng immediately turned on invisibility and walked out through the closed door. Lin Feng needed a lot of free shopping on this trip, and he didn't have time to explore the surveillance security at the destination. Only the hotel's surveillance showed that Lin Feng did not come out after entering the room. Even if Lin Feng leaves more clues later, no one will be suspected of lying. Go downstairs to the underground parking lot. An ordinary Chevrolet SUV was already waiting here. This was exactly the underground vehicle and driver that Yu Lihui arranged for Lin Feng. The driver's name is Yu Shanwu, and he is Yu Lihui's nephew. Yu Lihui originally had an older brother, who died in a car accident in his early years, leaving behind his son Yu Shanwu. Yu Lihui treated him as his own son and raised him like his own son, and sent him to study in the United States when the economy was at its best. Even when he was in debt later, he never gave Yu Shanwu any living expenses. Yu Lihui once told him that he was the savior of their family. Yu Lihui once told Yu Shanwu to do only two things: ask less and talk less. After Lin Feng got into the car, Yu Shanwu started the car without saying a word. Lin Feng had already sent Yu Shanwu the destination of this trip when he was on the plane. Before Lin Feng's plane landed in Crimea, Yu Shanwu has already researched a smooth, unsurveilled route to his destination. The destination of this trip is the warehouse of Norton Arms Industries. A gentleman will take revenge that night. Even though there has been no actual progress with Zhuang Shirui at present, in Lin Feng's eyes, she is already his woman. Mark provoked first, and Lin Feng needed weapons later. Due to the cause and effect, Norton Arms Industries is destined to suffer an unexpected disaster today. Lin Feng had previously inquired about the storage scale of Norton Weapons Industries' warehouse. There are nearly 250,000 guns of all types and about 500 million rounds of ammunition of all types. There are many other weapons. Mark even boasted that their company's warehouse reserves would be enough to even start a war. Lin Feng would not wait until the end of the world to go to the police station to collect those 3 or 2 guns. Lin Feng, who suffers from severe fear of fire deficiency, will only feel at ease if he does something big. Chapter 23: Light Weapons and Equipment Storage Area. The Chevrolet SUV that Lin Feng and his companion were riding in was the most common model in the United States. The vehicle followed the traffic flow from the main road of Crimea City towards the storage center of Norton Arms Industries. "Okay, let's stop here," Lin Feng said. Unlike the dense traffic in downtown Crimea, the closer you get to Norton's storage center, the fewer vehicles there are. At this moment, the map shows that the destination is only 1 kilometer away. If the vehicle continues to approach, it will definitely be discovered by the emergency center. "Wait for me here." Lin Feng put on a motorcycle helmet that he had prepared in advance, got off the car and started running towards his destination. At this moment, a supernatural scene appeared in Yu Shanwu's eyes that shocked him. Lin Feng was seen wearing a motorcycle helmet and running at an inhuman speed towards the tall storage center in the distance. This speed is like a scene from a science fiction movie with special effects. Is this still a human? Yu Shanwu was originally curious about Lin Feng's purpose of going to Norton's warehouse alone. But he wouldn't ask any more questions. Although he was far away abroad, he was very clear about the original situation at home. For the man who saved their family from danger, Yu Shanwu was grateful, and this time he was prepared to be caught and spend the rest of his life in prison. But at this moment, the supernatural abilities displayed by Lin Feng made Yu Shanwu excited. "Being able to work with such a person is the pride of my life." Lin Feng's helmet and the clothes he just changed were prepared by him personally. They are all ordinary items, without any traces of technology. So in Yu Shanwu's eyes, everything in front of him can only be explained by the superpowered humans in American TV dramas. The population density in the United States is unevenly distributed. Because of Norton's special military-industrial attributes, there will be no residential areas around the warehouse. This place is far from the center of Crimea. So there are basically no houses within 1 kilometer of the Norton Arms Industries storage center. Lin Feng deliberately used some stones and trees as cover to run towards his destination. The storage center of a military-industrial enterprise like Norton must have a complete set of security. What Lin Feng needs to do is to reduce the risk of exposure as much as possible before reaching his destination. After all, with Lin Feng's current attribute panel, it is impossible for him to directly compete with thermal weapons. Not long after, Lin Feng had run 1 kilometer and arrived near his destination. Lin Feng began to sweat, which was the body's instinctive metabolism under high-intensity exercise. When he was about to reach his destination, Lin Feng activated the 3rd level invisibility skill. After the stealth skill is upgraded to level 3, the duration is increased to 5 minutes. There is another function, which is that these 5 minutes can be used in segments. It took Lin Feng nearly 30 seconds to go downstairs from the hotel room. There are currently 4 minutes and 30 seconds of usage time left. The capabilities of the system are unquestionable. Invisibility cannot be observed or detected in any way. This sentence is full of value, and Lin Feng has tested it before. After turning on the invisibility, even thermal imaging cannot detect Lin Feng. It was as if Lin Feng had changed to a different dimension during his period of invisibility. Body temperature will not be detected, and breath from the mouth and nose will not be detected. The storage center covers an area of approximately 3,000 acres. The reason why it occupies such a large area is that many ammunition depots need to be stored in a dispersed manner to reduce risks. The entire storage center is divided into several storage areas. On the way here, Lin Feng had studied the symbols and English of weapons reserves. Thanks to his physical improvement, it is no exaggeration to say that Lin Feng now has a photographic memory. Lin Feng quickly found a building in the storage center with the words, "Light Weapons Storage Area," written on it. All walls of this semi-underground warehouse building are constructed of 50 cm double-layer reinforced concrete. Can resist direct hits from RPG-7 rockets. The main entrance is a 30 cm titanium alloy airtight explosion-proof door that requires an access card to enter. Lin Feng was troubled looking at the heavy door. The ventilation duct entrances he found on both sides were not large enough for Lin Feng to enter. Lin Feng secretly cried out in misery. It seems that I thought it was too simple. Damn it, he couldn't take those beauties away with him. When the end of the world comes, hiding in a place like this will give you a sense of security. Fortunately, there is always a way out. A foreigner holding a detector is walking towards this side. Probably an engineer responsible for maintaining weapons. While the foreigner was swiping his card and opening the door, Lin Feng quickly followed him in. Lin Feng simply chopped the foreigner's neck with a knife. He staggered and fainted on the ground. Lin Feng, who had practiced martial arts since childhood, already knew various acupuncture points on the human body. To achieve this effect directly with a short-distance attack, the previous Lin Feng would not be able to do it. Lin Feng took the foreigner's access card into his arms, and then he had time to look at the scene inside the warehouse. The endless carbon steel anti-magnetic shelves are filled with various boxes. At first glance, the boxes in the exquisite sniper rifle area are all made of carbon fiber. The boxes in the pistol area are all made of anodized aluminum magnesium alloy. The other submachine gun areas and assault rifle areas are mostly military green boxes. In a blink of an eye, Lin Feng came back to his senses from the shock. Lin Feng looked down and was surprised to find that these shelves might be for the convenience of classification, or for other reasons. They are actually movable shelves, but they are now firmly fastened to the devices on the ground by safety measures. That won't work. If you jump up and down to touch the box and get into the alien space, it will take you forever. After searching left and right, I finally found the button that could unlock the button with one click. Afterwards, Lin Feng went back to his old job. I jogged along, and my hands began to touch all the shelves I came across along the way. The shelves and the boxes on them were also put into the different space. Lin Feng has not yet fully explored how big his own alien space is. Except for living things, all independent individuals can be taken into the different space. He has twice had experience in robbing corrupt officials of their stolen money. Lin Feng did not let go of anything that could be taken away. Wherever Lin Feng passed, there was only bare floor left. Soon, everything in the entire light weapon storage area was collected by Lin Feng into the alien space. These huge numbers of hot weapons will be Lin Feng's biggest trump card in the early stages of the doomsday. The most direct and useful thing is to become a killing weapon to deter everyone before the end of the world. Ordinary people would never dare to show any hostility towards someone carrying a gun. And Lin Feng has such a huge arsenal. In the future, it will be an important foundation whether it is building power or resisting zombies. Before Lin Feng's attributes became abnormal enough to ignore everything, Lin Feng has made up his mind not to let hot weapons fall into the hands of unstable people. After the end of the world, human evil will reach its extreme. With Lin Feng's current attributes, he cannot stop the hidden gun behind him. Chapter 24 Discovered by Security. With guns, you naturally need a huge amount of ammunition. Once the end of the world comes, if the complete industrial system is not preserved, then all the bullets shot at zombies are precious, because it cannot be replenished. After coming out of the light weapons storage area, Lin Feng went straight to the ammunition depot. At present, Lin Feng can only pray that the access card in his hand has sufficient authority to open the door of the ammunition depot. Drop. Fortunately, the foreigner who collapsed in the light weapons warehouse had sufficient authority. After the door of the ammunition depot was opened, what comes into view is a sense of technology that is different from the light weapons storage area. The entire ammunition depot was filled with gray-green military plastic ammunition boxes. Lin Feng climbed up the stairs to the top floor, stretched out his hands and began to touch and put the ammunition box into the space. As for why Lin Feng didn't start collecting directly from the bottom, that's because once Lin Feng starts collecting the ammunition boxes from the bottom, the entire pile of ammunition boxes will begin to collapse downwards. Not only will it press on your body, but the noise it makes will also attract the attention of security. Perhaps it was because of his confidence in his own security that Lin Feng collected the entire light weapons storage area. Not a single security guard saw the light weapons storage area from the surveillance video. Lin Feng had already turned off his supernatural powers, and the long process of entering the space was not enough for Lin Feng to remain invisible. Moreover, even if the person is invisible, but the things are decreasing one by one, it is tantamount to covering one's ears and stealing the bell. Inside the security monitoring room at this time. Jack, after get off work tonight, are you going to the bar we went to last night? Go, the chicks there are hot. The two foreign security guards were talking about the two men's affair with lewd smiles on their faces. The one named Jack was leisurely holding a cup of coffee. Norton Arms Industries pays well and has good benefits. Even though I'm a security guard here, how could anything go wrong with such a heavily guarded security system? I turned my head to look at the screen and was about to appreciate this reassuring company from the surveillance. Bang! The coffee cup slipped from Jack's hands. Fell heavily to the ground. Fuck, Jack, what are you doing? The damn coffee spilled all over me. If my uniform gets dirty, how can I pick up girls with it at night? Oh my God! Jack said tremblingly, his whole body still shaking as he pointed at the monitor. Another person followed and looked. I saw a man wearing a helmet standing on top of the pile of ammunition boxes, and all the boxes that touched the man's hands disappeared instantly. There were only a few boxes left in the ammunition depot that was once densely packed. Another surveillance camera monitoring the light weapons storage area nearby only saw one of their colleagues lying on the spacious and flat ground. Drop. 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 All the red rotating warning lights in the storage center lit up along with the shrill alarms. All the security guards started to surround the ammunition depot with guns. Alas, I was discovered. Lin Feng sighed helplessly. The reason for the sigh was just because I just passed by the ammunition depot. Lin Feng saw the heavy weapons storage area. Through the window, he could see rocket launchers, self-propelled artillery, and other powerful weapons inside. Once you have these killing weapons, you will have the confidence to face the zombie tide. I had planned to put the things in the warehouse into the space after I finished cleaning up the ammunition depot. It seems too late now. I can only wait until after the apocalypse to see if I can come to Crimea again. Just at this time Lin Feng had collected all the ammunition boxes. The third-level invisibility ability was activated. Remaining stealth time, 5,958. Without hesitation, Lin Feng turned over and ran out of the ammunition depot door, which had never been closed. The outside is already densely packed with armed security guards. Fortunately, the security guards couldn't see Lin Feng at this moment. Lin Feng walked through the crowd and ran towards the wall. When passing by a spacious ground, Lin Feng actually saw 3 armored vehicles. Lin Feng quickly ran over and put the money into the space. 3 armored vehicles are missing from the armored vehicle area. It was unknown who among the security personnel noticed that the armored vehicle had disappeared. A loud cry of warning was raised. Some of the security guards moved towards the armored vehicle area. After collecting the armored vehicles, Lin Feng turned around and ran to the other side of the storage center. At this time, the power grid wall of the storage center has been pulled to the highest voltage. When Lin Feng came in, he climbed in along the electric fence wall, relying on inhuman physique to withstand the electric grid. But this also caused Lin Feng to be dizzy for a short time when he came in. The electric grid wall is now at the highest voltage, even with Lin Feng's current physical condition. Once contacted, the person will die instantly. Remaining invisibility time, 3,635. I even heard the security guards behind me firing at the bunkers in the armored vehicle area. Once the invisibility ends, you will be caught, tried and imprisoned. Given the nature of the beautiful Chinese, once they have a gun in their hands, they will rush forward as soon as they see Lin Feng. He would ruthlessly pour all the bullets in the magazine at Lin Feng, killing him on the spot. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and took a few steps back. Sprint towards the electric fence to get a running start. When he was about to reach the electric fence, he pushed his legs hard and jumped high. If Lin Feng had not been invisible at this time, he would have been seen by these security guards. Then these security guards must be stunned and shouting, "God!" The electric fence wall at the Norton Arms Industries storage center uses a maximum height of 5 meters. Thanks to the improvement in strength, physique, speed, and Lin Feng's experience in force points and muscle control ability acquired from practicing martial arts since childhood, Lin Feng finally jumped over the electric fence with great risk. When he was closest to the power grid wall in the air, Lin Feng could even feel the high temperature of the power grid wall making his skin hot. Roll to the ground and remove the gravity. Lin Feng had no time to feel grateful for escaping a disaster, and he ran desperately in the direction where Yushan Wu parked the car. Invisibility duration, 5,432. When the invisibility ability was about to end, Lin Feng had already run a long distance in one breath. Lin Feng didn't stop for a moment, mobilizing all the muscles in his body to run. Yushan Wu, who was riding in the Chevrolet SUV, could faintly hear the alarm sounding from the storage center in the distance. Just when I was worrying about Lin Feng, I saw Lin Feng running towards me at a faster speed than when he came. Seeing Lin Feng get in the car, Yushan Wu didn't waste any words. He stepped on the accelerator and drove away along the original retreat route. Huff, huff, huff! Lin Feng was breathing heavily. The intense oxygen-deficient exercise just now has exceeded the limit that a normal human body can endure. Fortunately, Lin Feng's physique is several times stronger than that of ordinary people, so he was able to recover from the stress just now. It seems that the basis for improving strength and speed is physical fitness. Once the physical fitness cannot keep up, no matter how high the strength and speed attributes are. Once the body cannot withstand the load, it will cause irreversible damage to the body and may even lead to sudden death on the spot. It seems that I will spend more time plundering in the morning from now on. After this battle, Lin Feng decided that the focus of improving attribute points in the future should be placed on physical fitness. Stop ahead. When they were approaching the city, Lin Feng spoke out. You go back first, I'll take care of the car. At this moment, Lin Feng has become a god with superpowers in Yushan Wu's eyes. Naturally, I obeyed his orders. Get out of the car immediately, and prepare to leave. But he heard Lin Feng say behind him. After I finish my work here, come back with me. Lin Feng was very satisfied with Yushan Wu's performance. He was silent along the way, did not ask questions, and concentrated on carrying out Lin Feng's orders. The alarm at the storage center just now resounded through the sky, and it can definitely be associated with what Lin Feng did. If it were an ordinary person, he would have driven away and left Lin Feng behind. But Yushan Wu did not leave. Chapter 25 Mare Nubium Western Restaurant. The Chevrolet SUV that I just drove must be disposed of. Even if Yushan Wu confirmed that the road he chose had no surveillance. But Lin Feng still didn't want any risks to happen. Change to an ordinary person. It is very troublesome to clean a car in a short time. But for Lin Feng, it was not a difficult task. Just put the car, clothes and helmet into the different space. The time to go invisible has come, and there is no other way to avoid the hotel cameras and return to the room. After cleaning up everything, Lin Feng used another supernatural power, first level jump. Lin Feng set a jump anchor point in the room when he set out early. However, a level 1 jump will return to its original position after 2 hours. After returning to the hotel room through the warp, Lin Feng took a nice bath and went out. According to the hotel surveillance, Lin Feng stayed in the room until now and then went out. Lin Feng did not know English, and the weapon words he had just learned were obviously not enough to support Lin Feng in traveling alone. "Wait for me downstairs." Lin Feng sent a message to Fu Na. This trip. Fu Na and the driver also stayed at the Hilton Hotel throughout the trip so that they could serve Lin Feng 24 hours a day. Seeing the call from the sponsor, Fu Na naturally did not dare to delay. I quickly contacted the driver to get him in position. I packed my things and waited at the gate downstairs with the driver. As a professional high-end translator, Fu Na had already prepared several travel plans at different times. Lin Feng's appointment with the film and television special effects company is tomorrow, so there will be no business trip for Lin Feng tonight. After seeing Lin Feng coming downstairs, Fu Na stood up and opened the car door for Lin Feng. Fu Na's service is really amazing, Lin Feng thought to himself. According to Fu Na's plan, the driver had already driven to a famous high-end Western restaurant in Crimea. Lin Feng was not in a hurry either, as the action just now had consumed a huge amount of energy. I was hungry at the moment, so I decided to adjust my itinerary to a nearby address before the jump after finishing my meal. When 2 hours are up, the jump will automatically return, and Lin Feng will come back, and the whole behavior will be closed. Manhwaedit Western Restaurant is considered one of the best restaurants in Crimea. The restaurant will not accept ordinary people without a reservation. Although Lin Feng and his team had a spur-of-the-money decision, this was not a problem given Fu Na's experience and Lin Feng's cash ability. Lin Feng is not very interested in the food in the United States. The only thing he thinks is okay is steak. The restaurant's 72-ounce tomahawk steak is famous for its combination of Mexican charcoal grilling techniques, oak slow smoking and other complex processes. According to normal service procedures, Fu Na is not allowed to eat at the same table as Lin Feng. After taking Lin Feng's order, Fu Na was about to sit at a small table nearby. Lin Feng quickly asked Fu Na to sit down with him, and gave her the same dish as well. "Don't be so rude. Being in a foreign country is boring. It's nice to have someone to eat with," Lin Feng said. "Yes, Mr. Lin." In Fu Na's eyes, Lin Feng was indeed different from other wealthy people she had received before. In her opinion, Lin Feng is rich, well-educated, handsome, approachable and kind, without the condescending attitude of others. "Xiao Rui, we finally managed to make a reservation at this restaurant." At this time, Zhuang Shirui was being pulled upstairs by a group of colleagues downstairs at Manhwaedit Western Restaurant. "Yes, if you come with us, we will definitely not let you suffer any loss, and we will take a few more photos of you when the time comes." For most flight attendants, continuously posting photos of their high-quality life on WeChat Moments helps them maintain their image as flight attendant socialites. But these photos are not shown to ordinary people on WeChat. During normal flights, they often add some passengers on WeChat thanks to their good image. Only by maintaining a good image can one maintain the persona of a socialite. Customers with a certain economic condition will not think they are cheap, and will unconsciously raise the price regardless of whether they are in the future contact or in love. "But I heard that this restaurant is very expensive. A steak costs thousands of dollars." The salary of flight attendants is mostly linked to the number of flights. If the number of passengers decreases, the number of flights will also decrease, and their salary will decrease accordingly. Zhuang Shirui was reluctant to spend thousands of dollars on a steak. "You're stupid! Why don't we get together and order a steak and take turns taking photos?" Su Jijin, a slightly older flight attendant nearby, said. "Being a flight attendant is a job for young people. After reaching a certain age, if you don't get promoted, your career prospects will be slim." Su Jijin is almost 30 years old. She has given up on career advancement, and just wants to make the most of her time as a flight attendant. With the added filter of the flight attendant profession, she maintains her own persona and quickly finds a rich man to marry. A group of 4 people pushed and shoved their way into the restaurant, and found a seat to sit down. Zhuang Shirui was sitting in a position where she couldn't see Lin Feng. Since Lin Feng was not very interested in foreign girls, he paid more attention when he heard someone speaking Chinese at the door. I recognized Zhuang Xiaorui at first sight. Although Zhuang Xiaorui and her group took off their stewardess uniforms, their figures were still outlined by their fashionable clothes. You can still see the high quality of Haiqing Airlines flight attendants. In addition to Zhuang Xiaorui, who is as youthful and beautiful as ever, the beautiful women next to her are also particularly eye-catching. She has bright eyes and white teeth, is generous and beautiful, and has a mature charm. Her breasts stand out among all the beauties, and because of years of training, she often shows an impeccable smile on her face. After Zhuang Xiaorui and her group sat down, the waiter came over with the menu. Su Jijin took the lead in taking the menu, and secretly groaned when she saw the high prices on it. I gritted my teeth and ordered a $1,350 steak, then handed the menu to the foreign waiter. The foreign waitress saw that the other three people had no intention of ordering anything else. The smile on his face gradually turned into mockery and contempt. Even if someone has already placed an order. But she didn't place an order either. He stood there holding the menu for several minutes. It seemed as if he was deliberately creating an atmosphere that made the four people at the table feel awkward and embarrassed. A bunch of hypocritical and lowly dragon country women. Seeing that they were truly indifferent, he muttered something under his breath and prepared to leave. What did you say? Su Jijin is a native northerner, and the character of northern women will not allow her and her sisters to be insulted. Moreover, the waitress even used extremely poor English to refer to Longhua. This made her unable to help but scold. The foreign waitress didn't seem to expect that these people heard her mumbling. But thinking of their spending power, the restaurant would definitely not take it seriously, so he simply repeated loudly and arrogantly. A bunch of hypocritical and lowly dragon country women. Chapter 26. The second hero saves the beauty. The movement at this table soon attracted the attention of other guests nearby, including Lin Feng. The other foreigners, dressed in suits and claiming to be gentlemen, got a general idea of what happened from the conversation between Su Jijin and the waiter. They just chuckled and then stared at the four beauties' slender and white legs with lustful eyes. I kept imagining the scene of being raped in my mind. Called the restaurant manager over. Lin Feng gave instructions to Fu Na. The restaurant manager trotted over with a fawning smile on his face. He dared not neglect Lin Feng. A high-end custom-made suit, an accompanying driver and a luxury car that had just parked at the hotel, and a high tip for not having to make an appointment. As an experienced restaurant manager, he knew clearly that Lin Feng was a very rich man. As long as you provide good service, you will definitely receive high tips. Give each girl over there a set of the most luxurious meal. Lin Feng pointed at the four beauties and said. After Fu Na translated. Upon hearing this, the restaurant manager nodded quickly and was about to leave. Lin Feng waved to the restaurant manager to come back and motioned him to come closer to talk. After the restaurant manager approached, Lin Feng grabbed a few stacks of US dollars from Fu Na's bag and stuffed them into the restaurant manager's arms. Fire her. The worse she is, the more tips you'll get. Lin Feng was actually speaking English at this moment, and his voice was in a pure Chinese accent. The momentum and tone of his speech, as if he were a king, made it impossible for the restaurant manager to even think of refusing. He nodded quickly and said yes. Boss Lin, you can actually speak such authentic English? Fu Na thought Lin Feng's behavior of helping his compatriots was very handsome, and was even more surprised to hear what Lin Feng had just said. It takes time to learn to speak authentic and beautiful English with a Chinese accent. I learned it by listening to others, Lin Feng said. Fu Na smiled helplessly, thinking that maybe Lin Feng really didn't want to say more. But what she didn't expect was that Lin Feng had indeed learned it. The conversations between passers-by, people at the next table, and Fu Na and others were heard by Lin Feng. With Lin Feng's physique several times stronger than that of an ordinary person, he was able to quickly learn the precise intonation and meaning of some words. Lin Feng had no choice but to take out money to help Sime out of trouble. We must not sit idly by when our compatriots are bullied. And she is a beautiful woman. But this is not the end of the world. It is impossible for him to suddenly attack and kill all those who he dislikes. For these slave foreigners who are deeply influenced by capitalism, Just give them some bones they like to eat. Then they will all wag their tails hard and do things for you. The foreign waitress was confronting Su Jijin when she saw the restaurant manager coming over. The restaurant manager had had several affairs with her in the kitchen closet. So in her opinion, the restaurant manager must have come here to support her. So I emphasized the tone. Everyone, our restaurant manager is here. I think we have to ask you to leave. Our restaurant does not welcome people like you who have no purchasing power. Bang! Before she could finish her words, the foreign waitress was slapped hard in the face by the restaurant manager. Clear red marks from 5 fingers could be seen on her face, and the foreign waitress was so stunned that she couldn't recover for a long time. When Su Jijin and Zhuang Shirui saw the restaurant manager coming, they were also preparing to pick up their bags and leave. But they were stunned when they saw a scene like this. Manager, what are you doing? The foreign waitress suddenly screamed as if she had hyperthyroidism. You are fired. How did you serve our esteemed guests? I saw the foreign waitress was about to shout. The restaurant manager asked 2 other waiters to drag her out. Thinking of Lin Feng's instructions, he said, Given that your actions have caused losses to the restaurant, our restaurant will sue you, and the remaining wages will be frozen as a result of the lawsuit. Throw all her stuff out and drag it to the trash can by the back door. After the restaurant manager finished his instructions, he turned around and said to Simei with the warmest smile, Dear ladies, we are sorry that you have had a bad experience due to the unprofessionalism of our restaurant staff. This is our restaurant membership card. It is our restaurant's compensation to you. Also, the gentleman over there has ordered the most expensive deluxe set meal for the 4 of you. Please enjoy it slowly. Of course, the restaurant manager would not forget, and pointed out the reason why the incident was handled in this way. As a man, the restaurant manager understood Lin Feng's purpose. But he would not miss such an opportunity to curry favor with Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, the 4 beauties all turned around to look. I saw an elegant and handsome Oriental man. He seemed to feel the gaze and looked up and nodded in response. Mr. Lin? Zhuang Shirui exclaimed, covering her mouth with her slender hands. Zhuang Shirui was deeply impressed by Lin Feng. When she was on the flight, it illuminated her like a ray of light. It was also the only time I mustered up the courage to leave a note. Zhuang Shirui had no other purpose in leaving the note, she just wanted to get to know Lin Feng and become friends with him. But unfortunately, Lin Feng has not contacted Zhuang Shirui since the flight ended. The sisters around her exclaimed that it was impossible. After all, Zhuang Shirui's image was here. Even if they leave a little note, other men will definitely add them as friends and contact them as soon as possible. Not to mention Zhuang Shirui. This made Zhuang Shirui feel a little depressed, and she even doubted her own charm. Xiao Rui, do you know her? It's a long story. Why don't we go over and say hello? Okay, you must introduce such a handsome man to us, Xiao Rui. The 2 people standing next to him looked at Lin Feng with stars in their eyes and quickly agreed. The 4 beauties walked towards Lin Feng together. Nice to see you again, Mr. Lin, thank you. Zhuang Xiaorui said. Being beautiful brings so many troubles? I was a hero and saved the beauty twice. Lin Feng said jokingly. Zhuang Xiaorui was very happy to hear Lin Feng praising her beauty. But then he noticed Fu Na, who was sitting opposite Lin Feng. Passionate and youthful. It seems that only this kind of pure and passionate beauty is Mr. Lin's destined partner. Unlike her colleagues, Zhuang Shirui always feels a little self-conscious about her job as a flight attendant. Zhuang Shirui believes that flight attendant is a profession that comes with a filter. You will only become a prey caught by the hunter. It would have been great if I had met Mr. Lin in college. Perhaps he noticed the changes in Zhuang Shirui's gaze and expression. Fu Na immediately said, Hello, I am Mr. Lin's translator. Fu Na still understood some women's thoughts, and she explained it out loud because she didn't want Zhuang Xiaorui to think too much. Xiao Rui, Mr. Lin has saved you twice? So you have to give yourself to him? Su Jijin spoke up. Su Jijin knew that in Lin Feng's eyes she might not be his target, so she simply spoke out to help Zhuang Xiaorui. Chapter 27, Distress at the Bar. Name Su Jijin. Age 29. Rating, 8.9 points. Evaluation, mature and charming, full of charm. Being coaxed by Su Zhizhen, Zhuang Xiaorui's face turned red. She hurriedly pulled Su Zhizhen's sleeve with her little hand from behind. After we finish eating, shall we go have a drink together? Lin Feng helped Zhuang Xiaorui out of the predicament with a smile. I think there's a pretty good bar in the North City. Let's go there later. The location where Lin Feng had just been when he used his supernatural powers to teleport was in the North City area. I just did a special search and found a good bar in the North City area. It would be nice to experience the bar culture of the United States with other beauties before the end of the world. By the way, it can also conceal the automatic transition at the end of the 2-hour countdown. Of course, we were saved by a handsome fellow countryman in a foreign country. We are not lucky enough to be married to him. We will toast you a few more glasses as a thank you, Su Zhizhen said. She already exuded a mature charm, and whether intentionally or unintentionally, the look in her eyes when she looked at Lin Feng was so charming that it almost oozes out water. Naturally, the others agreed with joy. I'm happy to meet a handsome and wealthy young man like Lin Feng. Even if he failed to win over Zhuang Xiaorui in the end, as long as he got to know her well, the high-quality friends around this young man would also be good targets. Okay. Zhuang Xiaorui also spoke up. It is undeniable that she has a good impression of Lin Feng and wants to take the opportunity to have more contact with him. The dinner ended quickly with everyone laughing and chatting. The taste of Western food that costs thousands of dollars is really good. Even the flight attendants who are very concerned about their figure all eat clean plates. It's a pity that due to the presence of Lin Feng and others, the 4 beauties were too embarrassed to take photos. After everyone went downstairs, Sime was about to ask for the address of the bar and take a taxi there. After all, one car could not carry so many people. At the entrance of the hotel, in addition to the Maybach that Lin Feng had previously equipped, there was another Maybach waiting. Fu Na's service and emotional intelligence are really amazing. While everyone was having dinner, they contacted the car rental company to arrange another car and driver. Well done, Lin Feng praised Fu Na. Just because of Fu Na's considerate character. Lin Feng was thinking about how to trick Fu Na into returning to China. Being a logistics manager in the shelter will definitely save you a lot of trouble and worry. With the help of other flight attendants, Zhuang Xiaorui got into the back seat of the Maybach. Fu Na also tactfully sat in the passenger seat. After Lin Feng sat down, he naturally took Zhuang Xiaorui's hand and pondered it in his palm. Lin Feng is not interested in love and affection. It's the most direct way to hit the ball. In Lin Feng's opinion, things between men and women are very simple. If you are willing, then you are willing. I will definitely not treat you unfairly. If you are not willing, then forget it. But the end of the world has not yet come, and some more conservative girls may not be able to accept that Lin Feng has so many women. Zhuang Xiaorui's hands were very soft, and probably because she was nervous, her hands were very hot. When Lin Feng held her hand, Zhuang Xiaorui instinctively wanted to resist, but she was also greedy for the warmth of Lin Feng's palm, so she could only turn her head away with a blushing face to look at the scenery outside the car window. Seeing Zhuang Xiaorui like this, Lin Feng just found it interesting and deliberately slid his fingertips gently across the palm of Zhuang Xiaorui's hand. Zhuang Xiaorui's body trembled, she gritted her teeth, her face flushed, but she didn't say a word. How long will you stay in Crimea? Feeling really embarrassed by Lin Feng's teasing, Zhuang Xiaorui pulled her hand back cruelly and asked to ease the embarrassment. We should be leaving tomorrow, and then we'll go to Atlanta and then return home. The shelter is still under construction, so Lin Feng has no time to have fun abroad. The reason for coming to Crimea is that the port of Crimea is the largest energy export port in the United States. The port of Atlanta, the next city we are going to visit, is the largest comprehensive import and export port in the United States. As long as Lin Feng can take the immeasurable supplies from these 2 ports, he won't have to worry about supplies for a long time after the apocalypse. Oh. Hearing that Lin Feng was about to return to China, Zhuang Xiaorui felt inexplicably lost. Lin Feng naturally saw through it, and was not in a hurry to invite Zhuang Xiaorui to return home. It would be best if he could invite Su Zhizhen to the shelter after drinking. After all, there are still very few mature and charming women like Su Zhizhen in Lin Feng's current circle of women. What no one noticed was that when the 2 Maybachs drove away, there was a resentful gaze staring at the vehicles as they left. Julep Southern Lounge is a well-known bar in Crimea. The bar, which specializes in bourbon, was converted from a 19th-century aristocratic manor, and has a terrace overlooking the downtown Crimea skyline. The thoughtful Fu Na had already reserved the best seat in the bar, right next to the terrace on the second floor. It was also the first time for the flight attendants to drink here. Julep's Southern Lounge occupies 2 floors of a single building in Crimea, where land is extremely expensive. Besides maintaining the characteristics of medieval nobility, it is also a well-known light jazz band live performance. Mr. Lin, thank you for being a hero and saving the beauty. You treated us to a Western meal and a few drinks. I'll drink first. Su Jijin, who is from the north, was the first to bring up wine. Under the dim lights of the bar, Su Jijin's delicate facial features appear more three-dimensional. Her charming temperament attracted the attention of foreigners nearby. My name is Lin Feng, just call me Brother Feng, don't always call me Mr. Lin or Mr. Lin, it always gives me the illusion that I'm still on the flight. Ha! Lin Feng's amusing jokes made the beauties laugh. Everyone started to clink glasses, but Zhuang Xiaorui's alcohol tolerance was obviously not good. The alcohol content of the bourbon whiskey was quite high, and after a while, Zhuang Xiaorui's cheeks turned red. Maybe it was because of the alcohol. The friendship in his eyes when he looked at Lin Feng was so strong that it almost became tangible. Her body unconsciously leaned slightly towards Lin Feng. Perhaps because of the alcohol, Su Jijin boldly asked Fu Na to change her seat and sit next to Lin Feng. Sure enough, the friendship between girls can easily become fragile in front of the man they like. Su Jijin no longer used jokes to cheer up Zhuang Xiaorui to hide her feelings, and leaned against Lin Feng, slightly tipsy. As to whether this northern woman was really drunk or pretending to be drunk, it is unknown. Careful! Lin Feng suddenly shouted. I saw someone throwing a wine bottle towards Su Jijin's head. The wine bottle made a humming sound, and it was obviously not empty. If Su Jijin was hit by this, she would probably bleed profusely. With his unusual reaction, Lin Feng pulled Su Jijin into his arms, then raised his hand and knocked the wine bottle to the ground. Bang! Before everyone could react to Lin Feng's exclamation, the sound of a wine bottle shattering on the ground exploded in their ears. Everyone sobered up instantly. Su Jijin looked at the broken pieces of wine glass on the ground and the spilled wine, and she felt even more frightened. Chapter 28, Vigorous and Decisive. The guests in the pub had already been scared away and scattered. Only 4 foreigners walked towards Lin Feng and others. The 4 men all had fierce eyes, were of burly build, and had tattoos all over their bodies. They were obviously members of the local gang. You come with bad intentions, you go first. Lin Feng saw the familiar person behind the 4 people at a glance. It was the foreign waitress who was fired by the manager in the restaurant today. Lin Feng cursed silently in his heart. If it were the end of the world, he would not let this foreigner leave the restaurant alive. Now there is trouble. Just like being filmed on TV. Fu Na and the others remained unmoved. Su Jijin even quietly grabbed a wine bottle. Although Lin Feng was touched, he still urged seriously. This is not like back home. Guns are used at any time. Go downstairs and find the driver first. After saying this, he didn't wait for everyone's reaction and attacked the 4 people first. Just as Lin Feng said, although the United States claims to be free, guns are rampant and people will pull out guns and shoot at any time. Lin Feng is not a man who will sit and wait for death. Instead of waiting, it is better to catch the other party off guard while they are unaware of his strength. Otherwise, when they find out that Lin Feng is difficult to deal with and get angry and pull out their guns, everything will be over. Lin Feng supported the table with his left hand, and used the force to flip over the table. He tensed the muscles in his right leg and kicked hard at someone. The man was startled and immediately raised his hands and clenched his fists to block. Crack! All I heard was a crisp sound of a bone breaking. The man was kicked by Lin Feng and flew backwards, and all the tables and chairs along the way were overturned to the ground by the impact. Lin Feng didn't stop. He picked up a wine glass and threw it at the second person. Bang! The second person's forehead turned red instantly, and he fell to the ground wailing, covering his head. When the remaining 2 people saw this, they knew that Lin Feng was not a good person, and they raised their hands to take out something from behind their waists. Lin Feng naturally would not give them any more time. He rushed up to the two men and punched each of them. Both of them fainted instantly. Lin Feng kicked a man on the ground and turned him around. He lifted up his clothes and saw that there was indeed a pistol on the belt behind his back. After putting the four men's pistols aside, Lin Feng walked straight towards the foreign waitress. At this moment, the foreign girl was so frightened that her face turned pale. When she saw Lin Feng coming over, she burst into tears. "I'm sorry, sir, I shouldn't have troubled you." Before he could finish his words, Lin Feng slapped him to the ground. Lin Feng was too lazy to waste time talking to her. If he wasn't afraid of causing more trouble, killing these people would be a simple matter. While everyone was still hesitating whether to leave or not, Lin Feng had already dealt with all the foreigners with bad intentions. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you okay? Are you not hurt?" After Zhuang Xiurui came to her senses, she hurried to Lin Feng, lifted up Lin Feng's hand, and touched Lin Feng's leg to check. Lin Feng was so itchy that he quickly stopped her. "I'm fine, let go, stop touching me, you're taking advantage of me." Zhuang Xiurui ignored Lin Feng's teasing. After seeing the foreign waitress lying on the ground, she knew why these people were causing trouble for them. "Yes, I'm sorry. It's because of me again." Zhuang Xiurui's eyes welled up with tears as she kept blaming herself. Especially when seeing the four pistols put away on the side. Zhuang Xiurui really couldn't imagine what kind of consequences these people would face if they used guns from the beginning. Okay, if you really feel bad, you can just pledge your love to me," Lin Feng quickly said jokingly. Lin Feng couldn't bear to see women crying in front of him, except for the foreigner just now. "Good." This time, Zhuang Xiurui did not hesitate and responded to Lin Feng decisively. Lin Feng was surprised by Zhuang Xiurui's answer. He quickly patted his head, changed the subject, and said to others, "How are you? Are you all safe?" "No, Mr. Lin, you are so handsome, and you just saved me. If you hadn't pulled me into your arms, I would probably have a brain explosion right now," Su Zhizhen said. Seeing that Lin Feng did not directly respond to Zhuang Xiurui's confession, Su Zhizhen actually felt a surge of joy in her heart. Just now, at the moment of life and death, it was those broad hands that pulled her into a warm embrace. In order to protect everyone, he resolutely faced the four people alone. They are all deeply engraved in Su Zhizhen's mind. "Boss Lin, I find that you always surprise people," Fu Na said. "What should we do with this situation?" Lin Feng pointed at the five people lying on the ground. There were only guests watching from a distance. Even now that the incident was over, no one came to inquire about the situation. Perhaps they were frightened by the four shiny pistols on the table, or perhaps they were afraid of the methods Lin Feng had just demonstrated, who was decisive and deadly in killing. "It's okay, let the driver handle it. Their company has a strong local background. We paid a high price for their service, so they have the responsibility to handle the follow-up for us." As Fu Na was speaking, the driver of Lin Feng's car ran up, sweating profusely. "Ms. Fu, Mr. Lin, are you okay? Deal with them properly. There is also the possible gang background behind them. I don't want to have such troubles in the future. Do you understand?" Lin Feng said to the driver that the time for the jump was about to come and Lin Feng had no time to waste here. What if I accidentally disappear in front of everyone? Then Norton Arms Industries will soon associate him with this, and it is unknown whether he will be able to return home safely by then. "You guys go wait for me in the car, I'm going to have a cigarette." Seeing that the countdown was about to end, Lin Feng turned and left after giving his instructions. "Mr. Lin, do you want me to let the driver follow you?" Fu Na's voice came from behind. Lin Feng didn't look back and waved his hand to refuse. Passers-by who witnessed what had just happened all looked at Lin Feng with reverence, and some were whispering to each other. Some of the brave ones shouted, "Sir, is that Dragon Country Kung Fu? Handsome." Lin Feng trotted away and disappeared in the crowd in the blink of an eye. He found an empty corner and silently waited for the countdown to the jump to end. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. After a moment of trance, Lin Feng opened his eyes again and found himself at the place where he had leaped in the afternoon. It is about 2 kilometers away from the bar. There was no choice but for Lin Feng to run away again. Although everything that happened just now was safe, it still made Lin Feng make up his mind. It is not advisable to stay in the United States for a long time. Originally, based on Lin Feng's attribute panel, there was no danger to his life in Long Country at all. As long as he develops quietly and doesn't offend those super bosses, no gun will be aimed at him. It took a lot of effort to prepare all this, and there are so many beauties waiting for Lin Feng to plunder. If he was not careful and was sanctioned with a gun in the United States, Lin Feng would be in tears. Chapter 29: Sweeping the Crimean Port. After what had just happened, no one wanted to continue drinking. Seeing Lin Feng coming back, everyone fell silent and didn't know what to say. They gathered around the Maybach, seemingly reluctant to part with it. "Look, our country is still better." Lin Feng was the first to open the conversation. "Of course. It's a mess abroad. There's no security at all," Su Jijin said. "Actually, I'm in the film industry, and I'm planning to shoot a big production. You guys all have good looks, so why don't you just quit your jobs and come back with me to make a movie?" Seeing that the time was right, Lin Feng expressed his plan. Compared to those greenhouse beauties in the country, these women who had just shared hardships with him would definitely be able to help him at the beginning of the apocalypse. Movies? Zhuang Xiaorui was shocked and confused. She couldn't tell whether this was Lin Feng's cover-up excuse for inviting her to live with him, or whether he really just wanted to help them without any selfish motives. "Me too?" Su Jijin asked in surprise. "Of course. You have a good temperament, and you looked fearless in the face of danger just now. You are very suitable for a role in my movie. It will definitely be a hit." Lin Feng talked freely, saying that he would achieve his goal as long as he could trick a few people into returning to China to follow him, and then continued. "Your salary will be based on the rate of second-tier domestic actors, and you can sign the contract immediately after returning. This is also a guarantee for you." Those who were originally still hesitant because of the higher salary and stable working environment of flight attendants immediately gave up after hearing Lin Feng's words. At this moment, they have great confidence in Lin Feng's ability and character. "I promise." Su Jijin spoke first. She had no bargaining power, and being able to continue to contact Lin Feng through work was the best of both worlds for her. She still remembers the warm and safe embrace just now. I promise you too." Zhuang Xiaorui also gritted her teeth and said that she was originally a good girl who obeyed the law and did not like too many risks and changes. But when he saw that Su Jijin actually agreed first, he agreed reluctantly. The other two said they would go back and discuss it with their parents, and Lin Feng didn't care. "Then let's go home. Contact me after you two finish your work." Lin Feng got into the car after he finished speaking. This time Su Jijin did not urge Zhuang Xiaorui to ride in Lin Feng's car. With Zhuang Xiaorui's reserved personality, it was impossible for her to sit on Lin Feng's chair without anyone urging her to do so. I got into the second Maybach with other flight attendants. "What are your plans after graduation?" The vehicle has started. Now that the two flight attendants have almost been captured, Lin Feng also plans to make a greater effort towards Fu Na. "I haven't decided yet. I'll graduate in half a year. Come be my assistant after you graduate. On May 1st, you must find time to come back to China to attend my talent show. This will serve as an opportunity to learn about the job in advance," Lin Feng said. It's not realistic to convince Fu Na to drop out of her studies, which is about to be completed. As long as Fu Na can come back to participate in the draft on May 1st, the result will be the same. "Ah? Okay, thank you, Mr. Lin." Fu Na had not planned what to do after graduation, so since Lin Feng offered her an olive branch, she gladly accepted it. "Then it's settled. You should arrange to return home on May 1st. We'll see you there. Don't be late," Lin Feng reminded again and again. Although Fu Na was surprised that Lin Feng took her participation in the talent show so seriously. "But I just thought it was to familiarize myself with the work in advance," so I nodded and agreed. Today, Lin Feng encountered 2 life-and-death crises in succession. His nerves were completely strained and he fell asleep soon after returning to the hotel. But Zhuang Xiaorui tossed and turned after returning home. Lin Feng's attitude towards her was similar to that towards Su Jijin. He didn't send her any messages after the show, and this ambiguous feeling made her start to have wild thoughts. and from the change in Su Zhizhen's attitude, it can be felt that she also has a good impression of Lin Feng. Thinking that he should be more proactive, he immediately picked up his phone and sent a message to Lin Feng. "Are you asleep?" But there was no reply, so she could only helplessly clamp the quilt with her white legs and toss and turn in bed. "Mr. Lin is ready." Lin Feng didn't wake up until noon the next day. After all, he was too tired yesterday. Seeing the news from Yushanwu, Lin Feng quickly got up and prepared. Lin Feng originally turned down the offer from the film and television special effects company because he had lost interest. The flight was scheduled to fly to Atlanta in the afternoon. During this period, Lin Feng had to complete the most important purpose of this trip to Crimea. The cooldown time for the invisibility ability has expired, so I immediately turned on invisibility and went downstairs. Still at the same place, Yushanwu drove an inconspicuous Ford sedan and was waiting. "Let's go." Lin Feng gave the order immediately after getting in the car. The Ford drove straight out of the hotel according to the route planned in advance by Yushanwu. We arrived at our destination in a short while. The port of Crimea is the largest export port in the United States, covering an area of about 8,000 acres. The port is designed to facilitate shippers to ship goods on time. Shippers are allowed to accumulate port yard space 30 days in advance. Plus, Lin Feng and Yu Lihui had already inquired about it before. Today happens to be Sunday, and tomorrow, Monday, is the loading day, so there is a huge amount of cargo currently stockpiled in the Crimea port. After Lin Feng told Yushanwu to stay on standby, he headed straight towards the port. The cargoes of Crimea port are mainly energy and petrochemical products including refined oil, coal, etc., and the other part is mass agricultural products. The port of Crimea is also the second largest grain export port in the United States, and it also has a huge amount of export grain piled up. And these are Lin Feng's goals. As they were approaching the port, Lin Feng still put on the motorcycle helmet. Relying on the English knowledge he had learned temporarily, Lin Feng quickly found the energy area. Rows of tank containers are neatly arranged throughout the port's energy area. To facilitate loading and unloading, these containers are individual and have no fixings to the ground. This also greatly facilitates Lin Feng's storage. Even though the port has such a huge amount of supplies, its security cannot be compared with Norton's warehouse. After all, no one would be bold enough to rob a port. Still from top to bottom, Lin Feng climbed to the highest points of the container piles like a monkey. Then reach out and touch the storage. The whole scene was like a Candy Crush game. Any container touched by Lin Feng's hand would disappear immediately. The originally piled-up containers soon disappeared by half under Lin Feng's skillful techniques. It was afternoon, and according to the working schedule of the American people, this was the time for a break and handover. So there are very few security personnel in the duty room. The alarm at the port didn't sound until Lin Feng had almost stored all the containers in the energy area. Chapter 30 Everything is done, return home. Ding 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 ding. Loudspeakers throughout the port blared shrill alarms. Seeing that the energy area had been almost completely taken over by Lin Feng, he turned around and ran towards the grain area. Lin Feng planned his stealth time well and turned off the stealth when storing the container. After storing the food, he turned on stealth again when he ran towards the grain area. Therefore, no port security noticed Lin Feng. When all the security guards gathered towards the energy area, Lin Feng had already found the grain area. The grain area is different from the energy area. The height of the containers in the energy area is limited, so they will not be stacked too high. The grain area is filled with square containers, all of which are neatly stacked into small hills. The tallest containers are almost as tall as the buildings in the distance. Lin Feng found a good foothold and climbed to the top of the container pile with superhuman strength. Again from top to bottom, all the containers encountered were stored in the secondary space. Woo-wah, woo-wah, woo-wah. The police system of the United States responded quickly, and police from most of the city also gathered towards the port. As Lin Feng collected the grains, the disappearance of the grain area was soon discovered by some security guards. Seeing the security gathering not far away, Lin Feng knew it was time to retreat. Looking at the small half of the containers that had not been stored by Lin Feng could only sigh inwardly and regretfully, then turned on stealth and evacuated. Unlike the Norton Arms Industries warehouse, which was far away from the city, the commotion at the port this time was unusually loud. The whole city was alarmed, and many fast media and police arrived at the port at about the same time. They pointed their cameras at the port, and used microphones to interview people who knew the situation. "Look!" A sharp-eyed reporter spotted Lin Feng on top of the container pile, wearing a black tights and a cool black motorcycle helmet. I can't tell their age, race, or nationality. But soon, Lin Feng disappeared from the camera's view. Lin Feng realized that he had gone too far this time, so he quickly turned on stealth and evacuated. There were actually more people and media watching around than police and security guards. It seems that the instinct to watch the fun is not limited to people in Longhua. Lin Feng took a lot of effort to squeeze out of the crowd and get into Yu Shangwu's Ford. "Let's get out of here first." After hearing Lin Feng's instructions, Yu Shangwu immediately stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the city center. "There are 2 minutes of invisibility left." "Stop." Lin Feng estimated the distance and shouted when he was 2 kilometers away from the hotel. According to Lin Feng's speed, 2 minutes is enough to complete the entire journey. "You should arrange to return to China today, and come to see me with Yu Lihui after you return," Lin Feng said. "Okay." I saw that the screens all over the city were replaying Lin Feng's figure standing on top of the pile of containers. Yu Shanwu felt a little scared, but also a little excited. Compared to the dull half of his life before, what Yu Shanwu felt and experienced these days following Lin Feng was a whole new world for him. Still the same, in order to not leave any clues, Lin Feng put the car into the different space. According to the typical plots of some film and television dramas, the protagonist at this time even has to get rid of Yu Shanwu. After all, he knew that Lin Feng had done things that had a huge impact, and he also knew that Lin Feng had superhuman abilities. But Lin Feng didn't do so, because Yu Shanwu was decisive and must be a talent who could help him after the end of the world. Besides, there are only a dozen days left until the end of the world, and Lin Feng doesn't care if the United States really tracks down him or Yu Shanwu. As long as Yu Shanwu returns to the country, even if the procedures are followed, they will be delayed until after the end of the world. Fu Na soon learned about the real-time news with huge impact. Shortly after Lin Feng returned to the room, he received a message from Fu Na. "Boss Lin, are you up? This Crimea city is really in turmoil. Have you watched the news?" "No." "The news reported that a helmeted man looted the entire Crimean port by himself." "Holy shit! How is that possible?" "I didn't believe it at first, but they all had the images and said he had superpowers." "Haha, the media in the United States is just brainless. It seems that we should not stay here for long. It's almost time. Let's go to the airport." "Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll wait for you downstairs." Lin Feng felt funny after putting away his phone. A helmeted man with superpowers. Lin Feng really admires the imagination of the American media. Lin Feng booked an afternoon flight to Atlanta. Because Fu Na was studying in Crimea, Lin Feng did not let Fu Na go with him. Because Lin Feng will only stay in Atlanta for a short time and will return home immediately. Thinking of going to the airport, Lin Feng thought of the 2 flight attendants. When he took out his cell phone, he saw that the 2 flight attendants had sent Lin Feng a lot of messages. "Zhuang Xiare, are you asleep? Brother Feng, what do you think of me? Brother Feng, I have already sent my resignation letter. Do you want me to go back with you? Just send me a message back." Su Jijin. "Boss Lin, which room are you staying in? I'll come talk to you about work after I return home. Did you sleep?" After seeing the news, Lin Feng secretly said what a pity. "When I returned to my room last night, I fell asleep immediately because I was so tired during the day. It was okay to miss out on Zhuang Xiroi's news, but it was a big sin to miss out on the opportunity to discuss work with a top-notch woman like Su Jijin in the middle of the night. But considering that there are other important things to do, the plundering will be considered after returning home." Lin Feng sent a message to each of them, telling them that he was going back to China. In order to prevent the 2 women from feeling insecure, Lin Feng transferred 200,000 yuan to each of them as travel expenses and office address. Soon after Lin Feng went downstairs, he headed for the airport. Fu Na also felt a little uncomfortable because Lin Feng had spent a lot of money to hire her. But it felt like Lin Feng didn't eat well, didn't sleep well, didn't talk about work, and was in a hurry to go back. Fu Na always felt that she had not done enough for this future boss. Boss Lin, next time you come to the United States, tell me that I'm sorry for spoiling your fun this time. Next time, I'll accompany you the whole time, free of charge. Fu Na, the co-pilot, turned around and spoke to Lin Feng. Ah? Haha, don't spoil the fun. We have to meet again on May 1st. I will arrange to treat you to a delicious meal then. Spoil the fun? How could that be possible? Lin Feng is very happy now. He has gained a lot from this trip. Not to mention collecting 3 beauties to enter the shelter. The countless guns and supplies in the alien space were things that Lin Feng would never be able to obtain in Dragon Country. After saying goodbye to Fu Na, Lin Feng boarded a plane to Atlanta. We didn't stay in Atlanta for too long, and we often left an anchor at the port of Atlanta before taking a taxi. Lin Feng returned to the airport and boarded the flight back to Manhwaedit. Chapter 31. The shelter takes shape. Half a month has passed since the shelter broke ground. Driven by strong financial support, the shelter, which is under construction 24 hours a day, has already reached a basic scale. The protective measures for the outer 3,000 square meters are different from those inside the shelter, and have been completed first under Cui Zhigao's personal supervision. A 4-meter-high and 50-centimeter-thick reinforced concrete wall surrounds the entire shelter like a long dragon. There is also a 5-meter-high wire mesh outside the wall, which is tightly protected. Cui Zhigao is working on a project to capture the shocking scenes of a zombie siege in the movie. All buildings within 3 kilometers of the shelter were also cleared. From the drone's perspective, there are already some shadows of super blockbusters. On a large planned film and television city site on the outskirts of the city, a steel fortress is being built in full swing and is surrounded by a wall. The area within a radius of 3 kilometers is flat, and from the high point of the shelter, it is easy to observe the movements of everything nearby. Accompanied by Cui Zhigao, Lin Feng, who was inspecting the site, nodded repeatedly when he saw the super high-quality completed project of the film and television city. Director Cui, you have worked so hard. I will add your name as the producer in the opening credits. Will that violate your discipline? In response to Cui Zhigao's dedication, Lin Feng could only reward him by saying some impossible words. Well, if it's possible, of course. Cui Zhigao would naturally not refuse such an opportunity that could add some color to his political resume. Boss Lin, please come this way and take a look at the shelter. Xiao Shi and Xiao Yi are inside. Because Shi Ning and Yi Qiuyao have been promoting the progress of the construction site in the film and television city, they have become familiar with Cui Zhigao and other leaders of the film and television city. The gate of the outer wall has not been closed yet to facilitate the entry of some large machines as the shelter is still under construction. Along the way, Lin Feng looked left and right at the wall and came to the gate of the shelter. Because Lin Feng had discovered the dirty business of outsourcing projects before, Cui Zhigao personally followed up to prevent similar situations from happening again. Therefore, Lin Feng was very satisfied with the quality of the outer wall. The shelter is a 5-story cylindrical building with a height of 20 meters and 3 floors underground. Perhaps because of the exterior wall material or perhaps to maintain a sense of technology, the entire shelter is painted in black metallic color. The cylinder is designed to make better use of the building area, and the top floor of the cylinder, which is the top of the 5th floor, is an open-air platform. Because Lin Feng had previously explained that Shi Ning and Yi Qiuyao did not need to accompany him during the external inspection. Shi Ning and Yi Qiuyao ran over when they saw Lin Feng walk into the shelter after looking around the perimeter. Zhang Xiaoxia is not here, probably she is liaising with Dingxing Company. Although the 2 women looked haggard due to their busy work, their eyes could not hide their excitement. After all, such a magnificent building could be built by them, and their pride had already overshadowed the hard work. Thanks for your hard work. Looking at the red bloodshot eyes and haggard appearance of the 2 women, Lin Feng knew that these 2 people must be following up on the progress in the shelter day and night. It's not hard. Come, Mr. Lin, let me introduce you, Shi Ning said. Because the 1st floor was still under construction and its functional nature could not be seen, Shi Ning simply took Lin Feng to inspect it from the open-air platform on the top floor. Passing through the lobby on the 1st floor, there are 2 elevators in the lobby, which are also made of metal and full of a sense of technology. This elevator will be connected to the shelter's protection system, and the floors that can be reached will be restricted based on the permissions of the people taking the elevator. This permission is in your hands, Mr. Lin. Ning pointed at the elevator and introduced it to Lin Feng. Then, Mr. Lin, you can set permissions according to the scene requirements in the movie and cooperate with the filming of the movie, Ichiyoya said. Good, Lin Feng praised. Everyone took the elevator to the A6 floor, which is the open-air platform floor. After exiting the elevator, Ning introduced the 2 open spaces on the open-air platform. This platform has 2 helicopter landing pads. Of course, there will also be a helicopter landing pad in the space below the outer wall, but the landing pad on the open-air platform is a last resort. Then he pointed to another building on the platform that was already quite large and occupied about 1,000 square meters and said, "This is a vertical farm. The entire farm can meet the standards of soilless cultivation. All farm areas are arranged vertically layer by layer to make the most of the space. By then, there will be AI fully automatic irrigation and cultivation functions, and the light and temperature will be cultivated in the most scientific way." "How many crops can this produce?" Lin Feng asked curiously. Although there were already countless fresh vegetables in his space, he was still very concerned about the future sustainable development of the output. According to the saturated design with 4 layers of planting racks on each floor, the effective planting area of this vertical farm reaches 16,000 square meters, and the annual output can reach up to 350 tons of vegetables. Ning took out the tablet, clicked on the simulation data, and said, "That's incredible. If you really want to farm, you need 400 acres of traditional farmland to produce this much." Lin Feng was amazed at the current development of technology, and was amazed at vertical farms. Seeing that Lin Feng stopped asking questions, Ning introduced another building with a chimney that was also 20 meters high on the platform. "This is an aerial observation tower that can be used for reconnaissance, signal transmission, and other functions. Under ideal conditions, it can observe up to 20 kilometers away. There are foldable photovoltaic panels and rainwater collection arrays on the top of the observation tower." Lin Feng opened his mouth wide after hearing a series of complex words. "I thought to myself that it was a good thing that I was able to get Dingxing to build such a building under the guise of making a science fiction movie. This is almost the pinnacle of Dragon's civilian construction technology. If it weren't for a reasonable explanation, people would not dare to build such a fortress for you." Lin Feng still felt it was a pity to think that a fortress like this could only be equipped with some firearms from the United States, and that it would not have any advanced weapons like laser cannons and electromagnetic cannons to match them. However, Lin Feng is currently unable to obtain these advanced weapons, and he doesn't even know where these weapons are. "Not bad, not bad. Our requirements are still the same. Although we are making a movie, for the sake of publicity and my hobby, the functions of every component must be realized." Lin Feng was afraid that Ning would mix in too many movie elements, so he gave some instructions out of concern. "Boss Lin, don't worry, I will definitely do what I say," Ning said. Lin Feng walked to the edge of the open-air platform. Standing at the top of the 20-meter-high building, one can have a clear view of the scene below. The outer wall in the distance, and the deserted flat land further away can also be clearly seen. Thinking of having such a steel fortress in the coming doomsday, Lin Feng unconsciously felt much more secure. Chapter 32, Su Qin, Head of Brokerage Team. After inspecting the open-air platform, everyone took the elevator to the 5th floor. The 5th floor is a command center. Military weapons cannot be obtained by Dingxing Company, so there is only one area planned for the entire 5th floor. A giant computer host and display screen is the control center of the shelter, with the most advanced AI currently deployed locally. According to Lin Feng's previous suggestion, this floor is also equipped with a drone hangar, but Ning has no channels to purchase the militarized drones needed for the movie. "Is this the central control computer?" Lin Feng asked. "Yes, the authority and monitoring of the entire shelter will be generated in this computer." "No," Lin Feng suddenly interrupted and said. Having watched Resident Evil, he knows how insecure it would be if everything relied on artificial intelligence. "And you can't put all your eggs in one basket, everything is on this one computer." What if someone other than Lin Feng controls or destroys this computer, causing Lin Feng to lose control of the entire shelter? Then all efforts will be in vain. Boss Lin, what's wrong? Shining was surprised at Lin Feng's tone. After all, in her impression, Lin Feng had never been so serious. We can't put all permissions on just this one computer. In addition to the AI assistants, the entire shelter must have physical permissions and the permission to forcibly shut down the AI. This? Shining was really surprised at Lin Feng's request. If building such a shelter for filming a movie was to strive for authenticity. But Lin Feng actually thought of all these. This is too much of a pursuit of reality. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated, Mr. Lin? Ichio Yao asked. I am like this. If I want to do something, I will do it to the best of my ability. If you don't have any ideas, just listen to my ideas. You just need to answer whether you can do it or not. You don't need to ask anything else. Lin Feng asked Shining, his serious tone carrying some superhuman attributes that added to his temperament, leaving Shining with no reason to refuse. Okay, Mr. Lin, you tell me, I will do my best to do it. Shining said, picking up the notebook to take notes. No need to record it, just keep it in your mind. Shining put away the notebook. 1. Set up a physical permission key for the entire shelter. This key can physically and mechanically open all switches that require permission to open. 2. Configure another central control computer that is exactly the same as this one, with the same permissions configuration. Make sure that if something happens to this computer, the other computer can immediately take over the shelter, and the backup computer permissions must cover this computer. For Lin Feng, he does not have 100% trust in machines, intelligence, or personnel. There is only one thing that Lin Feng can trust 100%, the system's subspace. If we put these physical, intelligent or more advanced safety measures in the subspace, then we will be safe. No matter what accidents happen in the shelter at that time, Lin Feng will be able to regain control of the shelter in the first place. It is not safe to put it in the shelter or any corner of reality. Only the subspace is Lin Feng's safest safe. It's no wonder that Lin Feng is cautious. Having read too many novels and TV dramas, he knows very well that this shelter will become a small society, or even a dynasty in the future. Lin Feng is the king of this dynasty, and dynasties are bound to have rebellion and intrigue. The only way to succeed is to keep these deadly things firmly in one's own hands. This can be done. After hearing Shining's reply, Lin Feng dissipated his aura, and Shining breathed a sigh of relief. As the other floors are still under construction, it is not convenient to inspect them. Shining can only briefly introduce the plan. A6 is the open-air terrace, which you just saw. A5 is the command center here. A4 is the luxurious living area including the swimming pool, the film and television area, and 50 luxurious bedrooms. A3 is a living and community center, with modular dormitories, a cafeteria, etc. A2 is the laboratory and medical emergency center, and A1 is the lobby area, disinfection area, inspection area, combat area, etc. B1 is the energy zone, B2 is the ecological cycle zone, and B3 has not yet been planned. After Shining finished speaking, she looked at Lin Feng carefully. Unlike his initial confidence, in Shining's eyes, Lin Feng was a person who was very strict with details. Shining was afraid that Lin Feng would be dissatisfied with something, and subconsciously wanted to get Lin Feng's approval. After all, the aura that Lin Feng had just exuded made Shining feel a fear and obedience beyond her instincts. Well done. After listening to Shining's introduction, Lin Feng was very satisfied. Based on the principle of giving a good reward, Lin Feng gave praise without hesitation. Fortunately, Cui Zhigao and his team did not come in to investigate, so there were no outsiders here. After all, it involved some core functions of the shelter, so Lin Feng found a reason to send them away. Okay, you guys go ahead and do your work, I have something else to do. Lin Feng stood up and said. It has been 2 days since Lin Feng returned to China. After a day of rest and inventory, he started working today. Lin Feng was in a state of excitement all day yesterday. Norton Arms Industries looted more than 250,000 guns of all kinds, and over 1 billion rounds of ammunition. But there is currently no suitable venue for training. Otherwise, as a man, Lin Feng also wanted to try these guns. Thinking of this, Lin Feng stopped Cherning, who was about to leave. A firearms training area will be set up in Area B3. The entire area will be soundproofed as best as possible. After all, it would be bad if the sound of gunfire during training attracted zombies. Okay. Cherning was no longer surprised by Lin Feng's obsessive attention to details. After responding, he immediately left with Ichioyao. Boss Lin, when will you come over? Now. A woman sent a message to Lin Feng on WeChat. And this woman is Su Qin, the head of the agent team formed by Lin Feng based on the resources introduced by Zhang Junhu. Su Qin has led countless girl groups in her early years and has also introduced many trainees from Korea. Su Qin has a keen eye and may be average in terms of resources and abilities, but all the female stars who debuted under her are peerless beauties without exception. Some netizens once jokingly called Su Qin a human beauty pageant machine. As long as she sees someone once, no matter how good or perfect the person's plastic surgery is, Su Qin can see through it. When Lin Feng first heard about Su Qin's abilities, he was astonished, so he asked Zhang Junhu to contact Su Qin and spent a high price to recruit Su Qin. Su Qin's job was very simple, and she made full use of her expertise, which was to select beauties for Lin Feng's beauty pageant. Discover beauties from ordinary people on the street, students in school, teachers, nurses in the hospital, and even employees in companies and factories. With Lin Feng's investment, Su Qin quickly expanded her beauty pageant paparazzi team, looking for beauties in all first-tier and new first-tier cities and on all online platforms. Chapter 33 Beauty Pageant Progress. Su Qin and her agency team's office is also in the Haicheng Center building, but this work is not suitable for Lin Xiaoye and others to participate, so there is no connection between the two companies. In addition to Su Qin, there are more than a dozen people in the office, both men and women, all of whom are working with great enthusiasm. After all, no one would be lazy in such a job. The job content is just one sentence: to discover beautiful women. In other words, even if you are constantly swiping the brim on TikTok, you are still working. Manager Su, the most beautiful nurse from Haicheng First Hospital, has agreed to come to the casting call on May 1st for public review. Someone was reporting work loudly to Su Qin. In the broker circle, if a broker is at the highest management level, he will be called the chief broker, or general manager for short. Okay, well done. Mr. Su, the School Beauty of Haicheng University has agreed to come to the casting conference on May 1st for public review. Well done. Manager Su, the street person spotted by the paparazzi a while ago, has agreed to come to the casting conference on May 1st as a public judge after 3 days of negotiations. Okay, let me emphasize this again. Everyone must sign a contract. If you are absent from the casting call on May 1st, you will be charged for breach of contract. Lin Feng gave only one order to this brokerage team. Just invite all the beauties you find to participate in the casting conference at all costs, whether as contestants or audience members. So for Su Qin and others, as long as they invite beautiful women to the beauty pageant, they will be considered successful. Regarding Lin Feng's strange request, the agents could only attribute it to the fact that Lin Feng needed to use the gimmick of the beauty quality of the audience to promote himself on the internet. Boss Lin is here. Su Qin finally noticed Lin Feng standing at the door and quickly spoke to everyone. Everyone put down their work, as many of them were meeting this boss for the first time. Everyone is very curious about the boss who can invest in such a large production. Keep busy, pretend I don't exist. Lin Feng quickly asked everyone to continue. The work these people are currently doing can be directly linked to Lin Feng's happy life after the end of the world. Lin Feng didn't dare to delay their work. Boss Lin, please sit down. Su Qin led Lin Feng into her office and invited him to sit in the main seat. Lin Feng went straight to the sofa and sat down. You said before that you had something to talk to me about. Yes. Su Qin quickly picked up the teacup and poured a cup of tea for Lin Feng. Tell me about it. Lin Feng picked up the teacup and took a sip. Longjing, not bad. Do you still remember Xingqianer, whom you told me about before? Su Qin said. As I remember, she had a restaurant in the film and television city? What happened to her? Lin Feng has not forgotten this national goddess, Xingqianer. After all, Lin Feng had never robbed such a big star before. My favorite scene after the apocalypse is the fall of a high and mighty fairy to Earth. She and her agent are both difficult to talk to. For the May 1st show alone, they asked for 50 million, and they said they were doing it for director Chui's sake. Su Qin said in embarrassment. Lin Feng introduced her to Cui Zhigao, who was then able to get in touch with Xing Qianer. But unfortunately, Su Qin was previously in charge of some small stars who were famous for their looks, and agents of this level were naturally looked down upon by Xing Qianer and her agent. So Su Qin felt full of guilt after the talks turned out like this. Oh? That's a lot? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Regarding the current market conditions. Lin Feng knew it. In the current mainland variety show market, the daily announcement fee for first-line stars is generally between 400 and 500 million. Top traffic or international superstars may have higher rates. But for someone like Xing Qianer to offer such an exorbitant price was almost against common sense. You don't give us any room for bargaining? Lin Feng asked. Yes, she got the information from somewhere and said that you were determined to invite her, so she quoted a sky-high price and refused to give in. Su Qin said helplessly. I remember there are policy restrictions in this regard? Lin Feng said as he remembered something. Yes, if we were to follow her announcement fee of 50 million, it would be impossible to sign a normal contract. Then let's sign a normal contract with her and pay her 5 million first. Then prepare an underground contract and pay her another 50 million after the recording is finished on the same day. Lin Feng said. But isn't this 55 million? And based on their experience, once the contract is signed, we will have to pay every penny. Su Qin said worriedly. It doesn't matter. Give her 50 million. I can give her a few hundred million when the time comes. Lin Feng waved his hand nonchalantly. For this kind of big star who takes advantage of the situation and holds his own high price. Lin Feng has already made a deep impression, and now all he needs to do is find a way to invite her to the beauty pageant. Once the doomsday comes, Lin Feng will definitely give this big star a good lesson. What progress has been made so far? Lin Feng said. At present, the top 50 contestants have already been selected. For other registered contestants, if their physique and appearance are indeed good but they are below the top 50, we will also invite them to participate in the public review. The planned number of people for the public review is 500, and 300 people have signed contracts so far. Su Qin said. How's the quality? Lin Feng asked. I have personally inspected all the beauties. She has a beautiful face and a great body. She has no tattoos or signs of plastic surgery. Boss Lin, don't worry. When it appears on the TV screen, it will definitely shock all netizens. Su Qin is very confident about the beauties she has carefully selected. According to her guess, Lin Feng might want to sign a contract with the best among them. After signing the contract, won't I be the only one responsible for the agency work? Therefore, Su Qin pays special attention to the quality of beauties. We must speed up the process while not sacrificing quality. All beauties must undergo a comprehensive physical examination before May 1st. Okay. Su Qin couldn't understand why Lin Feng strictly required the beauties to undergo a full physical examination before May 1st. Maybe Mr. Lin is a germaphobe. I hope everyone is healthy. Su Qin thought comfortingly. For the remaining 200 people, we can select more from various universities, preferably covering different majors. Lin Feng explained again. These highly educated people may be of great use after the end of the world. For some targets that particularly meet the requirements, the notice fee can be appropriately increased, with 100,000 yuan paid in advance and the balance paid after the recording is completed. Boss Lin, what is the upper limit of the premium? About 20 million, but this person has to be worth that price. But if we talk about it this way, the notice fee you need to pay after the recording will be sky high. It's okay, go ahead and negotiate. As long as it meets this price, it's worth it. Chapter 34, Can Romance Created with Money Be Effective? Brother Feng, we are back. Lin Feng, who had just walked out of the Haiqing Center building, received a message from Zhuang Xiaorui. Lin Feng's mind unconsciously recalled Zhuang Xiaorui's appearance on the flight. She was wearing a Cheongsam stewardess uniform, a graceful bun, and her fair and slender legs were matched with a pair of flesh-colored stockings. Where are you? Lin Feng asked. In the rented house in Haiqing. Let's have dinner together later. As for Zhuang Shui, Lin Feng felt a little angry when he thought of those seductive flesh-colored stockings. I have made up my mind to take down Zhuang Shui today. But we are still a society ruled by law. Even though Zhuang Shui has a good impression of Lin Feng, using force directly will obviously only cause more trouble. But Lin Feng was too lazy to talk about love with others and then proceed step by step. Just when I was feeling melancholy, I looked up and saw an advertising slogan. Customize your romance. It's a wedding planning company. Lin Feng came up with a plan and decided to try to win over Zhuang Shui with just money and romance. Based on the address in the advertisement, Lin Feng quickly found the wedding planning company. Romantic Heart Wedding Planning Company. Seeing Lin Feng's style, luxury goods, luxury car and driver, the girl at the front desk knew that a big shot had come into the store, so she hurriedly called the boss lady to come down. Hello, how can I help you? When Lin Feng came in, a woman who was about 30 years old and had been waiting at the door spoke. Looking at the woman's attire, Lin Feng guessed that she should be the boss of this small company. It's just that the proprietress is not very pretty, and Lin Feng has no interest in chatting with her. I want to pick up a girl. Without considering the budget, and assuming that the girl likes me, can you help me get her? Lin Feng went straight to the point. Hearing Lin Feng's request, the proprietress smiled happily. Some girls long for some romance deep down. But what if some rich young men don't want to spend too much time and energy on creating romance? That is to find them. As long as the money is in place, you can guarantee that the girl will be moved to tears. The boss lady had received similar orders before. It is no exaggeration to say that if Su Yishuan had the brains to find such a company. A group of people repeatedly studied Lin Xiaoya, and then tailored some romantic scenes for Lin Xiaoya. How could Su Yishuan not be able to get it? It's just that Su Yishuan is a love-brain person, and he may not bother to use this method. Yes, the proprietress said firmly. No girl can afford a romance that doesn't involve a budget, not to mention that the young man in front of her is so handsome. How could there be a girl who couldn't get it? Add me on WeChat, I'll transfer 500,000 to you first. I'm going to have dinner with a girl soon, please send me your plan later. Lin Feng didn't hesitate and directly added WeChat and transferred the money. I briefly described the other person's personality and how we met on WeChat, and then left. Thinking that Lin Feng wanted to invite her to dinner, Zhuang Shui was extremely happy. I have changed into several sets of clothes in front of the fitting mirror. I finally managed to put together my outfit, and Lin Feng's message just happened to come. Go downstairs. Zhuang Shui ran barefoot, picked up her small bag, and walked out the door in 2 steps. Lin Feng looked at Zhuang Shui jumping into the car and was amazed by her outfit. Her long hair was draped over her waist, and a slim black vest was hung around her neck with 2 small ropes, with black short-sleeved shirts on both arms. The slim black vest reveals her fair waist and delicate belly button. She was wearing a short white skirt that clung to her thighs, and her fair, slender, straight legs were matched with a pair of high heels sparkling with diamonds. Why are you wearing such beautiful clothes? Lin Feng said, but his eyes did not move away. Feeling Lin Feng's burning gaze, Zhuang Shui's cheeks became hot, and she hurriedly changed the subject. Where are we going to eat? Just follow me. Lin Feng asked the driver to drive. Lin Feng knew that Zhuang Shui was a reserved woman, and that she was different from Lin Yu and Wening Xue. Zhuang Shui should be a relatively conservative woman in nature, otherwise she wouldn't be able to be a flight attendant with such an image and still remain a virgin. It's easy to become a boyfriend and girlfriend, but if you want to step into her bed, she will probably block you in every way. I don't know if the Romantic Heart Planning Center can help Lin Feng get it. But Lin Feng still sighed in his heart. It's great to be rich. Even when you're in a relationship, there's someone to help you find love. The car soon arrived at the Anyu River in Haiqing. Anyu River is the main river of Haiqing and is known as the Mother River of Haiqing. It flows through the center of Haiqing and divides the city into 2 parts, Donglai and Shilai. The driver drove the car to a huge cruise ship on the bank of Anyu River. This is the most famous cruise ship restaurant in Haiqing. Of course, all these routes were planned by a romantic heart. Under the guidance of the waiter, Lin Feng and his companion boarded the cruise ship. Because Zhuang Shirui was wearing high heels, Lin Feng held Zhuang Shirui's hand almost the entire time. Zhuang Shirui has been in Haicheng since college and continued to work in Haicheng after graduation. The longer I stayed in Haicheng, the more I regretted that I had never been to the cruise restaurant in Haicheng. Now, coincidentally, my wish has come true. After all, there are so many high-end restaurants in Haicheng, and Zhuang Shirui can only attribute the fact that Lin Feng was able to choose the place he most wanted to go in one go to a coincidence. Because the two had already eaten Western food abroad last time, they did not eat Western food this time. After the two of them walked into the private room of the restaurant, the waiter actually started serving the dishes. "Brother Feng, you don't even need to order food? Or have you already ordered?" Zhuang Shirui asked curiously. "It's already been arranged." Lin Feng touched Zhuang Shirui's head, took her hand and led her to sit down. "Wow! Anhui cuisine?" Zhuang Shirui covered her mouth and said in surprise. She is from Anhui province, and her colleagues have always known that she is not used to Haicheng cuisine, and her favorite is the authentic Anhui cuisine. This time when Lin Feng took her out to eat, he had actually already arranged these authentic-looking Anhui dishes in advance. Once or twice is not a coincidence, it is the result of careful preparation. "Come on, these are all your favorites. Eat more." Seeing Zhuang Shirui looking at him with red eyes, Lin Feng quickly spoke. At this moment, Lin Feng couldn't say anything romantic. "I just feel good. These damn rich guys are really cool. As long as they give money and simple information, they can design something that will touch the girl's heart. This is much more practical than those bootlickers who go to great lengths to buy this and that." With the delicious Anhui cuisine, Lin Feng and his friend opened a bottle of red wine to go with it. As the wine passed the middle, the two were already half full. Zhuang Shirui's face flushed slightly due to the alcohol, and she stared at the river view outside the window in a daze. As light music sounded inside the cruise ship, the sound of many drones buzzing in the sky was heard. Zhuang Shirui looked over curiously, and saw that the drones in the sky had actually formed a photo. "That's me." Zhuang Shirui recognized him at the first sight and turned to look at Lin Feng inquiringly. Lin Feng signaled Zhuang Shirui to continue watching. The drone in the sky began to change slowly, from the photo of Zhuang Shirui to the scene of the two people getting to know each other, Lin Feng's first, second, and third heroic rescue of the beauty. Chapter 35 Pineapple Sister. This society is really crazy. As long as you have money, you don't even have to worry about your heart or your brain when it comes to love. Looking at Zhuang Shirui, who was pretending to be drunk in his arms, Lin Feng sighed and said the end of the world should come soon. At least life and death are determined by fate, and reproduction is up to everyone's means. There's a winning Xue downstairs at the Hilton, so it would be awkward if we bump into her. Lin Feng simply picked up Zhuang Shirui and booked a luxury suite on the cruise ship. Zhuang Shirui has a well-proportioned figure, so it is not difficult to hold her. The slender waist that his hand was around was uncovered, and Lin Feng's arm could directly touch Zhuang Shirui's fair skin. Smooth and soft. The suite on the cruise ship is not small, with a large bedroom, a living room and a balcony. When the two of them entered the room, Lin Feng could see it from the way Zhuang Shirui's eyes rolled. This girl pretending to be drunk is observing the room. However, Lin Feng did not put the beauty in his arms on the bed. Instead, he walked straight to the balcony with Zhuang Shirui in his arms with a wicked smile on his face. Zhuang Shirui's body in his arms suddenly stiffened. "Make a mosquito-like sound. Don't be so mean, go to bed." Early in the morning, Lin Feng was awakened by a message on his mobile phone. Without having time to check the message on his phone, Lin Feng quickly opened the system prompt. "Because I vaguely remember hearing the sound of plundering and critical strike when I was at my most passionate last night. Drip. Yin-yang plunder takes effect. Strength plus 0.5 times 4. The number of 7-point beauties is currently 4. Plunder critical hits. Refresh the first level supernatural power. Firearms proficiency. Proficient in most firearms on the market. Mastery level is equivalent to that of an ordinary special forces soldier. Host Lin Feng. Strength 11 plus 14 5. Constitution 10 plus 6 5. Speed 9 plus 6 5. The values in brackets are the attributes of normal people. Level 3 Invisibility, duration 5 minutes, cooldown time 24 hours. Invisibility cannot be observed or detected in any way. Level 1 Transition, the host can set a transition anchor point to perform the transition. You can jump to the anchor point and return forcibly after 2 hours. Cooling time 72 hours. The jump ignores the distance. Level 1 Firearms Proficiency, proficient in most firearms on the market. Mastery level is equivalent to that of an ordinary Special Forces soldier. Lin Feng currently has 4 7+ point beauties who have been successfully plundered: Lin Yu, Zhang Xiaoxiao, Wening Xue, and Zhuang Xiaorui. Therefore, the properties of a plunder have now reached 2 astonishing points. Regarding this newly emerged ability, Lin Feng thought it was a good idea. After all, when facing zombies, guns were more effective than physical force in many cases. After all, Lin Feng didn't know what level of attributes he had to be immune to the infection of zombies. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, let alone Lin Feng, who has countless beauties behind him. If you can use a gun, you don't have to run over and use brute force to deal with zombies. Lin Feng patted the butt of the beautiful woman sleeping next to him with satisfaction. Zhuang Xiaorui beside her made a sound like a kitten. After shouting, she stretched out her white calves from under the quilt and placed them directly between Lin Feng's legs. Lin Feng felt his heart soften, and thinking that his physical condition was still lacking, he turned over and rode on it. Drip. Yin-Yang Plunder takes effect. Physique plus 0.5 times 4, the number of 7-point beauties is currently 4. Host Lin Feng. Strength 11 plus 14 5. Constitution 10 plus 8 5. Speed 9 plus 6 5. The values in brackets are the attributes of normal people. According to Lin Feng's experience, no matter how many times a beautiful woman appears in a day, only the first time can be successfully plundered. You can't gain attributes just by plundering all the time. This is a small limitation. After all, it is still a complete social system, and it is not easy for Lin Feng to do something like raping several women at the same time. Can only be played alone. Everything was done, and the beauty beside him had fallen into a deep sleep. Lin Feng felt refreshed due to the improvement of his attributes, and he seemed to have endless power. I simply got up, washed up, and sat down on the balcony of the room. It is worthy of being the best suite on the cruise ship, and the balcony faces the river view. The rising warm sun casts a golden curtain over the river view. Boss Lin, I have created a group for the public judges participating in this beauty pageant, and I have added you to it. Please pay attention to it. Su Qin used the word, pay attention, as a pun. Su Qin knew the nature of men, so she let Lin Feng get familiar with these beauties earlier. Su Qin's purpose may be to select valuable beauties from among them for training and debut. Su Qin believed that Lin Feng's purpose was to select the beauties he liked and contact them. Casting Conference Public Jury. There are currently 368 people in the group, in addition to the group owner Su Qin and Lin Feng, who was just added to the group. The rest are carefully selected by the public jury. Sister Pineapple. Who is this Feng Zhongzhe Feng who just came in? Why is he a man? Biscuit. Didn't they say that the public jury is all women? Lin Feng found it interesting and sent a message to Su Qin. Don't tell me my identity. Then he picked up his phone and said in the group, Hello everyone, I'm the photographer for the casting conference. Sister Pineapple. Oh. I was wondering why there was a man, so this is what happened. Pineapple Sister. I am your pineapple sister. Please take some beautiful photos of me during the recording. Fengzhong Juefeng. Okay, Sister Pineapple. Be a cat. Sister Pineapple, look how crazy you are, why don't you just let the cameraman put the camera in your mouth? Sister Pineapple. I asked someone to take a picture. What part of your body was sensitive? The camera should be on me. Sister Pineapple has the ability to do this. Do you still want to be a cat? Which man would want a cat like you who always swears? Be a cat. What strength do you have? Open your mouth and call her pineapple sister, close your mouth and call her pineapple sister. What strength do you have selling pineapples on the street stall? Biscuit. Okay, stop arguing. Aren't you tired of typing all the time? Looking at the messages that kept flashing on the group screen, Lin Feng was stunned. It turns out that no matter how beautiful this woman is, as long as she is placed in a nest of equally beautiful women, then the vanity deep in one's heart will start to take effect and female competition will begin. Boss Lin, do you think we should ban them from speaking? Will their behavior have a bad influence? Su Qin sent a message asking. She hadn't anticipated this situation. No, it's fine this way. We're going to be sisters. In the future anyway, so it's better to get to know each other sooner rather than later. Okay. Here, Su Qin only thought that the sisters Lin Feng mentioned meant colleagues who would practice together when they debuted in the future. The messages in the group were pushed up one after another. The original quarrel between three people was gradually expanded, with more and more girls joining in. Lin Feng looked at it in amazement. I thought there would be an amazing show after the end of the world. You can arrange these beauties who are quarreling with each other on the internet. In reality, it's a fist-to-flesh collision. Thinking of the scene of these carefully selected beauties fighting in a doomsday steel fortress, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but be moved. Chapter 36 Satellite Space Integrated System. Be a cat. Sister, you are so talented, you didn't participate in the recording just for the 100,000 notice fee, did you? Sister Pineapple. Sister, I have enough ability. I don't care about that little money. I come to record just for fun. Biscuit. Tisk, you're just bragging. If you have the guts, then quit the recording. Be a cat. I really don't care about the 100,000. I really won't participate in the recording. I'm too lazy to go with people of such low quality. Feng Zhonggui Feng. Teachers, if you unilaterally breach the contract, you will need to compensate the company for liquidated damages. I would like to remind you of this. After a brief 2-minute silence in the group. Be a cat. You are the only one who talks too much. As an employee, just do your job well. Sister Pineapple. He's an employee, are you the boss's wife? Don't be afraid, Xiaofengzi, Sister Pineapple is here to protect you. Take more beautiful photos for me when the time comes. Biscuit. You guys can just chat, why bother a poor loser who works part-time? Hi. I'm fucking. Lin Feng on the balcony looked angry. Neither Be a Cat nor Sister Pineapple are irritating when they talk. The most irritating thing is this little cookie, which smells like tea as soon as it opens its mouth, and uses the most lowbrow vocabulary. Lin Feng looked at the time, April 21st. There are still 9 days until May 1st. Just wait and I will let you scheming bitches perform on stage during the casting meeting. Thinking that there were only 9 days left until the end of the world, Lin Feng touched his chin, as if he had forgotten something very important. Oh, and there's that video. When I think of that video, I naturally think of the richest man in Haiqing, Su Bose. Lin Feng also remembered where he had seen Su Bose in the news recently, and hurriedly looked for it. Haiqing's richest man, Su Bose, reached a cooperation agreement with X company in the United States and successfully bought a satellite. Su's enterprise successfully built the satellite space-ground integrated system. Lin Feng was worrying about what valuable things he should get from Su Bose. My eyes light up when I saw the news. After all, Lin Feng has no shortage of money or weapons now. We will be going to the port of Atlanta in a couple of days, so we won't be short of supplies. What is lacking is precisely these high-tech things that ordinary people cannot possibly possess. For example, the satellite that Subaz just bought. This would be great if we could get the satellite's integrated space-ground system. By then, there will be a satellite in the sky to help maintain the network, monitor the road surface, and determine the exact location. Then the safety of the shelter will rise sharply by several levels. Just do it. As the end of the world approaches, Lin Feng has fewer worries. If he is discovered, the worst that can happen is that he can just hide for a few days. When we arrived at the largest commercial center in Haiqing, we saw a tall building reaching into the sky. Lin Feng looked at the hundreds of meters high building and clicked his tongue. I was only invisible for 5 minutes, and this building has probably 50 floors, so it would definitely not be enough to take the elevator back and forth in time. He. Fortunately, with the roar of the engine, Lin Feng found an old acquaintance. Dashikan Su Yishuan. Then he turned invisible and threw a note into Su Yishuan's coat pocket. Su Yishuan has been in a good mood recently. According to Qing Yimin's report, Lin Feng was indeed busy with work and had little contact with Lin Xiaoye. I also heard that Lin Feng attached great importance to the conference on May 1st, and I went there in person to follow up several times. Thinking about May 1st, when I revealed my identity as the boss in public, Lin Xiaoye was so moved that she was overwhelmed and I won her heart. My pace unconsciously quickened. He came to see his grandfather today because he found an old item from the Ming dynasty yesterday, which was exactly his grandfather's favorite type of porcelain. I hurried here today to present my treasure to Grandpa. How's it going, Grandpa? On the top floor of Su's building, Su Yishuan looked at Su Bose, who was observing the porcelain carefully with a magnifying glass, and asked curiously. Not bad, not bad. Su Bose's face was full of smiles as he praised the porcelain in front of him. Really? I told you that you would like it, Grandpa. Su Yishuan jumped twice excitedly and said. A piece of paper fell out of his pocket. Hey, Master Su, a note fell off your body. The steward of Su Group said. The housekeeper quickly lowered his head and picked up the note on the ground. After accidentally glancing at the words on the note, he quickly grasped the note in his palm. What note? Dashikan Su Yishuan turned around and asked. Nothing. I was mistaken, Master. The butler quickly shook his head and said. Xiao Xian, go play first. Grandpa still has things to do. Su Bose saw everything the butler did. As an old hand, he knew that the butler must have discovered something serious. Okay, Grandpa. Seeing Su Yishuan leaving, the butler immediately walked over and handed the note to Su Bose. All I saw on the front of the note was, 4 men in dilapidated factory, blue t-shirts, 1 man with 1 gun, and the old man with 4 guns. Subo's face was as cold as frost, and his whole body was trembling. The housekeeper reminded me that there were words on the back of the note. A complete set of satellite space integrated systems, and keys were dropped off at the central square of Central Park at 12 o'clock on April 22nd. The original video is presented intact. Master, this. The butler was well aware of the scene described on the note, and knew that the man's description of the number of shots fired and the number of his men was accurate to the letter. Wrong, Saboza said, and after a moment of recollection he continued. Besides you, me, and the 3 assassins A, B, and C, there was another person present, but the note didn't mention it. The butler slapped his head, but then calmed down and said, Is he the one threatening us? Logically speaking, he shouldn't have the power he has now, and what use does he have for this satellite? Siba said. Even if he wasn't the one threatening us, he must have been the source of this video. He wanted to use it to control me. You go out first, I'll talk to him. Su Bose picked up his phone and waved his hand, about to let the butler go out. He glanced at the porcelain sent by Su Yishuan on the table and said, Check who sold this porcelain to Xiao Xian? How dare they sell fakes? I'm in a bad mood today, so just get rid of this person. Yes. After receiving the order, the butler closed the door and quietly left. Aaron, what are you doing? After Su Bose answered the phone, he spoke kindly. The person on the other end of the phone was Haiqing Mayor Fu Long. The two grew up together, and they both claimed to be Inspector Lei Luo and Lao Hao of Haiqing. After stumbling along the way and relying on each other, the white and the black finally established their territory in Haiqing. Brother Zhe, why are you looking for me all of a sudden? Fu Long over there said. Logically speaking, the powerful Fu Long shouldn't call Su Bose brother. But because Su Bose is a few years older than Fu Long, the two have been calling each other that way since childhood, and it is also because Su Bose's methods are more ruthless. Today someone threatened me with a video and asked me to give him the satellite system. Subos simply got straight to the point. They are all 1,000-year-old foxes, there is no need to test them. The video finally appeared. If we give him the satellite, can he still run away? There was a loud shout from the other end of the phone. Chapter 37 Wang Gang Makes Trouble. It was noon the next day. The area within a 2-kilometer radius of Central Park was cleared. Personnel from various agencies set up an impenetrable network in Central Park. The personnel involved in this operation only knew that a person suspected to be from a terrorist organization was planning to steal the satellite today. Lin Feng, who had already turned on the invisible method, just wanted to laugh when he saw these people busying around. I don't know how many people here know that the work they are currently doing is just to protect a murderer from revealing the secret. In the center of the central square is placed a machine, which is an integrated space ground system that can directly control the satellite. A shed was set up nearby, and Su Bose and Fu Long were inside, accompanied by some experts. "It's almost 12 o'clock, why hasn't the other party come out yet?" Fu Long asked. "No hurry." Su Bose was very patient. He drank his tea calmly and looked at the integrated heaven-earth system and the gate in the distance. "This satellite system is right here. What if he really takes it away?" Fu Long asked. Su Bose did not speak, but asked one of the experts to come forward to explain. "It's like this, Mayor Fu, although this integrated space ground system can indeed directly connect to the satellite and control the satellite's functions. But at the same time, once someone turns it on, the user's location will be exposed, and then our relevant brother departments can go directly to the door and take them down. I'm not afraid that he will take it away, I'm afraid that he won't use it," Su Bose said. Lin Feng, who was hiding nearby, squatted on a small chair and listened to the stories of the bigwigs. Then he suddenly understood. No wonder this old fox dared to display the system directly, it turns out he had this trick. But what if I save it for after the end of the world? Seeing that the others didn't say any more key information, and seeing that he only had 2 minutes of invisibility time left, Lin Feng didn't wait any longer. He walked directly to the edge of the integrated heaven-earth system and put it into the space with his hand. Lin Feng thought, it's the end of the world anyway. I don't care if this is shocking or not, I just need to get what I want. Machine! Machine! It's gone! An old expert who was over 50 years old pointed at the central square with a trembling finger, as if he had seen a ghost. Just now, a machine disappeared in front of his eyes in the blink of an eye. It was really weird. Check it for me! Su Bai's furious shout echoed throughout the park. Keep an eye on him. Once you find his location, take him down immediately. As the crowd began to gather and look around, Lin Feng had already returned to the company by using invisibility. Mr. Lin, I feel like we've invested too much in the casting conference? Cheng Yimin had a rare opportunity to report to Lin Feng. As the financial officer assigned by Su Yixuan, she naturally has the right to supervise and audit the accounts. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard Cheng Yimin say this. I thought that the promises I had made before were not enough to make this little Janus man fall in love with me. He is in Chao's camp, but his heart is with Han. It's okay. You can report directly to Wilson Su about your investment in the casting conference. Lin Feng really didn't care what Su Yixuan thought. Anyway, I had fooled him before, saying that this casting conference would become a confession ceremony exclusively for him. So if I spend a little more money to make his ceremony more perfect, a rich second generation like him wouldn't care, right? Seeing Cheng Yimin was about to speak, Lin Feng stopped her impatiently. After May 1st, everything will be clear. It's really hard to tame people. Even though I have good food, good drinks and a great office, he still finds ways to find fault with me. Looking at Cheng Yimin's slender legs as she left, and her perfect back outlined by her professional skirt, Lin Feng said to himself, by May 1st, it will all be over depending on how miserable your life is. I want to find your boss. Why do you want to end our cooperation? There was a commotion at the office door, and Lin Xiaoya hurried over to report. There's a guy called Wang Gang outside who's leading a group of people who look like they're from a construction site, causing trouble. He said, he wants to see you. Wang Gang. Lin Feng felt the name was familiar but couldn't remember it for a moment. He said he was in the building materials business. Lin Xiaoya reminded in a low voice. Oh, it's that building materials brother Wang. Only at this moment did Lin Feng remember Wang Gang, who had been terminated from cooperation after being disgusted in Winning Xue's live broadcast room. Later, I felt familiar with the name after hearing Director Cui mention it once. Let's go and take a look. Lin Feng greeted and walked towards the office door. Lin Feng came out, followed by two beauties. Wang Gang's ruthless nature of bullying the weak and fearing the strong came out, and he took the people around him to smash the glass door of the office and walked in. He shouted loudly, "Why do you unilaterally terminate the cooperation? You have to pay me money." The people around him also started to make a fuss. "Our brother Juan has stockpiled a lot of goods for this project. If you don't want to cooperate, then you don't have to cooperate. You have to compensate for the losses." Lin Feng's projects in the film and television city are well known in the entire Donglai construction industry. The building's budget planning, construction quality, and the owner's stupidity and wealth are all well known. After all, no one in their right mind would invest in building a shelter like that. So, those who had been eyeing this piece of fat meat but couldn't get it, once heard Wang Gang's complaints. Everyone decided to go to the door and cause trouble. They started out in the construction industry by relying on their rascally nature. They thought that it was hard to say whether or not the project would give them some business after they showed up to make trouble. But this boss who is stupid and has a lot of money will definitely choose to pay money to settle the matter. "You don't meet the requirements for the film and television city's engineering. Besides, if you have any problems, you shouldn't come to us. You should go to the film and television city." When Lin Xiaoya heard Ichiyao talk about this, she immediately spoke indignantly. Seeing that the first person to speak was a girl who looked like an immortal, everyone looked at every part of Lin Xiaoya's body unscrupulously. "You little girl, since I've found you, just let me deal with it properly. Are you the only one who can talk?" Wang Gang, with a big bald head, leaned towards Lin Xiaoya, sticking out his tongue as he spoke, and his expression was disgusting. "But you—" Lin Xiaoya wanted to say something but was stopped by Lin Feng. Lin Feng gathered strength in his right hand and slapped the fat face. Ouch! What followed was Wang Gang's scream like a pig being slaughtered. Then the whole person was carried towards the company's front desk by the force in Lin Feng's hand. The front desk of Lin Feng Company is made of marble. When Wang Gang slammed into the front desk, the force he brought was so great that it actually caused several cracks on the front desk. "What can you say to these people who break into homes and rob people?" Lin Feng turned around and said to Lin Xiaoya. The people who were traveling with him hurried over to help Wang Gang up, only to see Wang Gang twitching all over and screaming in agony. Chapter 38 The Devil Appears. The people who were traveling with Wang Gang were so frightened by the scene that they didn't know what to do. They used to hang out in society and blackmail people. But that's mostly pretense. No one can be like Lin Feng. A fat man weighing nearly 200 pounds was sent flying with just one slap. "Are you going to rob again?" Lin Feng asked with a smirk on his face. "Robbery? What robbery?" the person who came with Wang Gang asked. As he was speaking, the security guards downstairs who heard the noise ran upstairs led by the captain. "What's going on?" The security captain actually took the lead in questioning Lin Xiaoya. "They are making trouble," Lin Xiaoya said, fearing that what she said was wrong, and turned to look at Lin Feng. "Take them all away." The security captain ordered the security guards behind him. "Who agreed to let you take it away?" A voice as cold as the abyss came from behind. "Who are you?" the security captain asked. "This is our boss," Lin Xiaoya introduced in a low voice. She was standing next to Lin Feng and could feel the atmosphere around him at the moment. "Boss, right? I'm taking these guys away first because they're causing trouble. Is that okay with you?" the security captain said nonchalantly. The reason why he could be the security captain in Haiqing building was because the deputy manager of the building property was his cousin. Wang Gang and his group had just bought him a few packs of cigarettes in order to bypass the access control, so he was eager to take Wang Gang and others away. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he felt someone grabbing his neck. This security captain was trained by a regular security company, otherwise he would not have been able to get the job based on the requirements of Haiqing building. The security captain was horrified to find that someone was pinching him by the back of the neck and then he was lifted into the air. He quickly reached behind him, but found that the hand holding the back of his neck was as unshakable as steel. Lin Feng pushed the security captain face down on the ground and rubbed his face against the ground. Everyone knows that Haiqing building has strict access control. In addition, the security captain ignored them from the beginning and started questioning Lin Xiaoya. Even a simple person like Lin Xiaoya doesn't know the reason. How could a scheming person like Lin Feng not know the reason? The fact that Wang Gang and others were able to come up and cause trouble was definitely due to the help of the security captain. Lin Feng is not a good person. If others provoke him, especially at this time when he is on the verge of doomsday, Lin Feng will not show any mercy. The security captain's face was rubbed bloody on the ground. Although they were all external injuries, they looked particularly terrifying. Go call the property manager here. Don't call some rubbish. Call someone who can speak up. Lin Feng turned around and said to Lin Xiaoya, who was already frightened. Lin Xiaoya responded numbly and went out to make a phone call. Everyone present was frightened by Lin Feng's methods, and they all stood there without daring to move. All that could be heard was the wailing of the security captain and Wang Gang. Soon, the property manager of Haiqing Building came up, followed by several policemen. Hello, I'm Wang Tianhua, the general manager of Haiqing Building's property management, and this is Jiang Lang, the director of the local police station. Wang Tianhua's attitude was pretty good, but Jiang Lang was a bit unreasonable. Before he even understood what was going on, he was ready to order his men to capture Lin Feng. What? What does this mean? Lin Feng didn't want to embarrass the police, so he asked in a bad tone. You are suspected of intentionally injuring others. You are now arrested and taken to the police station, Jiang Lang said expressionlessly. In his opinion, those who hit others must be arrested, and those who injure others must pay compensation, so why would he care so much about you? Director Jiang, don't you think it would be better to first find out what happened? Wang Tianhua didn't want the embarrassing incident of owners being taken away by the police in Haiqing Building to affect its image, so he tried to persuade them in a kind way. Then tell me why. But I see that you beat these two people severely. No matter what the reason for the dispute, be prepared to pay money. If they issue you a letter of apology, you may not go to jail. Jiang Lang spoke, still expressionless. Heh. Lin Feng was so angry that he almost laughed. What the hell was going on with all the people and things that happened on this day? Lin Feng felt really sick of this hypocritical society. The security work should be done well and people should be allowed to come up and cause trouble. Those who should maintain fairness are indiscriminate, and just compensate and forgive others, then help to blackmail them. Do you think this is selfless? In fact, this is dereliction of duty and inaction. There was a flash of madness in Lin Feng's eyes. Today I will show you what human nature is. He turned around and went back to the small office, then took out 2 large bags from the subspace in the office. The group of people in front of me broke into the house and robbed it. During the robbery, I beat one person in self-defense. The security captain behind me was helping to break into the house and was about to run away when I grabbed him. Lin Feng said with a wry smile. You farted. The crowd responded with passionate rebuttal and scolding. Shut up! Lin Feng roared with supernatural power, resounding throughout the entire floor. Everyone shut up instantly. Under people's shocked gazes, Lin Feng untied the 2 bags and poured out a large amount of cash. A rough estimate is that the cash is close to 10 million. Looking at Wang Gang's companions who had become delighted, Lin Feng said, Oh, you don't think I'm going to listen to the director and use this money to compensate you? I beg you to forgive me and not let me go to jail. Lin Feng seemed to have thought of something and laughed loudly, then continued in an extremely cold and strange tone. No, I want to use this money to buy the lives of your family members, the lives of your wives who cook for you at home, the lives of your children who study in kindergarten and go to school, and the lives of your parents who work as farmers in your hometown in the countryside. When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked. Lin Feng looked like a devil at this moment. Thinking of how he had just rubbed the security captain on the ground, everyone shuddered. You! How dare you! Jiang Lang was shaking with anger. What? Director Jiang, do you want this service too? Lin Feng turned around and stared at Jiang Lang fiercely and continued. Don't be lucky. As long as I pay, there is nothing I can't find out about your family information. As long as I pay, there will be a lot of people willing to work for me. Do you still want to hesitate? Do you still want to be angry? Do you still want to be stubborn? As long as this director takes me away, your family will wait for death. Plop. I don't know who knelt down first. Captain, we were the ones who broke into the house and robbed it. It was Wang Gang who led the charge. Then all the people who were traveling with Wang Gang knelt down. Yes, Chief, please arrest me. This boss was acting in self-defense. It has nothing to do with him. It was Wang Gang who instigated us to rob. The security captain opened the door for us. They are the main culprits. For them, Lin Feng slapping Wang Gang away with one hand was one thing, pinning the security captain to the ground with one hand was two, and taking out a large pile of cash and threatening the police in front of them was three. These 3 points all show that Lin Feng is a madman and a devil. They dare not gamble. Chapter 39, Atlanta Port Supplies in Place. This? How dare you threaten others in front of me? Jiang Lang's face turned blue, and his whole body was shaking. Don't worry, your work is not over yet, don't touch your handcuffs, you won't have the chance to catch anyone again. After saying that, Lin Feng took out a mobile phone that he had never used before and sent a text message to a number. Ding-ling. Less than 5 minutes later, Jiang Lang's cell phone rang. It turned out to be a call from his immediate boss. What the hell have you done to me? Stop all work immediately and suspend yourself for inspection. Someone will be here to take over your job. Pa. Jiang Lang's cell phone slipped from his fingers and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing Jiang Lang like this, Lin Feng was quite satisfied with Lu Jinhai's performance. Yes, that was the text message Lin Feng just sent to Lu Jinhai. The last time they met, Lin Feng left a mobile phone for Lu Jinhai. Recently, Lu Jinhai also learned about it from secret information. The scheme carefully planned by Haiqing's richest man and Mayor Fu Long was actually stolen by someone in broad daylight. Lu Jinhai immediately thought of a mysterious man with mysterious superpowers. Guessing that it was his work, Lu Jinhai felt that the mysterious man was true to his word and really started to punish Fu Long. So when Lu Jinhai received Lin Feng's text message today, he didn't dare to delay for a moment. Without asking for the reason, he directly issued orders to Jiang Lang's supervisory department. Jiang Lang was a long way from Lu Jinhai, so Lu Jinhai gave an order. It was like a mountain of pressure on everyone. Not long after, the police chief of the local police station personally led people to take Wang Gang and his group away, and Jiang Lang was also tortured. The police chief was so servile in his treatment of Lin Feng that he almost bent over and smiled whenever he spoke. Before leaving, he repeatedly stated that the criminals would be severely punished. Under Lin Feng's gaze, Wang Gang's younger brothers repeatedly declared that they would not stop until Wang Gang was put in jail. Wang Gang, who had just woken up, fainted again after hearing what his younger brothers said. Wang Tianhua, who witnessed everything that happened, knew clearly that Lin Feng must be a person with a powerful background. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry that we caused you losses due to our mistakes. Your office rent this year will be borne by our property company. What do you think? Wang Tianhua hurriedly stepped forward and said in a flattering manner. Lin Feng waved his hand and ignored Wang Tianhua. Walked back to the office alone. Lin Xiaoye and Qing Yimin looked at each other and followed. Only Wang Tianhua was left there. He turned around and saw the broken glass door of the office. He quickly called out to the people outside and said, Hurry up and arrange for someone to fix Mr. Lin's door. In Lin Feng's office. Boss Lin, are you okay? Lin Xiaoye stepped forward and asked curiously. Logically speaking, the problem has been solved in the most perfect way, and Mr. Lin should be happy. Little did he know that Lin Feng was tired of the dirty dealings in today's society, and even began to look forward to the end of the world. Nothing happened. Didn't scare you guys? Lin Feng turned around and gave a warm smile. He looked completely different from the devil that had appeared outside the door before. No. Lin Xiaoye waved her hands repeatedly. It's good to adapt early. Lin Feng sighed softly. Boss Lin, what did you say? It's okay, you guys go out first. You better keep up with the things going on at the shelter and the casting conference. Under the day and night supervision of Yiqiu Yao and Shining, the construction of the shelter was nearing completion on April 28th. There are only 30 days in April, which means there are still 3 days until the end of the world. Boss Lin, the cabinets have been installed over there and will be put into service in 3 days. It was Yu Lihui's voice on the other end of the phone. The supplies that had cost Lin Feng a huge amount of money since the beginning of planning finally arrived at the port of Atlanta. All of these supplies were custom purchased by Lin Feng, including not only silent rotor drones and silent mechanical dogs, but also 3 all-terrain off-road armored vehicles. This off-road armored vehicle is different from the military armored vehicle that Lin Feng had picked up at the Norton warehouse before. The customized off-road armored vehicle is about the size of a minibus. The entire body of the vehicle is made of titanium alloy and can travel through all terrains such as hills and rivers. Of course, these materials would cost a total of almost $1 billion, and Lin Feng couldn't really buy them. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng took out the long-lost motorcycle helmet from the subspace. Start the skill level 1 transition. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Feng had already arrived at the location where he left the jump anchor point when he passed through Atlanta port last time. The Port of Atlanta is the largest port in the United States, covering an area of more than 1,500 square kilometers and with an annual throughput of more than 100 million tons. If Lin Feng hadn't obtained the port storage information of the $1 billion of materials, he really wouldn't be sure that he could find the exact location in such a port. Perhaps because of the influence of the Helmet Man, at the Crimea port, it was easy to see several police patrol points around the Atlanta port, and there were many police cars traveling through the port. As soon as he arrived at the port of Atlanta, Lin Feng had already turned on invisibility. After all, it was such a sensitive moment. Suddenly a man wearing a helmet appears inside the port, and in the eyes of others he must be the Helmet Man. In fact, Lin Feng didn't care much about being exposed or not, as long as he could hide for 2 hours and wait for the automatic jump back. If something is really revealed, there will only be 3 days left until the end of the world, and no matter how hard you try, it will be useless. Following the port signs, we found the storage area. There were still piles of containers. This time, Lin Feng did not jump onto the containers to start storing them properly. After seeing the current pile of containers with the Walmart logo, Lin Feng started collecting them directly from the bottom. Boom, boom, boom. As Lin Feng collected the containers below like pulling out building blocks, the huge pile of containers began to collapse. Lin Feng deliberately wanted to make a bigger noise. The bigger the noise, the longer it would take. The entire area along the way was Walmart, which sold furniture, daily necessities, various tools, small appliances, groceries, and beauty and personal care products. There are also many cold chain containers filled with various meats and red wines. It is no exaggeration to say that based on what Lin Feng has just gained, he can open the world's largest supermarket at any time. I collected the containers along the route and finally found my target. Lockheed's containers are the ones that are ready to be shipped to Lin Feng. The billion-dollar containers took up a considerable area. This time, Lin Feng didn't dare to collect the container like he did just now, because the container contained treasures that Lin Feng urgently needed. Just when Lin Feng was busy collecting, alarms rang at the port of Atlanta, and all surveillance videos showed that large piles of containers inexplicably began to collapse. All departments, please be advised, the Helmet Man is suspected to have appeared in the port of Atlanta. In the capital of the United States, in the office of a special department, a foreigner in a suit and tie picked up the phone and gave an order. On the other side of the office, the blackboard wall was covered with everything about the Helmet Man. There are surveillance screenshots of the Helmet Man, news reports, and even a photo of a group of people in a corner. Photos of Lin Feng and Yu Shanwu. Chapter 40 Black Hawk Helicopter. Soon, a squadron of Black Hawk helicopters flew over the port of Atlanta. Above the helicopter team, there are 3 larger surveillance drones, facing the area where Lin Feng is. In order to save time of invisibility, Lin Feng withdrew his invisibility ability at the beginning of collecting the container. Therefore, the high-altitude drone quickly discovered Lin Feng's location through precise thermal imaging monitoring. The ground troops have also assembled. It turns out that the people who have arrived are a special operations force from the United States, and they are assisted by a police dog team. The reactions to all of these were extremely quick, and it was even possible that the department that linked these combat units was the one specifically targeting the Helmet Man, Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng had already collected all the surrounding containers into the different space, listening to the sound circling in the sky. Look up. Wow, 3 Black Hawk helicopters from the United States. Looking at the distance, it is obvious that the vehicles and uniforms are not from ordinary military branches. Lin Feng knew that he was in big trouble. This battle is more than enough to fight a small war. Remaining stealth time, 4 minutes. Remaining time for automatic jump return, 59 minutes. Seeing that the ground troops were approaching, Lin Feng took out an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle from the alien space and fired at the Black Hawk helicopter in the sky. Be careful, the target is holding a gun! Fuck! All Black Hawk helicopters will land nearby and withdraw from the battlefield. UAVs will take over air superiority. Unwilling to see the Black Hawk helicopter suffer damage, the commander quickly ordered the helicopter to evacuate and stand by. The reason why Lin Feng opened fire was to make the surrounding ground troops afraid to act rashly. The ground troops, which were about to form an encirclement, immediately changed their formation after hearing Lin Feng's gunshots. All the special forces teams defended on the spot, pointed their guns in the direction of Lin Feng, and were ready to shoot at any time. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Lin Feng put away his gun, opened a container, and got in. At least that's what it looks like from the drone surveillance in the sky. The drone's observers believed that there was something inside the container that blocked thermal imaging. In short, as soon as Lin Feng entered the container, his thermal imaging signal disappeared. All units, please note that the target is in a red container to the east. Proceed with caution. The special forces gradually closed the encirclement. The red container was surrounded by various gun lines, and they were confident that no matter which door the gangster came out of the container, they could kill him instantly. The United States does not have the phase of shouting, "You are surrounded, give up resistance." Use tools to drill a small hole on the side of the container and throw a smoke bomb into it. After the smoke bomb was completely dissipated, the special forces used force left and right to open the container. Thump, 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 thump. Although the smoke bomb blocked the view, it did not prevent the special forces from pouring bullets inside. Stop! Stop! The commander noticed something was wrong and quickly ordered a halt. When the smoke cleared, we found that there was no one in the container except for the sofa furniture that was riddled with holes. Report. The commander was about to report the situation to the headquarters when an angry voice came over the intercom. This damn thing, the pilots of our 3 Black Hawk helicopters were knocked unconscious and all the planes disappeared. Find this guy and kill him for me. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the place where the helicopter had landed before. There was no helicopter except 3 unconscious pilots on the ground. What? At this time, Lin Feng was running for his life towards the city. The moment he opened the container, Lin Feng turned on invisibility. After becoming invisible, he pretended to be still inside and closed the door. He knew there must be drones in the sky monitoring everything. After closing the container door, Lin Feng planned to escape from the scene with all his strength. When I turned around, I saw a Black Hawk helicopter landing nearby. The Black Hawk helicopter is one of the most advanced helicopters in the world, and it is even more valuable after the doomsday. Moreover, Lin Feng thought that the several helicopter landing pads in his shelter were just decorations. I just made up my mind and ran over. There is a pilot in the helicopter on standby at all times, so it is impossible to directly put it into the subspace. Lin Feng had no choice but to use his invisibility to knock out the 3 drivers and throw them out. Only then were the 3 treasures successfully stored in the subspace. The already tight stealth time became even less sufficient after this ordeal. Lin Feng also didn't know how wide the monitoring range of the drone in the sky was. The entire port of Atlanta has been blocked. Lin Feng knew clearly that if he could not hide in the city of Atlanta before the invisibility countdown ended, then I will definitely not be able to hold on until the countdown for the jump is over. 1098. As the countdown for invisibility sounded, Lin Feng once again used all his strength to run towards the nearest building. Finally, at the last second of the countdown, Lin Feng ran into the stairwell of the building. Lin Feng slumped down on the stairs, gasping for air. At present, the people in the port of Atlanta do not know that Lin Feng has already run out of the port, so they will inevitably waste some time in the port. On the contrary, if Lin Feng was still outside under the surveillance of the drone when the last second just ended, then when the troops at the port learn that Lin Feng is not at the port, they will immediately change direction and surround the building, making it impossible for Lin Feng to escape. Fortunately, with the convenience of the subspace, the motorcycle helmet and the clothes worn just now had already been put into the space. After calming his mind and stopping his heavy breathing, Lin Feng changed into a suit he took out from this space. Leaning against the stairs pretending to be on the phone, Lin Feng knew that there was no surveillance camera in this stairwell. Once he walked out of the stairwell, his image would be left in the surveillance camera. Lin Feng didn't know how long the United States Sky Eye would react, but he didn't dare to gamble. If the United States' Sky Eye is smart enough, as long as Lin Feng appears in other surveillance, it will be easy to analyze that Lin Feng suddenly appeared in this building. Because there is no footage of him coming, only footage of him appearing. Damn it, he must have used supernatural powers to escape. Search nearby buildings and vehicles. The commander of the troops in Atlanta Port is no ordinary man. He was able to sit in his current position because he has some rough ideas about Lin Feng's abilities. Soon an order was issued that would be fatal to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was pretending to make a phone call in the stairwell on the second floor. Just when I was feeling thankful that no one was walking in the stairwell in this building, I heard the sound of a vehicle parking directly downstairs. Looking through the window, I saw 3 vehicles full of special forces parked downstairs of the building. From a distance, there were 3 military vehicles parked downstairs of each building. It's gonna be bad. Lin Feng thought to himself that this was not good. Automatic jump back countdown, 29 minutes. Chapter 41 Stair War God. I refuse. Woof woof woof. Downstairs in the building, 3 teams of beautiful special forces jumped out of the car. Each team is also equipped with a search dog. Attention all teams. We have taken over the surveillance of the surrounding buildings. No abnormalities have been found. We are searching blind spots in the surveillance, stairwells, corners of the underground parking lot, etc. The commander's voice rang out over the intercom of the entire team. Yes. Soon, the 3 special forces teams were divided into 2 parts. Some went to the underground garage, while others began searching the stairwell. Woof woof woof. The team of search dogs went to search the stairwell and kept barking at the stairwell. Attention, there's a discovery! The team leader said into the intercom. After saying this, he signaled his men to open the fire door in the stairwell. Squeak, bang! As the fire door in the stairwell opened, it was accompanied by a loud noise. Da-da-da! Some special forces soldiers were frightened by the sound and opened fire first. As some people opened fire, others followed suit. This is how law enforcement works in the United States. If you ignore some unusual noises, it is very likely that the opponent's bullet will hit your forehead first. As the team members continued to shoot, a faint red mist began to emanate from the stairwell. The commander sniffed and said quickly, Stop! Stop! The special forces continued to fire alternately for 30 seconds, and there were already a lot of bullet shells under their feet. The commander shook his head left and right, and 2 special forces soldiers on both sides stepped forward and fully opened the fire door of the stairwell. Bang! Although there was still a noise, this time everyone could see the scene inside the fire door clearly. All kinds of furniture, big and small, filled the entire stairwell. When the door at the bottom was opened, the furniture above began to collapse downwards. The red mist that was emitted turned out to be chili powder. The noise made everyone sneeze. Reporting to headquarters, a target is suspected to have been spotted in Building 1, requesting support. The commander spoke into the intercom. He was well aware that the building might be using the fire escape staircase as a storage room to store the furniture. But there is no way that the furniture is covered with chili powder. Looking at the search dog that had lost its ability to work, the commander knew that the opponent this time was more difficult, so he quickly called for support. The entire 20-story fire escape staircase corridor is filled with furniture. Where the hell did he get so much furniture? When everyone heard the feedback from the intercom, they all broke out in cold sweats. How much furniture would be needed to fill up the 20-story fire escape staircase? How many tons? Even dozens of tons? How did he get it out of thin air in such a short time? This is God's way. We found him. Thermal imaging shows that he is on the 3rd floor. When they heard the instructions on the intercom, they had no time to be surprised. I quickly took the elevator to the 3rd floor. There's no way, the stairwell is filled with furniture and it takes time to clean it up. So they could only take the elevator to the 3rd floor. The commander shook his head again, and 2 Special Forces soldiers stepped forward to open the fire door on the 3rd floor stairs. Squeak! Bang! Da-da-da! It's still a familiar combo. Stop, stop, stop! The commander quickly called a halt. Perhaps it was out of instinctive fear of Lin Feng's supernatural methods. This time the Special Forces fired bullets faster than when they were downstairs. It was still about 30 seconds, but the ground was already covered with bullet shells. As expected, the noise came from the furniture. The commander ordered people to move the furniture. Soon a humanoid figure wrapped in tinfoil appeared behind the furniture. The searching Special Forces soldier felt the strange temperature of the humanoid object, and quickly took out his pistol and fired several shots at the object. This humanoid object actually emitted black smoke. The commander quickly asked another person to open the tinfoil. I saw that the human-shaped object in the tinfoil package was made up of small electric hand warmers. Some of the electric hand warmers emitted black smoke due to the penetration of bullets. Damn it! We got fooled! At this time, Lin Feng had already reached the top floor. From here you can still vaguely hear the crackling sounds like the New Year's Day coming from downstairs from time to time. For Lin Feng, apart from a few plundered superpowers, his most powerful and basic superpower is the system's subspace. What's more, the subspace at this time is already filled with various items, comparable to Doraemon's treasure bag. As long as it is used properly, it can often produce unexpected results. Automatic jump back countdown, 5 minutes. At this time, Lin Feng was shivering from the cold. That's right, in order to avoid thermal imaging detection by drones in the sky, Lin Feng placed frozen beef around himself to cool him down. Of course, if it were just this, the abnormal temperature difference would still be easily discovered by a drone. But Lin Feng couldn't resist the temperature difference combination of frozen beef and electric hand warmers on many floors. This caused the drone in the sky to reduce the monitoring weight of thermal imaging analysis after receiving feedback that the heat source on the 3rd floor was a trap. The Special Forces could only check the locations floor by sweeping the buildings. This is a waste of time and energy though. But in their opinion, these furniture and other means are precisely the signs that Lin Feng has reached the end of his rope. As long as they carefully count each layer, Lin Feng will not be able to escape. Lin Feng on the top floor could only stare numbly at the countdown for the system transition. If it is really necessary, be discovered before the countdown. Then Lin Feng can only rely on attribute points and first-level firearm abilities to fight head-on. But the end of the world is approaching, and Lin Feng really doesn't want to face the hail of bullets. Lin Feng is a very selfish person. He would rather live in seclusion than risk his life. Automatic jump back countdown, 3 minutes. Because a lot of Special Forces were added to the building. The Special Forces were sweeping the building faster and faster. Lin Feng could hear some movement downstairs, around the 19th floor. I'm afraid I won't be able to wait until the countdown is over. Lin Feng stood up and went to the rooftop balcony, and took out a filling container from the subspace directly next to the stair door. And this container is filled with gasoline. There's movement up there. The Special Forces downstairs had heard the noise upstairs and quickly contacted other colleagues via the intercom. The oil outlet of the filling container was facing the stairwell, and Lin Feng kicked off the safety device of the oil outlet. Gudong gudong. Dark gasoline gushed out from the oil outlet, and quickly seeped down the stairs step by step. What is this? Gasoline! No fire, no fire! No hot weapons allowed! Use daggers instead! The commander downstairs immediately gave orders after realizing that the black liquid was gasoline. At this time, Lin Feng had already hidden far away. Logically speaking, the stairs are now full of gasoline, so the Special Forces don't dare to fire. If Tony only uses cold weapons, relying on the properties and the narrow corridor restrictions, Lin Feng can at least hold on for the remaining few minutes. But Lin Feng had no intention of becoming the god of stairs. The reason was simple. He was afraid that some idiot would fire a shot for no reason, causing the entire stairwell to explode. No matter how powerful he was, he would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Hide if you can, delay if you can. Chapter 42. Nothing to do today. Listen to music in the brothel. There he is! Soon several special forces climbed to the top floor. The reason we had to crawl was that the stairwell was too slippery due to the gasoline. Along the way, I had to carry furniture, clean the stairs, and my nose was red from the chili powder. I slipped and fell more than once when I was going upstairs just now. All the special forces soldiers held their breath, determined to let Lin Feng die here. He habitually reached for the gun between his legs, but it was empty except for sticky gasoline. Only then did they remember that for safety reasons, the commanders had ordered them to remove all their hot weapons. Pulling out military daggers from the side of their military boots, the group of people formed groups of 2 or 3 and surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained unmoved. He stood there with his arms folded, watching the people approaching. Automatic jump back countdown, 5,432. Begaya Road. Following Lin Feng's roar, the special forces were surprised to find that Lin Feng disappeared from the balcony as if he was attached with an advanced movie special effect. Oh my God, what is going on? What language was his last sentence in? Captain, I know. That's Sakura Mandarin. On that day, all Sakura citizens in Atlanta were detained for investigation. Because of the time difference, it was night in Longwa when Lin Feng jumped to Atlanta. After 2 hours of tossing and turning, it was already 1 a.m. when Lin Feng returned to Longwa. Lin Feng's hormones of nervousness and excitement had not yet dissipated, so he was particularly alert and didn't want to sleep. He took out his cell phone and sent messages to all the beauties one by one. Zhuang Xiaorui did not reply to the message. This little girl must have been practicing dancing during the day in preparation for the beauty pageant. She should be asleep now. Lin Yu didn't reply either. This girl probably drank with her sisters and fell down with a hangover. Lin Feng told her that if she dared to drink with men, all her living expenses would be cut off, so she only dared to drink with her sisters and get hungover. Zhang Xiaoxia didn't reply either. Originally, Zhang Xiaoxia was just robbed once. Lin Feng didn't give her any money or promises. This girl probably thought it was just a business encounter. She should have gone to bed by now. Qing Yimin, Iqiu Yao Su Jizhen, Lin Xiaoya Shining. Lin Feng swiped his finger across the names of the beauties one by one on the phone screen. Every time he swiped his finger across the names of the beauties, his heart was beating fast and his mouth was dry. Qing Yimin has a hot body like Janice Man, Iqiu Yao has a scent, Su Jizhen is charming, Lin Xiaoya is as white as a little white rabbit, Shining has an intellectual temperament. Some of these people may have a certain liking for Lin Feng, but it is certainly impossible for them to spend the night with Lin Feng just because of a WeChat message from Lin Feng in the middle of the night. No matter how handsome or rich Lin Feng is, he is not that capable. The social framework remains in place, and women's modesty remains their most precious attribute and wealth. With Lin Feng's ability, he would not fail in forcibly plundering any beauty, but he thought that forcible action would cause various troubles in today's society. It may even affect beauty pageants and shelters. Lin Feng could only calm his mind, calm his restlessness, comfort himself, and wait for 3 more days. It was not until he saw Wenixue on WeChat that Lin Feng made up his mind to put away his phone. The reason why he didn't send a message to Wenixue was because Lin Feng had Wenixue's room card in his hand. Tick-tick. As the room card was touched, Wenixue's door opened. The night light was still on in Wenixue's room, and for some reason the entire suite was filled with a faint fragrance. I came to Wenixue's bedroom and found the door was not closed. On a large bed, a thin quilt outlines a graceful curve. Lin Feng crawled into the bed and instantly felt something soft. Wenixue's whole body tensed up and she woke up instantly. Who? Wenixue's voice trembled with fear. It's me, Lin Feng said. Wenixue finally relaxed after hearing Lin Feng's voice. But he didn't turn around, still keeping his back close to Lin Feng. No words were spoken that night. Drip. Yin-Yang Plunder takes effect. Strength plus 0.5 times 4, the number of 7-point beauties is currently 4. Plunder critical hits, refresh the second level supernatural power jump. The host can set 2 jump anchor points to jump. You can jump to the anchor point and return forcibly after 5 hours. You can return directly halfway. Cooling time, 72 hours. The jump ignores the distance. When Lin Feng woke up and saw the system prompt, he was overjoyed. This means that when Lin Feng jumps to another place in the future, if he encounters irresistible danger, he can return directly. This will greatly reduce Lin Feng's risk factor. The jump anchor point in Atlanta Port is still there, and even after the end of the world, this anchor point has important strategic value. This means that Lin Feng can use the United States as a material supply base in the early stage, and after the Doomsday, he can come to the United States to plunder whenever he needs it. The reason why we didn't plunder in Dragon Country in the early stage was because of the zombie apocalypse. The larger the population base, the greater the danger, given Haiching's current population base. Once the Doomsday breaks out, there will be countless zombies. It will be good enough to be able to survive, let alone collect supplies. Lin Feng was in a good mood. He patted Winning Xue's white butt and got up to wash. The shelter is currently being completed, and the supplies in Lin Feng's space are enough for him to squander at will. I have nothing to do today, so I might as well go to the brothel and listen to some music. When Lin Feng arrived at Haiching Building, he went straight to the office of Su Qin's agency team. Su Qin had already prepared an office for Lin Feng, which was designed to look like a small private cinema. The office was covered with curtains and was quite dark. In the center of the office there is a luxurious sofa chair where one can lie down, and on the small tables on both sides there are fruits and red wine. In front of me is a large white screen. After Lin Feng sat down, Su Qin turned on the projector with the remote control and quietly left. Some short videos and beautiful business cards began to play on the screen. As long as Lin Feng was interested in them, he just had to press the confirmation button on the remote control. Then the entire team of agents will go out and do everything they can to invite Beauties to participate in the beauty pageant on May 1st. 1. Lin Xiuyuan, 22 years old, ballet dancer, master of Kafa. Talent, the classical dance. The goddess of Luo River. Won an international gold medal, and can improvise ink painting. Appearance, deer eyes full of water, nose tip slightly upturned like a jade sculpture. Why are you being so literary? Are you going to take the postgraduate entrance exam? Change your names to Dubai. Lin Feng felt a headache when he saw the flowery description in the introduction and interrupted it quickly. The information on the screen was quickly edited and replayed. 1. Lin Xiuyuan, 22 years old, ballet dancer, master of Kafa. Appearance, big, watery eyes, a small, delicate nose, and light pink lipstick that makes her look as soft as petals. Figure, long and thin neck, very thin waist, and beautiful instep lines. 3D, 856088. Current information, dress, light blue silk suspender skirt, with a small diamond butterfly necklace around the neck. This is good. After Lin Feng pressed the confirm button, the message quickly spread to the computer screens of the agent team on the same floor. Lin Xiuyuan wants to attend a dance party. We can invest in the party and become a sponsor. On this basis, we can invite Lin Xiuyuan to participate in the beauty pageant. Her mentor currently wants to be promoted. We can help her mentor and then let her mentor lobby. The office was in the middle of a heated discussion. As the end of the world was near, there was no point for Lin Feng to keep the money, so he simply decided to set a policy of no upper limit on expenses as long as the goal was achieved. The success bonuses for all brokerage teams are also huge, and everyone is attacking their targets like wolves. Chapter 43 Beauty Pageant 1. 2. Suyu, 24 years old, bar singer. 3D, 956598. Appearance. Her eyebrows are thick and natural, raised to the sides, and she wears rose-colored lipstick as if she had just been bitten. Figure. The butt is particularly perky, which makes the jeans tight. When she twists her waist, the 2 dimples on her back appear and disappear from time to time, showing a pair of proud breasts. Clothing. A faded leather jacket hung loosely on her shoulders, and a black choker with lace trim was worn around her neck. This is three-dimensional? Lin Feng exclaimed when he saw Su Yun's introduction video. Get this for me. It would be nice if someone could sing for me later. Lin Feng pressed the remote control and explained. 3. Tang Yue, 20 years old, Chinese-style blogger. 3D, 805885. Appearance. Her face is as white and rosy as a lotus, her forehead is painted with golden patterns, and her eyelashes are as long as butterfly wings. Body type. She is petite, with a collarbone big enough to hold a coin, and she wears silver bells on her ankles that ring. Dress. A bright red ancient costume skirt with a pearl-decorated shawl. This one is also good. For the next 2 days, Lin Feng kept going back and forth between the hotel and the offices of Su Qin and others. This is how all the members of the beauty pageant's public jury were finally confirmed. Among them are beauties from various professions, including internet celebrities, models, passers-by, students, nurses, white-collar workers, and stewardesses. Many of them actually had no interest in being the public jury, but they could not resist the various financial and psychological offensives from Su Qin's team. In addition to the already confirmed national goddess Xinqianer, the jury's chief judge also includes 2 first-line female stars. After Lin Feng repeatedly reviewed the list of contestants and the public jury, he was very satisfied. All the beauties can only be gathered and collected before the end of the world, and at the beginning of the end of the world. Once the end of the world comes, the number of beauties will only decrease. The shelter was completed yesterday, and today a room on the first floor has been converted into a recording hall. Lin Feng looked at the time, 12 o'clock noon, May 1st. It should have been a sunny noon, but the sky was very gloomy at this moment, as if foreshadowing that today would be extraordinary. According to the system's countdown, the zombie apocalypse will come at 2000 hours today. Therefore, the contracts between Lin Feng and all contestants and the public jury clearly stipulate that they must arrive before 1900 hours today. If you are late, you will face a huge penalty. Boss Lin, the area has been cleared. Cui Zhigao sent a message on the other end of the phone. To ensure that there are not too many zombies around the post-apocalyptic shelter. Lin Feng had already asked Cui Zhigao to clear out all the people in the film and television city except those who participated in the shelter activities on May 1st. The reason they gave was for safety reasons, as they were afraid that there would be too many fans and accidents would happen, so they simply cleared out all the irrelevant people except the participants. The same is true on Manhwa Street. All the shops are closed and everyone is on holiday, allowed to go home. When I was swiping my phone, I happened to see the name, Fu Na, in the address book. Lin Feng was deeply impressed by this considerate and enthusiastic girl in a foreign country, and immediately dialed the phone. Hey, are you coming today? Lin Feng asked. Haha, the big boss actually called me personally to show his concern for me. Stop messing around and answer me, are you back? I just got off the plane. Isn't that a coincidence? In order to come back, I had to lie to my tutor and say I was sick. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Fu Na had returned to Haiqing. Will you come with me then? No, I've already contacted Su Zhizhen and Zhuang Xiaorui. The 3 of us will go together. I won't bother you. You must be very busy today. Fu Na is still the same Fu Na, still so considerate. Fu Na and the other 2 have become good friends after going through the twists and turns in the United States. Thinking that he would be able to see everything he had carefully prepared in the evening, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little excited. Lin Feng didn't put down his phone after hanging up. Casting Conference Public Jury. The WeChat group of this jury has expanded from more than 300 people to 503 people now. Sister Pineapple. Sisters, let's sit aside when the time comes. Be a cat. It's enough to type a few words on the internet to make a fuss, but who will care about you in real life? Sister Pineapple. You are such a cat, you feel uncomfortable if you don't scold people for a day, right? Be a cat. Yeah, when I see you I want to scold you. Biscuit. We're all going to meet soon, why don't we just be friendly? Looking at the noise in the group that was like the noise of primary school students before a spring outing, Lin Feng just felt amused. Boss Lin, are we going to the scene tonight? Su Qin sent a message at this time and asked. Su Qin? Lin Feng did not reply in a hurry, but started thinking. Su Qin's appearance and figure are not good, so Lin Feng has no interest in her, and the same goes for her management team, which does not have a single beautiful woman. In Lin Feng's original plan, In order to ensure the quality of the beauties in the shelter, Su Qin and others would not be allowed to participate in today's beauty pageant. But now, Lin Feng was looking at the noisy WeChat group. If it's like this on WeChat, then won't reality be even more noisy and full of more things? It seems that I need a service team similar to Madame Rong to allow me to better control these people. Su Qin and others are not good looking, so they are destined to have no competitiveness in the shelter. For the sake of food and power, he would definitely be more likely to be loyal to Lin Feng than these girls. If he really doesn't listen to me at that time, just get rid of him. Please arrange for a few smart female agents in your team to come to the casting meeting tonight. Okay, Mr. Lin. Well, that's it. I'll need you to help me maintain order when the time comes, Lin Feng said with a double meaning. Su Qin just thought that Lin Feng asked her to help maintain order at the scene and didn't take it seriously. After arranging Su Qin and his group, Lin Feng sent another message to Lin Dezhuang. Dezhuang, are all the people gathered? We're all here, Brother Feng. We're all experienced martial artists. Be there on time in the evening and we won't be late. After careful consideration, Lin Feng decided to place some future staff members in the shelter. Originally, Lin Feng planned not to allow any men other than himself to stay in the shelter. After all, with such a large group of beautiful women, there was a chance that some men would cheat on Lin Feng. But after investigating and understanding the authority structure of the shelter, Lin Feng decided to still prepare some future staff. After all, after the apocalypse, it is impossible to stay in a shelter forever. Even though we currently have satellite monitoring and sufficient supplies, it is inevitable that there will still be some field missions that require us to go out in the future. It's impossible for Lin Feng to go himself or ask the beauties to go, right? So Lin Feng asked Lin Dezhuang to arrange 20 martial artists who had no relatives or friends, but at that time he would only give them A1 authority. Lin Feng plans to arrange the beauties in A3. Chapter 44 Beauty Pageant 2. During these 2 days, Lin Feng also took the opportunity to take inventory of the current supplies in the subspace. 3,000 tons of rice. 3,000 tons of flour. 3,000 tons of grains. 3,000 tons of frozen meat. 3,000 tons of fresh vegetables. 100 tons of various types of live hydroponic vegetable seeds. 500,000 cans of military instant canned food, braised pork/vegetables/fish. 2,000 sets of cut-resistant tactical clothing, made of Kevlar fiber. 2,000 titanium alloy multifunctional military shovels. 1,000 PCS high-carbon steel silent wire saw. 2,000 silent rotor drones. Universal toolbox 1,000 PCS. 1,000 silent mechanical dogs. 3 Black Hawk helicopters. 3 military armored vehicles. 3 all-terrain off-road armored vehicles, etc. In addition to these, there are countless daily necessities, various ingredients and tools sold by Walmart, as well as countless energy sources, oil, coal and guns. Lin Feng had already booked Z Pavilion when he just rented the office. Z Pavilion has arranged a team of 50 chefs to work in 3 shifts to cook 24 hours a day. It took nearly a month to prepare 12,000 tables of dishes. In order to prevent people from getting tired of eating them, the dishes were rotated from different cuisines. Of course, these dishes are currently placed in Lin Feng's subspace. The cost of a table at Z Pavilion's banquet ranges from 8,000 to 20,000 yuan, and Lin Feng ordered 20,000 yuan, so these 12,000 tables cost Lin Feng 240 million yuan. After spending $100 million on Yulihui, Lin Feng certainly couldn't come up with that much money, so he could only use his shares as collateral to borrow 100 million from Dashikan Suishuan, and agreed to repay the remaining balance on May 2nd. As for the boss of Z Pavilion, if he has the guts to come to Lin Feng on May 2nd despite the pile of zombies to collect the debt, Lin Feng will pay him back even if he has to sell everything he has. At Lin Feng's request, Yu Lihui's family and Yu Shanwu were also invited to participate in today's casting meeting. If these 2 people are used well, they will become Lin Feng's sharpest knife in the early stage of the doomsday. After all, among all the people present at that time, only Yu Lihui believed that he had killed someone. Since he thought he had killed someone before, he wouldn't feel too much psychological burden if he killed a few more people. After everything was arranged, Lin Feng got up and went to the shelter. On the way to the shelter, Lin Feng specifically asked the driver to drive very slowly. White-collar workers in suits and leather shoes with numb expressions go in and out of high-rise buildings, students playing on the roadside led by their teachers, hot smoke rising from the steamed bun stalls of aunties on the street corners, and young lovers holding hands tightly without looking at each other at the traffic lights. These will be Lin Feng's final impressions of today's civilization and society. Out of human instinct, Lin Feng wanted to save everyone. But unfortunately, Lin Feng couldn't do it. If the news of the impending doomsday was announced in advance, Lin Feng would only be regarded as a madman. Those who are immersed in the happiness of the moment, those bigwigs who enjoy the top power today. Everyone will regard Lin Feng as an enemy, and even if the doomsday really comes, no one will be grateful to Lin Feng. Everyone has his or her own destiny. Some people are born rich and powerful, while others are destined to a miserable fate. For those who are living happily now, when the doomsday comes, just think of it as having enjoyed the best of their lives and it is time to end. Those who are living in hardship now should be liberated when the doomsday comes, and it should have ended long ago. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze, rolled up the car window, and put away the pity and feelings in his heart. Learned that Lin Feng was about to arrive. There were already quite a few people waiting in front of the shelter. Cui Zhigao, Lin Xiaoye, Yi Qiuyao, Shi Ning, Jiang Xiaoxia, Xing Yimin, as well as some public judges and contestants who arrived early. Each of these public judges is delicate and beautiful with fair skin. They are cute, sexy, pure, covering almost all the most beautiful styles in the world, and any one of them can be considered a campus beauty in a film and television academy. The system's prompt sounds also kept ringing at this time. 7.5 points, 8.1 points, 7.6 points, 8.2 points. Lin Feng didn't have time to read the instructions carefully at this time. He just got off the car with a smile and exchanged glances with everyone as a greeting. Among the crowd, only Qing Yimin did not focus her gaze on Lin Feng, but kept looking behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew at a glance that this ungrateful person was probably waiting for her real financial sponsor. Lin Feng secretly glanced at Qing Yimin's beautiful legs and said to himself, "In a few hours I will be the first one to deal with you." Boom, boom, boom. The roar of vehicles was heard behind me, followed by a convoy led by a Ferrari. The fleet is of great value and looks very pretentious. It instantly stole Lin Feng's limelight. Sure enough, this big fool Chun is still going further and further in the direction of the domineering second generation who is seeking death. A luxuriously dressed man got off the first car. It was Sui Xuan. "Boss Lin, why is he here?" Lin Xiaoye quickly came to Lin Feng and whispered. "It's okay, I invited him, he's my friend," Lin Feng said indifferently. "Friend, but he..." Lin Xiaoye was about to say something, but when she saw Sui Xuan walking towards her, she stopped talking. "Xiao Yu, today I will let you know how much I have paid for you," Sui Xuan said to Lin Xiaoye affectionately. But all she got in return was Lin Xiaoye's questioning eyes. Lin Xiaoye thought, "Is this Su sick again?" But he was invited by Mr. Lin, and I can't embarrass him in front of so many people. Looking at Lin Xiaoye's puzzled eyes, Sui Xuan really wanted to reveal his true colors right now, but when he saw Lin Feng shaking his head slightly beside him, he could only suppress his emotions. Sui Xuan thought, "Just wait, Xiaoye, I will make you so moved that you will want to marry me later in the evening." He turned to Lin Feng and said, "Boss Lin, let's go in." "Okay," Lin Feng responded with a smile. "How's the preparation going?" On the way in, Sui Xuan whispered to Lin Feng. "Ah Su, are you still worried about my work? I have prepared a super gift for you. I guarantee you will be satisfied." Lin Feng opened his mouth and laughed. "A lot of people around me are saying bad things about you. You'd better make sure you're not lying to me, or I'll make sure you don't have a place in Haiqing." Sui Xuan actually spoke in such a tone. Lin Feng looked at him curiously, then understood. As the grandson of the richest man in Haiqing, the people he comes into contact with and cooperates with will definitely be analyzed and studied. Lin Feng estimated that someone around Sui Xuan had already analyzed that Lin Feng was likely to deceive Sui Xuan. But Qing Yimin was in the company and confirmed that the investment money was indeed used for the company, and Lin Feng did not misappropriate it. Moreover, the contract signed by the two is fully legally binding. Once Lin Feng violates the contract, the penalty he will face will be astronomical. The analysts on the richest man's side would never have imagined that there would be the factor of the end of the world. Therefore, they couldn't produce any evidence to prove that Lin Feng deceived Su Yixuan. But Su Yixuan's tone had already meant that he had never considered Lin Feng as a friend. Once Lin Feng really did something that made Su Yixuan unhappy. If there was no doomsday, Lin Feng believed that he would be tortured terribly. Su, don't worry, I guarantee you'll be satisfied today, Lin Feng replied in a gloomy tone. Chapter 45 Beauty Pageant 3. After disinfection and inspection of the outer gate of the shelter, Su Yixuan looked back at the exquisite instrument, and couldn't help complaining. I say, is it necessary to go through so much trouble? It looks just like the real thing. Lin Feng smiled and said nothing. Su Yixuan on the side continued to complain. Can't you just open the door and let me drive to the shelter entrance? You have to make me walk such a long way. Lin Feng then spoke. I say, Mr. Su, you have invested a lot of money in this shelter, aren't you curious? Why don't you take a closer look? Lin Feng really didn't have the patience to continue coaxing the child beside him. I looked at my watch and saw the time, 17:21. There is still more than an hour before the recording starts at 1900 hours. There are still more than 2 hours until the end of the world. It's really hard. Damn, you make it look so real. I didn't notice it before. Why do you have so many instruments on the first floor door of your shelter? Check again whether the people entering the door are infected with zombies. Can it really be detected? Really? Then why are you spending this money? Where are the zombies for you to test? It will be there in a moment. What? When Su Yixuan saw the smile on Lin Feng's lips, he realized that Lin Feng was joking with him. Just as he was about to explode, he heard a commotion coming from the outer gate of the shelter behind him. Shinxiener. Hearing the noise, Lin Feng knew that the national goddess Shinxiener had arrived. Unexpectedly, the periphery had been deliberately cleared. There are also so many beauties participating in the public jury who are fans of Shinxiener. Shinxiener? Why did you call her here? Su Yixuan seemed to know Shinxiener. Brother, don't you go online? The internet has been flooded with reports about this incident. And why can't you just call her over? What happened to her? Lin Feng said. Her, don't you know? She is the daughter of a local military commander. I don't dare to mess with her casually. You still invite her to come and see me so that I can confess my love to her? What do you mean? Oh? Lin Feng didn't know Shinxiener's identity and background. The key point is that only powerful people like Su Yixuan can know this kind of secret information. Ordinary people have no way of knowing it. No wonder it has been popular for so long. No wonder he is so arrogant, and dares to charge Lin Feng 50 million in one day. At first, Lin Feng just wanted to feel the feeling of stepping on the national goddess, so he took some effort to invite Shinxiener over. As for what he knows now about Shinxiener's background, will Lin Feng be afraid? The answer is no. When the end of the world comes, I don't care which boss's daughter you are, you will still be plundered obediently. I remember that there are still some things I haven't prepared. I'll go get busy now. Lin Feng didn't want to coax this silly chun anymore. The shelter has been built, and the beauties are arriving one after another. Lin Feng really doesn't care what this Dashikan is thinking, or what he wants to do at the moment. Take the elevator up to A4, the luxurious living area. Wenixue had been brought here early and was watching TV in the hall. Seeing Lin Feng coming up, he hurried over to greet him. Thinking that Lin Feng was going to start plundering again, he quickly prepared to go back to the bedroom to take a shower. What are you doing? Why are you going back to the bedroom as soon as I come up here? Lin Feng asked curiously. I'm going to take a shower, Wenixue said. Why take a shower? Take a shower and get ready for bed. You? Me? Am I only going to sleep with you if I find you? Lin Feng was puzzled by Wenixue's actions. How come Xue, who once claimed that she could control men's emotions, has been trained to become like this? When did you come to see me and not have sex with me? Wenixue blinked her beautiful big eyes and spoke innocently. After hearing this, Lin Feng understood. Wen Ningxue was just acting like a spoiled child on purpose, blaming Lin Feng for having nothing else to do except having sex with her. Haha, blaming me? When the day comes that you can't even sleep with me anymore, you won't even have tears to cry. Lin Feng doesn't spoil Wen Ningxue, so he is too lazy to coax her. After saying that, Lin Feng returned to the elevator and arrived at A5. A5 has the authority in the entire shelter, and only Lin Feng can come up. As for who will be given access to A5 in the future, Lin Feng has not yet decided. It depends on the performance of the beauties. It doesn't mean that they can get privileges first just because they get to know Lin Yu, Wen Ningxue, Lin Xiaoye, and others first. Maybe among the hundreds of beauties downstairs, there is someone who can understand Lin Feng's feelings better, and the latecomer will be the winner. Turn on the surveillance. Lin Feng opened his mouth and spoke to the main control computer. The main control computer has deployed a local offline top-level AI, so for many commands, Lin Feng can directly control them through voice. At first glance, behind the main computer is just an ordinary white wall. After Lin Feng gave the order, the wall began to change rapidly, dividing into small grids of ultra-clear monitoring displays. The dense surveillance cameras cover almost every corner of the shelter. Lin Feng could see Xinqianer being welcomed into the first floor like a star surrounded by people. Xinqianer was indeed extremely beautiful, with translucent white skin, thick and delicate eyebrows, and a red mole at the end of her right eye. She is tall and slender, with a swan neck, thin shoulders, and a waist so thin that it can be encircled with one hand. At this time, she was wearing a close-fitting satin dress, the misty blue fishtail skirt outlined her graceful curves, and the pearl chains slid along her collarbone to her smooth back. Her slightly curly long hair fell to her waist, and the hem of her skirt was shining like the silver of moonlight. Cui Zhigao beside her seemed to know Xinqianer's background. Even though such a beauty was before his eyes, he did not dare to look at her in a disrespectful manner. He just smiled and introduced her. This old guy is not a good guy either. He knew that I like beautiful women, but when he introduced Xinqianer, he didn't even tell me about her background. Lin Feng cursed at Cui Zhigao in the surveillance video. But it is undeniable that Xinqianer is indeed beautiful. At this moment, because we are watching it on the surveillance camera, she is probably even more beautiful in reality. I don't know how many points the system will give her at that time, and I don't know whether it will be more than 10 points. At that time, we will know whether the system's scoring standard is 10 points. Then I saw the first floor downstairs through the surveillance. Shi Ning and Zhang Xiaoxiao were still busy, but this time they were helping Lin Xiaoye and Yi Qiuyao. After all, in their opinion, this is a serious talent show that will be broadcast on TV. So everyone is extremely attentive. Even if there is a hands-off boss, he is still very responsible and helps communicate with the on-site recording unit and director. Of course, the director of this beauty pageant is Zhang Zhenhu himself. Lin Feng has launched such a publicity campaign and gathered so many beauties. Zhang Zhenhu naturally wanted to take the limelight. Lin Feng picked up his phone and called Zhang Zhenhu. Boss Lin, what instructions do you have? Zhang Zhenhu's flattering voice came from the other end of the phone, and the extent to which Zhang Zhenhu bent over could be seen through the surveillance camera. After the contestants go on stage at 19:30, all the judges on site will go to their own small rooms to grade them. Chapter 46 Beauty Pageant 4. Boss Lin, should we go in turns or at the same time? Go at the same time. There are 8 exits in the whole hall. There are small rooms along the way after each exit. The judges can enter the small room to give their initial impressions and scores. Okay. What else do you want? Although this voting behavior seemed a bit strange, Zhang Zhenhu felt it was acceptable when he thought about the theme of the movie and Lin Feng's wild ideas. Perhaps it is to create fairness and mystery in the entire casting conference. While the public judges are voting, all contestants will also go to the small room to rate the other contestants based on their initial impressions. Do the contestants have to be graded too? Okay. From the beginning of planning the first floor of the shelter, Lin Feng put forward a request that Shi Ning couldn't understand. It is to build 600 small rooms around the recording hall on the first floor. Fortunately, the shelter covers a huge area. Shi Ning finally designed these 600 small rooms reasonably without affecting the planning of other functional areas on the first floor. Lin Feng had no choice. Apart from the countdown to the zombie apocalypse, the system did not provide any other information about it. Lin Feng could only guess based on his own experience and the situations in film and television dramas. At that time, people might randomly mutate and become zombies for some reason. Therefore, it is impossible for Lin Feng to let all these beauties gather together, in case one of them mutates into a zombie and bites a few beauties around him. Lin Feng would be heartbroken. After careful consideration, Lin Feng had no choice but to come up with the idea of going into the small room alone to vote. As it approached 8 o'clock in the evening, a session was set up requiring everyone to go to a small room alone to vote. Until the end of the world comes, then we can protect those beauties who have not been mutated and clear out the mutated zombies. Lin Feng actually has another question. But no one answered him. I won't mutate into a zombie, right? So these days we have been trying to prevent a situation like this from happening. Lin Feng plundered Winning Xue crazily in the morning. This made Winning Xue start to act like a little shrew and complain. Host Lin Feng. Strength 11 plus 16 5. Constitution 10 plus 14 5. Speed 9 plus 8 5. The values in brackets are the attributes of normal people. Currently, Lin Feng's physical fitness is close to 5 times that of a normal person. If a physique like this could mutate into a zombie, then Lin Feng could only accept his fate. The time has come to 1855. Recording starts now. Lin Feng took out a bottle of Macallan Premium Scotch whiskey from the subspace. I poured half a cup and sat on the sofa in front of the surveillance screen and started drinking, quietly waiting for something good to happen. At this time, the number of people on the public jury of the beauty pageant has exceeded 500. Yi Qiuyao, Zhang Xiaoxiao, Lin Xiaoye, Qing Yimin, Wenning Xue, Shi Ning, and Fu Nao were all sent by Lin Feng to serve as part of the public jury. Now they are all sitting in the audience seats. Su Zhizhen, Zhuang Xiaorui, and Lin Yu recorded the show as contestants. Xin Qianer, as well as 2 other first-line actresses Feng Xiaofu, Chu Ting, Chief Director Zhang Jinhu, and Film and Television City Development Director Cui Zhigao, are the main judges. As for Su Yixuan, Lin Feng arranged for him to sit in a corner of the audience. The reason is that it is so that when the time comes to confess their love, they can go on stage without attracting attention. Su Yixuan's sissy appearance actually blended perfectly among the beautiful girls in the audience. This beauty pageant did not have a host, but was hosted by the experienced Zhang Jinhu, who sat on the judges' panel. This is also what Lin Feng requested. Zhang Jinhu's headset is connected to Lin Feng, which makes it convenient for Lin Feng to issue orders to Zhang Jinhu in a timely manner and control the overall situation. Okay, when the red countdown above the stage ends, we'll officially start recording. Because the audience present were all invited by Lin Feng at a high price. They had all signed a breach of contract, so after Zhang Jinhu reminded them, no one dared to speak. 65432210. Welcome everyone to the casting meeting for 2077 Doomsday Escape. The opening remarks by Zhang Jinhu ended. The entire audience burst into warm applause. Please invite the 50 contestants to come on stage for their initial presentation. All the spotlights converged on the stage. There is a T-stage in the center of the stage that runs through the entire auditorium, and all the auditoriums are divided into 2 by this T-stage. The purpose of the first impression environment of a beauty pageant is to create a first impression environment like a fashion show, where each contestant walks on the catwalk and leaves a first impression on the audience. Then all the judges, including the public jury, will score the contestants based on their first impressions, their appearance, skin, and body shape. The first person to come on stage was actually Lin Yu. The most striking thing about Lin Yu is her crystal white skin, which reflects white light under the spotlight. Although Lin Yu's score in the system is not high, Lin Yu knows how to dress up and knows how to play to her strengths, with the help of a professional makeup team. Lin Yu on the catwalk was particularly charming at this moment. A cold light flashed across the T-stage, and Lin Yu swayed gracefully in her crystal high heels. The pink skirt trembled slightly as Lin Yu walked on the stage. Her snow-white long legs were faintly visible at the slit, and the satin fabric seemed to be about to slide down her legs at any time. The white exposed belly button shows off her undulating curves. When her slender waist sways, 2 small dimples can be seen, and her full breasts tremble slightly under the shiny fabric with her breathing. Lin Feng recognized it at a glance. This was the outfit that Lin Yu wore when she first met her. Lin Yu is very smart. To others, the more than 500 people present are judges, but to Lin Yu, she had only one judge from beginning to end, and that was Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng is the big boss behind this talent show, and he is also the financial sponsor who gives her pocket money. Moreover, Lin Yu really missed the feeling of making love with Lin Feng. His strong shoulders always made her sleep peacefully. She knew that Lin Feng liked her outfit, so she deliberately wore it like this on stage today. After Lin Yu walked around, the second girl who came on stage was someone Lin Feng didn't recognize. According to the information on the screen in the recording hall, the second girl to walk the catwalk was named Hua Shiro, and she was only 19 years old. A cold white light shone on Hua Shiro as she walked onto the T-stage. Her white suspender skirt just covered her thighs. The black over-the-knee socks tightly wrapped around the slender straight calves, leaving faint pink marks on the legs at the sock openings, and a few fine folds appeared behind the knees as she walked. When the satin skirt fluttered, a small section of snow-white ankle could be seen between the socks and the patent leather red shoes. The section of thigh skin exposed between the top of the socks and the hem of the skirt was as white as freshly opened sketch paper. She is indeed a person who was carefully selected from tens of thousands of beautiful women who applied. She would be a stunning campus beauty in any university. At this moment, Lin Feng looked at the screen and sighed, then wrote Hua Shiro's name on the notebook next to him. Lin Feng was eager to experience this feeling of pure desire, so he wrote it down to avoid being dazzled by the world and forgetting it later. Chapter 47 Beauty Pageant 5. Soon, all 50 contestants had completed their show on stage. Among them, Zhuang Xiaoyi took to the catwalk with her perfect figure, and because she was a flight attendant before. Her smile and temperament were all just right, which drew cheers from many girls on the jury. When Su Jijun came on stage, she was wearing a black cheongsam with the slits of the cheongsam exposed, revealing her snow-white skin. Under her influence, the entire recording hall seemed to be pink, and a charming aura emanated from her. The other contestants also had their own styles. Their looks, skin, and figures were all top-notch, and Lin Feng couldn't take his eyes off them. It even felt like watching a fashion show in the capital of the Sakura country. When Lin Feng thought of this, he secretly regretted not going to the Sakura country to recruit some beauties before Doomsday. Time 1928. Okay, now all 50 contestants have presented their first impressions. What do you think after watching them, Mr. Shin? After the show, everyone returned to the stage with the contestant number tags on the lower left corner. Zhang Jinhu felt that since Lin Feng had spent a high price to invite Shinqianer, he had to make full use of Shinqianer's influence. I want Shinqianer to show her face and speak more often to increase the popularity of the show after it is broadcast. I think in general, people tried to be coquettish in order to become famous. As soon as these words came out, the 50 contestants on the stage looked at Shinqianer with some anger in their eyes. Shinqianer didn't care either. She had an unparalleled face and figure as well as an all-powerful background. She thinks she can crush any girl present, so she always judges others with contempt. Even though there was indeed a moment of infinite charm when the 50 contestants came on stage just now, Shinqianer would only think that they were deliberately showing off their beauty. She looked down on this behavior, so she deliberately belittled these girls. Then Mr. Shin, what do you think? Zhang Jinhu seemed to be accustomed to Shinqianer's speaking style, but he still wanted Shinqianer to say something more, but Lin Feng's cold interruption came from the headset. We can arrange for everyone to go to the small room to vote. There's no need to give this pretentious woman any more screen time. Lin Feng found Shinqianer's harshness inexplicable, so he didn't indulge her. The 50 contestants carefully selected from more than 20,000 beauties who registered have all been chosen for their looks, appearance, and figure. But when it came into Shinqianer's mouth, it became something else, a coquettish act. Good, what a coquettish pose. I'm going to let everyone see your performance later this evening. If you don't put on some seductive poses, you won't be able to eat. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't wait to get everyone into the small room. Okay, now according to our rules, all the public judges and judges will enter the small room to vote on their initial impressions. As soon as Zhang Jinhu said this, the audience who had already been informed of the rules immediately stood up and went to the nearby exit to line up in an orderly manner. Director Zhang, what are you doing? You're making it so complicated. We have to go to a small room to vote. It's totally unnecessary. Xinqianer, who was standing beside him, frowned and complained to Zhang Junhu. Ms. Xin, this is also a brand new attempt. And it is also for the fairness of the talent show. When it is broadcast, the self-media can use this gimmick to promote us. Isn't it great? Zhang Junhu explained to Xinqianer. Where is your investor? He is so stupid and has so much money that he actually built a shelter like this and planned so many small rooms. Xinqianer knew that at this time she could only abide by the rules and follow the crowd into the small room to vote. After all, according to the contract, she has to follow the requirements of the recording site and complete today's recording in order to get 50 million. Earning 50 million in one day of recording is extremely rare even for Xinqianer. But he couldn't help but turn his complaining tone towards Lin Feng. After the recording is finished, I will introduce you to each other. Zhang Junhu knew that Lin Feng must be watching them on the surveillance camera at this time, and he didn't dare to agree with Xinqianer's words. After all, to him, Lin Feng was his financial sponsor. Now I'm going to give everyone a treat. All other staff, including the makeup team, agent team, and recording team, please go into the small room to vote. There is a red envelope I prepared for you in each small room. The recording team can rest assured to pause for a while, as all rooms are recorded with high-definition cameras, and can edit later. With so many people participating in the recording on site, in addition to the recording staff themselves, there will inevitably be a lot of additional staff. Although Lin Feng has strictly controlled the number of people, there are still nearly 40 redundant staff. After Lin Feng saw on the surveillance camera that the public jury, judges, and contestants had almost walked into their respective small rooms one by one, he began to fool the staff. These staff members are all real workers, and Lin Feng's image of being wealthy and powerful has long been well known. When they heard that there was a red envelope in the small room, they put down their work without hesitation and went into other empty small rooms. Lin Feng's eyes were like an eagle's and he began to check from each surveillance angle. If there were still disobedient people wandering around outside at this time, Lin Feng wouldn't mind knocking him out and throwing him into the small room. There was actually a bed and a simple bathroom in the small room, as well as a large screen embedded next to the bed. Many people who were complaining stopped complaining when they saw the clean environment in the small room. It's just that many people inexplicably feel that these small rooms are like prison cells. Please wait for a moment, the voting system will be opened soon. The same prompt words appeared uniformly on the only conspicuous large screen in the small room where everyone was sitting. Everyone could only sit on the bed helplessly and wait for the big screen to start the voting system. You each go back to your rooms. On the other side of the first floor there were 30 people including Lin Dazhuang, Yu Lihui, Yu Shanwu, and Yu Lihui's family. Of course Lin Feng did not forget, and issued orders to everyone through the headset. After repeatedly checking the surveillance and confirming that there was no one there, Lin Feng gave the order to close the door. This was the order to close the door issued by Lin Feng through the highest authority. The concrete gate outside the shelter. All the alloy doors on the outside of the first floor of the shelter. The shelter has doors and windows that are exposed to the outside. The door to each person's cubicle. All were closed at this moment. The shelter is activating backup power. As Lin Feng issued another command, the lights in the shelter returned to normal after flickering for a while. At this moment, the power supply of the entire shelter depends solely on the underground energy area. Lin Feng doesn't like the uncertainty of power outages at any time at the end of the world. It was better to change the power supply source of the shelter to the underground energy area early on. Lin Feng had no shortage of oil and coal anyway. Chapter 48 Beauty Pageant 6. Time, 1958. Just as the shelter's lighting flickered for a moment, there was the sound of the door of the small room being locked. Everyone was startled by this strange atmosphere. What are you doing? Why are you locking the door? What do the organizers want to do? They are crazy. Are you planning to use this to record the famous scene of the sisters panicking and then post it online to promote it? Some people panicked, while others were smart enough to think that the organizer had deliberately recorded it that way, so they pretended to be calm. Hey, I'm not going to record it. What are you doing? I must vote. Xinqianer was originally shouting arrogantly, but her attention was immediately attracted by the images switching on the big screen. The large screen that originally displayed just a string of prompts has now switched to a real-time surveillance screen. The images in the real-time monitoring are exactly what is inside each room. From number 1 to 600, people in the small room can slide the screen to switch the surveillance images at will. What does this mean? Everyone was confused, including Lin Xiaoye, Yi Qiuyao, and others. 10, 9, 8, 7. At this moment, a blood-red countdown that could not be turned off appeared in front of the big screen. 3, 2, 1, 0. 2000 hours. Everyone almost held their breath and stared at the strange countdown. After the countdown ended, I found that nothing had changed and was about to get angry and blame the organizer. Ah! A woman screams. Coo, coo! Ha, ha! There were short, low roars in some rooms. Ah! There was another woman scream. There's a monster in room 221. What's in room 523? I want to go home. Look at room 45, what is this? Following many high-pitched female voices reminders, all those who had not turned into zombies switched their screens to monitor the room number that everyone had reminded them of. Only these were seen in the room where people were reminded. The originally pretty beauties are gone, leaving only zombies with hideous faces and blisters all over their bodies. Only the torn dresses, stockings, and other clothes on the zombies prove that they were transformed from the beauties. Because of the foreshadowing in many movies and TV dramas, everyone has a clear and unified understanding when they see these monsters for the first time. Zombies. It's zombies. Fortunately, Lin Feng did not become a zombie so badly. At this moment, Lin Feng was staring at the surveillance camera closely. Lin Feng is a ruthless and selfish person. He actually doesn't care much whether some people he knows turn into zombies. He just selfishly hoped that the beauties whose superpowers he plundered would not turn into zombies. Lin Feng is quite satisfied with his current superpowers. If the beautiful woman who gave him the superpowers becomes a zombie, then his superpowers will not be able to be upgraded. Fortunately, Lin Yu, Wening Xue, and Zhuang Xiaorui did not develop superpowers. They were just staring at the screen in horror. After a careful inspection, Lin Feng discovered that Cui Zhigao, the two first-line stars, and some of the public judges and staff had turned into zombies. After counting, it was found that nearly 150 people had become zombies. Lin Feng was both satisfied and regretful about this ratio. I am satisfied that the conversion rate is not high, but it is a pity that nearly 100 of the 150 carefully selected beauties became zombies. Even though he didn't know the reason for the transformation into zombies, in order to prevent the transformation from being incomplete, Lin Feng turned on all the external ventilation systems of the shelter. After refreshing the air in the shelter with the outside air, he found that no one had turned into a zombie, so he felt relieved. What the hell is going on? What's going on in the surveillance footage? Yeah, are there any sisters living next door to the room that turned into a monster on the surveillance camera who can tell me what happened? Is it true? Could it be that the organizers are playing a prank for the sake of show effect? It's true. I live in room 222, and there is indeed a monster next door making the same noise as in the surveillance video. Impossible! This must be a lie by the organizer. As time went by, everyone's minds began to calm down, and they started a heated discussion. Listening to everyone's discussion, Lin Feng could only sigh that these women were stupidly naive. But if Lin Feng wants to control these women, he must make them recognize their current situation. Connect to the satellite and display surveillance images of each main road. Following Lin Feng's command, the computer connected to the integrated space-ground satellite system that Lin Feng had already prepared on the 5th floor. Hey, the image on the screen started to change. Compared to the zombies in the small room surveillance camera, which can only circle around in the small room and roar softly. After a brief fright, everyone quickly calmed down and treated it as if they were watching a horror movie. At this moment, the zombies in the road surveillance footage that Lin Feng projected onto everyone's screens were truly bloody and violent. The scene where many zombies chase and bite passers-by fleeing on the street, and then eat their necks with relish after biting off their necks, The scene of someone being chased by zombies in a high-rise building and jumping off the building in panic. The scene of the wife who fell to the ground after being bitten stood up and bit her husband in the blink of an eye. They are all bloody and realistic, and there is no way they could be scenes from a horror movie. This made the beauties scream nonstop, and their voices trembled. I don't believe it. Let me out. Is it meaningful for you to lie to people like this just for the sake of your show? I'm going to call the police and sue you. A fat girl with flesh on her face started to cheer loudly. Her image stands out among the crowd. I don't know whether she is making a fuss out of inferiority complex and wanting to feel her presence, or whether she is really not afraid and is bold enough to make a fuss like this. Lin Feng recognized at a glance that this man was Xinqian's agent. After all, it was rare to have such an ugly and fat person in the shelter, so Lin Feng was impressed. Wow, it's true. The flower shop on Chunhui Avenue is owned by my sister. I saw from the surveillance camera that my sister turned into a zombie and bit someone. Even if it was fake, it's impossible for them to ask my sister to film it. Wow. I also saw someone I know on the surveillance camera. Is this the end of the world? Are we safe now? Even if someone explained it to her, the fat girl remained unmoved. Don't be scared by Lin Feng. I think he did all this just to embarrass you and then post it online to increase the popularity of his movie. I'm going to go out and sue this Lin Feng. Haha, aren't there zombies? Let me out if you can. As soon as the fat girl started talking, Lin Feng had already switched everyone's big screen to the real-time monitoring of the fat girl's room 220. And her voice was transmitted to everyone through surveillance. Sister Yu? Xinqian recognized that the person making a fuss in the surveillance video was her agent. Is it really like what Sister Yu said, that these are all lies? Xinqian, who was already frightened, began to comfort herself because of what Sister Yu said. Lin Feng had a clear view of Sister Yu's clownish appearance. Lin Feng had long since stopped wanting to keep this disgusting fat girl. He was even suffering from aversion to stupidity. If he continued to keep her in the shelter, it would simply be an eyesore. This clown is also a good opportunity to give everyone the first bloody lesson of the apocalypse. Lin Feng did not explain to Sister Yu. There was only one way to deal with such a person: satisfy her. Lin Feng turned around and gave an order to the central control computer. Reclaim the wall between room 220 and room 221. Chapter 49 Beauty Pageant 7. As early as the beginning of the design of the shelter, Lin Feng specifically requested the use of a 9-square blocking system. Therefore, Lin Feng can freely control the walls of the room through the central computer with the highest authority. Buzz shakada. After the sound was made, half of the wall between room 220 and room 221 shrank upwards and half downwards. The zombie in room 221, who was originally circling in the room and growling briefly, discovered Sister Yu opposite him after the wall disappeared. Gah! The tone suddenly rose, and the throat vibrated like an old bellows, rushing towards Sister Yu. Originally, the owner of room 221 was a beautiful woman with a slender figure and fair skin. But after mutating into a zombie, his entire body began to rot and decay, like a shabby scarecrow. Sister Yu is 159 centimeters tall and weighs nearly 200 kilograms. Logically speaking, this 90 kilograms scarecrow-like zombie, apart from being disgusting and susceptible to infection, should not be able to compete with Sister Yu in terms of combat power. Sister Yu thought so too. So when she saw the zombies rushing towards her, although she was still screaming in fear, her body instinctively kicked the zombie hard. I want to kick this zombie away and break it into pieces. But what is unexpected is, the moment Sister Yu's fat feet kicked towards the zombie's body, the zombie actually grabbed Sister Yu's feet tightly with its hands that were so rotten that they looked like they were about to fall apart at any time, and refused to let go. Ah! Following Sister Yu's pig-slaughtering scream, the zombies began to gnaw on the paw in their hands. Sister Yu kicked her legs hard in pain, but the skinny zombie seemed to be unaware of the pain and held on to Sister Yu's feet tightly. After about 30 seconds, perhaps the zombie toxins began to infect Sister Yu. Sister Yu, who had been kicking her legs, gradually stopped moving and finally collapsed to the ground. And the zombie seemed to know that it had completed its mission. Or maybe it's knowing that the fat person on the ground has become one of his own kind. After standing up, he continued to circle the room with short, low growls. The spleen in the body had been turned outward a lot because of Sister Yu's fierce resistance before. It looked as weird as it could be. Another 30 seconds passed. Sister Yu, who had been motionless, suddenly began to twitch violently. Then he stood up too. Even though her right leg had been bitten by zombies to the point where the bones were exposed. As if it had no effect, it started to make short, low growls like the other zombie and circled in the room. Everything that happened in room 221 was seen by everyone present through real-time surveillance. After a brief silence, many people began to cry. As some people boldly began to release their emotions, the crying and shouting became louder and louder. It seems that for them, only by releasing their emotions freely can they temporarily suppress the fear in their hearts. After seeing everything, Lin Feng felt a lot of emotions in his heart. The bloody scenes that just happened in room 221 were reminding Lin Feng, the end of the world has really come. In this cruel doomsday, if you are not careful, you will end up like Sister Yu. Moreover, Lin Feng learned from the signs of the fight between the two people just monitored and his years of experience in martial arts that the attribute value of zombie number 221 is probably higher than that of a normal person, that is, the strength is around 7. The reason why this zombie is so unbearable in front of an ordinary person, Sister Yu, is probably because the original body of zombie number 221 is too thin and Sister Yu's figure is too amazing. Lin Feng estimated that with his current attributes, he would not be able to gain any advantage if he faced multiple zombies at the same time without using hot weapons. I want to go out. There are zombies everywhere outside. It's better to stay here than to go out. Wow, it seems so, but I miss my mother. Look at the screen, you can see the news now. The whole world is in chaos. Why is it like this abroad too, Why can't the soldiers and sheriffs do anything? My phone has signal. Why is no one answering the phone? Reply to the message. According to the feedback from the central computer, there is no mobile phone signal outside now. The reason why these beauties have mobile phone signals at this time is also because Lin Feng did it intentionally. It is a signal released by the central computer via satellite. What is shown on the screen alone may still make many people feel lucky. But if you learn about everything that is happening outside through your mobile phone, then there is absolutely no chance of luck. When Lin Feng saw that the time was almost right, he cut off the cell phone signal in the shelter. In Lin Feng's opinion, it would be enough to simply understand what the outside world is like at the moment, and there is no need for them to keep in touch with the outside world. If they are allowed to keep in touch with the outside world, how can Lin Feng brainwash and control them? Mr. Lin. Lin Feng! Amid the noise of the beauties, a male voice suddenly sounded, and it was Lin Feng's name. So Lin Feng noticed it immediately. Looking at the surveillance camera, I saw Zhang Jinhu and Su Yishuan shouting at the camera. The two of them happened to be in the next room, and Su Yishuan might have learned from Zhang Jinhu that Lin Feng was checking the surveillance footage at any time. And from what happened to Sister Yu just now, it is not difficult to infer that the expansion and contraction of the wall between room 221 and room 220 should be manually controlled. Lin Feng, damn it, it's really the end of the world, let me out. I want to go back to find my grandpa. I'm open here. If nothing happens to me, my grandfather will invest another 1 billion in you. Where's the person? Stop pretending to be dead. Su Yishuan shouted at the surveillance camera. Lin Feng looked at Su Yishuan's silly look and couldn't help but call him an idiot. Then he picked up the microphone and spoke to Su Yishuan's room alone. Hey Su, don't be anxious. I still have a gift for you. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he actually went back to the 4th floor and lay down on the sofa. Yes, Lin Feng planned to temporarily leave everyone on the 1st floor alone, including Wen Yingxue, Lin Xiaoye and others. First, it was to prevent the zombie virus from having an incubation period. If someone mutated into a zombie and spread the disease right after they were released, Lin Feng would be in tears. Second, it is also to let these people recognize the nature of doomsday and the preciousness of food and shelter. If people have never been hungry or hurt, then they will definitely not think that food and shelter are so precious. These beauties all came from well-off families and were surrounded by handsome men, so they rarely suffered. Before he suffered, he would not feel grateful for Lin Feng's shelter and relief. Then how could Lin Feng tame them successfully? When I opened my eyes again, it was already noon the next day. Perhaps it was Lin Feng's devilish and selfish nature that was recognized by the system. When the end of the world came, Lin Feng slept exceptionally soundly. Even downstairs from him, there were hundreds of stunning beauties spending the whole night in hunger, panic, and fear. Chapter 50 Beauty Pageant 8. Lin Feng got up, washed, and went to the 5th floor. Through the surveillance, we can see that some of the beauties downstairs have fallen asleep leaning against the bed, while others are staring at the wall with red eyes. But without exception, everyone looked listless and had tears on their faces. When he opened his phone, he found that quite a few people had sent messages and called Lin Feng just last night when the doomsday had just arrived. Ichio Yao. Boss Lin, what's going on? Lin Xia. Boss, are you okay? Lin Yu. Brother Feng, where are you? Zhuang Xiaorui. Lin Feng, please reply when you see the message. I am worried about you. Winning Xia. Brother Feng, I'm scared. Some other people may not have thought of Lin Feng when they had a cell phone signal, or they were too frightened to think. Lin Feng was still very touched that someone cared about him. It was inevitable to go hungry for a night, but Lin Feng still cared a little more about the woman he had plundered. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lin Feng pressed the enter key on the central computer and sent an automatically played video introduction to the screens of all the beauties' rooms. The end of the world has come. According to satellite monitoring statistics, 85% of people in the world have died. This shelter has safe defense and sufficient food. However, there is no free lunch in the world. If you want to stay in the shelter, you must fulfill the following obligations. 1. Obey all of Lin Feng's orders 100%. 2. Comply with all rules of the shelter. Benefits you can get. 1. Earn shelter points by performing labor services, pleasing Lin Feng, etc. 2. Rating is based on the number of accumulated points, and the shelter rules according to S/A/B/C/D/E level authority. 3. The higher the authority, the more benefits you will enjoy. The quality of food, accommodation conditions, and entertainment programs will also be upgraded as the level increases. 4. The accumulated points can be exchanged for food, water, tools and other supplies from the shelter, and can even be exchanged for the opportunity for the shelter to dispatch field staff and helicopters to rescue your family. If you choose yes, you will automatically become a member of the shelter, and can immediately enjoy a high-end steak-set meal. Choose no, please leave the shelter. A bloody treaty full of desire and unfairness is displayed so nakedly on the big screen of every beauty. But will Lin Feng allow these stunning beauties, who he had gathered with great difficulty, to leave the shelter? The answer is no. In fact, there is no need for Lin Feng to issue such an announcement. With the shelter and Lin Feng's abilities, he can do whatever he wants to the beauties downstairs. But Lin Feng didn't want to be surrounded by numb bodies without souls, so he wanted to gradually break down their psychological defenses. Another thing is that Lin Feng wanted to use this announcement to pick out some difficult-to-control troublemakers and make an example of them. Beauties are the powerful foundation for Lin Feng to plunder in the future. Once the doomsday comes, there will not be so many 7-point beauties for Lin Feng to plunder. Lin Feng knew that in the outside world, after a period of time, beauties who scored 5 points, let alone 7 points, would become extremely rare. In doomsday, the most terrifying thing is human nature, and the most vulnerable are beautiful women. Move these rooms out. Lin Feng controlled the central computer, marked all the rooms with zombies, and gave orders to the computer. Buzz Shakata. The floors of these rooms were controlled to open, and everything in the rooms, including the zombies, were sucked into the ground. The open space outside the outer wall of the shelter shook, and an iron door slowly opened. The zombies and objects that had just been sucked into the ground were sprayed out of the iron gate. This was also the device that Lin Feng specifically asked Ning to add in order to prevent the current situation. After a period of adaptation, the zombies that were sprayed out began to circle around the walls of the shelter. This was also something Lin Feng had specially calculated, in order to scare off those beauties who wanted to escape in the early stages. Is Lin Feng dreaming? What kind of perversion is this? If we agree to such a request, how can we live like a human being if the news gets out? I'm calling the police, this is kidnapping. Yes, this is imprisonment. I'm going to choose no. When the beauties on the first floor saw Lin Feng's perverted agreement, they forgot their fear and started cursing at Lin Feng. Little did they know that if it weren't for Lin Feng, few of them would be alive today. Someone was about to press no when they felt the vibration in the lobby on the first floor. The large screen in the room immediately switched to real-time surveillance footage of the zombies being sucked underground and then released outside the wall. Are you sure you want to choose no? You will leave in the same way as these zombies. After pressing no, the screen showed a reminder like this. Everyone was so scared that they didn't dare to make any more choices. I just don't believe it. You dare to kill someone? I want to go out and find my grandfather. Dashikan Su Yishuan actually had a seizure at this time. With a roar, he turned around and pressed OK. When Lin Feng saw this scene, he could only praise Su Yishuan for being awesome. When the beauties press OK, the message will not actually be transmitted outside the wall. This is what Lin Feng set up in case some women do something stupid. Lin Feng cannot afford the loss. Once the central computer detects that it is a man and presses the OK button, it is really confirmed. Buzz Shakata. Ah! Following Su Yishuan's scream, the floor of room 391 where Su Yishuan was slowly opened. Lin Feng, I was wrong. I won't choose no anymore. I was wrong. Lin Feng, you dare! Listening to Su Yishuan's screams and roars in the surveillance video, Lin Feng directly switched the surveillance of room 391 to everyone's big screen. Before the end of the world, Lin Feng might be concerned about the power of the Su family. But the end of the world has come, and Lin Feng doesn't care. Nothing else to say. Lin Feng's guns in the subspace are enough to destroy the Su family countless times. This is Su Yishuan. Lin Xiaoya recognized the person in the room at a glance. Then she covered her eyes and screamed at the screen. Oh, I was wrong! Su Yishuan, who was originally holding on to the door handle and struggling to hold on, soon couldn't hold on anymore and was sucked into the ground. Then the surveillance switched to outside the wall. A few minutes later, the ground was still shaking and the iron gate opened. Su Yishuan was sprayed out by the iron gate. Gah! When the zombies found their prey, their voices suddenly became higher, and they surrounded Su Yishuan and started to eat him. Gulyalu, Puchiawu Ka! The screen was switched back to the treaty interface. This time no beauty made any noise or sang a different tune. It is true that people are not forced to stay in the shelter, and when they are sent away they are really sent away. Everyone was afraid of Lin Feng's methods, even including those girls who knew Lin Feng. Buzz! Before everyone could come to their senses, their attention was drawn to the sound of the power switch opening. The alloy electric gate between the elevator room and the lobby slowly opened. Lin Feng, dressed in a tight black suit, walked out of the switch gate. With 2 steps of accumulated strength, he actually jumped onto a 7-meter-high semicircular platform in the hall. Because of the unique design, Lin Feng standing on the semicircular stage could be seen by everyone in the room. Chapter 51 Beauty Pageant 9. Hello everyone, I am Lin Feng, and I am honored to invite you all to my shelter base. There is a special sound amplification device on the semicircular stage, and Lin Feng's voice can be clearly heard by everyone. Let us out. What do you want to do? May I ask what this clause means? Boss Lin, it's me. I'm Xie. In the room below the stage, some people were cursing at Lin Feng, while others were questioning him. Someone familiar greeted Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his hands and pressed them down gently, signaling for silence. Having learned from the previous experience, everyone was instinctively afraid of Lin Feng and kept their mouths shut. Lin Feng seemed very satisfied with everyone's performance, and said to the audience, Lin Yu, Zhang Xiaoxia, Wening Xue, Zhuang Xiaorui, come out for dinner. As Lin Feng finished his words, the central computer automatically unlocked the door to the 4 people's room. The 4 of them walked out in confusion. Although they didn't know what Lin Feng wanted to do, they were really hungry. When they heard about eating, they instinctively walked out of the room and walked towards Lin Feng. Xia Xia! When walking past Sherning's room, Zhang Xiaoxia was stopped by Sherning. Zhang Xiaoxia stopped and looked at Sherning, who was full of doubts, and could only respond helplessly, Sister, I don't know what's going on either. The four beauties walked up the stairs on the side of the semicircular platform to the platform. Looking at the tall Lin Feng in front of them, everyone had different expressions. But it was no surprise that the four of them were a little afraid of Lin Feng. After all, too many things happened that day. The Lin Feng in front of him seemed like a different person. Everyone in the audience looked at Lin Feng without exception, wanting to see what Lin Feng was going to do. Lin Feng felt everyone's gazes, and then did something that made everyone exclaim that it was impossible. Lin Feng just waved his hand. Suddenly, a dining table and 5 chairs appeared on the originally empty semicircular table. The dining table was filled with all kinds of delicious hot pot ingredients, and the boiling red oil in the hot pot in the center of the table was still steaming. How is this possible? This is immortal? Science can't explain it at all. Lin Feng picked up a piece of beef and put it into his mouth, listening to the crazy discussions among the people in the audience. Women always admire strong men. Perhaps for some women in the audience, even if Lin Feng had a shelter and countless supplies of food, he might still not be able to completely conquer their hearts. It would be the same even if Lin Feng took out a large number of guns at that time. Because it is the end of the world, in their eyes, Lin Feng is just an ordinary person who is lucky to have such a shelter. You can protect them for a while, but you cannot protect them forever. But Lin Feng's appearance in public at this moment has a different meaning for these women who are living in the context of doomsday. Lin Feng has never bothered to hide his superpowers. Why not use a shortcut that can both show off and make people willingly submit to him? As time goes by, the concepts of modern society will surely fade away because of the doomsday, and people's thoughts will become futile again. After all, science cannot explain Lin Feng and the doomsday. So Lin Feng will gradually become the faith of these people, until these people are completely controlled by Lin Feng. Lin Feng put down his chopsticks, and everyone in the audience stopped talking instantly. Lin Feng flashed and instantly came from the back of the semicircular platform to the front of the semicircular platform. Everyone was staring at Lin Feng intently, and were once again impressed by his magical skills. It is very simple for Lin Feng to achieve this effect. He just needs to turn on and off his invisibility ability. To outsiders, Lin Feng just teleported here like a god. As you can see, I am the one chosen by God, so I know the coming of the end of the world in advance. As long as you listen to me, you can become like me, and no longer fear the end of the world. Lin Feng's 2 sentences shocked everyone present. Many people who were originally wavering began to lean towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt that it was almost done, all that was left was time. The most important thing to do now is to settle the old accounts, as soon as possible. Qing Yimin, come out! As Lin Feng called the name, Qing Yimin's door slowly opened. Qing Yimin still thought that she was given special care by Lin Feng because she was a subordinate of her previous boss. Trot towards the semicircular platform. When she passed by Lin Xiaoya's room on the way, she had a little doubt in her mind. Why didn't Mr. Lin call Lin Xiaoya? Boss Lin, you're looking for me. After Qing Yimin came on stage, she spoke to Lin Feng. While speaking, he couldn't help but secretly glance at the 4 beauties who were eating hot pot. She is hungry too. Why don't you care about your Mr. Su? Lin Feng asked in a deep voice. In fact, Qing Yimin did not make a serious mistake, she was just unfaithful. But this is exactly what Lin Feng hates the most. Maybe it was because of the recording of the show, or maybe it was because Su Yishuan would be here. Qing Yimin dressed particularly beautifully. So Lin Feng has been thinking about it since yesterday. Qing Yimin wore 10-centimeter high heels and a waist-hugging suit that highlighted her graceful curves. The snow-white skin faintly visible through the deep V-neckline is gently kissed by the obsidian necklace, and the pearl earrings tremble slightly with the movement of lifting hair. The hem of the silk shirt is tucked into the pencil skirt, and when she turns around, the tight waist and hip line of the skirt highlights a dangerous and seductive curve, and the slender calves are wrapped in flesh-colored stockings and shine. In addition, because of the fear he had experienced all night, he looked haggard and had a pitiful and broken feeling. "I, Master Su," he. After Lin Feng's public display of power, Qing Yimin had already forgotten about Su Yishuan. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly brought it up and he didn't know how to answer. Lin Feng gently grasped Qing Yimin's snow-white neck with one hand. said coldly. I've told you before, since you've come to me, you're mine. Why are you still wavering? Cheng Yimin was so frightened by Lin Feng's actions that she burst into tears immediately. She stretched out her fair and slender little hand, grasped Lin Feng's arm and said, Boss Lin, Wu, I was wrong. I will always be yours. I will never dare to do it again, Wu. Cheng Yimin looked tearful at this moment. But Lin Feng's expression was still cold, and this was to show it to the 4 people on the stage and everyone in the audience. This will prevent some people from thinking that because they have been robbed by Lin Feng several times, they have lost their sense of boundaries and propriety. Do you really know you're wrong? Lin Feng asked as he let go. A faint red handprint was left on Cheng Yimin's snow-white neck. Woo, I know I was wrong. In that case, I will punish you by asking you to go upstairs and prepare lunch for those who decide to stay. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he asked Cheng Yimin to go to the elevator and go upstairs. But I'm hungry, Cheng Yimin said in a trembling voice. You'll have plenty to eat upstairs, Lin Feng said impatiently. After seeing Cheng Yimin go upstairs, Lin Feng turned around and said to the people in the audience, Lin Yu, Zhang Xiaoxia, Wening Xue, and Zhuang Xiaorui have been promoted to C-level authority and will move into the luxurious dormitory on the 3rd floor. The rest of you should think about it and decide. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng's figure disappeared on the semicircular stage. Cheng Yimin was automatically taken to the 4th floor by the elevator, and she didn't have time to admire the luxury of the 4th floor. When he turned around, he found that Lin Feng was standing behind him. Then Lin Feng picked him up and threw him onto the bed. Chapter 52 Taming Xingqianer. Drip. Yin-Yang Plunder takes effect. Speed plus 0.5 times 5. The number of 7-point beauties is currently 5. Plunder critical hits. Refresh the 1st level passive ability. Immune to level 1 zombie infection. Host Lin Feng. Strength 27-5. Physical fitness 24-5. Speed 17 plus 2.55. The values in brackets are the attributes of normal people. Immune to level 1 zombie infection? Lin Feng, sweating all over, sat on the bed, smoking and interpreting the system prompts. A passive ability that refreshes immunity to zombie infection is certainly good. However, we can also learn from the system prompts that zombies may evolve and upgrade. As time goes by, the zombies will become stronger. It seems I have to speed up the plundering, Lin Feng said to himself. After putting out the cigarette, Lin Feng put his legs on Cheng Yimin, who was sweating profusely and had a flushed face. You're mine now, aren't you? Lin Feng felt the softness under his legs, patted Cheng Yimin's face and asked. If you had just spoken nicely, there would be no need to talk to me in this way. Cheng Yimin seemed very aggrieved. She turned around and glared at Lin Feng and said angrily, Women, don't I understand you? If a man comes to lick you and coax you, you have to pretend to be so-called reserved. Aren't you tired of that? Lin Feng ignored Cheng Yimin's sobs, pinched Cheng Yimin's little face repeatedly, and spoke mercilessly. But isn't it normal for men and women to fall in love? Hearing this, Lin Feng stopped what he was doing and stood up. His strong muscles almost dazzled Cheng Yimin. He turned around and said, Huh! Are you still using the old ideas? Are you still thinking about falling in love? Get up and go downstairs to work. Cheng Yimin thought that after what had just happened, she would be able to stay in the comfortable and luxurious 4th floor no matter what, and would not have to go back to the 1st floor to squeeze into a small room. Go to the 3rd floor. If you perform well, I'll call you to the 4th floor. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he left without looking back. Under pressure from Lin Feng, Cheng Yimin had to put on her clothes and walk towards the elevator obediently. Before getting on the elevator, she muttered, Humph, man, you don't recognize me once you pull up your pants. With Lin Feng's physical condition, he must have heard Cheng Yimin's mumbling. Lin Feng didn't want to argue with her. Compared with other superpowers, the ability to be immune to zombie infection that was just plundered from Cheng Yimin is the most important direction for improvement at the moment. The frequency of looting her will increase later. Therefore, in order to prevent her from becoming arrogant, arranging them all to return to the 3rd floor is a necessary measure to maintain order in the shelter. Buzz! The alloy electric gate between the elevator room and the lobby opened again. Lin Feng's tall figure appeared in front of everyone on the first floor again. The situation was different from the last time I went downstairs. This time, quite a few beauties looked at Lin Feng with fanatical eyes. But there were still some people staring at Lin Feng angrily, constantly threatening him. Among them is the arrogant national goddess Xinqianer. Lin Feng, I don't care what superstitions you believe in. I warn you to let me go immediately. My dad knows I'm here with you. Please send me home, or he will bring the army to arrest you. Sisters, don't be fooled by Lin Feng. My dad is probably on his way here now. This time, Lin Feng did not walk towards the semicircular platform in the air, but walked straight to the door of Xinqianer's room. Humph, are you scared now? Let me go now, and I can save you a few years in prison. This shelter is not bad. Give me the authority of this shelter. Xinqianer saw Lin Feng coming to her door after hearing her threat, and thought that Lin Feng was scared, so she threatened him more arrogantly. Open Xinqianer's door. As Lin Feng's voice command was issued, the central computer slowly opened Xinqianer's door. Open the doors of these sisters' rooms. Hurry up and get me something to eat. I'm starving. And what are you doing, Lin Feng? Let me go! Xinqianer, who was originally giving orders at the door of the room, was interrupted by the severe pain on her head. With the brute force coming from her hair, Xinqianer was dragged to the ground. At this moment, everyone's screens began to switch to Lin Feng's real-time image. Lin Feng was seen grabbing Xinqianer's waist-length hair with one hand and dragging her onto the semicircular stage in the air. Lin Feng threw Xinqianer onto the semicircular stage and stepped lightly on Xinqianer's fair, delicate, and beautiful face. Such a picture of violent beauty aesthetics deeply shocked everyone present. Woo-woo, woo-woo. Xinqianer at his feet kept whimpering, and her two arms as white as jade lotus roots kept struggling to move Lin Feng's feet away. Although Lin Feng deliberately controlled his strength and didn't have the heart to really hurt this peerless beauty, it was impossible for Xinqianer to struggle free with her strength. Xinqianer was the biggest troublemaker both before and after the apocalypse, with the highest status, the highest identity, and almost the most beautiful appearance. If Lin Feng cannot intimidate Xinqianer directly and forcefully, then the other beauties will definitely have a lucky mentality. Lin Feng also knew at this time that everyone's eyes were on him. What needs to be done at this time is to completely erase all hope for the original society in everyone's hearts. Lin Feng waved his hand, and dozens of different guns appeared on the semicircular stage. Lin Feng casually picked up a Scarl light modular rifle and quickly loaded it with his supernatural firearms proficiency. Da-da-da! He fired a whole volley of bullets directly into the empty house below the stage. If there are still people among you who are like the fools under my feet, fantasizing that some unit or person in the original society can save the world, then I might as well send you away from this world now. Because once you have this fantasy, it will erode all your strength like poison. You will no longer want to fight and will just sit in the corner of your room and pray every day. The final result will only be to fall hopelessly into the mouth of a zombie. After the two elements of modern firearms and supernatural power were combined in Lin Feng, Lin Feng gave people an even more shocking feeling, and his powerful voice struck everyone's heart hard. Everyone had only one thought in their mind at this moment. Yes, instead of trusting those illusory units and people, it is better to trust this man who has a shelter and can easily take out guns and supplies. At this time, the Scarl light modular rifle was still steaming, and Lin Feng turned the gun tip to aim at Xinqianer. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Woohoo! Xinqianer was so frightened that she trembled all over. The white and slender hand tried to push away Scarl's gun tip, but was quickly burned and let go. Oh? Why aren't you so arrogant anymore? Lin Feng asked with a smirk on his face. Carbon-based creatures have a deep-seated fear of thermal weapons. I don't dare, I won't dare again. Xinqianer replied tremblingly. The originally exquisite and fitting satin dress had been torn in several places because of the recent tossing and turning, revealing a lot of snow-white spring scenery. Chapter 53 Appointment of the Deputy Governor of the Third Floor. See this exquisite face at your feet. Lin Feng suddenly remembered that when the system gave Lin Xiaoya a high score of 9.9, It had given a hint that plundering such a high-scoring beauty would result in a lucky critical hit. I quickly checked the system's prompts about Shinchiener. Name, Shinchiener. Age, 24. Rating, 10.1 points. Evaluation, peerless beauty, perfect body. Congratulations to the host for discovering a peerless beauty who adds 10 points. After successfully plundering yin and yang, a lucky critical hit can be triggered and the basic attribute rewards will be increased. It actually has a score of 10.1. Lin Feng knew that Shinchiener under his feet was very beautiful, so beautiful that he had almost never seen anyone who could compare with her. But Lin Feng didn't expect Shinchiener's score to be more than 10 points. Lin Feng unconsciously retracted his foot that was originally stepping on Shinchiener's face. Oh my god, if this baby gets broken by accident, I won't even have a place to cry, Lin Feng said to himself. Do you want to live or die? Although Lin Feng retracted his feet, the cold expression on his face remained unchanged, and the direction of the gun did not change. Want to live? Shinchiener had long been frightened by the current scene and didn't dare to talk back. She was crying so hard that her eyes were wet and there were stains on her face. At this moment, she looked like a fairy from the sky who had fallen into the mortal world. You can live if you want, but since you openly threaten me and talk back at me, I have to punish you, right? Lin Feng put away all his guns and said with a warm and harmless smile. In Shinchiener's eyes, Lin Feng was simply a devil. Just now he was a demon who killed people without blinking an eye, but now he became a young man with a friendly smile. Yes. You tell me how to punish me, I will accept it. Even though Lin Feng had put away his gun at this time, Shinchiener had already lost his temper. I still need a dog to serve me. You can stay with me. From now on, you can only call me master. I'm boring, you have to lie on the ground and act like a dog to make me happy. All conversations with me must end with the master. Listening to Lin Feng's request, Shinchiener trembled with humiliation, and her beautiful eyes kept shedding tears as big as beans. Hey, it seems you are in a difficult situation. Lin Feng sighed regretfully and took out the Scarl rifle with the tip still hot from the subspace. I promise you, woo. These words seemed to have exhausted all of Shinchiener's strength, and after saying them, she collapsed to the ground. Lin Feng did not put away the rifle, but pointed the gun at Shinchiener and said, I am not satisfied with your answer. I've already agreed, what else do you want, woo? Shinchiener said in panic, her tone unconsciously rising. Lin Feng said nothing and slowly raised the gun. Why? For I promise you, master. After hearing the answer he wanted, Lin Feng retracted the gun with satisfaction. At this moment, Shinchiener has been completely tamed by Lin Feng. Stand up, Lin Feng said to Shinchiener. Shinchiener stood up tremblingly. Go to the 4th floor and pick a room to take a shower. There are clothes in the closet in the room and food in the lobby. You are so dirty you can't be my dog. After saying that, Lin Feng was very concerned and personally helped Shinchiener to the elevator area. Everyone has agreed to the contract at this point. Lin Feng was very satisfied when he heard the prompt from the central computer through the headset. Su Qin, come out. Long before going downstairs, Lin Feng had noticed that Su Qin was the first person to press the acceptance button for the contract. After Lin Feng finished speaking, the door of Su Qin's room slowly opened. Su Qin excitedly ran to the bottom of the semicircular stage in the air. He even exaggeratedly knelt on the ground and listened to Lin Feng speak, with a bit of fanaticism in his eyes. Because you are the first person to agree to the contract, I will reward you with a promotion to C-level authority. Lin Feng was very satisfied with Su Qin's performance, so even though she was not good-looking, he gave her an exception and rewarded her. Everyone looked at Su Qin on the screen with envy. Su Qin thanks the master. Although there was no sound in the conversation between Lin Feng and Shinchiener just now, Su Qin was still sharp enough to guess based on Shinchiener's lip shape that the last words Shinchiener said to Lin Feng were, Master. So Su Qin guessed that Master was the title that Lin Feng was most satisfied with. In order to curry favor with Lin Feng, she actually took the lead in calling him Master in public. Oh? Ha! Lin Feng sighed in his heart that Su Qin was a smart woman and only hoped that she could help Lin Feng manage these women. Lin Feng turned around and faced everyone below, and said through the loudspeaker, "All other people's permissions have been adjusted to C, and they will move into the 3rd floor. The authority level is the basic rule in the shelter. If the subordinates do not respect their superiors, they will be punished. There will be 1 governor and 2 deputy governors on the 3rd floor. Su Qin will be promoted to deputy governor of the 3rd floor. The other governors will be selected from among you, depending on your performance. The best way to deal with conflicts among the masses is to divert them. Rights are always what human nature pursues. Once people are given a path to promotion, everyone's eyes will be on the position of governor. Everyone will try to curry favor with Lin Feng crazily." Su Qin was appointed as deputy governor. While giving Su Qin a sense of crisis, she will definitely be more loyal to Lin Feng in order to become a regular employee. "You will take them to the 3rd floor to choose a room. There is a large kitchen and refrigerator on the 3rd floor. You need to observe the supply and demand relationship in the shelter and initially establish the points rules for the 3rd floor and submit them to me for review." Lin Feng gave instructions to Su Qin, who was sitting under the semicircular stage. "Yes, master." Su Qin bowed her head respectfully and accepted the order, but her whole body was shaking with excitement. She knew that she had made the right bet. The power that Lin Feng had given her was already frighteningly high. Lin Feng walked down the semicircular stage and came to Su Qin's side. He spoke in a tone that only Su Qin could hear. "I keep them because they are pretty and I can keep them for fun. You're not good looking, but I still keep you because I hope you can help me tame them. But if you lose track of priorities and make me unhappy, there will only be one outcome for you: death. If they don't obey, you can use your power to help me discipline them. The small room on the 1st floor is very suitable as a confinement room." As Lin Feng's attributes grow, he now has an aura that transcends human nature. The cold tone and aura frightened Su Qin so much that she couldn't breathe. She lay on the ground tightly and trembled as she replied, "Master, I will definitely train them well." There were nearly 500 people in the 1st floor hall at this time. Among them, there are about 450 beauties. The other 50 people are staff members involved in the recording. Among them are Zhang Zhenhu, both men and women. Of course, the women cannot compare with these 450 beauties. Lin Feng ruthlessly arranged these 50 people to another area on the 1st floor. That is the field combat zone where Lin Dazhuang and others are located. The door connecting the 2 areas requires the approval of the highest authority to open. Lin Feng didn't want there to be other men among these beauties, so he cut off the possibility of private contact between the 2 areas. Of course, it is impossible for a man in the post-apocalyptic world to not have a woman with him. If you want the horse to run hard, you have to let it eat grass. This was the purpose why Lin Feng arranged those dozens of women who were not particularly good-looking to the field combat zone. Chapter 54 S-Level Ability, Perfect Species. And Lin Dezhuang is naturally the governor of the field operations zone on the 1st floor. Before accumulating enough attributes, Lin Feng had no intention of opening the shelter and contacting the outside world. Therefore, the field operations zone is just a decoration at this moment. Supporting dozens of more people is nothing for Lin Feng, who has countless supplies. When the shelter is opened one day, these people will be the most suitable cannon fodder. With the help of several of Su Qin's agents, she arranged for the beauties to line up in an orderly manner, enter the elevator, and go up to the 3rd floor. During this period, Shi Ning, Lin Xiaoye, Yi Qiuyao, Su Zhizhen, and Fu Na all looked at Lin Feng with complicated eyes when they passed the semicircular platform. Compared to other people, they have had a lot of contact with Lin Feng, but now Lin Feng seems like a different person, which makes them unsure of Lin Feng's attitude. They could only stand in line silently. Lin Feng saw all of this. Lin Feng was not in a hurry regarding these old acquaintances. If they are not allowed to experience the post-apocalyptic social order among the crowd, how can they be willing to serve Lin Feng in the future? After returning to the 4th floor, Lin Feng saw Xinqian wrapped in a bath towel rummaging around in the closet. "What are you looking for?" Xinqian was frightened by Lin Feng's voice, and most of the bath towel on her body fell off, revealing her snow-white skin. "Nothing. I'm looking for clothes." Xinqiana lowered her head and said timidly. Lin Feng frowned and snorted. I'm looking for clothes, master. Seeing Lin Feng frown, Xinqiana instinctively began to fear, and then immediately corrected her words. Aren't there clothes in this closet? Lin Feng pointed at the clothes in the closet and said. But these maid outfits, nurse outfits, bunny girl outfits, white stockings, black stockings, are not normal clothes, master. Xinqiana's voice became weaker and weaker, until it was as soft as a mosquito. It seems that you still don't regard me as your master. Lin Feng gently lifted Xinqiana's fair chin with one hand and said. No, master. As soon as Lin Feng became serious, Xinqiana was frightened to tears. Since you regard me as your master, you must put aside all your dignity and reserve. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he waved his hand and an exquisite white evening dress appeared out of thin air on the sofa on the left. Put it on. I want to see what you, the high and mighty stars, look like when you become dogs. Xinqiana could only walk over and pick up her evening dress to go change in another room. Change it here. Hearing Lin Feng's voice coming from behind, Xinqiana trembled with humiliation, but she didn't dare to go against Lin Feng's wishes. She could only put on the evening gown in front of Lin Feng with grievance. Kneel down. As soon as the clothes were changed, Lin Feng's order came. Xinqiana could only kneel down helplessly. But just as she knelt down, Lin Feng walked up to her and lifted her chin. Drip. Yin-yang plunder takes effect. Strength plus 0.5 times 6. The number of 7-point beauties is currently 6, plus 1, attribute reward for plundering beauties with more than 10 points. Plunder lucky critical hits, refresh S-level ability, perfect species. S-level ability. Perfect species, strength increased by 20, constitution increased by 20, speed increased by 20. Every time the host's average attribute increases by 500 points, a high-level evolution will be performed. Host Lin Feng. Strength 51.5. Constitution 44.5. Speed 39.55. The values in brackets are the attributes of normal people. The contrast of Xinqiana's stunning face, exquisite evening gown and tearful eyes. Even though an hour had passed since the lovemaking, Lin Feng was still savoring the taste of Xinqiana. If Lin Feng had not been afraid that Xinqiana's slender body could not bear it, he would have plundered Xinqiana again. This time, Lin Feng gained a lot from robbing Xinqiana, a super 10-point beauty. It's not just the extra attributes from the bonus, the extra attributes brought by the plundered supernatural powers almost doubled Lin Feng's attributes. At this moment, Lin Feng felt that he had endless power in his body and was confident that he could destroy any invading enemy with ease. The originally strong body became white and even crystal clear, as if emitting a faint glow. Will the species evolve to a higher level after 500 points? An average of 500 points, doesn't that mean we need to plunder at least 1,500 attribute points? The species evolves to a higher level. Can I become a god step by step? Xinqiana, who was standing next to him, covered her collar and slumped over on the bed, watching Lin Feng, who was talking to himself like crazy. Lin Feng's madness just now caused Xinqiana to collapse on the bed for a full hour before she came back to her senses. Lin Feng's skin is so nice and crystal clear, and the taste just now was sweet. Xinqiana actually muttered something for no reason, and came back to her senses in a blink of an eye. Xinqiana, how can you think like this? This Lin Feng is a devil, you must be rational, you can't be willing to fall, you must find a chance to resist and go out to find your father. After brainwashing herself countless times, Xinqiana finally got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. When I came out after washing up, I found that there was a table of exquisite food in the room. He looked around to confirm that Lin Feng had left. Xinqiana then couldn't wait to sit down and eat. This tastes like the one from Zui Pavilion, and it's hot as if it was just made. After Xinqiana had her fill, she saw that there was a set of neat and tidy branded women's clothing on the table, with cosmetics and various jewelry next to it. This Lin Feng is quite considerate. Why do I have this thought again? Am I suffering from Stockholm Syndrome? At this time, Lin Feng had already arrived at the 5th floor. The reason for leaving cosmetics and jewelry to Xinqiana is simple. Anyway, there are plenty of cosmetics in Lin Feng's subspace. They will just be left there anyway, so why not give them some toys that they find fun to please Lin Feng? There is a strength tester in the corner of the 5th floor. Compared with the strength testers that ordinary people use, this instrument is particularly large. This device was originally designed to test animal strength, and Lin Feng had specifically looked for it before the apocalypse. Lin Feng took 5 steps and gathered his strength to sprint towards the equipment test target. His muscles were tense, his right fist swung in a semicircle and hit the test target hard. Bang! Ring, ring, ring! The numbers on the strength tester's display kept rolling, and finally stopped at 1,000 kilograms. Lin Feng was quite satisfied with this number. The boxing strength of an average person is about 5,060 kilograms. Lin Feng's current strength is 51, nearly 10 times that of an ordinary person. After a charged sprint, combined with the force built up from his martial arts experience, the force of Lin Feng's right punch just thrown out reached 1 ton. At first, it was a little difficult for Lin Feng to adapt to so many additional attributes appearing out of nowhere. After a period of full-body strength testing, Lin Feng gradually regained control of his body. Master, 2 beauties are fighting. Hearing Su Qin's voice coming from the channel, Lin Feng turned to look at the monitoring screen. A tall, fair-skinned beauty is pulling the hair of another loli with a baby face and big breasts. Seeing this scene of 2 beauties fighting each other, and spring light suddenly appearing, Lin Feng exclaimed, "Exciting! Exciting!" Chapter 55 Chi Bai Tao, Lu Wanwan, Fu Na. After going downstairs, Su Qin briefly introduced the 2 people's situation. The tall beauty is called Chi Bai Tao, and the other loli is called Lu Wanwan. The most direct reason why the 2 fought each other was because they had a conflict in the WeChat group before. Chi Bai Tao's WeChat name is Little Cookie, and Lu Wanwan's WeChat name is Sister Pineapple. Should we stop them? Su Qin asked. Are you a loser? You have to come to me for such a small matter and ask me about everything? Lin Feng was so angry when he looked at these people. The 2 girls grabbed each other's hair, just like they were playing house. The other beauties all gathered around to watch the fun. These beauties seem to have forgotten that it is the end of the world and still think they are still in their college dormitory. This Su Qin also disappointed Lin Feng. The reason why he asked Su Qin to take care of the 3rd floor was that he hoped that these trivial matters could be handled by himself, and he would not be disturbed. Boss Lin, I have clearly chosen this room, but Chi Bai Tao is so arrogant that he wants to snatch it from me. Are you blind? I've already told Sister Qin that I want to live in this room. While the 2 were pulling each other's hair, they saw Lin Feng coming over. Because they were both afraid of Lin Feng, they tacitly stopped the physical contact. Then they each told Lin Feng about their grievances. Lin Feng was really annoyed by the 2 people's chattering debate. He slapped both of them in the face. The originally bustling crowd nearby suddenly became silent. The 2 beauties who were originally debating fiercely were suddenly frightened and dared not speak. He covered his face and lowered his head, not daring to look up at Lin Feng. Where do you think this is? The court? The police station? My 2 sisters, it's the end of the world! Lin Feng spoke to the 2 of them with cold eyes, and the last few words were almost shouted. Seeing that Lin Feng was angry, the 2 men lowered their heads even more, but there were still sparks when they looked at each other. Looking at the little movements of these 2 people, Lin Feng knew that these women could be really annoying when they became disgusting. He simply waved his right hand and placed 2 saber daggers produced by Lockheed Corporation in front of the 2 men. It seems I need to cure your princess problem. After Lin Feng dropped the 2 sabers, the 2 beauties behind him were so scared that they collapsed on the ground. Lin Feng turned around and said to everyone, Have you not yet recognized the facts? Then he pointed at Lu Wanwan and Chi Bai Tao and said in an extremely cold tone, You can quarrel or fight, but you have to use the rules of Doomsday. Since these 2 have a grudge, they should each pick up a knife and resolve it. As soon as these words came out, the 2 people behind him had never encountered such a situation before. Even if there was a conflict, it would never be to the point of life and death. They were frightened to tears and said quickly, We don't dare anymore. We won't quarrel anymore, woo woo woo. Lin Feng waved his hand and took out a chair and a table, with tea set on the table. Lin Feng sat on the chair and said, In 10 minutes, only one of you can survive. If after 10 minutes both of you are still alive, then you will all die. When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. Su Qin was also trembling all over. She and everyone else knew that Lin Feng would definitely do what he said. Only Fu Na seemed to turn a deaf ear to Lin Feng's words. She quietly walked forward and squatted beside the tea table, silently making tea for Lin Feng. Wow, I was wrong, Boss Lin. You are a magnanimous person. We were both wrong, Lin. The two were so frightened that they were shaking all over and their speech was intermittent. But then Su Qin stepped forward and slapped both of them. Did you call the master by his name? Call him master! Su Qin seemed to be inspired by the current situation and began to successfully transform into the role of Rong Mama. Owner! Whoa! Bang! 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 Lu Wanwan and Shi Baitao both slumped on the ground, kneeling and kowtowing to Lin Feng. But Lin Feng saw that the hands of the two men were quietly approaching the two sabers as they kowtowed. Sudden! The two men stood up instantly, grabbed their sabers and stabbed each other fiercely. Shi Baitao took advantage of his size, picked up the saber and stabbed Lu Wanwan from top to bottom. Perhaps due to the extreme lack of experience, the tip of the knife actually pierced Lu Wanwan's fair shoulder blade. After the blade entered halfway, it could not go in any further due to lack of strength. After feeling the pain, Lu Wanwan's adrenaline surged, and she picked up the saber like a man and stabbed Shi Baitao's flat belly. Despair! 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 Lu Wanwan looked crazy. She didn't know how many times she stabbed Shi Baitao until Shi Baitao fell to the ground with blood spitting out of his mouth and was no longer breathing. Then she stopped. Lu Wanwan looked at her blood-stained hands, first dropped the dagger in fear, then actually started laughing like crazy. I succeeded! At this moment, a dagger was deeply stuck in Lu Wanwan's shoulder and blood was constantly oozing out. Her hands were also covered in blood, and she was shouting like a man. What had just happened made everyone afraid to make any sound, and they tried hard not to cry. They all looked with fear at the crazy Lu Wanwan on the stage and Lin Feng, who was drinking tea with a normal expression off the stage. Lin Feng put down the teacup and walked to Lu Wanwan. I did it! I did it! When Lu Wanwan saw Lin Feng approaching her, she thought that Lin Feng was going to reward her, and she screamed even more crazily. But who knew that Lu Wanwan's expression would freeze in an instant? Puff! Lu Wanwan looked towards the painful place in disbelief, only to see Lin Feng thrust a dagger into her stomach. Lu Wanwan was about to ask, but blood started to spit out of her mouth, and then she fell to the ground dead. Lin Feng took out a white towel from the secondary space and wiped the blood stains that had just splashed on his hands politely. Today's incident only wants you to understand 3 things. 1. The two men kowtowed and begged for mercy, but secretly stabbed each other with knives. This is human nature. In the apocalypse, human nature is more terrifying than zombies. 2. If there is nothing special about you that I find worth remembering, then once you get hurt you'll die. 3rd, and most importantly, your life and death all depends on my thoughts. If I want you to live, you live. If I want you to die, you die. Lin Feng's words were so powerful that everyone's fear of Lin Feng was engraved in their bones. They didn't even dare to breathe. Master, have some tea. At the same time, Fu Na was still able to speak and handed Lin Feng a cup of tea. But it was obvious that her shaking wrist betrayed her when she handed over the teacup. Fu Na was promoted to C+ and became Deputy Governor of District 3. After Lin Feng took the teacup, he announced to everyone. Lin Feng was quite satisfied with this considerate girl. Su Qin's performance today also made Lin Feng a little disappointed, so he added a competitor for her. And for others, after a blow, they will be rewarded with a sweet reward. The deterrents and rules have been set. Through Fu Na's promotion, these beauties will probably realize that the most important thing to live a comfortable life in the shelter is to please Lin Feng. Chapter 56, Concubine Selection Conference 1. Master, this is the preliminary rules for the shelter points that I have set, please review it. Master, these are the punishment rules of the shelter, please review them. In the meeting room on the 5th floor of the shelter, Lin Feng was sitting on a luxurious sofa, and Xinqianer, who was sitting next to him, had actually changed into a maid outfit and was feeding cherries into Lin Feng's mouth. Let Fu Na read first. Ever since the emergency on the third floor was handled with iron-blooded tactics 5 days ago, no one dared to cause trouble on the third floor anymore. Fu Na and Su Qin quickly began to perform the duties of deputy governors, feeding back the rules of supply and demand within the shelter to Lin Feng. Here are some suggestions for positions based on supply and demand within the shelter. 1. Environmental Maintenance Team. The beautiful woman without any special skills is responsible for the sanitation and disinfection work on the 13th floor, and will be awarded 5 points for every 100 square meters of work area completed. 2. Medical Team. Beautiful women with medical work experience are suitable to be in charge of the medical area on the 2nd floor. The medical work includes prevention of infectious diseases, regular physical examinations, and simple surgery. This group may also set up obstetrics and gynecology, pediatrics, and psychological counseling departments. The points for the medical team will be included in the details with feedback. 3. Canteen Group. A beautiful woman with experience in kitchen work would be in charge of the cafeteria on the 3rd floor. The above are the jobs that are currently in urgent need, and the others will be fed back in the subsequent supply and demand process. In order to effectively save supplies, the food standards for each level are different. If you need extra meals, you can use your points to purchase them. Master, that's all for now. After Fu Na finished speaking, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. In just a few days, Fu Na was able to adapt to the rhythm of the doomsday and began to provide effective construction feedback. After Lin Feng nodded to Fu Na, he found that Su Qin's expression remained unmoved and seemed full of confidence. Su Qin, tell me about yours. Lin Feng was immediately very curious and quickly asked Su Qin to start reporting. Yes, master. After replying, Su Qin gave Fu Na a look that said, just watch, and began to report. All the rules and points of the shelter are based on you, the master. This is a fact that everyone must know clearly. This includes the psychological counseling work of the medical team prepared by Fu Na, which must also be based on this premise. Lin Feng nodded and motioned to continue. I suggest setting up a concubine selection meeting every 3 days for the master to choose. The concubine selection meeting is held in the lobby on the 1st floor. The beauties who participate in the concubine selection meeting will receive basic clothing, cosmetics, skincare products, and points rewards. The beauty selected by you, the master, will be rewarded with an additional 50 points. The theme of the selection meeting will also be changed regularly. For example, special sale of professional uniforms for nurses, stewardesses, secretaries, students, teachers, etc. Special sessions for cheongsam, JK, flesh-colored stockings, white stockings, black stockings, high heels, and other styles of uniforms. Special sessions for styles such as purity, pure desire, lowly, charm, and maturity. And I think that the selection of concubines must be a mandatory requirement for everyone to participate. If you refuse to participate, you will face the punishment of confinement in a small room on the 1st floor, and the food and drink supplied during the confinement will be reduced to the basic survival level of the human body. As Su Qin spoke more, Fu Na's expression became uglier and uglier. You! Fu Na couldn't help but interrupt. Part of the reason why she took so much trouble to please Lin Feng was that she wanted to use her authority to preserve the basic dignity and human rights of the girls. So although the rules she set were still based on Lin Feng, they were all within the framework of labor in exchange for needs. Simply put, Fu Na wanted the girls to get food with a clear conscience through their labor, rather than actually being Lin Feng's dogs. What do you think? Seeing Fu Na's ugly expression, Lin Feng asked with cold eyes. I think, since the beauties get food and shelter through their own labor, shouldn't we respect them a little? Fu Na simply gritted her teeth and spoke out everything that was on her mind. After hearing what Fu Na said, Lin Feng, who was lying on the sofa, frowned more and more and his expression became colder and colder. Su Qin, who was standing next to her, quickly and quietly pulled Fu Na's hand, signaling her to stop talking. Although they are competitors in terms of their work nature, they are both women. Su Qin understands why Fu Na speaks up for women, but this is obviously not applicable to the end of the world. Bang! Fu Na was slapped hard by Lin Feng. When she looked up and saw Lin Feng's beast-like expression, she trembled all over and dared not continue to defend the woman. Lin Feng stood up and gave orders to direct the central computer surveillance and microphone towards himself, broadcasting live to everyone in the shelter. Soon, Lin Feng's figure appeared on the screens in different places on each floor, and Lin Feng's voice soon sounded. Many of you feel that way. In the future, if you sweep the floor, cook meals, and treat patients for the shelter, will you feel that you have done your work, and will you feel at ease eating my food and sleeping in my bed? And then you can come to me and shout about human rights and dignity? I don't want to say the same thing again. If anyone dares to talk about their human rights, chastity, and dignity in the asylum again, I promise that I will make you live a life worse than death. It's been almost a week since the apocalypse. I'll show you what the outside world has become. Communications outside were restored for a while. Let's take a look at the posts made by the remaining survivors on the Haicheng forum. After Lin Feng finished speaking, all screens switched to the Haicheng forum. Whoever gives me 2 packs of instant noodles, I will ask my wife to spend the night with him. I caught a female star, and I'll sleep with her for a pack of cookies. Who wants it? Where is the food? I am so hungry, please help me. If anyone has a female internet celebrity with more than 5 million followers, I will offer a pack of cookies for her. Fu Na looked at the content of the forum on the screen. She recognized all the individual words, but the meaning expressed when they were combined together was simply unbelievable. I let you work because I want you to earn something extra through your own labor. But this does not mean that you have any right to negotiate with me. What I'm giving you now is what those women who are trapped in hell out there can only dream of but cannot even hope for. I hope everyone will actively participate in Su Qin's concubine selection meeting. I will reveal a high-score reward to you in advance. You can use your points to exchange for a chance to search and rescue your family. The whole audience was in an uproar as soon as these words were spoken. Is there really a chance to bring the family members who are missed and cared about day and night to live in the shelter? After closing the live broadcast, Lin Feng turned to Fu Na and said, This time, I will spare your life, but as a punishment, you must cooperate with Su Qin to organize the first Imperial Concubine Selection Meeting. The date is set for tomorrow. Chapter 57, Concubine Selection Conference 2. Lin Feng waved his hand. Su Qin helped the already limp Fu Na down the stairs. Hey, why are you still entangled in those unfounded things? In the elevator going downstairs, Su Qin said to Fu Na. Sister Qin, yes. I was naive. I've met Mr. Lin before, and I thought he... Su Qin touched Fu Na's head helplessly. As I said before, the end of the world is a magnifying glass of human nature. People will always be different. Now we have a place to shelter from the wind and rain, a place to eat and drink, and we don't have to face the crazy humans and terrifying zombies outside. This is already heaven. Fu Na finally gave up and started crying while hugging Su Qin. Sister Qin, I made the master unhappy today, what should I do? Su Qin thought for a moment and said, It's alright. When we get back, we'll start preparing for the concubine selection conference. We'll do whatever it takes to arouse men's desires. As long as we can please the master, our lives will not be bad. Su Qin now understands Fu Na clearly. The reason why Lin Feng used Fu Na was simply because she was more careful and considerate. But as long as Fu Na was still hesitating and had not devoted herself wholeheartedly to Lin Feng, then he would always be able to go one step further than Fu Na. Then Fu Na will never be his enemy. After the two of them arrived on the 3rd floor, the beauties took over and helped Fu Na. They were also grateful for what Fu Na had done for them, but now they had to face the reality. What's more, people always strive for higher goals. If you can have a better life and hope of rescuing your family, why not work hard? Governor, these are what General Lin instructed me to do before. Shining came out and said. Although she was the builder of this shelter, she was also the first person Lin Feng met, and had contact with Lin Feng. But because she had never been robbed by Lin Feng, she is now only a person with the authority. According to the rules of the shelter, a person with a higher level of authority can crush a person, not to mention that Su Qin is 2 levels higher than Shining, so she can only call Su Qin governor. Thinking about how he had defeated countless opponents to become the chief designer of a large group like Dingxing. I have worked hard for this shelter, but after the doomsday, I was reduced to my original state, and now have only ordinary permissions. Looking behind him, Zhang Xiaoxia was stretching outside one of the best rooms on the third floor, with several beautiful women around her trying to fawn on her. The more Shining thought about it, the more regretful he became, and the angrier he became. If I had found an excuse to go to Lin Feng's room to discuss work at that time, why would I have to be so servile here? But now, there are beauties on an entire floor who are as beautiful as me. What can I use to compete with others? Okay, I understand. Also, you can't call the master by his name anymore. You have to call him master. Su Qin glanced at Shining and said, even though this person is the designer of the shelter in front of them, Lin Feng is the king now. As long as Su Qin curries favor with Lin Feng, she doesn't have to be nice to anyone else. Let's go, sis. Lin Xiaoya pulled Shining's sleeve and spoke softly. Next to Lin Xiaoya is Yiqiuyao. Shining turned around and looked at the two of them and said, you two are the same. Why didn't you find a chance to get in touch with Mr. Lin? Otherwise we wouldn't have to suffer this. Although Su Zhizhen is also at the sea level, she has Zhuang Xiaorui as her friend and she also has a close relationship with Deputy Governor Fu Na. So she wasn't doing too badly. But it just so happens that the longer Shining, Lin Xiaoya, and Yiqiuyao stay with Lin Feng, the less support they have now. The innocent Lin Xiaoya is still innocent, even though it is the end of the world and even though so many things have happened that destroy people's worldviews and humanity, she still complains about Shining. Lin Xiaoya still couldn't help blushing and feeling shy. You are really hopeless. Seeing Lin Xiaoya's disappointing look, Shining stretched out her slender white index finger and tapped Lin Xiaoya's head. Qiuyao, what about you? Xiaoya is stupid, are you stupid too? Shining turned and said to Yiqiuyao, I'm not stupid. I must be seen by President Lin at this concubine selection meeting and return to his side. Yiqiuyao was the person who figured it out the fastest, and had already started preparing for the concubine selection meeting in advance. A concubine selection meeting? Hearing this, Shining fell into deep thought. Compared to others, Shining had many disadvantages. Her age was no advantage, and her intellectual temperament was not suitable for arousing men's desire on the catwalk. But she refused to admit defeat, so she secretly took note of the incident, and was determined to get back what she had missed in one fell swoop. I think we should have a pajama show for the first concubine selection meeting. The master will definitely like it. In Fu Na's room, Su Qin's former agent Wu Qi, and Fu Na sat around the table discussing the concubine selection conference. I think it's okay. The pajamas are sexy and fit well. The master will definitely like it. After listening to Wu Qi's opinion, Su Qin also thought it was good, then turned to look at Fu Na and asked, Fu Na, what do you think? There were a lot of clothes of different professions and styles piled on the table. Now that she had figured it out, Fu Na must want to seize this opportunity to make amends and make the concubine selection conference the best to satisfy Lin Feng. I don't think so, Fu Na said. Why? Relying on Su Qin's support, Wu Qi was dissatisfied with Fu Na's rejection of his proposal and asked directly, what kind of women do you think will attract the most attention from men as the end of the world approaches? Fu Na ignored Wu Qi and looked at Su Qin and said, undoubtedly beautiful? Poor? Sexy? Proud? Su Qin thought for a moment and answered, both are right and both are wrong. Fu Na said mysteriously, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Why do you keep saying half the words? Wu Qi, who was standing next to her, was aroused by Fu Na's curiosity and urged her. Go on, Su Qin said. In the end times there are all kinds of women, those who beg for mercy, those who pretend to be proud, those who have character, those who are pure, all of them, but there is only one thing missing. What? It's just that there are no women in the previous working and living conditions. Tisk, isn't that nonsense? In this apocalypse, where can you find women with the same work and life status? Wu Qi was very disappointed with Fu Na, but Su Qin next to her keenly perceived what Fu Na wanted to express. He stretched out his hand to interrupt Wu Qi's complaint and said to Fu Na, you mean, in this show, we can let women reenact a part of their work life before the apocalypse on stage, as if the apocalypse had not happened, and dress the same. This way, the host will find it fresh and exciting? Fu Na nodded vigorously and said, Yes, that's it. Let's turn this imperial concubine selection meeting into a normal life show. Everyone goes back to their old professions and jobs, and the master is watching from a god's perspective. Chapter 58, Concubine Selection Conference 3. If you think this is okay, I'll let you know. Fu Na made up her mind and said after standing up. Etc. Su Qin was staring at the stage design in a trance. What's wrong? Fu Na asked. There will be no audience seats for this concubine selection meeting. Just leave a viewing seat for the master alone. Su Qin said, then drew a circle on the design and continued. The live stage is fully enclosed and rotated. When the beauties come up to perform, no one except the owner can enter or watch. Ah? Why? Fu Na was confused by Su Qin's suggestion. Haha, you really don't understand men. Su Qin simply sat down and prepared to give this little girl a thorough education. Men? What's wrong? If you think it looks good and exciting, then you have achieved your goal. Fu Na asked in confusion. Let me ask you, what would happen if the master was interested after watching a beautiful woman's normal work life show? Su Qin asked. Maybe I'll write down her name and call her upstairs after the concubine selection meeting, to serve. Fu Na said the last few words in a mosquito-like voice with an almost red face. You really don't understand men. If the master is interested in this beautiful woman's normal work and life show, and the master calls her upstairs to the room, then in a different environment, will the master still feel that kind of excitement? Su Qin raised her eyebrows and said, You mean you plan to? Smart Fu Na quickly figured out what Su Qin wanted to express. She blushed, stretched out her slender little hand to cover her mouth, and spoke stutteringly. Yes, that's what you mean. In order not to spoil the excitement of the master, a clean room is needed next to the stage of the concubine selection conference. In this way, if the owner really likes it, he can take it on the spot in the normal working environment of the beautiful woman, so that the owner's experience will reach the extreme. Looking at Fu Na's huge eyes, Su Qin seemed to want to shock this little girl again, and continued. Even if the owner doesn't want a room, it's fine. The only difference is that the order of the programs must ensure that the previous program has been finished before continuing, so as not to spoil the owner's interest. So this conference may last longer, and the host has supernatural powers, so it shouldn't hurt him to continue watching the show. Wu Qi, who was standing next to her, was so shocked by Su Qin's description that he was speechless. Such an explosive plan, in this doomsday shelter, actually gives people a natural feeling that it should be this way. Then let's do it this way. Let's notify everyone immediately. A lot of people have already come to me to sign up. The next night, Lin Feng was taking a nap with his head resting on Xinqian's beautiful legs. Master, everything is ready and we are waiting for you to come down and participate in the concubine selection meeting. Xinqian, who was standing beside him, gently rubbed Lin Feng's temple and whispered in Lin Feng's ear. If Lin Feng had not instructed in advance to wake him up once the concubine selection meeting began, Xinqian would not have dared to wake Lin Feng up. Lin Feng opened his eyes and responded, then he pinched Xinqian's fair and tender calf and sat up. With Lin Feng's current attributes, he naturally wouldn't fall asleep easily. The purpose of taking a short nap was just to restore some energy, and take a good look at the concubine selection conference. After all, this was the first concubine selection conference in the shelter. After Lin Feng sat up, Xinqian gently stroked Lin Feng's back with her slender white fingers. The electric shock-like feeling made Lin Feng very satisfied. This was also the method of refreshing massage that Xinqian had specially learned from the internet. During this period, Xinqian had worked hard to curry favor with Lin Feng. She had originally wanted to contact her father to save her under the pretext of learning massage. After Lin Feng readily agreed, Xinqian was secretly happy that her plan had succeeded. But Lin Feng directly gave her a notebook loaded with various learning materials for her to study. Without any network connection at all. Helplessly, in order to pass the time and to better curry favor with Lin Feng, Xinqian still learned a lot of tricks. This set of teasing finger techniques really made Lin Feng's mouth dry. If it weren't for the upcoming concubine selection meeting, Lin Feng would have wanted to turn over and kill Xinqianer immediately. Not bad, I'll reward you with 20 points. When the central computer heard Lin Feng's command, it immediately added 20 points to Xinqianer's background. If you want to tame a dog, you need bones. Correspondingly, if you want to tame a beauty, points are the bones. Xinqianer was overjoyed at this unexpected surprise. According to the current redemption system on the third floor, 20 points can be used to select 2 cosmetics, a single Heideleo hotpot meal, a game console, etc. At present, the purchasing power of the shelter points is still good. Whether it is food, drink, entertainment, or daily necessities, there are many things that beauties need. After going downstairs, Su Qin led Lin Feng to a renovated first-floor lobby, which was surrounded by black curtains. There is a stage above and a luxurious sofa below. On the table on the left are various fruits and drinks, and on the table on the right are some props, whips, candles, various small toys, etc. Lin Feng didn't know what the concubine selection conference designed by Su Qin and others would look like, but he felt that the current atmosphere and preparations were very good. The concubine selection conference has officially begun. Next up is beauty number 1 Shining. After Su Qin whispered the introduction into Lin Feng's ear, she left the hall. All other staff members also left the hall. Interesting. After the lights on the stage were turned on, Lin Feng could see everything on the stage at a glance. The stage looked like a company conference room, which was almost built according to the conference room of Dingxin Company. In the middle of the conference room is a long table with a projector illuminating a white screen on the stage. The person standing next to the screen was Shining. Just like when we first met. Her creamy white skin shone with a pearly luster under the light, and her palm-sized face was like a finely carved jade. The long black satin hair falls to the waist. The waist design of the gray suit pinches out the breathtaking hourglass curve, and the pencil trousers wrap 2 straight long legs, with pointed stiletto heels on the toes. The faintly visible dimples on her waist cast a ripe peach-like shadow under her silk shirt. The combination of the ascetic tailoring and the surging curves, coupled with Shining's intellectual temperament, made Lin Feng's heart stop suddenly. This was the feeling of dry mouth and tongue when I first saw Shining. But due to the restrictions of society at the time, Lin Feng could only regret it. Boss Lin, the shelter you want is based on the plan I gave you before. Shining on the stage remained unmoved, as if she had forgotten about the end of the world, and was carefully introducing the design drawings of the shelter to Lin Feng. But unfortunately, her slightly trembling voice betrayed her. Especially when he saw Lin Feng walking slowly onto the stage. He made several mistakes in his originally planned lines, and his voice became more and more trembling. Oh? Are you confident that you can build the shelter within a month? Lin Feng was also cooperating in the acting at this time, but his right hand had already wrapped around Shining's waist. I have a letter, Before Shining finished speaking, she felt a broad shoulder holding her and placing her on the desk. Chapter 59, Concubine Selection Conference 4. Drip. Yin-Yang Plunder takes effect. Strength plus 0.5 times 7. The number of 7-point beauties is currently 7. Normal looting, refresh the first level skill, flying in the air. Level 1 flying, can fly for a short time, the flying height is 5 times the strength value, the flying speed is 5 times the speed value, the duration is 5 minutes, the cooling time is 24 hours. Host Lin Feng. Strength 54 plus 3.55. Constitution 44.5. Speed 39.55. The values in brackets are the attributes of normal people. Su Qin waited outside for a full hour and a half before she saw Shining walking out of the recording hall with a flushed face. Su Qin signaled to Wu Qi beside her to help Shining back to the room to rest. Shining was very satisfied and secretly rejoiced when she saw the change in Su Qin's attitude. If I hadn't noticed the desire in Lin Feng's eyes when I went on stage at Dingxin Company to explain the shelter to Lin Feng. Only by using this theme could he perfectly recreate the scene of that day and capture Lin Feng. Otherwise, Shining really couldn't think of any way to compete with these hundreds of beauties. Su Qin added 50 points to Shining's background on the tablet in her hand, and then directed the cleaning team that had been on standby to go in and clean. Then he walked into the hall, bent over and walked to Lin Feng and asked softly, Master, are you satisfied? Lin Feng took a puff of cigarette, looked at Su Qin and said, Not bad, I am very satisfied with this model, it is also very fresh, I will reward you with 100 points. Su Qin was overjoyed when he heard this. Even though he was the deputy governor of the third floor, he did have some power and could handle some supplies. But Su Qin did not dare to be greedy. If she had embezzled in the past, she would at most go to jail, but here, embezzling would only result in death. So Su Qin still needs points to buy things for herself. This is not just my contribution. Fu Na also gave a lot of ideas. The best way to seek credit is not to be greedy for it, and Su Qin knows this very well. Oh? She's come to her senses? That's because of your guidance. Not bad, you and her get another 80 points. Thank you, Master. Su Qin was overjoyed, but quickly calmed down and said to Lin Feng, Do you think this Imperial Concubine selection meeting should continue? Or should we pause it for a while? Su Qin didn't understand what Lin Feng's supernatural powers were. In her impression, men would be as pure and abstinent as saints for a period of time after having sex, so she directly suggested that they take a break. Is the back still the same? Lin Feng took another puff of his cigarette and asked. Because of his strong physique, Lin Feng is indeed not an ordinary man. But since he had just plundered a beauty with an intellectual white-collar image like Shining, Lin Feng would be a little disappointed if the same type of woman appeared again. Master, that's not the case. In order to avoid your aesthetic fatigue, each program of this concubine selection conference has a different style. Su Qin was afraid that Lin Feng would misunderstand, so she quickly explained. Oh? Go ahead then. After Su Qin said this, Lin Feng immediately became curious. Su Qin wanted to give the show the best performance, and also to give Lin Feng the best experience. After having the stage curtains drawn, emergency arrangements began. After a while, Su Qin trotted over to Lin Feng and said, Master, everything is ready. Shall I start the arrangements? Let's get started. Upon hearing this, Su Qin led all the staff out of the hall. The soft lights on the stage came on again, and the automatic curtains moved to the sides. In order to give Lin Feng more freshness this time, Su Qin told Lin Feng in advance that Lin Feng did not know beauty number 2. But as soon as the stage opened, the lighting changed to warm tones. The stage changed from its original conference room style to that of a university classroom. A girl stood in front of the blackboard in the classroom, wiping the blackboard with her back turned. She had her long black hair tied in a neat high ponytail, hanging behind her head, and she looked full of energy. She has a slender figure, straight and well-proportioned legs. The skin is as white as snow, with a delicate luster. The upper body is a gray knitted cardigan with a playful and cute doll collar and a colorful bow tied at the neckline, which is exquisite and eye-catching. Pair it with a pleated skirt in the same color for a youthful and lively look. She is wearing off-white sneakers and white socks, which is simple and refreshing. Although Lin Feng cannot see the girl's face and expression at the moment, her purely sexual outfit makes Lin Feng imagine a lot. After wiping all the words off the blackboard, the girl on the stage turned around and smiled sweetly at Lin Feng. The girl has a pretty face, curved eyebrows, bright eyes, a gentle smile, naturally light lips, and fair skin. The system prompt was sounding at this moment, and the girl's information appeared in front of Lin Feng. Name, Renling Xuan. Age 18 years old. Rating, 9.2 points. Evaluation, youthful and pure desire, perfect body. Senior class is about to start, why are you still sitting down there? Renling Xian blinked her bright big eyes, ran off the stage and said to Lin Feng. Well, Lin Feng indeed had never properly experienced college life. At most, he worked as a security guard and watched students coming and going at the door. Renling Xian suddenly did this, and Lin Feng was at a loss for words. It's time to go to class, senior. Renling Xian didn't care whether Lin Feng spoke or not, she bent down and took Lin Feng's hand. When she bent down, her fluttering hair gently rubbed Lin Feng's face, making Lin Feng feel itchy. The scent of a young girl also filled Lin Feng's nostrils. Lin Feng was pulled onto the stage by Renling Xian like a lost soul. Well, senior, let's just sit there. The teacher won't notice us whispering in the corner, hee hee. Renling Xian looked around, pointed to a location with her slender white finger, turned around and said to Lin Feng. Still ignoring Lin Feng's reaction, he pulled Lin Feng to his seat and sat down. Senior, have you finished yesterday's homework? In a trance, Lin Feng really thought that he was in college and attending classes with his junior schoolmate. If this is a rating for acting, then Ren Lingxuan's innocent and naive expression and youthful and energetic aura would be a perfect 100. Senior, why are you always staring at me? Oh, Senior, the teacher will scold us. Ren Lingxian also stretched out her finger and tapped Lin Feng's head, trying to make Lin Feng turn his head away. What class do we have today? Lin Feng spoke for a rare moment, although he stuttered a little. But Ren Lingxian didn't seem to notice, and continued to talk to herself. Today we have a Chinese class and our Chinese teacher is our homeroom teacher, so we have to listen to him. She is so fierce. She even calls for parents. She is simply a female demon. After class, let's go to the store at the school gate to buy ice cream. My mother gave me a lot of pocket money today. Ren Lingxian seems to be switching back and forth between high school and college. The teacher will be here soon, Senior. Please take out your book. The desk is empty like this. The teacher will. Senior, why are you kissing me? Chapter 60 The Resistance. Squeak. Hey you, I've already seen the dagger. Why do you have to spoil my fun like this? Lin Feng originally held Ren Lingxuan's head with one hand, and the two were kissing each other passionately. But Ren Lingxian took out a dagger in her right hand and stabbed it into Lin Feng's chest. But it could only pierce through the clothes, leaving a white mark under Lin Feng's fair and strong chest. You! Ren Lingxuan's eyes widened and she looked down at the white marks on Lin Feng's body in disbelief. It's okay, just continue. Lin Feng did not stop him, but challenged him with a smirk on his face. Yeah. Ren Lingxian gathered all her strength and stabbed Lin Feng hard in the chest. This time, the sharp dagger pierced Lin Feng's chest, and a little bit of scarlet blood flowed out. But no matter how hard Ren Lingxian gritted her teeth, the dagger could not move any further. Bang! Ren Lingxian knew that she could not hurt Lin Feng, so she stepped back, and the dagger fell to the ground after she let go of her hand. But his eyes were still fixed on Lin Feng's chest, which was exposed after his shirt was cut by the dagger. Are you a human or a ghost? Ren Lingxian, who was backing away continuously, was accidentally tripped by a chair behind her and then collapsed to the ground. Look, the senior is discussing homework with you, and you are in high spirits. Can't you stab me later? At most, I can let you poke me back later. Since his shirt had been cut by Ren Lingxuan's dagger, Lin Feng simply used both hands to tear the shirt open. There was not a trace of excess fat on Lin Feng's upper body, but his skin was crystal clear and seemed to be glowing. The red spot that was originally particularly conspicuous on the perfect skin disappeared in a short while, and the broken epidermis returned to its original state. You are not a human, you are not a human! Ren Lingxian was not in the mood to admire Lin Feng's figure at the moment. Her body instinctively kept crawling backwards, but there were tables and chairs behind her. Ren Lingxian couldn't retreat any further. She could only lean against the edge of the pile of tables and chairs, muttering to herself. Looking at Ren Lingxuan's disheveled appearance, there was no trace of the innocent student in the college style just now. What a bloody killjoy! Lin Feng couldn't help but swore, which was rare. The arrow has clearly been on the string and has to be shot. Which man can tolerate being suddenly interrupted? Lin Feng walked up to Ren Lingxian and squatted down. Although Ren Lingxuan's eyes were still panicked and frightened, there was also a hint of unwillingness and stubbornness in them. Lin Feng stretched out his index finger and lifted up Ren Lingxuan's fair chin. The panic and fear in Ren Lingxuan's eyes slowly faded away, and a look of unwillingness and stubbornness filled her eyes. Just kill me, Ren Lingxian said. TSK, you are the first person to assassinate me. This look is in line with your status. It's embarrassing to talk about the miserable look you just had. Lin Feng was not so angry at this time, and said jokingly. Humph, you pervert, you're a pervert who imprisons people. I deserve to kill you 1,000 times. I was scared just now because you're not a human being at all. You're a ghost. Ren Lingxian seemed to have calmed down at this time, and she retorted to Lin Feng without fear. As expected, some of you will never be grateful to me and will only look at me with your own stereotypes, but I just like the way you refuse to admit defeat. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he released his right hand, which was originally supporting Ren Lingxuan's chin, and pulled it down. You! What are you doing? Ren Lingxian asked in a stern voice with her hands covering her face in fear. If you were in the state of being embarrassed and crying just now, I really wouldn't be interested. But now that you have your hair tied in a high ponytail and are refusing to admit defeat and are shouting at me, I really want to have a taste of you. Who called me a pervert? Right? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Ren Lingxian was extremely frightened. She struggled to get up and was about to run out. But he was supported by a hand from behind. Lin Feng, you're a pervert! We the resistance will kill you sooner or later. Before Ren Lingxian finished her words, she was pressed down by an arm behind her and fell on the desk. Drip. Yin-Yang plunder takes effect. Strength plus 0.5 times 8. The number of beauties with 7 points is currently 8. Plunder critical hit. Refresh the first level ability. Fire control. Level 1 fire controlling technique. Can control/summon a small flame. The duration is affected by the constitution, and the size/intensity of the flame is affected by the level of the ability and strength. Host Lin Feng. Strength 57.5 plus 4, 5. Constitution 44, 5. Speed 39.5, 5. The values in brackets are the attributes of normal people. After the battle, the neatly arranged tables and chairs were scattered in every corner of the hall. Ren Lingxian sat in the corner in a mess, hugging her arms and crying quietly. Lin Feng lay on the pile of curtains beside the stage, stretched out his right hand and snapped his fingers. A small flame the size of a lighter flame appeared between Lin Feng's fingers. Lin Feng felt that this small flame was like his finger, and he could control it at will. Following Lin Feng's mental command, the small flame slowly flew into the sky, and showed signs of going out when it was 5 meters away from Lin Feng. Lin Feng was like a child who had discovered a toy. He controlled the flames to fly in the sky, and even controlled the small flames to dance in the sky in a rhythmic manner. Ren Lingxian, who was crying with her head in her hands, was also attracted by the sight of the little flame. She raised her head and stared at the little flame in a daze with her beautiful tearful eyes. What's this? Ren Lingxian couldn't help but ask, even though Lin Feng in front of her had just brutally taken away her virginity. She knew she would not survive the night, and after seeing such a supernatural and magical scene she still wanted to find out the truth. What's this? Lin Feng repeated Ren Lingxuan's question, still controlling the little flame to dance in a trance. This is the future of humanity. After Lin Feng was in a trance, he gradually came up with an answer. It seemed that Lin Feng had just vented all his irritability and violence, and at this time he actually started chatting with Ren Lingxian. What do you think, now that there are zombies everywhere and civilization is collapsing, where will the future go? As long as the remaining humans unite as one, those stupid and foolish zombies can be wiped out sooner or later, and humans can find a way to control the virus. What if I told you that zombies can evolve? And have supernatural powers? What? After hearing Lin Feng's answer, Ren Lingxian fell into deep thought. She knew that it was impossible for Lin Feng to lie to her with his unpredictable methods. But if it was really as Lin Feng said, civilization has been disintegrated and collapsed, but zombies can still evolve towards supernatural powers. What future does humanity have? She thought of her classmates, teachers, her parents who loved her so much, and her kind grandparents. Thinking that no matter how much she resisted, she would only be imprisoned in a different cage, Ren Lingxian felt completely hopeless. She tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and large tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Then she opened her red lips and said, "Just kill me." Chapter 61, Superpower, Fire Control. Lin Feng looked at Ren Lingxian and fell into deep thought. But the little flame kept dancing around Ren Lingxian. It was as if he was a child who was full of curiosity about Ren Lingxian. Feeling the scorching heat surrounding her, Ren Lingxian was trembling instinctively, but she still stubbornly tilted her head back and closed her eyes. "I won't kill you." After some thought, Lin Feng spoke. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Ren Lingxian opened her eyes and looked at Lin Feng in disbelief and said, You are such an inhuman pervert. Would you let go of an enemy who hurt you in the apocalypse? Then he remembered something and said sarcastically, Is this the doomsday rule you taught us before? Is it to be soft-hearted and act like a saint? At this time, Renlingxian was extremely desperate about the future of mankind and her own future. She wished she could get her revenge now, so she did not hesitate to provoke Lin Feng with words. Haha, you're right. In the apocalypse, we really can't let go of anyone who is hostile to you. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he stood up and walked to Renlingxian's side. Renlingxian closed her eyes resignedly, a look of resignation still appearing on her face. But after waiting for a long time, I still haven't waited for that moment of relief. Lin Feng's voice came to my ears again. But if it's someone who meets the following conditions, I won't kill him. 1. A stupid person like you who has no strategy, big breasts and no brains. Me? Stupid? Renlingxian automatically ignored the second half of Lin Feng's sentence, which was a blatant mockery of her, and questioned him unyieldingly. Aren't you stupid? At this moment, Lin Feng took out the tea table from the subspace, sat aside and drank tea calmly. Lin Feng even closed his eyes and sipped the tea like an immortal. When Renlingxian saw this scene, she gave Lin Feng a spoiled look. Okay, tell me why I'm so stupid. Renlingxian was very upset seeing Lin Feng pretending to be so cool. In the past, which villain in TV dramas could pretend to be so natural as Lin Feng? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Renlingxian refused to accept the defeat and pretended nothing had happened. She found a chair and sat opposite Lin Feng. She picked up a teacup and poured herself some tea and started drinking. You knew I had superpowers, but you were still fooled into being a cannon fodder to assassinate me. Don't you think you are stupid? Seeing Renlingxian drinking tea as if nothing had happened, Lin Feng couldn't help but tease her. What? Do you think I'm an animal that thinks with my lower body? Do I lose my brain when I see a beautiful woman? Now I'm fine. Not only am I fine, I even slept with you. After that, we were able to drink tea and chat like a married couple. Puff cough 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 cough. Renlingxian, who was drinking tea opposite, was choked and started coughing when she heard Lin Feng's words. Stop being so disgusting, you pervert! Are you just trying to stir up trouble and make me reveal other people's names? Don't dream on. Renlingxian finally stopped coughing and then spoke to Lin Feng. The second condition you must meet for me not to kill you is ants. Women like you with thin arms and legs, big breasts and no brains, even if you spend your entire life using either hot weapons or cold weapons, you can't hurt me at all. I call you an ant. Besides, you are calling me senior so affectionately, so as a senior, I must keep you and play with you slowly. How could I be so cruel as to destroy you? After listening to Lin Feng's words, Renlingxian kept scolding Lin Feng. Big pervert! Big pervert! Big pervert! Big! I wanted to continue cursing, but was frightened by the small flame floating in front of me. Tell me about your resistance's ideas. Maybe I can agree with you and let you go. In his heart, Lin Feng still likes Renlingxian, a lively, little plaything. The reason why I didn't kill her, in addition to the reasons I told Renlingxian, there is another very important reason. Lin Feng likes the ability of fire control very much. It has no cooling time. As the ability level increases and the attribute points increase, it will definitely become Lin Feng's main attack ability. Once Renlingxian is killed, who will Lin Feng find to level up his ability? Do you understand what I'm saying, you pervert? Should I kill him or not? If not, I'm going to go back and take a shower and go to bed. I'm so tired. Renlingxian has experienced too many emotional fluctuations today and is exhausted. In the beginning, in order to hide herself, she forced herself to act along with Lin Feng, the pervert in her mind, and she was full of resentment and frustration. Later, he was exposed and terrified by Lin Feng. Then there was the grievance and pain when Lin Feng brutally took away her virginity. After that, Lin Feng revealed to her the despair and helplessness of the future of mankind. Just when she was ready to die, Lin Feng said he would not kill her. After the violent ups and downs of her emotions, Renlingxian now just wanted to fall asleep. She was so tired. Lin Feng discovered that he really couldn't do anything about Renlingxian at the moment. Renlingxian is different from Xinqianer. Xingqian at least has the weakness of being afraid of death, but Ren Lingxian is simply acting like a rogue and begging for death here at Lin Feng's place. But if he locked Ren Lingxian up in a small room on the first floor and allowed her to use her superpowers whenever he wanted, and Ren Lingxian became numb and resigned to her fate, with empty eyes and no reaction at all, like a dead person, Lin Feng would find it really boring. Just because you can survive doesn't mean the people behind you can survive. Lin Feng spoke lightly. Originally, Ren Lingxian was already feeling listless and wanted to lie down on the table and sleep, but after hearing Lin Feng's words, she suddenly perked up again. Was he discovered? Did I say something wrong and was this perverted enough to notice? Lin Feng ignored Ren Lingxian and took out the intercom to let the person outside in. Ren Lingxian hurriedly tidied up her messy clothes. Maybe it was because she violated the principles of the resistance faction, but Ren Lingxian actually felt like she was caught doing something bad. Su Qin, Wu Qi, Fu Na and many other beauties outside walked into the hall under Lin Feng's instructions. Master, this is... Su Qin stepped forward and asked. There were messy tables and chairs at the scene, and even a dagger with a little blood stain on the table. At this moment, everyone had only one thought in their mind. Could it be that Lin Feng had this special hobby? Lin Feng said coldly. Call everyone, gather in the lobby within 5 minutes. Anyone late will be killed. Long before everyone came in, Lin Feng had already taken out a Kevlar fiber combat suit from the subspace and put it on. Lin Feng's neat combat uniform and serious expression made everyone feel a murderous aura emanating from him. Knowing that something big might have happened, everyone quickly began to gather all the beauties in the hall. Chapter 62 The Leader of the Rebellion. Soon everyone gathered in the lobby on the first floor. All the beauties were standing in the audience seats below, except Lin Feng, who was standing on the stage. The 450 beauties in the audience were almost all selected by Lin Feng from millions of people. They had slim figures, fair skin, and different styles, but all were stunningly stunning. It was also the first time that Lin Feng had all the beauties gathered together. I was dazzled for a moment. Master, all 450 people are here. After living here for nearly 7 days, everyone has become accustomed to the rules and permissions of the shelter. Standing at the front were Fu Na and Su Qin, who had the highest authority. The second row includes Lin Yu, Zhang Xiaoxiao, Zhuang Xiaorui, Wening Xue, and the newly promoted Shining and Xing Yimin. Behind them are the other beauties, including Yi Qiu Yao, Lin Xiaoye, Su Zhizhen, and others. Since Xingqianer had not been given a clear authority level by Lin Feng, she could only stand aside alone. Everyone had already heard that something big was going to happen and that Lin Feng was furious, so they all stood properly and did not whisper to each other. Lin Feng walked to the table at the side, picked up Ren Lingxuan's dagger, and said to everyone, Today, an organization calling itself the Resistance sent someone to assassinate me. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Everyone was whispering and discussing, and everyone had a different expression. Everyone already understands Lin Feng's methods and character. When people obey him, he is a kind leader, but when people disobey him, he is a devil from hell. Someone actually dared to assassinate Lin Feng? How brave! Su Qin and Fu Na are both smart people. After hearing what Lin Feng said, they combined it with the scene when they just entered the hall. It was quickly guessed that it was Ren Lingxian who assassinated Lin Feng. In an instant, both of them collapsed to the ground. The entire concubine selection conference was arranged by them. Now that the second beautiful performer assassinated Lin Feng, how could they escape responsibility? The two of them began to frantically recall the details of the entire concubine selection conference, and how Ren Lingxian could become the second beauty to perform. This was because many unexpected events occurred during the preparation process, as if an invisible big hand was pushing them from behind. The two thought for a long time but could not find the direct reason why Ren Lingxian became the second performing beauty. Master, this matter must be related to Fu Na. The theme of the Imperial Concubine Selection meeting was her idea, and she was the one who first decided to arrange Ren Lingxian to be the second one. Su Qi knelt down first, prostrated herself on the ground and pointed at Fu Na. Fu Na looked at Su Qin in shock. This elder sister who had taken such good care of her was actually the first to push the blame onto herself. That's right, and Fu Na was punished by the master just because she wanted to demand human rights. She just holds a grudge. Wu Qi behind him also knelt down and said. Now in the entire shelter, only Su Qin and Wu Qi were not selected as beauties. The rest of Su Qin's agent team had been arranged to the combat area on the first floor, and only Wu Qi stayed in the beauty area to assist Su Qin. So Wu Qi had to help Su Qin no matter what, and after Su Qin knelt down, he immediately knelt down to agree. Master, I originally thought that Renling Xuan's image as a pure campus girl was good, and that you would like her. Coupled with some other coincidences, Renling Xian became the second beautiful performer. Fu Na also knelt down trembling. Everyone is afraid of death, not to mention that Lin Feng's methods are no different from those of the devil. If Lin Feng really wanted to kill, he would be in a dilemma. Lin Feng raised his hand to signal everyone to shut up, then turned and looked at Renling Xian. Renling Xian knew what Lin Feng wanted to ask. She wasn't afraid of death anyway, so she simply tilted her neck and said, I don't know. No one helps me. I'm alone. You can kill me or chop me up as you like. Renling Xian was a person who attached great importance to friendship. During this period, she and the resistance army supported and encouraged each other, and planned this assassination. After being deceived and brainwashed by someone in the resistance, Renling Xian actually took the initiative to take on the task of assassinating Lin Feng. Renling Xian has long since disregarded life and death, so it is impossible to ask her to betray others. No, I don't need to ask you. Lin Feng's beast-like eyes swept across everyone in the audience. Everyone who was stared at by Lin Feng unconsciously lowered their heads and dared not look at him. Because I know who your leader is. When these words were spoken, everyone, whether they were rebels or not, looked surprised. This incident just happened, and Lin Feng already knew who the enemy leader was? This was too unbelievable. Could it be that Lin Feng was really a god? Master, Mr. Lin, Brother Feng, it really wasn't me. Fu Na, who was originally kneeling on the ground, was so frightened when she heard what Lin Feng said that she kept making excuses and even used the wrong name. Fu Na was so frightened that her mind froze and she actually thought that the person Lin Feng was talking about was her. When the beauties saw Fu Na like this, they could only feel sorry for them. After all, Fu Na had taken great care of them during this period of time. Looking at Fu Na's appearance now, it is most likely Fu Na. Fu Na kept kowtowing and begging for mercy, shouting her injustice, especially when she saw Lin Feng coming down from the stage and walking towards her. Feeling that Lin Feng was approaching her, Fu Na knew that it was pointless to beg for mercy or cry out for injustice. After all, in this asylum, no court will come to hear grievances. Everything is based on Lin Feng's will. If Lin Feng determines that she is, then she will not be able to escape death. Thinking of this, Fu Na simply closed her eyes and waited for death. Pa! A loud slap exploded in Fu Na's ears. But Fu Na didn't feel any pain and opened her eyes in disbelief. It was Su Qin who was knocked to the ground by Lin Fan, and then she collapsed on the ground after breathing a sigh of relief. Su Qin's accusation against Fu Na just now was almost like pushing Fu Na to the edge of a cliff. Fu Na also truly understood what Lin Feng meant by human nature in the doomsday. Naturally, she would not sympathize with Su Qin or defend her. Master, Before Su Qin could finish her words, Lin Feng grabbed her hair with one hand and threw her onto the stage. Ouch! After a brief dizziness, Su Qin rushed towards Renling Xian with her hair loose like a mad woman, cursing. You fucking bitch! You betrayed me! You will die a miserable death! You talk nicely, but in the end you still betray me! I'm going to kill you, and I want you to be buried with me! Renling Xian, who was standing next to her, was so frightened that she stood there, mumbling. It's not me, I didn't. Just as Su Qin was about to approach Renling Xian, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred. A thin but hot wall of fire appeared in front of Renling Xian, blocking Su Qin. The wall of fire seemed to have intelligence, and approached Su Qin. Su Qin could only keep retreating until it reached Lin Feng's front, and then the wall of fire disappeared. Everyone soon realized that the wall of fire was controlled by Lin Feng. Everyone was shocked to the extreme as Lin Feng once again performed a miracle. I don't know who took the lead in kneeling and shouting, but soon everyone followed suit. Su Qin yelled, Ghost! Bang! Lin Feng slapped Su Qin again, causing her to lose consciousness. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Su Qin collapsed to the ground. Actually, I was just testing you, but unfortunately, you couldn't bear it and exposed yourself. Chapter 63 Human Nature 1. Su Qin, with her hair disheveled, screamed and backed away as if she had seen a ghost. You! Why are you testing me? I was the one who picked most of these people and put them in this cage of yours. Why do you think they will really listen to me and rebel against you? Why don't you doubt Fu Na? I don't accept it. Su Qin was regretful and angry at this moment. It was a careful plan, but it was exposed because I didn't keep my composure. Everyone looked at the crazy Su Qin on the stage with mixed emotions. No one wants to be a plaything in someone else's cage and be at the mercy of others. It's not like everyone hasn't thought about resisting. But because the abilities Lin Feng displayed were so incredible, and the methods he used were so cruel and ruthless. Therefore, only a small number of people dared to plan a resistance. Among the crowd, only Ning looked at Su Qin with a mocking expression. Lin Feng was not in a hurry to kill Su Qin at this moment. He played with a small flame on his fingertips and spoke slowly. It is true that Fu Na set the theme of the concubine selection conference, but if you want to kill me with one strike, you must strike when I am least alert. This is the most fundamental basis for your assassination. And clear everyone out, leaving me and the beauty alone in a room. Once the atmosphere is right, I will definitely take her down on the spot. This is when I will let my guard down the most. You understand men very well. This plan must have come from you. No matter how smart Fu Na is, she can't come up with an idea that suits a man's wishes so well. As for the dagger, you have control of the supplies on the third floor, including the kitchen utensils, so of course you can get it. As for the order of the performances, if you just push the issue behind the scenes, Fu Na will naturally agree to let Ren Lingxian perform second. Lin Feng walked up to Su Qin, grabbed her hair, pulled it down hard and continued. Actually, what I told you before was all nonsense. This is not a court or a police station. I don't need to find evidence to prove your guilt. I am the king here. When I start to doubt you, you are already dead. Su Qin felt the pain of her scalp being torn apart, and even felt numb from the pain. Finally, she laughed crazily, squinting her eyes and yelled at the crowd below the stage. Sisters in the audience, if you don't resist, you will always be Lin Feng's exclusive lover. Now, because of your good looks, Lin Feng may keep you and play with you slowly, but what about after a few years? When you are old and ugly, and have a shortage of supplies, Lin Feng will get tired of playing with you and will definitely abandon you. Why don't we start resisting now? If we succeed, we can get a shelter, and we sisters can support each other and survive. If we fail, the worst that can happen is that we will die early. The crazy Su Qin was bewitching the audience with her hoarse voice. Lin Feng really hated this woman at this moment. When he was about to make her shut up, someone stood up from the audience to refute Su Qin. Su Qin, you are wrong. Lin Feng looked up and saw that it was Ning who had just been robbed by Lin Feng. I designed this shelter, I can tell you responsibly. The highest authority is locked and controlled by all information including Lin Feng's voice, DNA, fingerprints, and gait pattern. Once Lin Feng dies, this shelter will become our grave and will never be opened from the inside. Moreover, since the construction of the shelter began, I have been staying in the shelter almost 24 hours a day to supervise the construction. I have never seen the master transport a grain of food or a weapon to the shelter. The food we eat now and all the weapons and tools that Lin Feng showed us before all come from Lin Feng's immortal ability to take things from the air. Let me ask you, even if we really take control of the shelter, without supplies, food, or weapons, what can we, the powerless women, do? Can we fight the zombies outside? At least here, we don't have to worry about food. Once we lose Lin Feng's protection and come into contact with the outside world alone, with our beauty, those survivors outside will definitely torture us to death. She is a fool, but we can't be foolish too. We should have food and drink, and work hard to contribute to the shelter. In the future, we may be able to bring our families over. Isn't that good? During this period, Ning suffered a lot of grievances. When the shelter was being built, she was the chief engineer. Almost all the construction workers in the shelter obeyed her orders. Even Director Cui from the film and television city was polite to her. And after the end of the world, she has to be humble to other women in this fortress that she built with her own hands? Among them is her former assistant Zhang Xiaoxia. How could Shining bear this? Today's concubine selection meeting being plundered by Lin Feng was just the first step in opening Pandora's box. Compared with other beauties, it was already the limit for Lin Feng to think of her occasionally. She knew that she had no competitiveness at all. Since you want power, you must stand up and speak when Lin Feng needs you. There was no exaggeration in Shining's words, and she analyzed and explained everything from a practical perspective. The minds of the crowd that had been bewitched and aroused by Su Qin were instantly calmed by Shining's words. There were some beautiful women among the crowd who looked ashen. They were the resistance faction that had been bewitched by Su Qin before. Now that Su Qin was arrested, they felt that they were in great danger. When Su Qin saw the change in the looks in the audience, she knew there was no point in saying anything more, and she started cursing at everyone like crazy again. Okay, one by one, you want to take the blame on me. I'll let you all die together. Haha, don't forget that I'm not the only one who contributed to the murder of Lin Feng. There are still some people in the resistance. Just as Su Qin was about to give her name, Lin Feng behind her sealed her mouth and hands with tape. Whoa! Su Qin turned her head and stared at Lin Feng in disbelief. In her opinion, shouldn't Lin Feng be the person who most wants to know the list of resistance members? Why stop her? Lin Feng kicked Su Qin over. Su Qin was entangled by the tape and couldn't get free. She could only lie on the ground, glaring at Lin Feng. Come here! Lin Feng waved to Ren Lingxian. Ren Lingxuan's face was also full of questions. Shouldn't Lin Feng be the one who wants to know the list of the rebels the most? What was he doing when he asked Su Qin to shut up and asked himself to go there? Is he going to die? Then just die. Ren Lingxian walked to Lin Feng resignedly and rolled her eyes at him. Seeing Ren Lingxuan's eyes, Lin Feng felt furious. Does this little girl really think that she is not afraid of death and can act recklessly in front of me? Lin Feng raised his hand and signaled everyone to listen to him quietly. Everyone suddenly fell silent. It seems that you are a very loyal person. You don't betray your friends and you are not afraid of death. You are really amazing, Lin Feng said to Ren Lingxian. Of course. Even if I have lost all my humanity now, I will keep the friendship in my heart. You, a pervert, will never understand, Ren Lingxian said to Lin Feng with a somewhat arrogant look on her face. If Ren Lingxian were a soldier on a battlefield in normal society, and behaved like this, Lin Feng would have no doubt that she would be a real figure. But this is the end of the world, this is a refuge. If you have lost your humanity and still think about friendship, you are a fool. After hearing what Ren Lingxian said, Lin Feng laughed out loud. Good, good, good. What a way to preserve human nature and righteousness. Then he suddenly stopped smiling, and like a demon, he said something in everyone's ears. I want you to kill Su Qin now. Chapter 64 Human Nature 2. What? Ren Lingxian was so frightened by Lin Feng's words that she took several steps back. Su Qin beside you is about to announce the names of your sisters who are members of the resistance faction. Aren't you a hero who wants to preserve his humanity and friendship? I'll give you a chance. As long as you, Ren Lingxian, kill Su Qin within 10 minutes, I promise not to hold anyone else responsible. But if you don't kill Su Qin within 10 minutes, I will remove the tape from her mouth, and I will kill one name that comes out of her mouth. Ren Lingxian felt as if her soul was taken away and her whole body was trembling. She claimed that she was fearless of life and death and wanted to preserve her humanity and friendship, but now Lin Feng threw her an unsolvable problem. If I kill Su Qin, I will become a complete devil and lose my humanity. If Su Qin is not killed, all the sisters who once helped each other will be buried with her because she did not kill Su Qin. This is also inhumane. Ren Lingxian looked at Su Qin's back with a complicated look in her eyes, and fell into hesitation. Lin Feng was not in a hurry to urge Ren Lingxian. In fact, Lin Feng also has his own helplessness. The reason why Su Qin was not allowed to speak out the list was because there would be many complicated consequences once Su Qin's list was revealed. If she really told everyone the list of rebels, Lin Feng would kill them one by one, which would leave everyone with the impression that he was a bloodthirsty person. This will cause the beauties to be too afraid of Lin Feng and lose their souls, and become like zombies or dead fish, which is what Lin Feng does not want. And the scariest thing is, what if Su Qin tells a false list? Then after Lin Feng heard this, should he kill him or not? At this time, Su Qin was already in a state of madness, and was very likely to bite at will. Do we really have to collect evidence and verify it one by one to avoid hurting innocent people? That's really not worth it for Lin Feng. What if Su Qin mentioned those beauties who had already plundered superpowers, and Lin Feng also killed them? Lin Feng still had to rely on them to level up his superpowers. As soon as she opened her mouth, Lin Feng was like a machine, going out to kill people and work hard, so who is the master of whom? What's more, with the growth of his strength, Lin Feng is now almost a little Superman. Would he really care about the evil intentions of these ants? In a small society or a dynasty, there will always be rebellious people. But ants like Su Qin, who are ugly, worthless, and have evil intentions, are destined to be eliminated. In the face of absolute power, any conspiracy or trickery is useless unless the opponent has comparable strength. It's been 5 minutes. Lin Feng, like a devil, interrupted Ren Lingxuan's trance. Ren Lingxian was frightened and yelled at Lin Feng. You big pervert, you devil! What do you have to do to make me satisfied? Can't you just kill me? I was originally just a student. Why do I have to face all these things in the blink of an eye? Woo! Ah, Lin Feng, you are such a pervert! Lin Feng said with a smirk. I just want you, a self-proclaimed saintly fool, to become a demon. Hee hee. Lin Feng picked up the dagger and passed it to Ren Lingxian, threatening. If you dare to commit suicide, I will send all the women in your resistance group to the combat zone. There are 30 men there, and they will be made to suffer a fate worse than death. Ren Lingxian trembled. Her eyes were wandering, and she didn't dare to reach out to take the dagger. Catch! Lin Feng shouted loudly. Only then did Ren Lingxian pick up the dagger. Lin Feng grabbed Ren Lingxuan's wrist and dragged her to Su Qin's side. Su Qin kept rolling on the ground, looking at Ren Lingxian and Lin Feng with a look of resentment that seemed to reveal real resentment. There was a constant woo sound coming from his mouth. You kill her, and everyone will live in peace. Lin Feng spoke into Ren Lingxuan's ear like a devil's whisper. I don't. Ren Lingxian trembled and looked down at Su Qin. If you kill her, you can find your family and reunite with you later. If you kill her, your sisters will be able to find their family and reunite with them. If you don't kill her, then all your sisters will become zombies like scarecrows outside, with pus all over their bodies and a foul stench in their mouths. If you don't kill her, your family will lose their last hope, and may even become zombies and bite their loved ones first, maybe your mother, your father, your brother. Ah! Ren Lingxuan's psychological defenses were gradually broken down by Lin Feng's attack. After yelling madly, he closed his eyes and stabbed Su Qin below with a dagger in both hands countless times. Puff! 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 Until she was completely exhausted, Su Qin lay on the ground without any breath or movement. Ren Lingxian stopped. Looking down, I saw Su Qin's bloody body and bloody hands. There was no fear, no crying, and not even anger. Instead, he turned to look at Lin Feng calmly and asked, Are you satisfied? Snap, snap. Lin Feng clapped his hands to Ren Lingxian like a devil, and then said, Now you are a demon who has killed people. Don't try to show your humanity and friendship in front of me anymore. You are no longer worthy of it. After listening to Lin Feng's words, Ren Lingxian stood up, dropped the dagger, and walked out. Fu Na was afraid that Ren Lingxian would upset Lin Feng again, so she pulled Ren Lingxian aside and asked, Lingxian, where are you going? I'm so tired. I want to go back to my room and take a nap. After saying this, Ren Lingxian pulled Fu Na's hand away and walked outside. Let her go. After hearing Lin Feng's instructions on the stage, Fu Na withdrew her gaze and looked back towards the stage. Since I promised you that I would not pursue those among you who are rebelling, nor would I investigate who they are, then I will keep my word. Just when everyone thought the matter was over, Lin Feng continued. But if you keep using the banner of humanity to do evil, I'll be annoyed too, so I need you to do me a small favor. Looking at Lin Feng's harmless smile on the stage, Everyone broke out in cold sweat. I guess it's not easy to help with this small favor. You have been able to hold high the banner of humanity because your hands are not stained with blood. Now I will completely destroy this banner for you, so that everyone can become a loving and harmonious family. Before Lin Feng finished his words, he disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was standing next to Wu Qi. He slapped Wu Qi to the ground. Lin Feng judged the size of his attack very well. This slap could make Wu Qi lose the ability to move without losing consciousness. She was Su Qin's follower, so she must be her accomplice. She must be holding a grudge against Su Qin for her death. Not only will she do bad things behind her back in the future, she might even come to me to tell on me. So I hope that each of you will stab her once, and from then on, you will fully devote yourself to the life in the apocalypse. If we want to solve the problem once and for all, we must completely destroy the spiritual banner of humanity and the people, and then the resistance will disappear completely. The reason for choosing Wu Qi was that neither Wu Qi nor Su Qin were beauties, and since Su Qin was no longer around, it was just a matter of getting rid of Wu Qi as well. Lin Feng was reluctant to kill any of the carefully selected beauties. With resources of this level, in Doomsday, one less is one less. When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked. If you don't do anything, then I will assume that you still have ulterior motives. I will send you to the combat zone on the first floor to reward my 30 male duty teams. Puff! Before Lin Feng could finish his words, he saw Fu Na pick up a dagger and stab Wu Qi from behind. The Dragon Slayer eventually became a dragon. Chapter 65 Human Nature 3. Fu Na was promoted to the governor of the third floor, and her authority was upgraded to Class B. Shi Ning was promoted to deputy governor of the third floor, and his authority was upgraded to C+. Ren Lingshuan's authority has been upgraded to C level. 3 days have passed since the previous farce of the resistance. People's herd mentality is very scary. When Fu Na stabbed out the first blow, Shi Ning, Lin Yu, Winning Xue, Zhang Xiaoxia and others followed suit and stabbed out the blow that cut off their humanity. There was only one exception. That is Lin Xuye. Different from Ren Lingshuan's silly chivalry that was poisoned by TV cartoons. Lin Xuye was pure and innocent, and she came to the end of her life without even experiencing the hardships of society. Although during this period Lin Xuye has been trying hard to convince herself to adapt and change. But that day, when the blood-stained dagger was handed to Lin Xuye, she was so frightened that she fainted. Naturally, Lin Feng was reluctant to leave Lin Xuye to the combat zone to another man, so he asked someone to help her away and did not make things difficult for her anymore. Lin Feng has always had a complicated feeling towards Lin Xuye, perhaps because of the stunning feeling he had when they first met, or perhaps because Lin Xuye's image fits all of Lin Feng's original imaginations of a partner. As a result, even though Lin Xuye was rated 9.9 points by the system, she has not yet been plundered by Lin Feng. Lin Feng only regarded Lin Xuye as his last beautiful and nostalgic impression of this world. Others are not as pure and innocent as Lin Xuye, and they cannot make people feel that fainting is a matter of course like Lin Xuye. After that, the shelter has officially entered the 2.0 era, and no one will shout about humanity, hope, dignity, and other unfounded things anymore. Instead, they actually participate in various positions in the shelter and add their own strength to the development of the shelter. Drip. Yin-Yang Plunder takes effect. Physique plus 0.5 times 8. The number of beauties with 7 points is currently 8. Normal looting, refresh and upgrade skills. Flying is upgraded to level 2. Level 2 flying, can fly for a short time. The flying height is 5 times the strength value. The flying speed is 5 times the speed value. The duration is 10 minutes. The cooling time is 24 hours. Host Lin Feng. Strength 69.55. Constitution 48 plus 4, 5. Speed 39.55. The values in brackets are the attributes of normal people. Oh? Lin Feng picked up Shi Ning and sat aside, carefully checking the system prompts. During these 3 days, because the concubine selection conference had not been held yet, Lin Feng did not plunder any extra beauties. During this period, he plundered Xinqianer several times. After all, Xinqianer had a beautiful face, porcelain white skin, and a comic waist. In addition, There was no psychological burden when plundering her, and she could perform actions and postures at will. Therefore, she was Lin Feng's only choice for daily plunder. One time when he was going downstairs, he met Zhuang Shirui. Zhuang Shirui's beautiful legs brought back memories, so he took her to justice on the spot. Finally, now, Shining came upstairs to report on his work. I don't know whether Shining did it intentionally or unintentionally, but Shining, who always wore suit pants before, actually wore a hip skirt, black stockings and high heels today. Lin Feng's mouth was dry as a result, so he hastily interrupted Shining's work report and carried out a morning looting. Unexpectedly, his skills were upgraded directly. And it is extremely important to fly in the air. Seeing Lin Feng smoking in a trance, Shining thought that Lin Feng was thinking about something, so she crawled behind Lin Feng and started massaging him with her slender hands. At this moment, Lin Feng's eyes were filled with all the information about him on the system. Host Lin Feng. Strength 69.55. Constitution 52.5. Speed 39.55. The values in brackets are the attributes of normal people. Level 3 invisibility, duration 5 minutes, cooldown 24 hours, target of looting, Lin Yu. Second level jump, 2 jump anchor points, can jump to the anchor point and return forcibly after 5 hours, cooling time 72 hours. Pilgrimage target, winning Xue. Level 1 firearms mastery, master most firearms on the market, ordinary special forces. Pilgrimage target, Zhuang Xiaorui. Level 2 aerial flight, can fly for a short period of time. The flight height is 5 times the strength value, the flight speed is 5 times the speed value, the duration is 10 minutes, and the cooldown time is 24 hours. Pilgrimage target, Shining. Level 1 fire controlling technique, can control/summon a small flame. The duration is affected by the constitution, and the size/intensity of the flame is affected by the level of the ability and strength. Target of plunder, Ren Lingxian. Level 1 passive, immune to level 1 zombie infection. Target of looting, Qing Yimin. S-level ability, perfect species, strength plus 20, physique plus 20, speed plus 20. Every time the host's average attribute increases by 500 points, a high-level evolution will be performed. Pilgrimage target, Xinqianer. Lin Feng looked at the system panel and began to think. Except for the fact that he failed to plunder any superpowers from Zhang Xiaoxia, all the other beauties he plundered gained special skills. In terms of the importance of skills, the S-level ability, perfect species, is definitely ranked first in terms of power, but unlike other abilities, the introduction of perfect species is S-level, and there is no such thing as level 1 or level 2. It seems that this ability is unlikely to be upgraded, or it is difficult to upgrade. As for other superpowers, although each of them has its uses, the most important one at the moment must be the passive ability that allows immunity to zombie infection. Because Lin Feng had been hiding and developing in the shelter, he knew very little about zombies. The only contact he had with them was with a few zombies that were originally infected in the hall. Therefore, Lin Feng was never sure whether he could resist the zombie virus even though his physical fitness was as high as 52, and he couldn't tell how the zombies were divided into different levels. Under this kind of insecurity, the most correct option must be to desperately improve the passive ability of immunity to zombie infection. During this period, you arrange for Qing Yimin to live on the 4th floor. Lin Feng instructed Shining. Qing Yimin? Sure. Like Shining, Qing Yimin also has the style of an urban beauty. But in everyone's aesthetic perception, Qing Yimin is more beautiful than Shining and is a high-end version of Shining. So when Shining heard Lin Feng's instructions, she naturally thought that Lin Feng was not satisfied when he plundered her just now, so he arranged for Qing Yimin to go upstairs to serve him. Although she felt a little disappointed, Shining didn't dare to show any emotion. After going through so much, Shining understood that if she wanted to gain Lin Feng's favor, the most important thing was to unconditionally execute any of Lin Feng's orders. Master, I'll go down first. By the way, the second Imperial Concubine selection meeting will be held tomorrow. Do you have any particular theme you like? I can arrange it for you. You should discuss this issue with Fu Na. Lin Feng still likes the feeling of opening the blind box under Fu Na's arrangement, so he doesn't want to give too many instructions on the concubine selection meeting. After Shining went downstairs, Lin Feng was preparing to go down to the basement to practice his shooting skills. But at this moment, the central computer sounded a warning. Warning, warning, an unknown human is approaching the shelter. Chapter 66 Attack on the Shelter. Are you saying that the dark building behind this Minhwa Street is a doomsday shelter? Inside the lobby of Qingyuan on Minhwa Street in the film and television city, a burly man with scars on his eyebrows asked as he stepped on a man wearing glasses on the ground. If Cui Zhigao were here at this moment, he would be able to recognize at a glance that the man on the ground was Qian Yong, his former deputy chief of the supply department of the film and television city. In addition to the two men, there were 4 other men in the hall, all with fierce looks on their faces. They and the 5 scarred men were originally workers at construction sites around the film and television city, relying on their physical strength to make a living. After the end of the world came, he relied on his brute strength to escape from the encirclement of several other workers who had turned into zombies. They also knew that they could no longer go to the densely populated urban area, so they fled to the suburbs along the small roads. On the way, they happened to meet survivors who had escaped from the surrounding villages, including Qian Yong. In the doomsday, people's evil was infinitely magnified. They were originally quite honest, but now they secretly attacked other survivors for food. The men were killed without a single one left alive. The reason why Qian Yong survived was because he revealed a piece of information. On the day of the apocalypse, the film and television city cleared out Minhwa Street because of Lin Feng's casting conference, so there must not be many zombies on Minhwa Street after the apocalypse, and it can become a safe base. Besides, there are more stores there and a lot of supplies. Qian Yong originally didn't know about the film and television city after he was fired, but because he was from a village surrounding the film and television city, many villagers went to Minhwa Street to set up stalls to make a living. He happened to learn about it while chatting with his neighbors before the doomsday broke out. Because it was related to his enemy Lin Feng, he kept it in mind. Qian Yong saw that these people killed people without blinking an eye, but they had nowhere to go. Only then did he tell the situation on Minhwa Street and his own analysis, praying for his life. The scarred man and his friends discussed it, and thought that going to Minhwa Street might be a good option, so they kept Qian Yong and did not kill him, and took him to Minhwa Street. Minhwa Street was indeed empty. Except for 3 policemen on duty at the film and television city police station who had turned into zombies, there was no one else. After some effort, the few of them eliminated 3 zombies and even got a pistol from one of them. From then on, they took root in Minhwa Street and often went to some small roads on the outskirts of the city to rob and kill the survivors who escaped sporadically. There were survivors who resisted during the period, but due to the threat of the pistols, the survivors just thought they were looting supplies and surrendered. But who would have thought that they, who were originally at the bottom of society and oppressed by all parties, would become extremely cruel after the apocalypse? They killed all the survivors they caught, whether they were men or took the women back to the streets of the Republic of China and raped them. Originally, Qian Yong followed the others to eat and drink because he provided information, but as they consumed supplies without restraint, the supplies on Minhwa Street soon became scarce. So in order to save supplies, they planned to kill Qian Yong. It was the same plot again. When he was dying, Qian Yong told the scarred man and several others about the shelter in order to save his life. Oh, you are just bragging. How can anyone really build a doomsday shelter in advance before the end of the world? The second tallest man among them, holding a bowl of instant noodles in his mouth, kicked Qian Yong hard and said, "He has always been dissatisfied with money and is extremely timid. However, he is the most active in having meals and having sex with women." But Qian Yong, who came out of the system, was good at speaking and kept flattering the scarred man, which made it difficult for him to find an opportunity to take action. It was not easy to persuade the scarred man to get rid of this burden, but this burden wanted to survive by talking, so the second brother naturally would not let him do as he wished. Ouch! It hurts! What I said is true. Didn't you guys watch the news online before? This doomsday shelter was built for the purpose of filming a movie! Qian Yong held his stomach, and it took him a long time to catch his breath. Boss, what he said seems to be true. I saw it on the news before. It seemed to be a movie called Escape from the End of the World. The youngest and darkest of the group, Lao Wu, came out and spoke. 2077 Doomsday Escape! Qian Yong saw someone agreeing with his point of view and corrected him excitedly. Oh, even if there really is a shelter built for filming a movie, so what? We are now staying in a big hotel on Minhwa Street. We can choose any luxurious suite we want, and there are no zombies nearby. Isn't that good? As for me taking the risk to find that shelter with you? The second brother retorted. That's right. Lao Wu touched his head and sat down. The scarred man also nodded, thinking that what the second brother said made sense. Since the only difference is the place of residence, it's fine to live in Minhwa Street. There's no need to take the risk of moving to another place. Seeing that the scarred man seemed to agree with the second brother's point of view, Qian Yong hurriedly said in a stern voice. During this period, besides humanoid zombies, you should have seen animals, right? There are few people around us, but there is a forest 1 kilometer around the film and television city. If those wild animal zombies run out, those living on Minhwa Street will surely die. Seeing that they were unmoved, Qian Yong shouted that it was not good. These ignorant people who only looked at the present could not think so far. Then his thoughts spun rapidly, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. He struggled to get up and said, The film and television city held a casting convention before. The hundreds of audience members and contestants who attended were all beauties. They were recorded in the shelter on the day of the doomsday. They should still be in the shelter when the doomsday comes. Among them was Xinqianer. What? When everyone heard Qian Yong's words, they stood up suddenly, with green murderous light in their eyes. If you ask them what the only pleasure is after the apocalypse, it's when they kidnap and rape women. Although more than 10 women were abducted during this period, most of them died due to their bestial abuse, and the remaining 2 were only breathing their last breath. Xinqianer! Lao Wu stood up suddenly. The bedside of his dormitory at the construction site was covered with posters of Xinqianer. He had abused Xinqianer so many times in his dreams and imagination. How could he not be excited when he knew at this moment that Xinqianer might be nearby? Cousin! I want to go! I want Xinqianer! I must taste Xinqianer! The 5th child actually started crying like a child, and excitedly jumped up and down holding the eldest child's hand. When the second brother saw the condition of the 5th brother, he knew that he had to go to the shelter. The 5th brother and the eldest brother were cousins, and the 5th brother was the strongest among them, and the 5th brother had some mental problems. The second brother didn't dare to refute at this moment. Besides, when he heard the news about the woman, his heart beat faster, and he was eager to try. The next morning, several people set out for the shelter. Several of them had thick books wrapped in tape, and were holding knives that had been sharpened to a shine in Yuan. Although there were more than 100 zombies released by Lin Feng outside the outer wall of the shelter, the area of the shelter was too large. The scarred man and others quickly found an area without zombies and approached the outer wall. But what they didn't know was that their images had already been projected onto the large surveillance screen by the central computer. Chapter 67, A Trial. Qian Yong followed behind a few people and approached the wall. Looking at the tall, dark, metallic building within the wall, Qian Yong was burning with anger. If it weren't for Lin Feng, how could his cousin end up in jail, and how could he be fired by Cui Zhigao? So he lured these demons to Lin Feng under the idea of revenge on Lin Feng. Where is Xinqianer? Where is she? Lao Wu was twitching a little nervously at this moment, and asked while grabbing the scarred man's clothes tightly. Shut up, can you be gentler? Are you trying to attract the zombies? The scarred man turned around and cursed at Lao Wu. Although Lao Wu was a little neurotic, he knew he couldn't beat his cousin, so he listened to the scarred man and immediately shut up. Boss, it's so high, how do we climb? The second brother said. Although the outer wall of the shelter is only 4 meters high due to the rush of construction, it is made of concrete with no fulcrums, making it difficult for ordinary people to climb up. You're so tall, why don't you just squat down and let everyone climb on you? Someone nearby reminded him. That's a good idea. The boss clapped his hands and said excitedly. They were not well educated and their thinking was not flexible enough, so they turned around to see who had made such a smart suggestion and were about to give a few words of praise. But I saw a young man in a black suit appeared among the crowd. What was strange was that the young man's clothes were so clean and tidy that he looked like he was on a fashion show, not at the end of the world. Who are you? The boss asked sharply. The others then realized that there was this person among them without them noticing. Because of their experience of multiple robberies and murders of survivors, everyone reacted instantly and surrounded Lin Feng with machetes in hand. TSK, it turns out that none of those who can survive now are good people. Seeing the fierce looks on everyone's faces and murderous aura, Lin Feng was very sure that these people must have killed a lot of people. Friend, who are you? Why are you here suddenly? The scarred man said that under normal circumstances, they would not say a word and would just go forward and take Lin Feng down. But Lin Feng was so strange that the scarred man had to test his true strength. You come to my territory, but you ask, who am I? Lin Feng smiled disdainfully. But he keenly felt that when he said this, one of the men wearing glasses in the crowd became even more murderous towards him. The previous principal of the martial arts school had never taught Lin Feng something as mysterious as murderous aura. But now, with the growth of his physical attributes, all his senses have become extremely sharp, and Lin Feng can feel the murderous aura and murderous intent of others. Your territory? Are you saying you are the owner of this shelter? The scarred man said in surprise. Just when he turned around and scolded Lao Wu, his eyes glanced at where Lin Feng was now. The scarred man was very sure that there was no one there at that time. Just when they happened to find this shelter, a man suddenly jumped out and said that he was the owner of this place. Who wouldn't be surprised? It's just like in TV dramas, when a little old man suddenly pops up on the top of a hill and says he is the local land god. I want Xingqianer, I want Xingqianer, cousin, why are you arguing with him? Kill him! The fifth brother was like a madman at this moment, twitching nervously, and didn't care whether the eldest brother gave any orders or not. Waving the machete, he rushed towards Lin Feng. Superior! Seeing this situation, the scarred man could only helplessly command everyone to kill Lin Feng. Since Lao Wu has already taken action, everyone must go all out to defeat him. Lao Wu had muscular muscles trained at the construction site, and was wrapped in thick books. He rushed towards Lin Feng like a black mountain. Lin Feng used his left foot as a support point and kicked hard at Lao Wu with his right foot. When Lin Feng's strength was tested at 51 points, the power of his fist was nearly 1 ton. Leg power is typically 36 times greater than punch power. Not to mention that Lin Feng's strength has now reached a terrifying 69.5. Bang! Lao Wu flew backwards dozens of meters like the football in the movie Shaolin Soccer. Lao Wu flew backwards with his buttocks touching the ground, leaving a long bloody trail on the ground. Lao Wu was vomiting blood. His internal organs had been shattered by Lin Feng's powerful force, and his lower body was a bloody mess. Just 2 breaths after landing, Lao Wu fell backwards, without any breath left. Bang! Seeing this scene, the second brother's hands trembled, and he couldn't hold the machete in his hand, and it slipped to the ground. Lin Feng was also shocked by his own strength. As his attributes grew, and because the shelter was filled with beautiful women with delicate skin and tender flesh, Lin Feng always relied on the control of his martial arts to restrain his strength. This is the first time I'm using my full strength. I just felt comfortable all over. Old 5! The scarred man roared in the direction where Lao Wu fell with red eyes. After the apocalypse, the 5th child he brought from his hometown became his only relative. Although Lao Wu had some mental problems, he always listened to him. Give me back my life, old 5. The scarred man was completely overwhelmed by anger at this moment. He didn't care about the disparity in strength between the two sides. He shouted angrily and swung the machete towards Lin Feng. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th sons looked at each other. There was a large plain outside the shelter, so the few people could run away in separate groups. With Lin Feng's superhuman strength, they would all die on the spot if he just threw a stone at them. They knew that even if they begged for mercy, Lin Feng would not let them go. Now that the boss is leading the way as a meat shield, everyone knows that this is the only chance to kill Lin Feng. They also used all their strength to hack at Lin Feng. Lin Feng kicked with his left foot, and the whole person flew into the air. He flipped a circle in the air and tapped everyone's head lightly with his right foot. Then he landed and reached out to brush the dust off his shoulders. Without looking back, he walked towards Qian Yong, who was slumped on the ground. The 3 people behind him maintained the posture of hacking at Lin Feng for a moment, Then their heads were separated and a column of blood spurted out from their necks. Lin Feng caught a glimpse of a column of blood spurting towards him, and gently raised the tip of his right index finger upwards. A small flame flew to Lin Feng's back like an elf, and then began to circle rapidly to form a thin wall of fire. The spurting blood vaporized instantly when it came into contact with the extremely hot fire wall. "Are you a human or a ghost?" Qian Yong collapsed to the ground and asked Lin Feng tremblingly. "I ask, you answer," Lin Feng said expressionlessly. Okay, don't kill me. I am a survivor who was held hostage by them. I was forced to do this," Qian Yong said tremblingly. "Where are you from?" Lin Feng asked. "We came from Manhwa Street. We were originally in the suburbs, and after arriving at Manhwa Street, we used Manhwa Street as our base." Chapter 68. In the Doomsday, there is no humanity. "You guys are quite smart. After I cleared Manhwa Street, there was no one there. It's suitable as a base. How many people are there besides you?" "No more, they are all here. I remember that there are still 2 women who were abducted by them and are still alive. They are locked up in Qinyuan. They are simply beasts. They raped and killed 8 women, including my wife." Whoa. As Qian Yong spoke, tears actually flowed from the corners of his eyes. "Let's talk about zombies," Lin Feng said. "On the evening of May 1 SD, Qian Yong said. "I know this. Tell me what types of zombies they are, their shortcomings, etc. Anyway, tell me everything about zombies," Lin Feng interrupted impatiently. He knew when the doomsday would come better than anyone else, but since the doomsday he has stayed in the shelter and has not gone out. Apart from the 100 or so original zombies that were infected at the beginning that he saw on the surveillance camera, Lin Feng had never even come into contact with zombies and had a serious lack of information about them. Lin Feng didn't have to deal with these villains personally. The easiest way would be to arrange a military drone or directly shoot them with a sniper rifle on the top floor. But in order to get some information about the zombies and also to warm up his hands, Lin Feng flew down from the top floor and hid beside them. "Zombies. Most of them are just like what they say in TV shows. They are not afraid of pain or death. Normal people will be infected soon after being bitten. They are much stronger than normal people, but they have no consciousness and are not smart. Animal zombies seem to have a little bit of consciousness left, but they are more ferocious and annoying. Last time we encountered a cat-mutated zombie that almost killed all of us." In order to survive, Qian Yong used his strengths to introduce the situation of zombies to Lin Feng in a torrent of words. "Have you ever seen any unique zombies? Stronger or with special abilities?" Hearing Qian Yong do's filler nonsense, Lin Feng interrupted him. Because the system had given a prompt before, what Lin Feng cared about and worried about the zombies' evolution speed and their abilities after evolution. "A unique zombie?" Qian Yong lowered his head in thought, then recalled a strange experience when they robbed and killed the survivors last time, and said, "Once, we were hiding in a small path to ambush, to rescue the survivors who were escaping, and we saw a few figures running out in panic from a distance. Oh my goodness! We were so excited that we rushed over and found that it was actually zombies running out. These days there is something that can make zombies who are not afraid of pain, death, and have no brains run away." Lin Feng realized that this might be the effect of the zombies' evolution, so he interrupted and said, "Then what?" Qian Yong said, "Then we heard a few loud roars of some monster and ran away." Lin Feng fell into deep thought after hearing this. According to the nature of zombies, the one that can make ordinary zombies afraid and run away must be a stronger zombie of the same kind. Otherwise, they will not run away even if Ultraman is in front of them. Swish! Seeing that Lin Feng was in a trance, Qian Yong stood up, took out a dagger from his arms and stabbed Lin Feng fiercely. When? Unexpectedly, the dagger that Qian Yong had used all his strength was caught by Lin Feng's thumb and index finger of his right hand, as easy as catching a mosquito in the air. "You!" Qian Yong was completely desperate at this moment, and wanted to pull it out and stab Lin Feng again. Bang! Lin Feng loosened his hand and swept it away casually, and Qian Yong's dagger flew out to an unknown distance. Lin Feng kicked Qian Yong, but he used less force and did not kill him. "Do you know me?" From the sudden increase in murderous intent at the beginning, to now pretending to cry to show weakness before launching an all-out attack. All of this made Lin Feng very certain that the person in front of him must have some grudge against him. Humph, Lin Feng, damn it, you caused my brother-in-law Wang Gang to go to jail and made me lose my job, and you don't even know me? You ruined my life so easily and you don't even recognize me in the end. Qian Yong was filled with anger. Lin Feng destroyed his life casually, and then turned around and asked, "Do we know each other?" This was really hard for Qian Yong to accept. Looking at the crazy Qian Yong in front of him, he kept shouting, "Noisy!" After Lin Feng finished speaking, he shattered Qian Yong's neck with a knife. Qian Yong's throat made a gurgling sound, and he completely died after hearing the words Lin Feng said before he left. "Isn't it just a question of whether you know me? Is it necessary to break my defense?" After being ravaged by the scarred men, Qingyuan no longer looks the same as before. The tables and chairs were in disarray, and there were blood stains everywhere, accompanied by a fishy smell of blood. Lin Feng followed the smell and found the room with the most fishy smell. As soon as the door opened, a hellish scene came into view. There were 8 naked female corpses lying on the ground, with 2 dying young women tied up beside them. They were covered with scars and looked at Lin Feng with numb eyes. "Killed me!" A woman uttered these 3 words with all her strength. Lin Feng took a closer look and found that the wounds on the 2 women had penetrated deep into their internal organs, and could not be healed. After sighing helplessly, he turned off the military body video recorder on his body. When I approached the 2 women, the 2 women's originally numb eyes suddenly showed a sense of relief. Then he patted the 2 men's heads lightly, without causing them any unnecessary pain, and delivered a fatal blow. Lin Feng walked around Chingarden, and the little flames jumping around him ignited everything they touched. When Lin Feng left Chingarden, it was already engulfed in flames. Lin Feng is a bad guy, so he naturally knows that this kind of situation is the norm at the end of the world. The reason for burning down Chingarden was simply because we didn't want to have such a dirty building around the shelter. "What you saw before was your original life," Lin Feng said to the military personal video camera. It turned out that when Qian Yong was the only one left, Lin Feng had already been broadcasting live throughout the shelter via a video camera. Qian Yong was pretending to cry affectionately 1 second ago, and then he picked up a dagger and attacked the next second. Women who were raped to death. The woman's happy look after being liberated. All of this was seen by the beauties in the shelter, which made them more aware of the true doomsday and made them glad that they could survive under Lin Feng's protection. Inside the shelter, Ren Lingxian stared blankly at the screen. She once thought that Lin Feng was perverted and inhumane enough, but she didn't expect that Lin Feng's methods were gentle compared to those real demons out there. As for the humanity that she once longed to preserve, the world has already given a legal answer, which is, there is no humanity at doomsday. Chapter 69, the Second Concubine Selection Conference. "What are you thinking about?" In the governor's office on the 3rd floor, Shining stretched out her slender white arm and waved it in front of Fu Na. "Nothing." After Fu Na came to her senses, she quickly asked Shining to sit down. "I just wonder what I would be like if I hadn't met the master." "You should be glad you're back home. Those foreigners are even more inhumane, and everyone has a gun. If you are caught by them, you won't have any chance to resist." After Shining thought about it, he said to Fu Na, "Yeah, don't think about it. What's the matter with you looking for me?" Fu Na stood up and poured Shining a cup of tea. The tea was top-quality Longjing tea, which was a special reward from Lin Feng to her as a governor with B-level authority. "It's only here that I can drink such good tea." Shining took the teacup with a smile. "Since the last live broadcast by the master, the sisters have been very enthusiastic to sign up for the concubine selection meeting. I came here to ask you, have you thought of the theme of the concubine selection meeting?" Lin Feng's live broadcast further made the beauties in the shelter realize the end of the world. They also know that their greatest support is Lin Feng. The beauties with sea-level authority in the shelter live in the most ordinary dormitory on the 3rd floor, with 4 people in a room. They are provided with hot water and electricity for half an hour every day, and the standard meal consists of 2 meals of white porridge and pickled mustard. If you don't have enough to eat, you can only use the points you earn to buy extra food. Points earned can only be used to purchase food. The dormitory for Beauties with sea-level authority is a single room with 2 hours of hot water and electricity every day. The food standard is 3 meals a day, with 1 dish and 1 soup for lunch and dinner. The most important thing is that the points earned by Beauties with sea-level authority can be used to purchase other things including food. For example, cosmetics, skincare products, books, game consoles, clothes, fruits, better toiletries, etc. You can also spend points to go to the entertainment room on the 3rd floor to watch movies, sing songs, play board games, play video games, work out in the gym, and swim in the swimming pool. It could be said that within the shelter, sea-level authority is considered normal life, and sea-level authority is almost like being in prison. The easiest way to upgrade to sea-level authority is to be noticed by Lin Feng in the concubine selection conference, and serve Lin Feng. Well, I've already thought about it, and I've asked someone to set up the stage on the 1st floor. Here's the plan, take a look. Fu Na took out a set of documents from the table and handed them to Shining. Dancing contest? After seeing the title, Shining said in surprise. Yes, for the master, in addition to the necessary external beauty, if the beauty can also use clothing, skin, figure, temperament and dance to show the master, I believe the master will be particularly interested. Fu Na said. Isn't that unfair to some pretty girls who can't dance? Shining then raised her own questions. Our concubine selection meeting is held every 3 days in order to keep the master fresh. I understand that many of our sisters are good at dancing, which is also a plus for Su Qin's previous search for beauties. Since you have this advantage, why not show it to your master? As for those who don't know how to dance, you can learn now, or you can participate in the next concubine selection meeting. Shining felt that what Fu Na said made sense, and then said, So this time, are we still in the same master-exclusive mode as last time? After the assassination incident last time, I'm afraid. After hearing this, Fu Na blushed and said, I think the master should enjoy the exclusive mode. This will also help the sisters to get promoted quickly, right? Shining nodded upon hearing this. The purpose of everything they did was to ensure Lin Feng's experience. Hua Shiro, splits! Shining exclaimed after seeing the introduction information on the registration book. Splits, what's wrong? Fu Na was very confused and didn't know why Shining was so surprised. Shining looked at Fu Na, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Thinking of Lin Feng's broad and strong chest, her cheeks suddenly flushed. These dancers have very good body flexibility, and can do all kinds of dance moves while also assuming different poses. The owner will surely like this. Fu Na saw the blush on Shining's face, then she understood and stopped talking. By the way, Governor, I think you didn't do something very well. Shining suddenly spoke to Fu Na very seriously. Seeing this, Fu Na immediately asked, What's the matter? I feel that as the chief planner of the Master's Concubine Selection Conference, you have never served the Master. Tell me yourself, are you being decent? Shining said with a smirk. Fu Na, who had been sitting upright and preparing to listen carefully to opinions, was so embarrassed after hearing Shining's words that she didn't know what to do. He could only jokingly drive Shining out of the office, and then sat alone in the office, staring at the desk in a daze. Why didn't the master do anything to me even though I went upstairs to report my work? It seems I have to change into the clothes I bought with my points. On the 2nd night after the fire at Chengarden, the 2nd concubine selection meeting of the shelter officially began. Lin Feng came down from the 4th floor to the 1st floor, followed by Ren Lingxian and Xin Qianer. After the last live broadcast, Ren Lingxuan's attitude towards Lin Feng seemed to be gradually changing. Sometimes she would even act coquettishly towards Lin Feng. This made Lin Feng wonder whether all women suffer from Stockholm Syndrome. Often, the more you hurt her, the more emotionally dependent she will become. Master, this way. The beauties, led by Fu Na, were waiting together on the 1st floor. When they saw Lin Feng coming down, Fu Na stepped forward to lead the way for Lin Feng. In order to keep the concubine selection conference fresh, Lin Feng still did not let Fu Na tell him the theme and list of the conference in advance. When Fu Na led Lin Feng into the 1st floor stage hall alone, Ren Lingxian was so stupid as to want to follow in. Why? You want to come together? Lin Feng turned around and asked. Ren Lingxian recalled the last time, and then she remembered the reason why she dismissed others from the Imperial Concubine Selection meeting, and she blushed and said, I forgot, you go ahead and do your thing. It's okay. Just think of it as your wish. I'll satisfy you if there's a chance. Before Lin Feng could finish his words, Ren Lingxian had already run out. This time, Lin Feng's seat was not placed under the stage, but in the center of the stage. After Fu Na led Lin Feng to sit down, she smiled mysteriously and left. This made Lin Feng more and more curious about this concubine selection conference. Click. The lights on the entire stage went out, and then a light red spotlight shone on a graceful figure on the other side of the stage. The girl had fair skin and was wearing only a light pink halter dress. Then a soothing music sounded. Jingle! There was a red bell wrapped around the girl's fair ankle. With the music, the girl's feet touched the ground, her ankles wrapped in red thread trembled slightly, and the bells rang like secret words. She was wrapped in red silk, revealing only her waistline, and her seductive curves rose and fell with her breathing. The girl was seen raising her hands like waves, spreading her beautiful shoulders, and slowly falling down with her waist as soft as if it had no bones. The hip joint draws an H-shaped trajectory, and the thigh texture is faintly visible as the skirt hems. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Lin Feng with a dazed look. The tip of her tongue slowly licked her lower lip, her pearly teeth bit a strand of hair that fell down, and she stretched out her arm that looked like a jade lotus root and waved at Lin Feng. Chapter 70 System Mutation. Name: Hua Xiaoro. Age: 19. Rating: 9.1 points. Evaluation: Extremely Pure Desire. Drip. Yin-Yang Plunder takes effect. Strength plus 0.5 times 9. The number of beauties with 7 points is currently 9. Normal looting. Refresh the first level skill, bullet time. Level 1 skill, bullet time. Concentration is instantly enhanced 10 times, and surrounding objects will slow down 10 times in consciousness, lasting 5 seconds, cooldown time 24 hours. Host: Lin Feng. Strength 69.5 plus 4.55. Constitution 52.5. Speed 39.55. The values in brackets are the attributes of normal people. Are you Hua Xiaoro? Because the entire looting process takes place on a dimly lit stage. Lin Feng only felt that the girl on his body was very soft, as if she had no bones, and could be plundered in various postures, but he did not see her appearance clearly. Master, do you know me? Hua Xiaoro's voice is like dandelion fluff brushing against the ear, very pleasant and soft. Hey, why is your voice so nice? Hua Xiaoro gave Lin Feng many surprises, which made Lin Feng sigh. Even though I now have 450 beauties. But because of the strict screening in the early stage, these beauties have different styles, which allows me to discover something different from new beauties every time, and keep the feeling fresh. I just spoke, Master, didn't you hear me? Hua Xiaoro's face flushed red, and her voice instantly became as thin as a mosquito. I was clearly shouting just now. Oh, maybe you were just listening to the bell on your ankle ringing and didn't notice other sounds. Oops. Lin Feng raised the tip of his right hand, and a small flame appeared, illuminating the surroundings. Seeing Hua Xiaoro sitting on the stage cushion with a flushed face, she looked so beautiful. Lin Feng swallowed hard and said, The last time I saw you was at the casting conference. You were so pure then, but now you can dance so sexy again. Not bad, not bad. Next time I call you upstairs to serve me, try changing back to your pure style. Then Lin Feng notified Fu Na to come in through the intercom. Soon Fu Na came in with a group of beautiful servants. Shining put a bath towel on Hua Xiaoro, and then entered Hua Xiaoro's information into the background of the central computer system. Hua Xiaoro is promoted to C-level authority. After seeing through the smart watch on her wrist that she had been promoted to C-level authority, Hua Xiaoro breathed a sigh of relief. I thought to myself, it's a good thing that I started practicing dance since I was a child. If it comes to purity, I definitely can't compare to Ren Lingxian, so I had to find another way and choose this very sexy dance. Fortunately, she made the right bet, and Lin Feng was quite interested in it. Send him back to his room to rest first. After Fu Na finished explaining, she came behind Lin Feng and gave Lin Feng a gentle relaxing massage on his shoulders. Then he almost whispered into Lin Feng's ear. Master, are there any follow-up arrangements? Lin Feng's ears felt as if someone was gently teasing them with a feather, causing his blood vessels to dilate and his entire body to itch. Fu Na, have you also come to your senses? Lin Feng was in a trance for a moment, and couldn't help but make a teasing remark. Hee, what? I want to be like my sisters. Lin Feng stretched out his right hand, grabbed Fu Na's slender waist, and pulled her in front of him. The concubine selection meeting is suspended. You guys go out first, Lin Feng said to the others. The others followed the order and left the stage hall on the first floor. Shi Ning looked at Fu Na with envy. Fu Na was full of youthful vitality. Lin Feng hugged Fu Na in his arms. Drip. Yin-yang plunder takes effect. Strength plus 0.5 times 10. The number of 7-point beauties is currently 10. Host Lin Feng. Strength 74 plus 5. Constitution 52 5. Speed 39.55. The values in brackets are the attributes of normal people. Normal looting, refresh level 1 skill, skill amplification, duration. Level 1 skill, skill amplification, duration. The duration of the skill released after use is increased by 1 times, and the cooldown time is 24 hours. It is detected that the host has plundered 10 beauties with scores of more than 7 points. The system energy is insufficient. Energy replenishment requires 100 level 2 zombie crystal cores, 20 level 3 zombie crystal cores. Before the energy is fully replenished, the original beauty plundering attribute growth will remain unchanged, and the newly added beauty plundering will not increase the plundering multiplier. Grass! After a fierce battle, Lin Feng, who was originally lying on the big bed enjoying Fu Na's massage, couldn't help but swear after seeing the system prompt. Ah! Upon hearing this, Fu Na quickly crawled to the side and knelt on the ground. It's none of your business, don't be afraid. Seeing Fu Na like this, Lin Feng waved to her helplessly to comfort her. Now everyone's fear of Lin Feng is engraved in their bones. Although they can communicate normally with each other, when Lin Feng gets angry, every woman will tremble with fear. After hearing this, Fu Na returned to Lin Feng and gave him a gentle massage to relax him. Lin Feng looked at the system prompt and couldn't help but want to swear again. In Lin Feng's original plan, as long as he stayed in the shelter and slowly plundered beauties, he would become invincible as time went by. At that time, there would be no risk at all when going out to conquer the world. But now, Lin Feng had to go out to work while maintaining the original rhythm of plundering. How could Lin Feng resist the urge to swear? Doesn't this mean that if you don't do any work, you can just collect energy for the system? I can only plunder the original 10 beauties to improve their attributes. No matter how much effort Lin Feng puts into the other 440 beauties, they will not bring any benefit to Lin Feng until the system's energy is replenished. Can Lin Feng do this loss-making business? What is the most precious thing to Lin Feng now? That is Lin Feng's energy. Lin Feng is unwilling to waste his energy to make others happy without becoming stronger himself. Thinking of this, Fu Na took out a brand new set of high-end men's clothing from the subspace and sensibly helped Lin Feng to dress. Master, I feel like you want to go upstairs. Will the selection meeting continue? Fu Na asked. Stop it for now. For those with the authority, please don't give them too bad food and skincare, or they will make me ugly. After Lin Feng put on his clothes, he gave some instructions, then he remembered something and said to Fu Na. Everyone must control their weight. If anyone suddenly becomes extremely fat, don't blame me for throwing them out to feed the zombies. This is the worry of being afraid of having a good life. Lin Feng laughed at himself helplessly. I understand. I will write this into the rules of the shelter and let every sister remember it. Fu Na knew that for Lin Feng, the most worthy thing about all the beauties was their good figures and faces. If one of them failed to control her weight, her image would be distorted. Then the consequence is likely to be as Lin Feng said, just leave it to the zombies. Chapter 71 Traditional Cold Weapons. The next morning, Lin Feng went straight to the exclusive training room on the B1 floor. The person serving beside him was not Shin Qianer or Ren Ling Xian, but Qing Yimin. To match the training scene, Qing Yimin was dressed in sportswear. The short vest on the upper body reveals the slender waistline, the high-waisted yoga pants on the lower body lengthen the leg proportions, and the tight fabric outlines the smooth curves of the thin waist and hips. There is no other way. Lin Feng can compromise with the system and go out to work for the system. But Lin Feng will not go out until he has upgraded his passive ability of zombie infection to immunity to level 3 zombies. So during this period of time, Lin Feng gave the order that only Qing Yimin could serve him. In order to maintain their interest in Qing Yimin, a group of people were behind the scenes doing her makeup and planning her outfits. There are 2 types of cold weapons in the training room, one modern and the other traditional. Modern cold weapons include triangular bayonet, 95 type multipurpose bayonet, modern compound bow, crossbow, mod Black Hawk combat knife, engineer's shovel, military slingshot, and so on. Traditional cold weapons include Tang horizontal sword, ring-handled sword, mo sword, spear, gun, halberd, sword, axe, and so on. These were all customized by Lin Feng at Lockheed Corporation, and were stored by Lin Feng into the subspace when they were placed in a container at the port of Atlanta. These weapons are all forged with high-carbon patterned steel, Damascus steel and other materials, which are basically the ceiling of forging technology in previous society. Lin Feng paced back and forth in the cold weapons room, thinking about the cold weapons. Before the apocalypse came, because the specific situation and characteristics of the zombies were unknown, Lockheed Corporation was simply asked to manufacture a batch of all types of cold weapons. Even the drawings of traditional cold weapons were drawn by domestic experts invited by Lin Feng. To deal with ordinary zombies normally, using thermal weapons to suppress fire is the perfect method. But the sound of hot weapons is too loud, which is likely to attract more zombies. Although Lin Feng currently has many superpowers, none of them is an area-clearing superpower. If he is surrounded by zombies, it will be extremely troublesome. Moreover, according to Lin Feng's judgment of high-level zombies, the damage caused by ordinary firearms to high-level zombies should be very limited. With the blessing of high-growth attributes, Lin Feng's melee cold weapons will be the greatest guarantee for killing zombies and seizing crystal cores. Fighting zombies requires efficiently destroying the head or limbs while maintaining a safe distance. Then modern cold weapons are no longer suitable. After hesitating, Lin Feng turned his gaze to Mo Dao. The design of this Mo Dao adopts the long-handled double-edged sword from the Tang dynasty. This is a horse-killing weapon known in historical records as a weapon that can crush both man and horse. The blade length and weight design enable sweeping and chopping, causing area damage to the zombie group, and is particularly suitable for cutting off limbs or direct beheading. The long handle is designed to be nearly 3 meters long, which can keep a safe distance from zombies and avoid close-range risks. Qing Yimin was very curious when she saw that Lin Feng had finally chosen the cold weapon. This giant weapon is nearly 3 meters long, with a sharp blade that shines with cold light. The complex steel material combined with its size weighs over 100 kilograms. Can you lift it? Qing Yimin couldn't help but mutter. But what happened next made Qing Yimin scream in surprise. Lin Feng picked up the Mo Dao with one hand as if it was nothing, and even skillfully made a sword flower. Qing Yimin widened her eyes in surprise and covered her mouth with her slender white hands. Good, this is it. Lin Feng was very satisfied with the weapon he chose. But the trouble is that as Lin Feng's strength attribute increases in the future, the weight of this Mo Dao will definitely not be enough, and then he won't know where to find a suitable weapon. Ha! Hey! Lin Feng leaped into the air with a Mo Dao in his hand and slashed forward fiercely. Swish! The sharp blade, with the help of Lin Feng's power, created a sound like a special effect in the movie. Hack! Cut! Prick! Lin Feng began to review the moves according to the old principal's instructions as he remembered. Although the long weapon techniques that the old principal had taught Lin Feng were very simple, they required extremely high strength, skills, and physical coordination from the user. The core idea is this: force can defeat skill. This is also very much in line with the current situation where Lin Feng's attributes are skyrocketing. As long as it can allow Lin Feng to bring out all of his attribute advantages, it is the best technique for Lin Feng. In Qing Yimin's eyes, Lin Feng at this moment was like a general who fought on the battlefields in ancient times, with every move of his carrying a sword like wind and murderous aura. Qin Yimin even had an illusion that no matter how many, or how powerful the opponents were, they would lose the courage to resist as long as they stood in front of Lin Feng's Mo Dao. Boring! The handle of the Mo Dao slammed heavily on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Lin Feng charged up his energy and performed hundreds of basic moves back and forth. Wow! That's amazing! Qin Yimin, who was standing next to her, couldn't help but swear. No way. In this doomsday environment, no Dragon Country woman could resist a man who could wield the traditional Dragon Country weapons so skillfully. After Qin Yimin came to her senses, she hurriedly walked to Lin Feng and carefully wiped the sweat from Lin Feng's forehead with the towel. At this time, Qin Yimin looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of admiration. How do you feel? Lin Feng asked. Sharp! At this moment, Lin Feng's upper body was naked, with strong muscles and no extra fat. The male hormones emitted were so excessive that Qin Yimin felt hot all over unconsciously. Can you sweat just by wiping my sweat? Lin Feng saw the sweat on Qin Yimin's forehead and couldn't help but tease her. No. Qin Yimin didn't dare to look directly into Lin Feng's wild and beast-like eyes. Go turn on the water. I want to take a shower. After hearing Lin Feng's order, Qin Yimin ran to the bathroom as if relieved. But what Lin Feng said behind her made her body tremble. You should take a shower too. How can you wear sportswear but not exercise? Drip. Yin-yang plunder takes effect. Strength plus 0.5 times 10. The number of 7-point beauties is currently 10. Host Lin Feng. Strength 99 plus 5. Physical fitness 67.5. Speed 48.55. The values in brackets are the attributes of normal people. Plunder critical hits, refresh the 3rd level passive ability, immune to level 3 zombie infection. Plunder target, Qin Yimin. After 3 days of constantly plundering Qin Yimin, the passive ability of immunity to zombie infection was finally upgraded to level 3. Lin Feng is really not an animal who thinks with his lower body. It's just that currently trying to plunder and accumulate attributes and improve the level of superpowers is the basis for survival when facing zombies in the future. Lin Feng patted the beauty on his body and said, You can go back to the 3rd floor to rest. Real? Qin Yimin asked excitedly. Qin Yimin didn't know why Lin Feng had been robbing her for the past 3 days. She really couldn't hold on any longer. The strong physical strength generated by Lin Feng's abnormal attributes made Qin Yimin's body begin to weaken. Now that I hear that I can finally take a break, how can I not be excited? Chapter 72 Maple Leaf Town. Drip. Detect that the host's single attribute exceeds 100 points. Unlock a system function. Detect zombies. Detecting zombies? It seems that in the future, we can not only rate beauties, but also zombies. TSK. Lin Feng muttered to himself when he saw the system prompt. Lin Feng's understanding of the system is really limited. He only knows that the system allows Lin Feng to be both a stud and a slave. Judging from the system prompts, this system should still have many functions that have not been unlocked. After replenishing supplies on the 3rd floor, Lin Feng came to the top floor. Lin Feng is wearing a top-notch smart watch on his wrist. Because of the satellite network, the watch can be directly connected to the central system. Activate the highest protection function. After Lin Feng gave the order to the central computer, all the ventilation holes in the entire shelter began to hide, the highest level of sound insulation was activated, and all the outer protective doors of the entire building were closed at the highest level. When the shelter was first designed, there were no militarized defense systems such as weapons and radar. This is the maximum protection possible within a reasonable and legal range. Lin Feng clicked on the smart watch, and the watch immediately began to display a route map navigating to the destination. With the support of satellites, Lin Feng had already downloaded the complete map of Dragon Country to the central computer. Lin Feng's destination this time is the town closest to the film and television city, Maple Leaf Town. According to satellite data, Fengye Town is the town farthest from the main urban area of Haiqing. It is about 60 kilometers away from the center of Haiqing City and about 10 kilometers away from the film and television city. It has a population of about 60,000. Maple Leaf Town was the target chosen by Lin Feng after careful consideration. Without knowing the strength of the zombies, Lin Feng didn't dare to rashly go to any urban area in Haiqing. The evolution of zombies must be based on the most important base number, the number of zombies. Haiqing has a population base of tens of millions. Lin Feng dare not imagine how strong the strongest zombie would be now if it started to evolve according to this base. Maple Leaf Town has a population base of only 60,000 people. Lin Feng judged that even if he couldn't defeat the top zombies among them, he would still have a chance to escape. After determining the direction, Lin Feng started running wildly along the road towards Maple Leaf Town. It's not that Lin Feng wanted to run because he was a loser, but it was his first time going out, and he was completely in the dark, so the best thing to do was to keep a low profile as much as possible. The noise from cars is too loud and Lin Feng doesn't know how to fly a helicopter. As for flying in the air, according to the current attribute values, Lin Feng can reach a speed of 250 km per hour, and 10 km can be reached in a short time. But the skill of flying in the air is just like the first level invisibility, and its duration is one time. Once used, no matter how long you fly, it will immediately enter the cooling time after landing. In order to prevent the emergence of irresistible monsters in Maple Leaf Town, Lin Feng decided not to use the skill of flying for the time being, and save it for escaping to save his life. Lin Feng is now running very fast. After a while, he has run 1 kilometer along the road, getting farther and farther away from the film and television city. Stranded vehicles began to appear on the highway, and without exception, there were scattered zombies next to each of these vehicles. Drop. Level 0 humanoid zombie, no crystal core. Strength 5.8. Speed 3.4. Constitution 6.9. The basic attributes of level 0 zombies will change based on the strength of their physical condition before infection. Core abilities: infection, no pain perception. Very low vision, extremely sensitive to sounds and smells. Schwa. When running past the zombies, Lin Feng didn't pause for a moment. He took out the M-mode Dao from the space and solved the problem easily. When the M-mode Dao passed through the neck of the level 0 zombie, it was like air, without any extra resistance. After reading the system prompt, Lin Feng thought to himself, "It seems that my guess was correct. Since there is an introduction to human-shaped zombies, it means that animals can also become zombies. If I were walking in the forest instead of the road, I would probably encounter a lot of trouble. Some large animals have physical fitness far superior to that of humans. If they turn into zombies, it would be difficult to deal with them. Although some small and medium-sized animals may not be as physically fit as humans, some of them have special abilities and some of them exist in huge numbers, so they would be particularly troublesome if they became zombies." Although Lin Feng was very careful along the way, he did not find any survivors. Come to think of it, it has been nearly a month since the apocalypse, and even if there are any survivors, they will never be on this street. Arrived at the destination. After a while, the navigation on the watch reminded Lin Feng that he had arrived at his destination, Maple Leaf Town. Fengye Town is a historical town with a typical Jiangnan water town layout, rivers connecting ancient streets and alleys, and brick and wood structures from the Ming and Qing dynasties. The whole town was surprisingly quiet, and its architectural style made Lin Feng feel like he had stepped into a 1990s zombie movie. Lin Feng walked around the periphery, but was not in a hurry to go in. He climbed up a tall ancient tree and took out a Barrett M107 anti-material sniper rifle from the subspace. The reason for taking this gun was because it came with a variable magnification white light scope for easy observation. After carefully observing every room and street in the town through a scope, Lin Feng finally found zombies in a corner of the town. The zombies in Maple Leaf Town all have intact limbs, totally unlike the stragglers on the road when they came. Lin Feng guessed that these should be level 1 zombies, but the distance was too far for the system to detect them. Soon, Lin Feng found a unique zombie among the many zombies. His hands had turned into sharp claws with bone spurs on the front. This should be a level 2 zombie. This group of zombies consists of about 20 people and is far away from the center of the town, making it a good target. Although Lin Feng guessed that even this level 2 zombie would not be able to withstand Barrett's shot, Lin Feng still did not shoot rashly. Lin Feng's purpose of coming here is to collect the crystal cores of the zombies. Once he opens fire and alarms the zombies in the entire town, it will be very difficult to pick up the crystal cores at that time. Lin Feng put away the barret and approached the small group of zombies. When approaching the zombie group, Lin Feng turned on invisibility. There is no way. It is better to be safe than sorry. What if the zombie that Lin Feng judged to be a level 2 zombie is actually a level 3 or above zombie, which is beyond the level of Lin Feng's immunity to infection? Lin Feng will definitely have to run as far away as possible. Drop. Level 1 humanoid zombie, with crystal core. Strength, 15-18. Speed, 13-14. Constitution, 16-19. The basic attributes of the level 1 zombie will change based on the strength of the original level 0 zombie. Core abilities: infection, no pain perception, slow regeneration of limbs, and all the dynamic skills of a normal human. Average vision, extremely sensitive to sounds and smells. Drop. Level 2 humanoid zombie, with crystal core. Strength, 25-28. Speed, 23-24. Constitution, 26-29. The basic attributes of the level 2 zombies will change based on the strength of the original level 1 zombies. Core abilities: basic intelligence awakening, ability to use simple tools, such as smashing doors, throwing stones, and the ability to identify living prey by smell/sound. Basic sentinel, can spontaneously form a group of 10-20 zombies. Basic environmental adaptability, skin keratinization, can resist ordinary cold weapons and can be used in an environment of -20 degrees Celsius to 50 degrees Celsius. Basic attack mode upgrade, claws or bone spurs mutation, bite force up to 500 kilograms. Oh my god! Looking at the luxurious panel of the level 2 zombie, Lin Feng was surprised. This is only level 2. If it continues to evolve like this, how powerful will the advanced zombies be? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask questions. Can the speed of a horse like mine keep up with the speed of evolution of these zombies? Chapter 73: Level 3 Zombies. After confirming that there are no high-level zombies around, Lin Feng quietly turned off his stealth skill, and when he revealed his figure, his right hand had already taken out the M-mode Dao from the subspace. Gah! The level 2 zombies quickly discovered Lin Feng's sudden appearance. Although with its basic intelligence it could not understand why Lin Feng suddenly appeared. But the tone suddenly rose and summoned all the level 1 zombies around it to besiege Lin Feng. Swish! A silver light flashed with a sharp blade-like wind, and the level 2 zombie's turbid eyeballs opened wide. The basic intelligence only gave it an expression of disbelief, and then the festering zombie head rolled off its neck and fell to the ground. Gagawa! The other level 1 zombies didn't care about Lin Feng's strength, and rushed up fearlessly. After Lin Feng chopped off the head of the level 2 zombie with one knife, he did not retract the knife and swung it backwards in a semicircle using the original force of the M-mode Dao. The zombies surrounding were like cabbages under a sharp knife, and were cut into pieces by the M-mode Dao with the waist as the center point. The remaining zombies quickly fell down under Lin Feng's blade like cutting melons and vegetables. But Lin Feng discovered that if the zombies' heads were not chopped off, their claws would still move. Only when the heads were chopped off would the zombies completely stop moving. Where's the crystal core? The level 2 zombie had been chopped into several pieces by Lin Feng, but the crystal core was still not found. After thinking that the zombie's energy center is the brain, Lin Feng picked up the back of the M-mode Dao and slapped the head of the level 2 zombie hard as if he was slapping a watermelon. Bang! The entire head was instantly shattered into pieces by Lin Feng's tremendous force. Only then did Lin Feng see a small crystal emitting light blue in the center of the head. The shape is just like one of those old 1-cent bubble gums. The crystal core is crystal clear and emits a light blue light. Level 2 zombie crystal core detected. Do you want to absorb it? Absorb. Absorption success. To replenish the remaining energy, you need 99 level 2 zombie crystal cores and 20 level 3 zombie crystal cores. The system's prompt quickly brought Lin Feng back to reality. Well, get to work. He then put away his M-mode Dao, jumped onto the tall building and repeated the previous operation. It was around 4 p.m., when the sun was about to set. Lin Feng has collected 11 level 2 zombie crystal cores. Just as he was preparing to retreat, Lin Feng finally discovered a huge pile of zombies in a small auditorium in Maple Leaf Town, with about 100 zombies. In the center of the zombie pile, there is an exceptionally tall zombie, and the keratin of its skin has covered the entire body like scales. Compared to level 2 zombies, not only are the arms thicker, the claws on the arms are longer and sharper, and there is a protruding bulge on each wrist. Drop. Level 3 humanoid zombie, with crystal core. Strength, 55-58. Speed, 53-54. Constitution, 56-59. The basic attributes of the level 3 zombies will change based on the strength of the original level 2 zombies. Core ability. Level 2 basic intelligence awakening, more effective command of zombies through infrasound, able to plan ambushes. Level 2 basic sentinel, can spontaneously form and control a group of 50,100 zombies. Second level basic environmental adaptability, skin keratinization can resist ordinary bullets. Level 2 basic attack mode upgrade, biological weaponization, spraying corrosive mucus and releasing neurotoxin spores. Basic regeneration ability, non-head injuries can heal themselves within 48 hours. Looking at the system prompt, Lin Feng secretly smacked his lips and cursed in his heart. This attribute can only be achieved by working as a stud day and night, but this zombie can achieve this attribute by just wandering around and daydreaming every day. Even this zombie's physique is better than Lin Feng's. Lin Feng's guess was correct. As the zombies' levels increased, the lethality of thermal weapons ammunition would become increasingly limited. After confirming that there were no new threats around, Lin Feng found the right angle to kill the level 3 zombie with one blow. He suddenly appeared with the manhwaedit in his right hand and chopped the zombie's neck fiercely. Gah! However, the reaction speed of this level 3 zombie was very fast. The moment it discovered Lin Feng's appearance, a series of harsh syllables came out of its throat. Then he reached out his right claw towards the blade of the manhwaedit, trying to use his right claw to block the deadly manhwaedit. Click! The level 3 zombie's sturdy right arm was chopped off by the manhwaedit in an instant. Gah! Seeing that the situation was not good, the level 3 zombie immediately issued a sonic command. After hearing the order, the level 2 zombie next to him suddenly rushed towards the blade of Lin Feng's manhwaedit. Shwa! The level 2 zombie was split in half by manhwaedit directly from the chest. Manhwaedit continued to attack and hit the neck of the level 3 zombie with the blade. With the thick cuticle buffering on the right arm, level 2 zombie, and neck, the manhwaedit could only cut into half of the level 3 zombie's neck. Gah! The blow, which would have been fatal to an ordinary person, failed to render the level 3 zombie incapable of movement. After it issued another harsh order to the zombie horde, it quickly broke free from the blade and fled backwards. Damn it, you can find cannon fodder to block the knife, and you still know how to run? Several level 2 zombies and densely packed level 1 zombies surrounded them. Lin Feng could only put away his knife and deal with the zombies in front of him. Swish! 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 Lin Feng stood up, rotated his body with his waist as the axis, and made the manhwaedit complete a 360-degree swing. Wherever the high-speed rotating knife went, no zombie was left intact. The surroundings were finally cleared, and Lin Feng rushed towards the direction of the level 3 zombies, kicking the earth wall of the house next to him with his feet. He gathered strength in the air and chopped down hard at the level 3 zombie. Chew! The third-level zombie sprayed a small cloud of green smoke at Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng held his breath in time, he still inhaled some. His brain went into a daze for a moment, and the attack on the level 3 zombies instantly lost its power. Lin Feng could only use the force to roll to the side. Fortunately, Lin Feng's physique was strong enough, coupled with his level 3 immunity to zombie infection. The trance only lasted for 2 seconds before Lin Feng regained his clarity. Lin Feng caught a glimpse of a level 3 zombie extending its left arm and shooting something at him, and he quickly rolled to the side. Sizzle! Turning back, he saw that the level 3 zombie was shooting corrosive mucus at him through the small cyst on his intact left arm. The mucus fell on the blue bricks, making a sizzling sound and a faint white smoke. Lin Feng didn't expect that level 3 zombies would be so troublesome. Then he collected his thoughts, gripped the sword tightly, and charged towards the level 3 zombie. The level 3 zombie also looked in Lin Feng's direction, gathering strength to prepare to fight against Lin Feng's attack. But just when Lin Feng was about to rush to the level 3 zombie, his figure suddenly disappeared. Although it had a keen sense of smell, it only sensed that the source of Lin Feng's scent disappeared in an instant. Swish! When he appeared again, Lin Feng had already come behind the zombie. Holding the Mo Dao in both hands without any reservation, he chopped fiercely at the broken part of the level 3 zombie's neck. Chapter 74 Shocking Moment. This time, the Mo Dao carried an unstoppable force and fiercely cut through the neck of the level 3 zombie, causing the head of the level 3 zombie to roll to the ground. Lin Feng skillfully used the back of his Mo Dao to hit the head, breaking it into pieces, leaving behind a larger crystal core that emitted a light blue light in the dim evening. After Lin Feng skillfully smashed the heads of several other level 2 zombies, he prepared to go home as it was getting dark. But at this moment, a penetrating sound wave came from the depths of Maple Leaf Town. The extremely strange and creepy sound waves went straight into Lin Feng's mind. At this moment, Lin Feng felt dizzy as if he was hit by a high-speed car. Skill enhancement! Bullet time! Just when his consciousness was about to be annihilated, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and released 2 skills. The effect of bullet time can increase Lin Feng's concentration by 10 times. His consciousness, which had been blurred by the sound waves, became clearer in an instant. Fly in the air! Invisible! Lin Feng did not hesitate. Even with the skill enhancement, the bullet time only lasted for 10 seconds. Lin Feng needs to escape from Maple Leaf Town as soon as possible. The speed of flying in the air at this moment is nearly 250 kilometers per hour. In 10 seconds, Lin Feng flew nearly 700 meters. Lin Feng finally woke up from the influence of the sound waves and flew towards the shelter without any hesitation. When he was about to reach the shelter, Lin Feng looked back in fear and even said something cruel. Just wait. If I go back and test and find that this crystal core cannot be destroyed, I'll go to the United States and blow you up with missiles. In fact, Lin Feng had thought about jumping directly to Crimea City in the United States from the beginning, going to the Norton warehouse to find some missiles, bombs, rockets, etc. to directly cover Maple Leaf Town with firepower, and then looking for crystal cores in the ruins. But Lin Feng was afraid that the crystal core would also be destroyed by firepower, and all his efforts would be in vain. Although his life was hanging by a thread during this trip to Maple Leaf Town, he at least learned some information about the zombies and brought back the crystal core. There was a disinfection room on the top floor, and Lin Feng's clothes were already stained with blood and small black pieces of flesh. After Lin Feng took off all his clothes, he raised his right fingertips and a small flame rushed towards his clothes and started burning. As the flame burned, a faint fishy smell was emitted. After taking a nice shower, Lin Feng went down to the 4th floor. Master, are you back? After going downstairs, Lin Feng found that Fu Na had already been waiting at the elevator exit. Have you been waiting here? Lin Feng asked curiously. The news of Lin Feng's going out was only told to Fu Na, but it was only for Fu Na's convenience. Well, I'm worried about you. This time, Fu Na did not hesitate and answered Lin Feng's questions generously. After spending some time together, Fu Na is no longer the naive girl, and she also understands that she and Lin Feng are in a relationship of shared destiny. If anything happens to Lin Feng, they will be doomed to not survive the doomsday. Turning right from the elevator on the 4th floor is a luxurious dining area. The long white marble dining table is already filled with food. Steaming hot pot with red oil, various vegetables, freshly cut beef, mutton, fruits. This was prepared in advance by Fu Na. The large refrigerator in the dining area on the 4th floor contains food specially for Lin Feng. In the entire shelter, besides Lin Feng, only Fu Na has the authority to open it. Lin Feng was originally exhausted from dealing with the zombies, but he felt healed instantly after seeing this scene. After a day of hard work, when I come back, there is no cold-faced, unreasonable hag, but hot meals and beautiful women. This is a life worth living before the end of the world. Lin Feng was a little hungry, so he sat down and started eating. Master, who would you like to call up to serve you and have dinner together? Fu Na stood by and leaned over to ask. Fu Na knew that if she had good wine and delicious food, and several beauties accompanying her, her appetite would be greatly improved and her mood would be comfortable. Call Lin Xiaoye, Qin Qianer, Ren Ling Xian, and Zhuang Shiroi to come up. Lin Feng talked to Fu Na while eating. It's just that eating alone is not very enjoyable, so if you find a few beautiful women to eat with you, the food will taste better. Okay, then I'll call Hua Shiro up. She has formed a girl group with a few sisters who can sing and dance. They've recently rehearsed a new dance and are ready to perform it for you. Fu Na said that she had already prepared this. In the dining area on the 4th floor, there is an open space in front of the rectangular white marble dining table, which is perfect for performances. After a while, the 4 people Lin Feng named to accompany him came to the 4th floor. The clothes of these 4 people were obviously specially dressed according to their own styles, which made Lin Feng stare at them. Zhuang Shui's tight denim shorts stretched her long legs to reveal a peach-like buttock curve. The hem of her waist-bearing white t-shirt fluttered with her steps, revealing a glimpse of her abs. The black marten boots make the ankles look slimmer, and the legs rise and fall slightly when walking, exuding the scent of youthful hormones. Qin Qianer was wearing a burgundy silk halter dress with a deep V-neckline adorned with diamond tassels that rippled on her snowy skin with her breath. The 12-centimeter stiletto heels were wrapped with a silver chain, the hollow design on the back waist revealed the ribs, and she was wearing a mink coat. The diamond earrings and clavicle chains sparkled under the light. Lin Xiaoye was wearing a pure cotton white dress that fell to her ankles, her long hair reached her waist, and the cuffs of her jacket revealed half of her arms. The transparent ribbons wrapped around her transparent sandals made her feet look like jade. The white skirt vaguely outlines the outline of snow-white, straight legs. Ren Ling Xian wore a cherry pink shirt tucked into a pleated skirt with a bow tied at the collar. Her white stockings just reached her knees, and she wore a pair of white canvas shoes with a cat pattern on her feet. She had a lily-of-the-valley petal-shaped hairpin in her hair and even had 2 textbooks in her arms, just like the school beauty I met by chance in the cafeteria when I was in college. The 4 of them had been standing obediently opposite Lin Feng according to Fu Na's rehearsal. But she really couldn't resist the temptation of the delicious food on Lin Feng's table. The eyes that were originally looking at Lin Feng affectionately were gradually attracted by the food on the table. Then her gaze moved down, and she stared at the delicious food on the table and swallowed her saliva. After all, after the apocalypse, they are reluctant to spend points to buy these top-quality ingredients. Ahem. Fu Na beside her coughed lightly, and everyone withdrew their gazes and continued to look at Lin Feng affectionately. Not bad, you are thoughtful. Let's sit down and eat together. Perhaps because he had survived a disaster, Lin Feng was in a good mood today. He smiled for the first time and asked everyone to sit down. Really? Everyone responded excitedly and sat down, chattering while looking at the delicious food. Lin Xia looked up in the crowd and saw Lin Feng's smile. She felt dazed for a moment, and even as if she was back in the office before the end of the world when everyone was having a working lunch together. Xiaoye, what's wrong with you? Chapter 75 Girl Group Dance. Fu Na was serving soup to everyone. When it was Lin Xiaoye's turn, she noticed that Lin Xiaoye was staring at Lin Feng in a daze. Xiaoye, do you also want to participate in the concubine selection meeting? It seems that the master is fascinated by it. Zhuang Shiroi was cheering on the side. Zhuang Shiroi was not a scheming person. Among so many people, apart from being an old friend of Su Zhizhen, she only got along well with Lin Xiaoye, so she just went with the flow and made a joke about Lin Xiaoye. She knew that among these girls, Lin Xiaoye was a special case. Lin Feng seemed to have been treating Lin Xiaoye with respect and was not in a hurry to take action. There were so many coquettish and slutty girls in the shelter. Even if Lin Xiaoye was pretty, Zhuang Shiroi was worried about her. Oh, I don't have. Hearing Zhuang Shiroi's teasing, Lin Xiaoye quickly pushed her away shyly. Then he said, I just feel that Mr. Lin looks best when he smiles. It would be better if he could always look like this and not be so fierce. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone quietly put down their chopsticks and dared not respond. Even if Lin Feng was in a good mood today, except for Lin Xiaoye, they didn't dare to make jokes about him. It's okay, just keep eating. When have I ever lost my temper when you guys were listening to me? Lin Feng didn't care. He smiled and motioned everyone to continue. I'm sorry, Lin Xiaoye seemed to realize that she had said something wrong. Although I don't need to explain to you, the atmosphere today is good and I don't want to ruin it. I still want to say this. If we don't have some means, how can we protect everyone in the end times? After Lin Feng finished speaking, he raised his cup and said to everyone, as long as everyone behaves well in the future, I won't be mean to you, of course, except for Xinqianer. Xinqianer, who was originally laughing and having fun in the crowd, froze when she heard Lin Feng's words. Why am I an exception? Lin Feng just glanced at Xinqianer, and Xinqianer immediately lowered her head and shut up and stopped talking. Because you are a masochist and you like to be abused. What followed was Lin Feng's teasing. Goose, 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 goose. Ha 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 ha. The other girls laughed out loud, but Xinqianer blushed and did not continue to refute. Master, Hua Xiaoro and the others are coming up. Seeing that the time was right, Fu Na reported to Lin Feng. Well, let them in. I saw 3 beauties of similar age and figure walking out one after another from the elevator area on the 4th floor. The leader was Hua Xiaoro. This time, Hua Xiaoro chose an extremely pure style and pure desire, a gray long-haired tube top paired with an irregular pair of shorts. Her hair is fluffy black wavy curls, her skin is porcelain white, her waist is comical, and her legs are long and beautiful. The angelic face is matched with innocent deer eyes and cherry pink lips, and the natural nude makeup exudes the feeling of first love. Coupled with the image in Lin Feng's mind of the extremely charming Hua Xiaoro at the concubine selection conference, a full sense of contrast was created. The beauty on the left is wearing a hollow long-sleeved waistcoat with black shorts decorated with sequins, a wide leather belt around her waist, and black short boots on her feet. Her face combines the depth of Xinjiang beauty and the blank space of Oriental aesthetics. She has a high nose bridge, picturesque eyebrows and eyes, and her side lines are like a finely carved jade. Lin Feng exclaimed that it was fresh. Drip. Name, Azigili. Age 20. Rating 9.1. Evaluation exquisite. The beauty on the right of Hua Xiaoro is wearing a plaid hip skirt with a tube top design on the upper body. There is lace cut out on the abdomen, revealing the dimples on the waist. The tight cut shows off your body curves. Her face is round with baby fat, and her jawline is soft, showing the delicate and innocent feeling of a girl, but her upturned, slender cat eyes, pointed eye corners and thick lips give her a wild and charming quality. This conflict between roundness and sharpness, sweetness and aggressiveness creates a contradictory beauty of cute and fierce, which looks like a lazy kitten, yet has a hint of coldness and alienation. Drip. Name, Ling Jiao. Age 20. Rating 9.0. Evaluation, cat-like charm. Fu Na was about to step forward to introduce herself when Lin Feng waved her hand and interrupted her. No need for introductions, just start. All the lights on the 4th floor suddenly turned off. A strong electronic sound effect sounded, and 3 pink spotlights shone on the small stage on the 4th floor. 3 graceful figures gradually appeared in the spotlights. The 3 of them turned their backs to the audience, and slowly turned around as the music prelude played, shaking their heads in unison. Lin Feng didn't have time to sigh. Ah! Yeah! So sexy! The other beauties nearby had already started screaming, as if they had forgotten that they were in the end of the world, but had come to a girl group concert before the end of the world. Hua Xiaoro suddenly knelt and slid to the front of the stage. Her fingertips slid along her collarbone to her chest. Suddenly, she grabbed the collar and pulled it open. Inside was a lace corset decorated with crystals. When there was a gasp from the dining table, she smiled slyly and threw the torn veil into the air. At this moment, Ling Jiao approached in 10-centimeter high heels, pinched the back of Hua Xiaoro's neck with one hand and forced her to raise her head, while the fingertips of the other hand slid along her spine to her coccyx. Hua Xiaoro trembled and curled up like a dying swan, but the next second she was dragged into the shadows by Azigili by her ankle. The girl from the western regions knelt and rode on her waist and abdomen. Her fingers wearing jewel rings lightly stroked her throat, while her waist and hips vibrated with the high-frequency background music. As the music paused, the originally strong electronic sound effects stopped instantly. Everyone's breathing seemed to stagnate at this moment. Suddenly, the 3 of them turned their heads and looked directly at Lin Feng. Hua Xiaoro's eyes were innocent. Ling Jiao's eyes looked fierce. Azigali's eyes are charming. Lin Feng felt as if he was suddenly stared at by the three gods of desire, and even the blood in his body could not move. Azigali dropped Huaxioro in her hand and flipped over to Lin Feng's dining table. The slender white fingertips of her left hand gently lifted Lin Feng's chin, and a charming and disdainful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She held a cherry in her right hand and placed it between her red lips, then leaned over and fed the cherry to Lin Feng. All the girls around, including Fu Na, covered their eyes and peeked at this abstinent scene through their fingers. Facing Azigali's eyes and the numbness of her fingertips brushing across his Adam's apple, Lin Feng couldn't help but eat the cherry. At this point the music ends and the lights come on again. The three of them were already kneeling neatly in front of the dining table. "Some of the dance moves just now are a bit presumptuous, please forgive me, master," Huaxioro, who was kneeling on the ground in the front, said. It's okay, get up." Fu Na keenly sensed that Lin Feng was not angry, and she heaved a sigh of relief. Even Fu Na was unaware of some of the staged movements just now. While Fu Na was helping the three people up, she slapped each of them hard on the butt. "If you dare to do this again next time, I won't care about you anymore." Fu Na cursed softly. "I know. I won't do it again." Chapter 76 The Treacherous Minister Fu Na. Later, Lin Feng learned about it from Fu Na's introduction. Azigali and Ling Jiao were originally trainees in Korea. Although they have not made their debut yet, they are already well known in Korea and are preparing to make their debut. On the eve of May Day, the two were discovered by Su Qin when they returned to China. Su Qin used her agency resources in Korea as bargaining chips and invited the two to the casting conference. With the methods displayed by Lin Feng, the two women have realized that Lin Feng is the greatest guarantee for their survival in the doomsday, so they have made plans to serve Lin Feng. But unfortunately, there were too many people who signed up to participate in Lin Feng's concubine selection conference, and Lin Feng would usually only select the first one or two, and the concubine selection conference would be over, which made them very disappointed. The sea privileges and shelter are too exhausting, basically a life of only eating and drinking with no entertainment, which forced the two to come up with these risky dance moves. He didn't even tell Fu Na, just to leave an impression in Lin Feng's mind, serve Lin Feng, and then be promoted to sea-level authority. "Sit down and eat together." Lin Feng asked Fu Na to prepare tableware for them as well. Lin Feng feels very sorry for these treasure girls. "I finally understood the beauty of the music that the kings used to enjoy in brothels." Thinking of the series of risky actions in Maple Leaf Town today, Lin Feng could only secretly thank God that nothing went wrong. "You have the best wine, the best food, and the best beauty as your company, but you insist on fighting a life-and-death battle with those rotten zombies. Are you crazy?" Thinking of this, Lin Feng made up his mind that even if he just improved the attributes of these 10 beauties first, as long as he was not invincible in the world, he would never face the zombies in person again. As for the energy supply of the system, Lin Feng already has a plan. Azigali and Ling Jiao hadn't eaten such delicious food for a long time, the most authentic Sichuan hot pot, with red oil boiling and steaming, freshly cut beef rolls and mutton rolls, as well as fruits and juice. Apart from dancing and singing, they have no other skills, and the only work they can usually do is storage, cleaning, etc. But there is no shortage of people to do these jobs, and the ways they earn points are very limited, and the points they earn are also very few. Therefore, the meals they eat are always the sea-level porridge and mussels, and they have had enough. I didn't care how hot and spicy the ingredients were when they first came out of the pot and started eating them. But both of them still felt a little regretful. Compared to this hot pot meal, the two of them hoped that Lin Feng would say, "Others go out, they stay." Sea-level authority is much more important than a hot pot meal. What is the current standard of food for sea-level personnel? Seeing the two of them wolfing down the food without caring about their image, Lin Feng said to Fu Na, "White porridge, green vegetables, occasionally steamed buns, egg dumplings, etc." Lin Feng thought about it. The concubine selection conference has been suspended recently, and the way to be promoted to sea-level authority is relatively simple. The original food standard for sea-level authority will definitely lead to malnutrition. Lin Feng was full, so he wiped his mouth and continued. "Let's put it this way. Girls with C-level authority can be promoted to C-level authority after accumulating 100 points. Girls with original C-level authority can be promoted to C+ authority after accumulating 1,000 points. The current authority bottleneck is to C+ first. I will announce the subsequent promotion method later. The entertainment performances can be retained. We will set up a cultural and entertainment department and let Hua Xiaoro be the director. Her authority will be promoted to C+. She will be in charge of cultural and entertainment performances in the future. Today's program is well prepared. Azigili and Ling Jiao performed well today. They are promoted to C-level authority, and each is rewarded with 50 points. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the two looked at each other, put down their bowls and chopsticks, ran to the dining table, knelt down and said, "Thank you, master. Thank you, master." The two of them were wearing very little clothing, and as they knelt down, their bodies revealed an infinite amount of snow-white light. Lin Feng's mouth was dry after watching this. Fu Na, a caring person, naturally noticed Lin Feng's abnormality and stepped forward and said, "Will you let them serve you tonight?" When Lin Feng thought of this crappy system, his face instantly turned unhappy. If Lin Feng was to simply expend his energy and waste the opportunity to plunder, Lin Feng was unwilling to do so and immediately said, "Don't ask them to serve you for now, we'll talk about it later." The two of them were already blushing and were preparing to stay on the 4th floor tonight, but after hearing what Lin Feng said, they were a little disappointed. Oh well. Fu Na was quite surprised at this moment. Based on her understanding of Lin Feng, she was sure that Lin Feng must be interested in these two sisters. But why are they suddenly not allowed to serve? Is the master weak? An absurd idea popped up in Fu Na's mind, but when she thought of Lin Feng's strong body like an ox, she shook her head and quickly denied the idea. At this moment, Lin Feng was also worried about who he should find to calm his desire that had been aroused with great difficulty. Even with the limitations of the system, Lin Feng currently has so many women that he has difficulty making choices. Wenning Xue, Xing Qianer, Shening, Zhuang Xiaorui, Lin Yu, Zhang Xiaoxiao, Ren Ling Xian, Qing Yimen, Hua Xiaoro, Fu Na. Lin Feng could only tell Fu Na, "From now on, the day will be divided into 3 shifts, morning, noon, and evening. The 10 people who served before will take turns to work." Since it is difficult to choose, Lin Feng can only treat them equally. Feeling the speed of the zombies' evolution and how powerful they have become after evolution, Lin Feng decided that he could no longer let Xiao Lin Feng hide his strength. Max out the looting attribute 3 times a day as quickly as possible. Hearing this, everyone was stunned and looked at Lin Feng as if he were a monster. Lin Feng actually blushed for a rare moment, but then he cleared his throat to ease the embarrassment. "These ordinary people must think I am lustful. Little do people know that I am doing this for the future of mankind. Once in the morning, noon and evening, each person taking a turn is for the balance of ability." Lin Feng comforted himself. Each plunder increases the basic ability by 0.5, and with the 10-fold increase that has reached the current upper limit, one plunder can increase the attribute to 5 points. Xin Qianer is a beauty with a score of over 10. Although she gets an extra point for each looting, Lin Feng doesn't understand whether that S-level ability will be upgraded. Therefore, he did not plan to plunder Xin Qianer too much. After all, the current abilities of his other superpowers were pretty good, but they were at a lower level. He urgently needed to raise the level of his superpowers. "Okay, then I will do it alternately according to each person's style, and I guarantee that you won't get bored." Fu Na thought for a while and then continued. "Master, are you going out during this period?" Lin Feng asked in confusion. "Why? I shouldn't go out for 10 days. "Nothing. Since the master has no plans to go out at the moment, I have a good suggestion," Fu Na said with a blushing face, with a strange smile in her eyes. "What suggestions?" Lin Feng asked. "Fu Na, you can play a game tomorrow, let these 10 beauties hide, and then you go find them without using any special abilities, and ask whichever one you find to serve you, and you will get bonus points for not being found. This way, the beauties will definitely try their best to hide and escape, and it can also keep you fresh." Lin Feng looked at Fu Na, who had been raised as an evil dragon by him, with his eyes shining, and said with emotion, "No wonder there were so many extravagant and mediocre kings in the past. It was all because of these treacherous ministers." But it's a great idea. Chapter 77 The Most Beautiful Kindergarten Teacher Yi Donger. The next morning. Yi Donger was originally a kindergarten teacher in a county town near Haiqing. Because of her outstanding appearance and figure, she is almost unparalleled in the local county, and even many local rich second generations and official second generations are madly pursuing her. But then, when the child was leaving kindergarten after school, a photographer parent captured a picture of his profile. The photographer's parent posted the photo online, and it instantly became an instant hit. She is known as the most beautiful kindergarten teacher. Soon, Yi Donger was noticed by Su Qin's team. Su Qin's agent visited the small county several times and lobbied the kindergarten leaders, Yi Donger's relatives, and finally invited Yi Donger to serve as a public jury at the casting conference. She became one of the beauties in the shelter. The coming of the doomsday deeply shocked Yi Donger. The series of human choices that followed also forced Yi Donger to slowly adapt to and accept everything in the shelter. The other beauties in the dormitory had already gone to work in the vertical farm of the shelter because they had experience in plant cultivation. She had no special skills, so she could only stay in the dormitory to clean it. As long as I clean 2 more dormitories, today's mission will be completed. Then I will have 2 shelter points, which I can use to buy a burger. I won't want to eat porridge anymore. Yi Donger was mopping the floor while silently planning in her mind. Help! Help! A young woman ran over from the corner of the dormitory area. What's the matter? Who dares to hurt you in the shelter? Yi Donger put down the mop and said to the woman. She instinctively felt that this woman was very familiar. After stopping her and taking a look at her face, he discovered that it was Renlingxian who had attempted to assassinate Lin Feng. Hello, how can I help you? The shelter has a strict hierarchy. Yi Donger has sea-level authority. When talking to people with sea-level authority, she needs to stand straight and lower her head. She cannot look directly at them, and she must use honorifics to address them. Master, master, he is chasing me. If he catches me, I will be miserable. Renlingxian grabbed Yi Donger's clothes and said anxiously. You! Did you try to assassinate the master again? Seeing that Renlingxian was so anxious that she was about to cry, Yi Donger asked. Oh, don't worry about it. Just take me to hide. Where should we hide? Renlingxian said. Yi Donger weighed the pros and cons for a moment, but in the end, it was the kindness in her heart that made her make the choice. He quickly pulled Renlingxian into a tool room and found an inconspicuous cabinet for Renlingxian to crawl into. Thank you, you are such a good person. There were traces of tears in the corners of Renlingxian's eyes. She might have been frightened, and she trembled as she went into the closet. After Yi Donger saw that Renlingxian had hidden herself, she returned to her original position and repeated the previous cleaning work. Only the slight trembling of her arm holding the mop betrayed her nervousness. What she didn't expect was that Lin Feng actually came to this floor. When Yi Donger saw this, she quickly put down the mop and knelt on the ground. Did you see a girl running up here just now? Lin Feng asked Yi Donger. Although the tone was flat and no emotion could be heard, it was enough to make Yi Donger's body, which was lying on the ground, begin to look miserable. No. Seeing Yi Donger's appearance, Lin Feng sighed helplessly. Am I that scary? Then he turned back to the corner and prepared to search the other dormitory area. That's weird, I just saw her running over here. Yi Donger knelt on the ground for 2 full minutes before she dared to stand up. She was already covered in cold sweats from the shock. After all, the various methods that Lin Feng had used to train them were still vivid in their minds. How could Yi Donger, who had never seen blood, not be afraid? Come out! The master has left. Yi Donger returned to the tool room, opened the cabinet, and helped Renlingxian out. Actually, the master is very good. At least he provides us with food, drink and shelter, and protects us. You don't have to take the risk to assassinate him. Yi Donger supported and persuaded Renlingxian. Very good. If you hadn't said these few words, you might have died here today. At this moment, a devilish male voice came from behind her, making Yi Donger's whole body cold and stiff, and her breathing and heartbeat stopped instantly. Yi Donger looked back in disbelief, then suddenly knelt on the ground and said tremblingly, Master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have. Renlingxian beside him was grabbed by Lin Feng. Are you still running? You were the one who served me this morning. Ren Lingxian stared with eyes wide open miserably and said helplessly, I know. After saying that, she turned around and gave Yidong a sly smile. Lift your head. Lin Feng saw that the woman in front of him had a good figure, but every time she saw him, she knelt on the ground and he could not see her face at all, so he ordered her to look up. When Yidong raised her head, her dear eyes were misty, the curve of her eyelids was full of grievance, the tip of her nose was slightly upturned like the first snow, her full peach lips were shining with water, and there was a small light brown mole on the tip of her nose. Her milky white skin had a hint of pink, her hair was turned amber by the sun, and when she raised her head, her snow-white collarbone outlined a graceful curve. The line of her neck is as graceful as a swan, her waist is as narrow as a willow branch in early spring, her calves are straight and faintly visible under the tulle skirt, and her ankles are snow-white and tender without any extra color. Name, Yidong. Age 21. Rating, 9.5 points. Evaluation, first snow buds. Lin Feng's eyes widened. Just as the system's evaluation said, seeing Yidong was like seeing a young sprout in a pile of white fur snow, so white and tender, with a face that looked aggrieved and pitiful. Are you feeling wronged? Lin Feng lifted Yidong's chin with one hand and asked. I don't dare. I've told you before that no one can be trusted in the end times. Ren Lingxian would rather die than betray her friends before, but now she's playing a trick on you and almost got you punished. Did you notice? People change. If you can't change your saintly habits, you're bound to suffer in the future. Lin Feng said this earnestly, but in fact, Lin Feng knew that there was no point in saying it. Over time, people adapt to the end of the world. The beautiful girls who slay dragons eventually turn into evil dragons. It was just that he felt that the young bud in front of him was too afraid of him, so he couldn't help but comfort this little bud with a gentle tone. I see. Yidong nodded repeatedly. She wouldn't dare to do it the same way as today again. You have to know that anyone in the shelter will betray you, but there is only one person who won't, and that's me. As long as you are loyal to me and don't have any other thoughts, I promise that no one will hurt you. Lin Feng's appearance at this moment was deeply engraved in Yidong's heart, and became her belief. Where's Fu Na? Master, I'm here. Fu Na just ran over and heard Lin Feng calling. Let's cancel this game of hide-and-seek. Lin Feng looked at Yidong's pitiful appearance, and swallowed his saliva. Damn it, since the system restrictions were put in place, how come you start to find good stuff one after another? You want to eat them, but you're not willing to just eat them like this. The 10 of you please stay on the 4th floor temporarily. I'm going to be in seclusion for 20 days. In order to plunder these beauties on the 3rd floor as soon as possible, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and gave the order. Chapter 78, 20-Day Retreat. The coming of Doomsday may have a huge impact on human civilization, but it has not affected the alternation of day and night on the blue planet at all. During these 20 days, the beauties on the 3rd floor of the shelter worked together, and all the vegetables in the vertical farm matured under the care of the professional beauties. The vegetables selected for this harvest are all super-fast sprouts and fast-growing leafy vegetables, including bean sprouts, lettuce, and spinach. The vertical farm has a planting area of 16,000 square meters, of which 9,000 square meters are actually used, producing nearly 45 tons of fresh vegetables. Since then, the shelter has achieved self-recycling of vegetables. Lin Dezhuang and Yu Shanwu from the Field Operations Zone, under the instruction of another martial artist with a helicopter pilot's license, combined with the information provided by the central computer, have successfully passed the helicopter driving simulation test of the central computer and are now waiting for actual combat practice. The power structure of the Field Operations Zone on the 1st floor is very simple. It is headed by Governor Lin Dezhuang, assisted by Deputy Governors Yu Shanwu and Yu Lihui, and is in charge of 30 men, 40 women, and 2 children. All 30 men, including Zhang Junhu, underwent high-intensity combat training. A photographer from a previous casting conference did not make it through the training and died suddenly. No treatment was effective. It is a miracle that Zhang Junhu can survive into his 50s. There is no trace of his original beer belly anymore. Among the 40 women, in addition to Yu Lihui's mother and wife, there were 38 free women. Among them, 28 women are responsible for cleaning, cooking, washing clothes and other logistical work in the field operations area on the first floor. 10 women chose to participate in combat training. Free love is prohibited in the field operations area on the first floor. All people and things, even thoughts and will, belong only to Lin Feng. 30 men can gain points and honors through external combat and training. Only when a certain amount of honors is accumulated can they be exchanged for the right to choose a woman once. The same goes for the 10 female field staff. There are currently no missions to go out on missions, so the only way to gain honors is through hard training. Theoretically, as long as your honor is high enough, you will have more women to choose from. Points can be exchanged for various daily necessities, additional training resources, better food, accommodation, and clothing. This has resulted in all the men in the field operations area on the first floor training like crazy, just to gain ranking honors and points. The other 10 female field workers who did not want to be chosen were also training hard, striving for points and honors so that they would not fall to the point of being chosen by others. Everyone had already trained and fought with the zombies outside the outer wall. Fortunately, their training results were excellent, and their cooperation was good, so they did not suffer any casualties in the battle with the zombies. The most loyal of all were Yu Lihe and Yu Shanwu. Because their families were in the shelter, Lin Feng gave them the extra opportunity to serve their elderly mother. This led to them becoming Lin Feng's most loyal believers, strictly enforcing the rules of the shelter meticulously. But in the entire shelter, there is someone who is more enthusiastic and hardworking than those in the field operations area on the first floor. That's Lin Feng on the fourth floor. Lin Feng carried out 3 robberies a day for 20 days. If Lin Feng didn't know that even with such a good physique, it would be harmful to his foundation if he did it more than 3 times a day. Lin Feng had no idea how many times he had plundered in these 20 days. During these 20 days, Shimi has tried her best. The worst among them were Qing Yimin and Xin Xianer. As soon as the others complained of being tired, Lin Feng would catch them and rob them. There is no other way, because plundering Qing Yimin's upgraded skills is what Lin Feng needs most right now. As for Xin Xianer, it was because she could plunder a few extra attribute points every time. Of course, some of the reasons were also because these 2 people had disobeyed Lin Feng before, and Lin Feng was seeking revenge. The 20-day countdown is over. Lin Feng came back to his senses when the prompt sound from the central computer rang. The system panel opens. Host Lin Feng. Strength 2075. Physical fitness 169.5. Speed 149.55. The values in brackets are the attributes of normal people. Level 5 invisibility, duration 15 minutes, cooldown 12 hours, target of plunder, Lin Yu. Level 4 jump, 3 jump anchor points, can jump to the anchor point and stay for a maximum of 12 hours, can return at any time, cooling time 36 hours. Pilgrimage target, winning Xue. Level 4 firearms mastery, master the use of all firearms and missiles, soldier king level. Target of plunder, Zhuang Xiaorui. Level 4 flying, can fly for a short time, the flight height is 5 times the strength value, the flight speed is 5 times the speed value, the duration is 30 minutes, and the cooldown time is 24 hours. Pilgrimage target, Shining. Level 3 fire controlling technique, can control/summon flames, duration is affected by constitution, flame size/intensity is affected by ability level and strength. Target of looting, Ren Lingxian. Level 5 passive, immune to level 5 zombie infection. Target of looting, Qing Yimin. Second level ability, bullet time, concentration is instantly enhanced 10 times, and surrounding objects will slow down 10 times in the mind, lasting 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Target of looting, Hua Xiaoro. Second level superpower, superpower amplification, duration. The duration of the superpower released after use is increased by 2 times, and the cooldown time is 24 hours. Pilgrimage target, Fu Na. After 20 days of continuous plundering, Lin Feng's attributes increased dramatically. All 10 beauties were exhausted, and even had scars on their skin. There was no way. After the attributes skyrocketed, even if Lin Feng tried his best to control it, he would occasionally fail to control his strength and hurt the beautiful woman. Lin Feng no longer felt anything from the simple training. At this moment, Lin Feng was like a bloated balloon. He just wanted to find a place, an opponent, to vent his strength wantonly. Lin Feng understood that the time had come. If I continue to stay in the shelter like this and don't fight, I will not only hurt the beautiful woman, but I might also hurt myself. Thank you for your hard work. You should have a good rest and go to the medical room on the 3rd floor to check your skin injuries. In addition, each of you will be rewarded with 1,000 points. You can find Fu Na to exchange for supplies at any time. Yeah, thank you, Master. Lin Feng's rare words of concern and generous rewards made everyone cheer. Fu Na has a small warehouse, and Lin Feng picked out various things that people could use and put them in it, but Fu Na was the only one who could abide by the principles, not embezzling, and strictly exchanging points for others. Are you going out? Fu Na keenly noticed that something was wrong with Lin Feng's condition. At this moment, Lin Feng's whole body was hot, like a ripe red apple. Well, you take care of the house. After arriving on the 5th floor, Lin Feng took a look at the central computer. But I saw a red exclamation mark reminder on the central computer. Satellite monitoring detected that a large-scale man-made explosion occurred in the direction of Longhua Eastern Military District. It seems that the survivors have formed an organization and taken up the firearms of their original society to fight against the zombies. Lin Feng did not hesitate and immediately activated his supernatural power. Level 4 transition. Jump anchor point, Hilton Hotel in Crimea, United States. Chapter 79 Return to Crimea. Oh my God! After the jump, before Lin Feng landed, he heard a woman scream in his ears. After he landed and opened his eyes, Lin Feng saw that there were 4 beautiful Chinese women in the Hilton Hotel suite. All 4 of them looked listless, their clothes were in disarray, they were covered in wounds, and their wrists were handcuffed to the bed with iron chains. It seems that a survivor from the United States used Lin Feng's previous Hilton room as a place to keep his female pet. Oh my God, Louise, did you just see that? This man appeared out of nowhere. A slim foreign girl at the edge said to the people next to her. I saw it. God must have sent him to save us. A woman in the middle called Louise said excitedly. Fuck, can you bitches be quiet? If you keep making noise, I'll throw you downstairs to feed the zombies. The sound of a foreigner cursing could be heard from the living room of the next suite. As the sound got closer, a thin foreigner appeared at the bedroom door. The foreigner's cursing stopped abruptly, because he found that in addition to the 4 women, there was a strange man in the bedroom. Charlie! Did you catch an Oriental man? The thin foreigner held his waist with his right hand and called out to his companion in the bedroom anxiously. No, what are you talking about? As the voice got closer, another tall and strong foreigner appeared at the bedroom door. How did you get in? Charlie shouted in surprise when he saw Lin Feng. He immediately pulled out his pistol and prepared to shoot Lin Feng. But he was stopped by the thin foreigner next to him. Charlie, don't be impatient. The thin foreigner looked at Lin Feng with shining eyes. This kid has good skin, don't hurt him, I want to keep it, The thin foreigner had only said half of his words when Lin Feng suddenly rushed towards them. His speed was so fast that only his afterimage could be seen with the naked eye. Boom! Lin Feng first slapped Charlie, and Charlie, who weighed at least 200 pounds, was slapped by Lin Feng and flew against the wall. Part of Charlie's torso was even embedded in the wall. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he was no longer able to breathe. Lin Feng didn't stop. He grabbed the thin foreigner's collar and threw him to the ground. Then he clenched his right fist and punched the thin foreigner hard on the head. Click! The sound of skulls cracking was heard. Boom! Lin Feng's fist was still powerful, and it punched through the floor. Quack! After hearing the noise and smelling the blood of living people, the zombies downstairs immediately gathered together and frantically scratched towards the hole in the floor, trying to climb up. Foreigners are disgusting. I won't listen to a word they say. After getting up, Lin Feng took out a clean towel from the subspace, wiped his hands, walked to the window and was about to break it to leave. Sir, wait, don't go yet! Louise's voice came from behind. Lin Feng looked back in confusion. Thank you for saving us. You are a messenger sent by God. Please take us with you and protect us. Louise brushed off the remaining cloth on her body with her right hand while speaking. Everything we have is yours. I'm sure you will be satisfied. I think it's dirty. Lin Feng turned and walked towards the window. Louise's expression froze, as if Lin Feng's words had dealt her a great blow. Her whole body was shaking uncontrollably, and the look she showed towards Lin Feng was gradually filled with resentment and madness. Lin Feng was about to break the window, but he keenly sensed a murderous intent behind him. After turning around, he saw that Louise had picked up Charlie's pistol at some point, and the black muzzle of the pistol was facing Lin Feng. Either take us away and protect us, or you die. Louise's tone was full of resentment. The three women next to them also started talking. We could have lived a few more days, but now you've killed those two brothers. Who will protect us? Yeah, and it also alarmed the zombies downstairs. Who promised you to save us? Let him be buried with us. Hearing this, Lin Feng sneered and disappeared like a ghost. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Louise. I don't know when a strange knife appeared in my hand. The strange thing is that there is a light red blood line on the sharp blade. Click! A moment later, the pistol in Louise's hand broke into two pieces, and her entire body was neatly split in two. Oh, demon! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! We were wrong! The three people nearby were terrified at this moment, screaming and begging for mercy. Lin Feng put away his mo Dao. But Lin Feng had no intention of letting them go easily. He just felt that it would be very boring if he just gave them a quick death. After stomping hard on the floor, the surrounding concrete shattered instantly. Lin Feng fell into the next level and picked out the most hideous and terrifying level 1 zombie from the pile of zombies. Just like catching a chicken, grabbed the zombie's neck and spine with one hand and jumped back to the original floor. The zombie was covered in pus-filled and rotten smell. It struggled left and right with its big, smelly mouth open, trying to bite Lin Feng's hand that was holding it from behind. Under the three people's horrified and disbelieving gazes, Lin Feng actually threw the zombie onto their bed. Wah! The wrists of all three were shackled with iron chains. As he twisted his body wildly and struggled, the chain left deep, bloody marks on his wrists. But all their struggles were in vain, and they could only watch helplessly as the horrible zombies tore their bodies apart while screaming. At this moment, Lin Feng had already broken through the window and flew into the air. Even though he had flown hundreds of meters away, he could still hear the tragic screams from the Hilton Hotel behind him. Lin Feng is not a bloodthirsty pervert. So if the four women had not taken the initiative to provoke Lin Feng would have planned to leave directly. Lin Feng knew that the pistol fell next to Louise. With Lin Feng's current physical condition, small-caliber thermal weapons can no longer hurt him at all. So Lin Feng didn't care. If Louise was a smart person, she would wait until Lin Feng left, and then use the pistol to open the chains. With the help of the pistol, they could live longer. But she should never, ever point the gun at Lin Feng. If Louise's resentment and madness were anything to go by, what the three people around her said were not words that a human could say. Since they don't want to be human, Lin Feng has no choice but to give them zombies as companions. Flying in the direction of the Norton Arms Company warehouse in my memory. While flying, Lin Feng looked down at Crimea City. This was the first time Lin Feng saw a post-apocalyptic city with his own eyes. The once prosperous city of Crimea with tall buildings was filled with thick smoke. Almost all the streets were filled with zombies. Occasionally, the roars of zombies could be heard from deep in the city. Just based on the loud roar that could penetrate half of the city, Lin Feng was sure that these zombies were of extremely high level. There are distress signals written on the roofs of some tall buildings. The city of Crimea is already like a purgatory. Lin Feng couldn't imagine what the current miserable situation would be like in Haiqing City, which has a higher population density. Chapter 80. In a blink of an eye, the zombies are wiped out. Lin Feng's speed attribute at this time is close to 150. Calculated according to the speed conversion formula of supernatural power flying. Lin Feng's current flying speed can reach a subsonic speed of about 750 km per hour. So after a while, Lin Feng arrived at the storage center of Norton Arms Company. What surprised Lin Feng was that there were quite a few zombies in the Norton Weapons Storage Center far away from the city. The outer wall of the entire storage center shows signs of artificial reinforcement. It is not difficult to judge from Lin Feng. This storage center, far away from the city center, with high walls, good defense conditions, and abundant weapons and ammunition, was used as a survivor base by some smart American survivors in the early days of the apocalypse. There should have been quite a few survivors gathered there by then. However, perhaps the protective testing work was not done well, resulting in people carrying the zombie virus sneaking into the base, leading to the current situation. Even though the aerial flight has been upgraded, the duration is still based on landing, so Lin Feng maintained his altitude and did not touch the ground. After turning on the stealth, it flew into the storage center at a low altitude. Now Lin Feng has a photographic memory thanks to his physical attributes. Otherwise, Lin Feng would not have been able to communicate with the people of the United States so fluently before. So we quickly found the heavy weapons storage area that we missed last time. The protective door of the heavy weapons storage area is open. From outside the door, you can see that there are several zombies inside wearing the official combat uniforms of the United States Army. It seems that there were regular troops of the United States among these survivors. Lin Feng couldn't help but start thinking, if this is the case in the beautiful country, will it be the same in the dragon country? Is it possible that regular troops have occupied similar places and used them as survivor bases? Xinqianer's father seems to be a big shot in the military region. When you go back, you can ask Xinqianer about the situation in the military area near Haiqing. Now is the end of the world. Those who occupy one side are all heroes. If some of them can really occupy military areas and use them as survivor bases, they can survive and grow stronger. Then sooner or later they will all be Lin Feng's enemies. Moreover, Lin Feng always felt that the explosion in the eastern part of Longwood detected by satellite monitoring was not that simple. The heavy weapons storage area of the Norton Arms Company storage center stores a large number of weapons. Lin Feng flew close to the ground, reaching out to touch and retract into the subspace, while exclaiming at the name of the weapon. Javelin anti-tank missiles, Stinger anti-aircraft missiles. GMLRS guided rockets for the HIMARS High Mobility Rocket Launcher System, and 155mm howitzer shells. M109A6 Paladin howitzer. There are also a large number of bombs, torpedoes, and explosives. Several zombies in the warehouse kept making, rumbling, sounds. Maybe they are wondering why the things around them are gradually disappearing. The heavy weapons warehouse had a large space, but the shelves in the area near the door were empty. This means that some of the heavy weapons had been consumed when the storage center was used as a survivor base. After confirming that nothing was missed, Lin Feng flew out of the storage center. He now urgently needs to confirm one thing: whether the zombie's crystal core can be destroyed by thermal weapons. After flying for dozens of kilometers, Lin Feng finally stopped in a barren Gobi plain. Take out a level 2 zombie crystal core and a level 3 zombie crystal core from the subspace. This was what Lin Feng obtained during his last adventure in Maple Leaf Town, and he has never let the system absorb it. Today Lin Feng is going to test whether these 2 crystal cores can be destroyed by thermal weapons. This result will directly lead to Lin Feng's future plans. If it can be destroyed, it means that the crystal core that supplies the energy of the system can only be obtained by Lin Feng himself fighting. Then Lin Feng will go back to the refugee camp and retreat for a while. If it can't be destroyed, it's easy. Lin Feng had just seen several level 3 zombies and countless level 2 zombies at the Norton Arms Company storage center. If Lin Feng were simply asked to bomb the cities of Longwood with bombs, he might find it difficult to accept it. But if it is to bomb a city in the United States, Lin Feng will never show mercy. After placing down the 2 crystal cores, Lin Feng took out a sufficient amount of explosives from the subspace, equipped it with an ignition device and placed it next to it. After doing everything, Lin Feng flew to a hillside a few hundred meters away, took out the Barrett sniper rifle and aimed at the ignition device. There was no other way, although Lin Feng could be more cool by snapping his fingers to create a small flame to detonate the explosives. But the range of supernatural powers is limited, and Lin Feng really doesn't dare to test himself to see if he can withstand the bomb. With the blessing of supernatural power and mastery of firearms, Lin Feng is now operating the sniper rifle like a king of soldiers in the army. Bang! After aiming at the target, Barrett made a muffled sound. Boom! The bullet hit the ignition device accurately, and the pile of explosives exploded instantly, making a deafening noise and sparks rising straight into the sky. Seeing the power of the explosion, Lin Feng secretly reminded himself, we must still be in awe of human thermal weapons. With the power of this explosion, even with Lin Feng's current physical condition, if he stood in the center of the explosion, he would definitely be destroyed. After waiting for a long time, the smoke cleared and the temperature began to drop before Lin Feng dared to go over. The duration of the flying flight has ended, and Lin Feng can only run over. Hoo hoo hoo, hot hot hot. Hot hot hot. The temperature at the center of the explosion is still very high. Lin Feng could only change into a set of heat-insulating clothes. Relying on his high physique and resistance to fire, he was able to reach the center of the explosion. From several meters away, Lin Feng saw the light blue light of the crystal core. Lin Feng laughed excitedly. In this way, the task of collecting zombie crystal cores will be particularly easy and interesting. You no longer have to risk running into a pile of zombies and be a slave to the system, chopping zombies with your hands like a reckless man. Put away the hot crystal core and confirm that the system still prompts you whether to collect it. Lin Feng couldn't wait to carry out his genius explosive plan. After running a kilometer towards the Norton Arms Company storage center, Lin Feng felt something was wrong. Damn it, I have a car, but I have to run. After cursing angrily, he picked out a modified top-of-the-line off-road Hummer from the subspace. This was custom-made by Yu Lihui at Lin Feng's request. Boom, boom, boom! The roar of the Hummer's engine changed with the rhythm of Lin Feng pressing the accelerator. Look out again and see the endless Gobi plains in the beautiful country. A feeling of western wasteland comes towards you. When he was only 1 kilometer away from the storage center, Lin Feng stopped the car. Check the duration of the remaining abilities. Although the invisibility skill only has 3 minutes left, it is enough. Although the duration of the flying skill has been consumed before. But as long as the power enhancement duration is turned on, there are still 30 minutes. This is a little trick that Lin Feng learned after practice, such as the ability of flying in the air, which currently cannot store the duration. After using up the original duration, if you turn on power amplification duration, you will get the same duration again. It's enough for now. After activating the remaining 3 minutes of invisibility skill, Lin Feng quickly rushed into the storage center. Explosives were evenly placed throughout the storage center, and even 2 M1A2 SCPV-3 main battle tanks were collected in the process. According to Lin Feng's estimation, there are no less than 1,000 zombies in the storage center, some of which are even level 4 zombies, with rotten muscles piled all over their bodies, like a monster covered with tumors, which is indescribably weird. The level 4 zombies emitted a strong fishy smell from a distance, which made Lin Feng feel nauseous. Although the system currently lacked information about level 4 zombies and needed to get close to give a prompt, Lin Feng still chose to take a detour. If Lin Feng were to chop so many zombies with the MO Dao, the MO Dao would probably bend and Lin Feng's hands would cramp. Looking at the backs of the zombies' heads, Lin Feng remembered the feeling of hitting them on the head with the MO Dao, and he actually felt addicted and wanted to try it out. It was a close call that I managed to hold back from doing it. After everything was ready, Lin Feng flew a long distance before activating the detonator. Lin Feng could not estimate the power of this explosion. The farther away, the safer. But you can't be so showy and use a sniper rifle to start a fire. Boom! Boom! The explosion resounded through the sky. Chapter 81. Someone stole the house? No matter how severe the explosion in the storage center was, it did not affect the field operations area on the first floor of the shelter. It was almost evening and the training mission in the first floor combat zone had ended. People gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to chat and rest. Brother Hu, Jiang Tao is really working hard when he's training. It's clearly his rest time, but he's still training in the training ground. In the corner of the hall, 3 people sat around a small table, whispering to the people in the training ground in the distance. The leader of the 3 was a strong middle-aged man, Zhang Jinhu. The 2 people next to him are Zhang Jinhu's former assistant director Lu Hui and assistant Tan Kuan. Hearing Lu Hui's words, Tan Kuan next to him echoed in a sarcastic tone. This guy was just running errands for our crew before, but he became so successful after the apocalypse. Lu Hui's eyes swept across the graceful figures of the women who were cleaning in another area of the hall. Damn it, he already picked Ren Feng Feng as the first place award for training before, and he can pick another woman after the training evaluation this time. Ren Feng Feng is the most beautiful young woman among the more than 20 logistics women in the field combat zone on the first floor. Most of the 20-plus men in the field operations zone have found women. Only us brothers haven't. At this time, Zhang Jinhu finally spoke up. Don't complain about this and that every day. Wheezy, if you weren't greedy, you could trade your honor for points to eat, which should be enough to pick a woman, right? And you, Akun, if you weren't lazy in training, the honor and points you'd accumulated would be enough to pick a woman, right? The two could not refute Zhang Jinhu's words. Tan Kun rolled his eyes and said something that hit Zhang Jinhu's sore spot. Brother Hu, it's our own fault. We deserve it, but what about you? If you weren't the oldest among us and couldn't keep up physically, with your efforts, you should have picked a woman a long time ago. Hearing this, Zhang Jinhu's eyes showed a hint of unwillingness. Damn it, we work so hard, but we don't even have a woman. All we eat every day is the same big pot of rice. What do we want? Lu re-tapped the table lightly. After the three of them were silent for a long time, Zhang Jinhu looked around to make sure there was no one else around, and said, How do you think about what I told you before? Are you going to the other side of the shelter to kill Lin Feng and take control of the shelter? Tan Kun said softly. Lu Hui looked hesitant. But before, when we were recording in the hall on the first floor, we saw that Lin Feng had superpowers. I'm afraid. Seeing Lu Hui's fearful look, Zhang Jinhu said angrily, We are working so hard here, but we can't even pick a woman that Lin Feng doesn't want. Don't forget, there are more than 400 stunning beauties on the other side of the shelter. Once we capture Lin Feng, we can do whatever we want with those beauties. Lin Feng's so-called superpowers. Whether they are magic tricks or not is beyond our understanding. He is still a human being after all. We just need to hide and strike him when he lets his guard down, and we will definitely be able to take him down. Hearing Zhang Qinghu's words, Tan Kun showed a fierce and excited look and echoed. Damn, during the previous recording, those girls were so pretty that I couldn't keep up with them. Especially that Xingqianer, with her arrogant eyes and pale and thin figure. If we could catch her, we would definitely play her to death. Lu Hui had been persuaded by the two men. That's right. Even if we can't kill Lin Feng, we can just grab one or two of those women and hide them in a room as our private possessions. We can play with them secretly and he won't be able to find out. Let's take a gamble and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Let's do it! After the three of them reached a consensus, they began to discuss the plan. Zhang Jinhu. Let's sneak over there in the dark tonight. Even if the gate can't be opened, there must be a ventilation duct we can crawl through, right? But if we go out at night, according to the rules, the other two people in the dormitory need to report to the deputy governor. Lu Hui said worriedly. Don't we still have some points? Exchange them all for food, drinks and cigarettes, and bribe the other two people in the dormitory to help cover up something for us. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Jinhu said, I think it's okay. You can't catch a wolf without risking your child, said Tan Kun. That night, after the lights were turned off in the field operations area on the first floor, three furtive figures appeared. Lin Feng, who was far away on the other side of the blue planet, finally could withstand the residual heat after the explosion after waiting for the temperature to dissipate for several hours and walked into the storage center. After the devastating explosion, there was no living thing in the storage center except for waste debris. The air was filled with the stench of roasting rotten meat, and flames were still burning in some corners. Level 2 zombie crystal core detected. Do you want to absorb it? Absorb. Absorption success. Remaining energy required, 87 level 2 zombie crystal cores, 19 level 3 zombie crystal cores. Level 3 zombie crystal core detected. Do you want to absorb it? Absorb. Absorption success. To replenish the remaining energy, you need 87 level 2 zombie crystal cores and 18 level 3 zombie crystal cores. No one knows what the zombie crystal core is made of. After such a violent explosion and high temperature, it has no other effect except being hot. The storage center was littered with small light blue crystals, and Lin Feng was having a great time picking them up. In the area where the level 4 zombies originally stayed in his memory, Lin Feng discovered a crystal core the size of a biscuit. This crystal core is much larger than the level 3 crystal core, and is transparent as a whole with a light blue glow. This should be a level 4 crystal core, right? Even if the system does not need it now, according to the nature of the system, it will definitely be needed to supplement it in the future, so it has to be kept. Lin Feng thought to himself. Lin Feng was like a human bulldozer. Wherever he passed, he would turn over the ground with a shovel and would not let go of any object that emitted blue light. Warning, warning, low-clearance personnel are approaching the shelter. Lin Feng was having a great time picking up the items when his watch suddenly sounded an alarm. The smart watch in Lin Feng's hand was designed and manufactured by Lockheed, the top military-industrial enterprise in the United States at that time. Thanks to the integrated space-ground satellite system, even though Lin Feng is thousands of miles away, the watch can connect to the shelter's central computer for real-time monitoring and warnings. Lin Feng put down the engineer's shovel, clicked on his watch and saw the real-time monitoring screen attached to the warning message. 3 figures were wandering around the ventilation duct between 2 areas in the shelter on the first floor. Although they had tools in their hands, they were helpless against the alloy protective windows of the ventilation duct. The 3 men didn't seem to expect that the ventilation ducts in the shelter would be so tightly protected. Reluctantly, he kept prying the protective window with tools, but it was of no use. Court death! Lin Feng had already recognized that the leader was Zhang Jinhu. If Lin Feng had not considered it carefully beforehand, and all the protective devices between the area where the beauties of the shelter were located and the outside world were set up to the highest level, wouldn't his home have been robbed today? Chapter 82 Jiangtao. All the zombie crystal cores in the storage center have been collected by Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't have time to count the number carefully, and decisively activated the function of returning at any time for the 4th level supernatural power transition. Master, you are back. Fu Na, who was waiting on the 4th floor, spoke up after seeing Lin Feng coming down from upstairs. Every time Lin Feng goes out, he will notify Fu Na. And Fu Na would always wait for Lin Feng to come back on the sofa in the elevator area on the 4th floor. Well, aren't you tired? I told you to go and rest. Lin Feng felt a rare warm feeling in his heart. No matter whether Fu Na is really worried about Lin Feng, or is afraid of losing Lin Feng's protection, or is deliberately flattering Lin Feng, Lin Feng always felt that it was a good feeling to have someone waiting for him every time he came back. I'm fine. Are you hungry? I've prepared something to eat for you. Fu Na helped Lin Feng take off his coat and asked softly. I'm not hungry. Go and rest. I have something to take care of on the 1st floor. The more sensible the woman was at this moment, the angrier Lin Feng became. Now in the end of the world, Lin Feng's most precious wealth is these more than 400 peerless beauties. These beauties are also Lin Feng's reliance for becoming increasingly powerful in the doomsday, and are Lin Feng's Achilles heel. Now someone actually dared to raise his thoughts to this point. How could Lin Feng not be angry? In front of Lin Feng's computer, he turned on the radio microphone in the field operations area on the 1st floor. Everyone, gather in the lobby within 3 minutes. Those who are late will die. When Lin Feng arrived at the lobby of the field operations area on the 1st floor, all 72 personnel, including 2 children, had gathered. The high-intensity military training during this period has brought their execution capabilities to their peak. Among them, Zhang Jinhu and 3 others also took advantage of the gathering to blend into the crowd, but the sweat on their foreheads and their trembling legs revealed their panic at the moment. Boom, boom, boom. After seeing Lin Feng walk out of the slowly rising protective gate, everyone in the field operations area on the 1st floor knelt down in unison. Although Lin Feng did not pay much attention to the 1st floor field operations area and rarely showed up. But because Lin Feng has supernatural powers like a banished immortal and is decisive in killing. In addition, Lin Dezhuang and Yu Lihui brainwashed their minds, causing almost all people in the 1st floor field operations zone to be extremely afraid of and believe in Lin Feng. Greetings, my lord. After Lin Feng came to the chair in the front of the hall and sat down, everyone knelt and shouted again. Master is what the beauties call Lin Feng. In the field operations area on the 1st floor, Lin Feng is addressed as Master. It implies that Lin Feng is not only their master but also their king. When I just went downstairs, I was thinking about one thing. Lin Feng spoke indifferently. Although the tone was not strong, it rang in everyone's ears like an emperor's will. I was thinking, what's the point of keeping you alive? Should I just kill you all? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone knelt down again, almost touching the ground. Master, we are your most loyal servants and believers. Our lives are given by you, and you can take them back at any time. Yu Shanwu spoke. He was the first person to witness Lin Feng's superpowers and was also his most fanatical believer among everyone. Doomsday has overturned the scientific cognition of many people and has become a scientific desert. Superstitious beliefs have become people's new spiritual support. This also made many people more fanatically superstitious about Lin Feng. Among all the people present, only Yu Shanwu was the first to say such words. But everyone knew that as long as Lin Feng wanted to kill Yu Shanwu would commit suicide immediately without Lin Feng having to do anything. Even if Lin Feng asked him to kill his uncle Yu Lihui, everyone felt that Yu Shanwu would carry out the order unwaveringly. I have power that you cannot imagine, and I also have inexhaustible supplies. As he spoke, a ball of fire suddenly appeared around Lin Feng. The flame was like a changeable elf, sometimes turning into a tall and mighty fire tiger, sometimes turning into a majestic fire dragon, constantly flying and circling around Lin Feng. Lord! Lord! Seeing this immortal-like scene, everyone kowtowed and bowed and shouted continuously. Yu Shanwu, who was at the front, looked at Lin Feng with such enthusiasm that it was almost tangible. When he kowtowed, his forehead was bleeding but he didn't feel anything. There was a figure in the crowd who looked just like Yu Shanwu, with his forehead bleeding but he was unaware of it. Under such circumstances, what is the point of me keeping you mortals alive? Tell me! As Lin Feng finished speaking, everyone knelt down on the ground, not daring to make any sound. They knew that one of them must have done something wrong and made their master angry. But they didn't dare to ask the reason and could only kneel on the ground, trembling constantly under the influence of faith and survival instinct. I will take up arms and use my life to wipe out anything that dares to defy my lord's will. In the crowd, only Yu Shanwu dared to respond in a low voice. Lin Feng was very surprised and looked at the person who spoke. This man was not noticeable in the crowd. He was about 25 years old and looked at Lin Feng with particularly fanatical eyes. Lin Feng already had a photographic memory for everything, even a past scene, a glance at his work badge and a list. Lin Feng recognized this man as a temporary errand runner for the crew during the previous casting conference recording, named Jiang Tao. It's just that he was very thin before, but now he has a muscular body, which shows that he has been training hard during this period. Jiang Tao, come forward and answer the question, Lin Feng said. Jiang Tao was so excited that he trembled all over and kept muttering. Master actually knows my name. After Jiang Tao came forward, Lin Feng gestured for him to continue. My lord, you are of noble status, and it is impossible for you to do everything yourself. Even if you have the means of a banished immortal, you can't kill all humans and leave only you and your wives to live on Blue Star. With your ability, you will end the doomsday sooner or later. By then, you will definitely not allow ants-like mortals to go against your will and establish their own territory. You will surely rule over all mankind, and you will need servants to serve you, your wife, and your children. I will firmly support your rule and make all the living people your most steadfast believers and servants. When these words came out, even Lin Feng was dumbfounded. Why do you believe in me so much? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask the question in his mind. He could understand Yu Shanwu, but Jiang Tao had almost no interaction with him. Such fanatical superstition cannot be false. How could it reach this point? My lord, I was originally just a low-level person in society. No matter how hard I worked, I was still exploited by my boss and bullied by my colleagues. My mother was reluctant to pay for my medical treatment, so she sold her house in her hometown so that I could marry a wife. My wife has a round face, small eyes, wears glasses and is a bit fat. People always say I am lucky to have married her. But who would have thought that my wife, who is lazy and likes to eat, goes out every day to get her hair done, plays mahjong, and works out, and doesn't work. Yet she requires me to work 3 jobs outside every day and hand over every penny of my salary. In order to continue the family line, I can only coax her. I finally got pregnant, but at the end I found out the child was actually my fitness coach's. I confronted her, but she framed me and said I raped her during marriage. I was forced to leave the house and my mother was so angry that she died. I had planned to finish my work on the set on May 1st, and then die with her and her lover. But I didn't expect that the end would come. But what I didn't expect was that you showed us the real-time surveillance of Haiching when the doomsday broke out. I actually saw this bitch and her lover being eaten by zombies on the street. Ha 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 ha. And then you took me in and gave me food and shelter that people outside could only dream of. I can even have 2 women at the same time through my own efforts. Before the apocalypse, women like Ren Fong wouldn't even look at me. But now, she treats me like her father or mother and serves me every day. All this has changed not just because of the end of the world, but because of you. I will repay your kindness on the golden stage and die for you with the Jade Dragon. Chapter 83. Cleaning up the field operations area on the first floor. Do you really think so? Lin Feng turned his head and looked at Jiang Tao, who was kneeling on the ground. Jiang Tao stood up and knelt again. Master, it is absolutely true. Where is Zhang Jinhu? Lin Feng raised his voice and shouted to the crowd. Hey! I'm here, Master Lin. Originally, Zhang Jinhu was communicating with the 2 people next to him through eye contact, discussing countermeasures, and comforting each other. Lin Feng suddenly called out. He was so frightened that he almost collapsed to the ground. It took him a long while to come to his senses and respond. After finally standing up, he ran to the front of the stage. No need to kneel, we are so familiar with each other. Lin Feng saw Zhang Jinhu was about to kneel and dissuaded him with a gentle smile. Zhang Jinhu was originally feeling very nervous, but when he heard what Lin Feng said, he actually thought that Lin Feng called him up to reminisce about the past and inquire about Jiang Tao's situation, so he turned around and gave the 2 of them a look, indicating that he should be at ease. Of course it was impossible for Zhang Jinhu not to kneel. How could a big director be so ignorant of propriety? He still performed the kneeling ceremony meticulously. His devout and fanatical look was completely different from his panic-stricken and embarrassed appearance when he went on stage. He is indeed a great director. His acting skills are not much worse than those of professional actors. Lin Feng sneered. Now, it's time to end this farce. Kill him, Lin Feng said to Jiang Tao. The reason why Lin Feng deliberately did not say that he wanted to kill Zhang Jinhu was that he wanted to test Jiang Tao and others. If Jiang Tao hesitated or even questioned, Lin Feng would kill Jiang Tao without hesitation. It's better not to have people who say one thing and do another. If he... Shua! In the blink of an eye, before Lin Feng could finish thinking, Jiang Tao had already taken action. Gilyalin, you goo-goo! Zhang Jinhu's eyes were full of disbelief. He covered his neck tightly with both hands. A dark line of blood slowly spread out from between his hands. He wanted to question, but he couldn't speak clearly because of the blood rushing up. After a while, Zhang Jinhu fell to the ground on his side, dead. Lin Feng's cold eyes swept across everyone's expressions. He just asked Jiang Tao to kill one of them for no reason. If anyone dared to question it, they would be killed. There is a most basic requirement to survive in the first-floor field operations zone, and that is to unswervingly carry out any orders from Lin Feng. Apart from some people trembling slightly in fear, no one raised any question. Lin Feng was very satisfied and told the reason for killing Zhang Jinhu. 40 minutes ago, Zhang Jinhu and 2 others tried to climb over to the restricted area on the first floor through the ventilation duct and died. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Yu Shanwu reacted quickly and brought people to bring Tan Kun and Lu Hui to the stage. We were all forced by Zhang Jinhu. Master, we were wrong. We will never do it again. Lin Feng glanced over, and Yu Shanwu understood what he meant and walked over to the 2 of them and slapped them twice. The 2 of them gasped and didn't dare to shout out their injustice. I remember that there were 5 people living in a dormitory in the combat field area on the first floor. After lights out, if there were fewer people in the same dormitory, it was necessary to report to the deputy governor. Lin Feng looked at Yu Lihui. Did you know that they were not there at night? Yu Lihui knelt down immediately and said, Master, I don't know. No one from them has come to report. No, you should know. Otherwise, what's the point of having you as the deputy governor in charge of discipline? Lin Feng's tone gradually became heavier, and finally he said sternly, Yu Lihui, as the deputy governor, is jointly responsible. From now on, he will be dismissed from the position of deputy governor, and his authority will be downgraded to C level. Yes. Yu Lihui had no words to refute and could only bow and accept the order. Lin Daozhuang. Feng, master. Hearing Lin Feng calling him, Lin Daozhuang hurriedly knelt down and saluted in response. Although he grew up following Lin Feng, it did not affect his respect for Lin Feng at all. You are not fit for administration. Don't be the governor anymore. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, Just take care of the training. Let them practice the most rigorous set of methods in the martial arts school. No matter how good the relationship is, it cannot be used as an excuse to evade responsibility at the end of the world. The friendship they had grown up together was the only thing that prevented Lin Feng from killing him easily. Master, please spare us. Zhang Jinhu and the others lied to us and said they were hungry. We went out to the cafeteria to find something to eat. We are wronged. The other two people who lived in the same dormitory with Zhang Jinhu and the other two were also subdued by Yushan Wu and were about to be taken to the stage. They immediately shouted out their innocence. Lin Feng waved his left hand, signaling Yushan Wu to let them go. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. We will swear allegiance to our lord until death. The two men felt relieved and immediately knelt on the ground to show their loyalty. If you dare to challenge the bottom line of the rules, you will be responsible for your life. After Lin Feng finished speaking, the flames around him moved according to his thoughts, split into two, and turned into a fire tiger and a fire dragon that flew towards the two people. The intensity of the flames and fire control magic is determined by the power level and strength attribute. At this time, Lin Feng's power attribute was so exaggerated that the temperature of the flame generated by the fire control technique was extremely high. The two fire beasts instantly engulfed the two men amid their wailing. Listen! As Lin Feng finished speaking, everyone knelt on the ground again in unison, and their movements were much more orderly than the first time. Yu Sangwu was promoted to the governor of the first-floor field operations zone, and his authority was upgraded to Class B. Jiang Tao was promoted to deputy governor of the first-floor field operations zone, in charge of discipline, and his authority was upgraded to C+ level. The dormitory staff will be reorganized every 3 days. If anyone breaks the rules, all the other roommates will be punished and killed on the spot, and the direct supervisor will be dismissed on the spot. In addition, all members will be punished, and their honors and points for the month will be reduced by half. Lin Feng stood up and prepared to leave. But I still don't think you can help me with anything, so you have to prove your worth and don't make me feel like you're raising a bunch of pigs. I will let you out after a while. The looted supplies and women will be distributed to your field areas first. Lin Feng gave a slap in the face and then a sweet date. Jiang Tao is right about one thing. In the future, Lin Feng will eventually have to contact the survivor base outside. Will Lin Feng continue to hide in the shelter and watch them establish their own territories and show off their power? Or just kill them all, regardless of gender, age, or status? Or make everyone submit to him and serve him? The answer is obvious. When they reached the gate of the field operations area on the first floor, Lin Feng turned around and pointed at Tan Kun and Lu Hui and said to everyone, They are yours now. After saying that, he turned and walked into the gate, and the gate slowly fell along with Lin Feng's figure. As for Tan Kun and Lu Hui, the two culprits who reduced everyone's points and honors by half. Everyone has been gnashing with hatred for a long time. Brothers, don't kill me, don't kill me. I will use all my future points to compensate you. I also have a few packs of cigarettes under my bed in the dormitory, and I'll give them to you too. Their words were like a dandelion leaf falling on the lake, without causing any ripples. The crowd quickly surrounded the two men and started punching and kicking them until they were no longer human and had no breath left. Then the crowd dispersed. Chapter 84 Preparations for the Third Concubine Selection Conference. After returning to the fourth floor, Fu Na was still sitting on the sofa in the elevator area waiting for Lin Feng. Why didn't I realize before that you are suitable to be a receptionist? In response to Lin Feng's rare joke, Fu Na just smiled and went to help Lin Feng take off his coat. Fu Na knows her limits, and won't take Lin Feng's jokes as a sign that she's in favor. He would not even ask Lin Feng what happened on the first floor. I've prepared food for you. It's in the dining area. After putting Lin Feng's coat away, Fu Na said softly. Okay, I'm just hungry, so prepare something delicious for me. Lin Feng seemed to be in a particularly good mood today. After all, after nearly a month of hard work, he could finally plunder new beauties. He no longer had to sit and watch like before. How could he not be happy? In addition to the exquisite Haiqing home-cooked dishes, there was actually one person sitting in the dining area. Yidonger. Yidonger was seen wearing a white silk suspender nightgown that wrapped around her undulating curves. The shoulder straps had slipped down to her arms, and a 2-finger-wide ribbon was tied around her soft waist. One end of the ribbon was facing the direction where Lin Feng was eating. Lin Feng believed that as long as he casually pulled the ribbon, the nightgown on Yidonger would fall off instantly. The cold white calfskin reflected white light in the backlight of the restaurant, but the arch of the foot was tense, indicating the tension of the owner of the body. I don't know if Fu Na is as considerate as the worm in Lin Feng's stomach, or if she has some magical ability, but she can guess from Lin Feng's simple expression that Lin Feng wants a new beauty to serve him today. A table of home-cooked meals, a lovely wife in pajamas, this life. Lin Feng patted Fu Na's wrist lightly. Thoughtful. Fu Na didn't say anything. She looked up and gave Yidonger a look that urged her to behave well, then left the dining area. Come here and rub my shoulders, Lin Feng said to Yidonger after sitting down. Yes, master. Yidonger's hands were as soft as sponges, and her white and slender fingers were like jade. When her fingertips touched Lin Feng's shoulders, they seemed to be electrified. Feeling Lin Feng's hot back, Yidonger's breathing became rapid and her hands also became hotter and hotter. Your hand is so hot. Lin Feng took Yidonger's hand and felt it in his palm. Is it necessary to be so nervous? Are you afraid that I will eat you? I don't. I heard that you were a teacher before, so what can you do? Lin Feng asked jokingly. I can sing nursery rhymes to lull the kids to sleep. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Then you can coax me to sleep later. Amid Yidonger's exclamation, Lin Feng tore off the ribbon around Yidonger's waist. The moon outside the window slowly sets until the sun rises to the middle. When the sunlight shone into every corner of the shelter, Lin Feng slowly woke up from his soft pillow. Yidonger beside him was still sleeping soundly, like a cute kitten, with slightly messy hair, and her cheeks still flushed with a gentle and satisfied smile. Seeing Yidonger's naive appearance, Lin Feng sighed in his heart. If this kitten-like girl hadn't met me and was left outside, she would have been so miserable and ravaged. Thinking about the many women like Yidonger out there who are locked in rooms by some unknown demon, Lin Feng only felt deep regret and hated that he could not save all the beauties in the world. But thinking of those zombies that were becoming increasingly powerful and evolved, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and crawled out of the gentle embrace. Drip. Yin-Yang Plunder takes effect. Strength plus 0.5 times 11. The number of 7-point beauties is currently 11. Host Lin Feng. Strength 207 plus 5.55. Physical fitness 169.5. Speed 149.55. The values in brackets are the attributes of normal people. Plunder critical hits. Refresh the first level passive ability. Self-healing ability. Can heal itself. Non-fatal injuries. The speed of self-healing is determined by physical fitness. Self-healing ability. Lin Feng was ecstatic. The biggest reason why he was so reluctant to face the zombies in person was because he had no self-healing ability. Although the shelter has a medical area, the medical equipment is limited and there are no professional doctors. Minor injuries and illnesses can be treated, but if there are serious injuries, the medical area is helpless. So Lin Feng didn't dare to get injured. Once he was seriously injured, there would be no way to recover. Now with the self-healing ability, it is completely different, and the strength can be improved by linking with the attributes. Although Lin Feng had 9 superpowers before, most of them had limitations. Now, this self-healing ability is a real guarantee of combat power, and Lin Feng's overall survivability has been improved by several levels. Lin Feng took out an alloy saber from the subspace and cut a cut on the back of his hand. In just 3 seconds, the knife wound on the back of his hand healed without leaving any scar. You really made a great contribution. Lin Feng patted Yi Dong's butt lightly. Yi Dong nodded, turned over and continued to sleep. After arriving on the 5th floor, Lin Feng counted yesterday's spoils. In addition to the crystal cores absorbed by the system, there were more than 300 first-level crystal cores, 32 second-level crystal cores, 9 third-level crystal cores, and 4 fourth-level crystal cores left. According to the energy supply calculation of the system, crystal cores will be needed again when 20 beauties have been plundered. From the current perspective, Lin Feng can still plunder 9 new beauties, and it is time to enjoy the brothel and listen to music. If there aren't enough beauties online, it's impossible for Lin Feng to take the initiative to go out and work. Fu Na, come up here for a moment. Lin Feng gave instructions into the intercom. After a while, Fu Na ran up in a hurry, holding a folder in her hand. Master, you are looking for me. Well, sit down. Lin Feng motioned for Fu Na to sit on the chair in front of the office. I have decided to restart the concubine selection meeting. Yes, Master. Fu Na seemed to have expected it, and was not surprised at all. It was natural for Fu Na to help her man hold a concubine selection meeting. Well, let's do it then. After Lin Feng finished his instructions, he was about to get up and exercise for a while, but at this time Fu Na handed him a document. Master, the plan for the new concubine selection conference has been prepared. Lin Feng took the folder from Fu Na's hand, which contained the plan for the 3rd Imperial Concubine Selection Conference. Planning plan for the 3rd Concubine Selection Conference. The plan is inspired by the creativity of the 1st Concubine Selection Conference. While maximizing the freshness of the hosts, it restores the most realistic living conditions and community life of the beauties before the end of the world. The planned scenarios are as follows. The entire area of the 1st floor is vacated, and a small community is simulated and planned, with a hospital, school, shopping mall, exhibition, clothing store, small garden, bank, motorcycle, and airport. Each scene is replaced by a small semi-open-air room and needs to be restored strictly according to the real scene. The roles that the selected beauties are expected to adapt are as follows: nurse, teacher, student, saleswoman, car model, fashion model, running beauty, bank clerk, motorcycle girl, flight attendant. All beauties must undergo acting training, be familiar with the lines and scripts, and 100% restore the uniforms, makeup, and demeanor. To present the contrast of beauties, the owner only needs to walk around the small community and record the number plate. Before the corresponding beauty serves, the corresponding room will be fully covered to preserve the atmosphere. After putting down the document, Lin Fengqing said, Awesome! Chapter 85: The 3rd Concubine Selection Conference. You guys are becoming more and more professional. After being shocked, Lin Feng praised Fu Na with satisfaction. We do this for your freshness, and this is also to preserve our value. Lin Feng understood what Fu Na said. They were worried that Lin Feng would get tired of them one day, and then they would lose the value of their existence, so they came up with all kinds of ways to give Lin Feng a sense of freshness. Then do it. I'm looking forward to it. Lin Feng handed the document to Fu Na. The point salary of all the staff behind the Concubine Selection Conference will increase by 20%. On behalf of my sisters, I thank the master. Fu Na smiled and went downstairs to prepare. Lin Feng walked to the window and stared at the scenery in the distance. The shelter has a 360-degree floor-to-ceiling window design with no blind spots. All floor-to-ceiling windows are one-way, so one can have a clear view of the outside scenery from inside, but from the outside, all you see is a dark reflective metallic color. At this moment, the direction Lin Feng was looking at was the direction of Manhwa Street in the film and television city. The proposal for the Concubine Selection Conference just now gave Lin Feng inspiration. If we connect the Republic of China Street to build a town full of beauties, the beauties will usually do their own jobs in the town just as the plan says. The beautiful student attends class with the beautiful teacher, and the beautiful nurse works in the small town hospital. You can wander around and choose the one you like to serve you. Isn't this a paradise on earth? But Lin Feng immediately shook his head and put the idea behind him. After all, there are still so many zombies, and the survivors outside are also eyeing them covetously. For all the beauties, the safest place at the moment is still the shelter. After thinking about it, Lin Feng took out a towel from the subspace, walked to the training room and started training. Although the help that the training room can provide to Lin Feng is very limited given his current attributes, it is better than nothing for Lin Feng. The recording hall on the first floor quickly began to change under Sherning's command. Beautiful women came to the dressing room on the third floor to get their makeup done one after another. In the conference room on one side, the beauties were listening to Shen Qianer, a former veteran actor, explaining the details of acting and how to remember lines. It was not until the evening of the next day that the Third Imperial Concubine Selection Conference officially began. When Lin Feng arrived at the recording hall on the first floor, the entire recording hall was blocked by black curtains, and no one came out to greet him. "What are you doing again?" After muttering something, Lin Feng pushed open the curtain. The entire recording hall was brightly lit, just like daytime outside. As soon as you enter the door, there is a small park with a running track around the edge. A beautiful woman was running towards me on the runway. This beauty is wearing sportswear. The white sports vest was already soaked with sweat, and it was stretched into a full curve as she ran, but there was not a trace of fat on her belly under the vest. She was wearing a pair of tight sports shorts, revealing her long and straight legs. On her feet she was wearing a pair of white sneakers, revealing her clean and white ankles. The beauty's eyes are bright and lively, the corners of her mouth are raised, and her facial features are distinct. She looks very much like the once popular Korean beauty anchor, Yin Soo-won. When he shook his head while running, tiny beads of sweat rose from his hair, which looked like sparkling diamonds under the light. There were still a few strands of wet hair clinging to his neck, trembling at his collarbone with his rapid breathing. When she ran to Lin Feng's side, Lin Feng could clearly feel the beauty's hot breath and the scent of her sweat. Drip. Name: Yi Huiyan. Age 21. Rating 9.2. Evaluation: dynamic and seductive. Yi Huiyan was just bending over to tie her shoelaces, revealing the taut curve of her waist and hips. Lin Feng was watching in fascination. But when Yi Huiyan stood up, she suddenly leaned close to Lin Feng's ear and asked, "What were you looking at just now?" This gave Lin Feng a sudden fright. After all, he thought that this concubine selection conference was for him to look at these beauties and then choose, but he never expected that there would be an interactive segment. "No. I didn't see anything." Lin Feng could only respond. After all, he also enjoyed this atmosphere. "No? That's good." Yi Huiyan looked at Lin Feng suspiciously, then just did some relaxation and stretching exercises on the side without caring about it. She is very professional in stretching, and her proud curves make people imagine a lot with her various movements. "Do you need help with leg stretches?" At this time, Lin Feng was also immersed in the scene and spoke. Yi Huiyan was shocked by Lin Feng's words. He looked Lin Feng up and down and said, "He looks pretty good." She gathered her hair with both hands and planned to tie it into a ponytail. She bit the hair tie between her lips and said vaguely, "But you have to swear first that you won't take advantage of me." The movement of Yi Huiyan's hands made her curves even more proud and dangerous, and her white swan neck was revealed under her hair. "I swear, I won't take advantage of you." As he spoke, Lin Feng unconsciously reached out his hand to help Yi Huiyan hold her hair. Feeling Lin Feng's touch, Yi Huiyan's body trembled slightly, but she still tied her hair generously. "Today's exercise is over. I'm worried about you stretching your legs because I'm afraid you'll take advantage of me." After saying that, he lightly tickled Lin Feng's Adam's apple with his fingertips, smiled slyly, and turned away. "Let's run together again tomorrow morning if we're lucky enough to meet. Record this. I'll ask her to accompany me every time I train from now on," Lin Feng said into the intercom. "Since she likes to exercise so much, I'll train her more." "Okay, master." It was Fu Na on the other end of the intercom. Today's selection of concubines was an exhibition, and it was not suitable to be done on the spot, so Lin Feng had no choice but to let Fu Na take notes. After walking across the runway, there was a short road about 10 meters long. A black motorcycle was parked in the middle of the road, and a petite figure was squatting on the side. Only when he got closer could Lin Feng see the petite figure clearly. The beauty is wearing a black motorcycle helmet with a purple reflective visor and 2 lifelike cat ears on top of the helmet. She wore a cool black leather jacket on her upper body, and a white sports vest underneath. Although the curves of the sports vest were not as dangerous as Iwian's, they were also very proud. She was wearing a pair of black leather shorts that tightly wrapped her hips and thighs, revealing her slender, white thighs under the shorts. Only a small section of the white skin was exposed, and the rest of the skin was blocked by a pair of black over-the-knee socks, revealing only the slender curve of her calves. Lin Feng knocked on the beauty's helmet and asked, "Little sister, what's wrong with you?" Hearing this, the beautiful woman took off her helmet and said impatiently, "Uncle, who are you?" Lin Feng recognized at a glance that this was Ling Jiaoer, one of the Korean trainees who went upstairs to dance when Lin Feng was restricted by the system. This cute and fierce cat-like beauty who could only watch when Lin Feng was in the most pain was now looking at Lin Feng with an extremely annoyed look. Ling Jiaoer tore open a lollipop and put it in her mouth. Seeing that Lin Feng was still silent, she said, "I'm asking you a question, uncle. What are you doing?" Chapter 86: Ling Jiaoer and New Superpowers. Lin Feng didn't have time to be shocked by Ling Jiaoer's acting skills. He gently tapped Ling Jiaoer on the head and said, "Are you polite? You call me uncle, a handsome guy?" Ling Jiaoer was stunned at first, then felt a slight pain in her head, and then she reacted and became furious. "Am I wrong to say you're an uncle? I'm also going to say you're a wretched uncle. You just stared at that busted girl on the runway for so long. Do you think I didn't notice?" After saying that, he was still not satisfied, so he grabbed Lin Feng's arm and bit it hard with his canine teeth bared. "Oh my, are you so thick-skinned, old uncle? You bit me so hard that my teeth hurt." Seeing that she couldn't get the upper hand either way, Ling Jiaoer simply cried and shouted, "Uncle, you bullied me. I'm going to call the police to arrest you, woo-woo." Seeing that the beauties in the distance were attracted by Ling Jiaoer's movements, they all looked sideways. Lin Feng squatted down, lifted up Ling Jiaoer's slender white neck with one hand, and threatened fiercely, "If you dare to cry again, don't blame me." Ling Jiaoer rolled her eyes and stuck out her tongue, then immediately changed her expression and continued to cry pitifully. But as I cried, I realized something was wrong. She found herself being caught in midair by Lin Feng. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Lin Feng held Ling Jiaoer on the motorcycle with his left hand, and hit Ling Jiaoer's but with his right hand, cursing as he hit her. "Are you still going to call me uncle? Huh? Do you still think it's a puppy biting people? Are you still pretending to be pitiful like a kitten? Are you still going on? Meh? 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 Meh?" Ling Jiaoer was still confused for a long time, and she waited until the pain in her buttocks came before she reacted. A strong sense of shame came over her. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to bite you to death if you can. Put me down. Stop hitting me. It hurts, it hurts. I was wrong. I won't call you uncle anymore. I won't bite anyone or yell anymore. Woo woo." The touch from his palm was extremely elastic, and Lin Feng became addicted to it and couldn't stop. Only after hearing Ling Jiaoer crying did Lin Feng stop, thinking to himself that he should not hurt the little kitten if he used too much force. After letting go of Ling Jiaoer, she finally stopped crying, but her tears were so distressing. Not bad, not bad. Go take a rest. I'll reward you with 50 points. Lin Feng rubbed Ling Jiaoer's little head and said soothingly. Ling Jiaoer didn't say anything, she just turned around with tears in her eyes and started the motorcycle. Her slender figure revealed her perfect curves as she bent down to ride the bike. With her legs hooked on the motorcycle, her snow-white thighs and black over-the-knee socks created a particularly seductive reaction in this posture. I was a little surprised that I didn't hear Ling Jiaoer thank Lin Feng. If it were someone else, if they heard that Lin Feng rewarded them with 50 points, they would probably bow happily and thank their master. Hearing the sound of a motorcycle starting behind him, Lin Feng was somewhat surprised that Ling Jiaoer could actually ride a bike and was ready to chat a little more. But the motorcycle ignored Lin Feng and just drove past him. Ling Jiaoer on the motorcycle turned around and looked at Lin Feng. There was no trace of sadness on her face. Her whole expression was free and unrestrained. She made a face and uttered 2 words. Lin Feng recognized it from the shape of her lips. She was calling him, uncle, again. Lin Feng hadn't seen such an unruly person for a long time. The last time it was like this was Ren Lingxian. After Lin Feng's training, hasn't she become a gentle little kitten now? This kind of person cannot be spoiled and must be disciplined on the spot. Lin Feng took out the intercom and said to Fu Na, "The third Imperial Concubine Selection meeting is suspended. All personnel must leave the venue. Wait for my notification when it will resume." Okay. After hearing Fu Na's answer, Lin Feng activated his special ability, flying in the air, and caught up with Ling Jiao in a blink of an eye. Seeing this, Ling Jiao quickly turned the car around and drove to the other side, but in just a moment Lin Feng appeared in the other direction. Ling Jiao stopped the motorcycle helplessly. "No, master, we are not acting. Why do you take it seriously? You can't afford to play, woo-woo." Lin Feng flew to Ling Jiao and said, "Your acting is very good. I like your unruly look. But master, there is no bed here. Isn't this a motorcycle? Ah? Don't give it to me. Don't you like bleeding? Keep bleeding for me. Don't stop. I was wrong, meh? 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 Meh?" Drip. Yin-Yang plunder takes effect. Strength plus 0.5 times 12. The number of 7-point beauties is currently 12. Host Lin Feng. Strength 212.5 plus 6, 5. Physical fitness 169.5. Speed 149.55. The values in brackets are the attributes of normal people. Plunder critical hits, refresh the first level passive ability, adaptive equipment, can generate weapons/armor at will according to the elements of the elemental ability controlled. The strength and power of the weapons/armor are determined by the ability level and the overall strength of the host. Plunder target, Ling Jiao. The current elemental ability controlled is Fire Element. Oh? Seeing the system prompt, Lin Feng thought to himself, this ability is interesting. It's just right that as my strength grows, I lack a suitable weapon to match it. Turn off the lights. Lin Feng instructed Fu Na. Ling Jiao, who was standing next to her, was lying on the motorcycle with her face flushed and her clothes in disarray, resting. She no longer had any trace of the carefree and unrestrained girl she just was. Click, click, click. After the lights were turned off, the entire recording hall was pitch black because it was surrounded by black curtains. Master, you... Ling Jiao, frightened by the darkness, was about to ask Lin Feng what he was going to do, when she saw a scene that left her dumbfounded. I saw two fire beasts appearing on the left and right at the position where Lin Feng originally stood. The fire tiger on the left was tall and mighty, while the fire dragon on the right was majestic. A suit of armor made of flames appeared between the two beasts, outlining Lin Feng's body from head to toe. Another flame appeared out of thin air and floated in Lin Feng's right hand. As the flame continued to grow, a flame pattern similar to a knife handle gradually appeared on Lin Feng's right hand, followed by the blade, and finally the blade. The guard beside the two beasts, wearing a flaming armor and holding a flaming sword in his hand, looked like a god of war from hell in the dark recording hall. Ling Jiao's reaction arc was still very long. When she came back to her senses from the shock and was about to scream, the lights in the recording hall had come on again. Fu Na led the beauties to clean up the garbage after their battle and put a blanket on Ling Jiao. Fu Na helped Ling Jiao up and walked out. Wow, 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 wow! Master, you were so handsome just now. That flame was really like a god. When passing by Lin Feng, Ling Jiao was already looking at Lin Feng with starry eyes in admiration. Lin Feng smiled and said, I still like your rebellious look back then. Chapter 87 Clinic by Ruhr. Fu Na stepped forward and asked, Master, is the selection meeting still going on? Lin Feng raised his head and glanced at the recording hall on the first floor. Each room is carefully decorated to restore the scene and atmosphere, which must have taken a lot of effort. Then he said, Go on, it's such a big deal, everyone must have put in a lot of effort, it would be a shame if I don't finish watching it. This is what we should do. Although Fu Na said this, she was still happy in her heart because Lin Feng was rare in his consideration for others. In order to prepare for the concubine selection conference, and also to earn points for promotion, the sisters have all put in a lot of effort in setting up the scenes, choosing makeup, picking outfits, and matching lines. Fu Na has seen every scene and sincerely hopes that the sisters' efforts can be recognized and their lives can be improved. Soon, under Fu Na's command, the beauties in the corresponding scenes returned to their original positions, and all other relevant personnel left. Following Ling Jiao's small road scene are a series of rooms. Lin Feng walked straight into the first semi-open room. The overall tone of this room is mainly white and soft, and the clean space makes people feel at ease at first glance. There is a cartoon-style health promotion poster on the left wall, and behind the triage desk on the right, a beautiful nurse is sorting files with her head down. The little nurse was wearing a well-tailored white nurse uniform with a slightly open neckline, revealing her delicate collarbone. The cuffs just reached her elbows, and she wore a small watch on her slender wrist. The uniform wrapped around her curvy figure, and the elastic band at the waist perfectly outlined her slender waist. As she walked, the short skirt revealed her slender legs, which reflected the white light against a pair of white stockings. Through the thin stockings, her skin could be seen as smooth and delicate as a peeled egg. She has an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, a pair of big watery eyes that seem to be able to speak, long and thick eyelashes that flutter, and a small cherry mouth under the high nose bridge. Drip. Name by Ruhr. Age 23. Rating 9.1. Evaluation, Gentle White Rabbit. Sir, are you feeling unwell? By Ruhr, who was sorting files with her head down, noticed someone entering the clinic and asked with a gentle smile on her lips. I feel a little dizzy. Do I have a fever? Lin Feng smiled wickedly and picked up a health brochure on the examination table and started reading it. The brochure contained some hand-painted tips on hygiene and disease transmission in the shelter. Please sit down here and I'll take your temperature. Hearing Lin Feng's teasing suggestion, Bai Ruer secretly rolled her eyes, but her gentle smile remained unchanged. She helped Lin Feng to sit on the chair next to the examination table. Take off your coat and put the thermometer under your arm. Bai Ruer handed Lin Feng a thermometer and had no intention of helping Lin Feng take off his coat herself. It seemed that she really thought that physical contact between men and women was not appropriate. Oh? Lin Feng didn't care when he heard it. He stood up and took off his coat. After thinking about it, he simply unbuttoned and took off the only shirt left on his body. You! Bai Ruer first let out a cry of surprise, and then her eyes were attracted by Lin Feng's figure under his shirt. Lin Feng's shoulders were as broad as a clothes hanger. His strong and elastic chest muscles rose and fell gently with his breathing. His abdominal muscles were as clear as if carved by a knife. His 8 muscles were arranged neatly, and all his skin was white and clear. Bai Ruer swallowed lightly, and as if possessed, she stretched out her slender fingers and poked Lin Feng's muscles. What? You're taking advantage of me in broad daylight? Lin Feng said this with dissatisfaction, but there was a playful smile in the corner of his eyes. No. No way, don't joke with the nurse, otherwise I will give you an injection. Bai Ruer responded stutteringly at first, and then, perhaps to give herself courage, she picked up a syringe beside her and threatened Lin Feng. If you can stick the needle into my skin today, I will reward you with 100 points. Real? Bai Ruer held the syringe, staring at Lin Feng's upper body with shining eyes, eager to try. Normally she wouldn't have the courage to do this. But now this is acting. And it must be fun to poke this white skin with a needle. Bai Ruer thought. Lin Feng glanced at his arm and motioned Bai Ruer to try it. But let me make this clear first. If your needle can't penetrate my skin, I may have to do it instead. Ah? Bai Ruer, who was holding the needle and preparing to try it, trembled slightly. After weighing the pros and cons, she gritted her teeth and said, Humph, who's afraid of who? The nurse will poke you until you scream today. Then he smiled mischievously, showing his 2 cute little canine teeth, and held the needle close to Lin Feng's fair arm. I really poked it. Stamp! Then let me make this clear. If I hurt you later, don't retaliate against me. I mean after we leave this recording room. You're so long-winded. I don't dare to let it go. Bai Ruer might have fallen for Lin Feng's provocation, so she gritted her teeth and picked up the syringe and poked it towards Lin Feng's arm. Ah? The sharp needle seemed to have hit an iron plate, and could not penetrate at all. Bai Ruer didn't believe it. She gritted her teeth and increased the force. The sharp needle actually began to bend slightly, Bai Ruer widened her eyes, and touched the place where the needle had just poked with her slender little hand. Lin Feng's arm still felt elastic to her, but there was no damage, not even a red spot. You. Are you still human? This. Bai Ruer sighed in disbelief as she touched it and stammered. Hey, if you keep touching me like this, I'm going to tell the police that you took advantage of me. Lin Feng grabbed the little hand that was touching him all over and pulled Bai Ruer into his arms. The girl's subtle fragrance filled Lin Feng's nostrils. You! At this moment, Bai Ruer was like a frightened rabbit, unable to speak. Feeling Lin Feng's broad and warm chest, her whole body trembled slightly, her heart pounded, and her cheeks flushed. I will pay you back for the punishment you owe me. Lin Feng spoke softly into Bai Ruer's fair and tender ear. Then Lin Feng put Bai Ruer aside and stood up. A feeling of loss and emptiness filled Bai Ruer's whole body. She bit her lips lightly with her silver teeth, as if she was regretting why Lin Feng did not go further. Girl, are you horny? When Bai Ruer came to her senses, the kind and warm figure was no longer beside her. Only Fu Na was looking at her with her hands folded and a sly smile on her face. Sister Na, where am I? Bai Ruer looked around. Master. Where is the master? Is he dissatisfied with me? The master is very pleased with you. He told me that your authority has been promoted and you can live on the 4th floor for the next 2 days. Chapter 88. The shelter has another rogue. Only Saint Lin Feng can resist the urge to eat the little white rabbit right next to his mouth. There are always villains who ruin Lin Feng's night. Just now in the clinic, at the critical moment when Lin Feng and Bai Ruer were pulling each other and were about to perform the plundering technique, an alarm from the central computer came through the earphones. Lin Feng had no choice but to put Bai Ruer down and go to the 5th floor. Zoom in on surveillance video and audio. Lin Feng sat in front of the central computer with an angry look on his face. He really wanted to see who was so bold as to disturb him at the critical moment of saving human civilization. Outside the shelter, a convoy of various vehicles stopped at the door. An old man was shouting into the microphone of the police assault vehicle in the front, and dozens of his men were on guard nearby, all armed with live ammunition. Young master, I'm the housekeeper, Lao Lu. The master asked me to pick you up. Young master, open the door. The housekeeper held the microphone and shouted for a long time, but the shelter did not respond at all. A middle-aged man nearby said, Old Lu, are you sure Xiao Xian is in this shelter? If Su Yixuan or Qing Yimin saw this middle-aged man, they would recognize him at a glance. He was the eldest son of the Su family, Su Yongqiang, Su Yixuan's father. Boss Su, the master has a record of the young master's itinerary. On May 1st, the day of the apocalypse, the young master did come to this shelter. Master has looked up the information about this shelter. Although it was built for filming a movie, it has all the necessary functions for protection and survival. The satellite positioning of the integrated space ground system shows that someone has visited the satellite in the shelter recently, although it is unclear why the lost satellite system is in this shelter. But this is enough to prove that there are people alive in the shelter, so the young master is most likely still alive. But Lao Lu bowed and replied, hesitating a little. Boss Su, why don't you call out in person? Maybe the young master will open the door. Su Yongqiang took the microphone. Xiao Xian, I am your father. Xiao Xian. Seeing that there was no movement, Su Yongqiang said worriedly. There is no movement in the shelter. I'm afraid Xiao Xian is in danger. Then Mr. Su, what do you think? Should we just attack directly? Inappropriate. Su Yongqiang waved his hand to interrupt the housekeeper Lao Lu. Before we set off, my father told me that the most important thing about this visit to the shelter, besides looking for Xiao Xian, is the hundreds of beauties in the shelter. In order to exchange guns with the one who occupied the arms warehouse, we have already kidnapped all the surviving women near Donglai district. At the moment, beauties are the most important supplies. Only by exchanging them for weapons and ammunition can we defend our Sioux survivor camp. Besides, this shelter is originally the property of my Sioux family. The facilities are relatively complete and there is nothing within a few kilometers. We can also regard this as camp number 2. When the time comes, I will first enjoy the surviving beauties in the shelter. When I get tired of playing with them, I will take them out and exchange them for ammunition with others. Su Yongqiang looked at her hesitantly with his eyes like a snake's tongue, and his tongue unconsciously swept across his lower lip, as if he was imagining the scene of one man ravaging hundreds of beauties. When the housekeeper Lao Lu saw this, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. This wealthy family had lost their family ties after the apocalypse. After so long since the apocalypse, they no longer cared about their son's life or death. Su Yongqiang was not looking for his son, but he knew there was a woman in the shelter, and he wanted to snatch her away. The more Su Yongqiang thought about it, the more impatient he became. With a flash of desire in his eyes, he ordered, "Go forward and investigate, and find the mechanism to open the door." But at this moment, his subordinates all turned around and looked at the housekeeper Lao Lu. "What are you all standing there for? Go to work. What are you looking at Lao Lu for? He is just a dog in my family. Do your family members who are detained in the base still want to live?" Butler Lao Lu's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he turned back to normal and shouted angrily, "Boss Su has given the order, what are you all standing there for?" Only then did everyone take action. What Su Yongqiang didn't know was that the reason why his men gave priority to executing the orders of Butler Lao Lu was because their family members detained in the camp had actually all fallen into the control of Butler Lao Lu's confidants, and Butler Lao Lu could separate them with just one order. The reason why the housekeeper Lao Lu kept Su Yongqiang and coaxed him all the way was just to use his identity to get Su Yishuan, who might still be alive in the shelter, to open the door. Once Su Yishuan opens the door, the housekeeper Lao Lu will send the father and son to the west without hesitation. Just as the housekeeper Lao Lu had thought before, how could the weak family affection after the apocalypse be worth Subbo's spending so many weapons, vehicles, and manpower to overcome numerous difficulties to get to the shelter? This was mainly due to the lobbying of the beautiful women who survived in the shelter, and the housekeeper Lao Lu. And the biggest reason why housekeeper Lao Lu came to the shelter was Shinqianer. The one who occupied the arms warehouse issued a high reward for Shinqianer, hoping to use Shinqianer to coerce the detained bigwigs in the military region to reveal the key to the strategic weapons depot. As soon as the housekeeper Lao Lu found the information about the shelter, he concealed Shinqianer's information, preparing to collect the reward alone and start his own business with the reward. "Boss Su, do you see a figure on the roof of the shelter?" At this time, a sharp-eyed subordinate discovered something unusual and hurriedly reported it. "It seems so." After the people nearby confirmed that it was a human figure, they stopped investigating. Su Yongqiang turned on the loudspeaker and said, "Friend, this is my Su family's property. Quickly open the door of the shelter. We in the Su family will never treat you unfairly." Lin Feng stood on the rooftop and looked at the people downstairs and said, "It's really strange. Before the end of the world, it was you rich people who acted arrogantly. Now that the end of the world has come, why are you rich people still the only ones alive?" Although Lin Feng's voice was not loud, it conveyed a strange power that reached everyone's ears. "That's because before the end of the world, our Su group was a corporate group with social responsibility and accountability. We did a lot of good deeds and left a good reputation. After the end of the world, everyone will naturally come to us for shelter. As long as you open the door of the shelter, our Su family will ensure that you will have enough food and drink and women for the rest of your life." As soon as Su Yongqiang finished speaking, the men around him looked at him with contempt. "Isn't it because your Su family had a few lackeys from the beginning, a few hidden guns, and then used the weapons to plunder supplies everywhere, kidnap women to exchange for weapons, imprison their families and threaten them to work for you? That's how you became so big and strong?" However, due to the control of their families, everyone dared not speak out. "You seem to be looking for Su Yishuan?" Lin Feng pointed in a direction outside the shelter with one hand. "He's here." Everyone looked in the direction they were looking in, and saw a protective door to an outer partition slowly opening, and a large number of zombies rushed out towards them. Su Yongqiang recognized at a glance that the skinny zombie rushing in the front was Su Yishuan. "How dare you!" Su Yongqiang looked up to the sky and roared at Lin Feng, but found that a black tubular object had appeared on Lin Feng's shoulder and was pointing at them. He quickly pulled Lao Lu over and asked what it was. "Lao Lu, that looks like a howitzer, holy shit!" Chapter 89 Strategic Arsenal. While the housekeeper Lao Lu was speaking, he turned over and walked out. Boom! With a loud explosion, the police assault vehicle at the front of the convoy was turned over by the power of the howitzer explosion. Su Yongqiang didn't have time to dodge and was blown to pieces. Da-da-da! The zombie group was approaching, and the men opened fire one after another. Fortunately, these are just the most common low-level zombies. As long as we aim at the head, we can solve them very efficiently. Those who have managed to survive the apocalypse have already gained rich experience in fighting zombies. They line up and shoot crosswise. While the first row is reloading, the second row will add to the firepower. Low-level zombies are no match for humans' hot weapons. Boom! Following another loud explosion, a second howitzer shell fired from the roof of the shelter followed. The second howitzer was aimed at the dense crowd, and the defensive formation was immediately disrupted by this howitzer. The zombies took advantage of any opportunity, and immediately bit through the gap in firepower. The entire periphery was filled with the wailing of people injured by howitzer explosions, and surrounded by zombies. Someone raised a gun and shot at Lin Feng, but the distance was too far and the hit rate was pitifully low. Even if a bullet occasionally hit Lin Feng, he was blocked by his strong physique and was unharmed. Bang! With a muffled sound, a big hole was blown out of the butler Lao Lu's men who were shooting at Lin Feng. When housekeeper Old Lu looked up again, he saw that the howitzer in Lin Feng's hand had been replaced with a sniper rifle that was as big as a cannon, with steam coming out of the muzzle. Lin Feng doesn't care what difficulties these subordinates have. In this doomsday, any confrontation is a life-and-death struggle. Today, it's because they met Lin Feng. If they met ordinary people, then these people would expose their devilish nature and be sadistic without mercy no matter how difficult their own difficulties were. Damn, where did he get all these perverted weapons? After the doomsday came, Lao Lu had already experienced many life-and-death crisis situations. He cursed angrily, knowing that he could not be the enemy, and hurriedly ran towards an intact car outside the convoy, rolling and crawling. He had not run far when a young man with an indifferent expression appeared in front of Lao Lu. The young man was wearing a clean suit that was out of place with the surrounding scene, and it was so eerie that it made people feel scared. Old Lu recognized at a glance that this man was the devil who had pushed them into hell on the roof of the shelter. You! Before Old Lu could finish his words of surprise, Lin Feng lifted him up into the air with one hand. This! Are you the devil? Even though Lin Feng's howitzer was shooting at him just now and his men were beheaded, these did not make Lao Lu utter such a frightened sound. After all, he was in the end times and had experienced life and death. He was already prepared to face life and death. But this situation was beyond Lao Lu's cognition and was too unbelievable. Lin Feng grabbed Lao Lu with one hand and flew to a low altitude. He clenched his right hand in the air, and a mode down made purely of high-temperature flames appeared out of thin air in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the crowd. The flaming Mo Dao in his hand was like the scythe of the god of death. As he swung it, all the people and zombies he encountered were cut in half, and then swallowed and burned by the flames attached to the Mo Dao. After just 2 rounds, there was no one or zombie left standing in the entire outer square. Bang! Lin Feng threw Lao Lu to the ground with one hand, and flew in the air with a flaming sword in his hand like a demon from hell. Answer my questions, and I will accept you as my disciple. Lin Feng spoke. The entire outer square was littered with human and zombie remains, vehicles were still on fire, and a fire god was flying in the air. This scene was extremely shocking to Lao Lu. This almost overturned all of Lao Lu's scientific knowledge. Only God could explain the current situation. Once Old Lu, who is over 50 years old, starts to believe in superstition, it will immediately shatter his original consciousness and all his calculations. He immediately knelt down and confessed to Lin Feng. Great God, please forgive me, I will tell you everything I know. In his opinion, how could this God deceive him? What is the current situation of the human survivors around here? Where is your camp? Lin Feng put away the flaming Mo Dao, and a fire dragon appeared beside him and kept circling around Lin Feng. Reporting to the gods, the Sioux survivor camp is on a farm 30 miles west of the film and television city. After they escaped from Haicheng, they chose a farm with a huge amount of food stored before the apocalypse, built fortifications, occupied the land, and used radio stations to attract survivors to join them. Once a survivor comes to seek refuge, their supplies will be seized immediately. If they bring their families with them, their families will be imprisoned, and men will be threatened to work for them to resist the zombies. Men who come alone will be treated as slaves to work for them, and women will be directly toyed with and sold. I was also coerced by them and had no choice but to come here, Woa. I beg the gods to save your innocent people and punish those villains. Old Lu knelt on the ground, filled with righteous indignation, and tearfully described the depravity and brutality of the Sioux camp. Lin Feng naturally saw through Lao Lu's disguise at a glance. His acting skills were not as good as those cosplay beauties in the shelter. These weapons? Selling women? Lin Feng had noticed long ago that the weapons in these people's hands were not simple police guns, but standard ones. Reporting to the gods, after the apocalypse, someone took control of the arms warehouse area. With sufficient reserves of military supplies, they quickly expanded their power and became the largest survivor camp around Dong Lai. Then they sold weapons to the surrounding survivor camps in exchange for supplies and women. We came to the shelter because we wanted to complete his oppressive mission. According to the records we brought with us when we escaped, there are many women in the shelter. Lin Feng snorted coldly when he heard that. What Lin Feng hated most was that someone was eyeing his woman, who was his lifeline. All these crimes are caused by these people. Many people kidnapped women and robbed supplies in order to obtain weapons to protect themselves. Please ask the gods to punish them. That's right. The people who control the arms warehouse area have also issued a reward for finding Xinqianer, either alive or dead, because they have detained Xinqianer's father, Xin Wanli, and they want to find Xinqianer and force Xin Wanli to surrender. Old Lu noticed Lin Feng's emotions and immediately protested his injustice. Xinqianer? Lin Feng was very surprised when he heard this name. Originally, after Lin Feng learned about Xinqianer's life experience, he had already prepared for her father to cause trouble in the future, but he didn't know that her father is now in trouble. Yes, Xinqianer, I am the only one who knows that she is in the shelter. Please rest assured that no one else knows this news. The reason why they are looking for Xinqianer is because there is a strategic weapons warehouse in the basement of the arms warehouse, and Xin Wanli would rather die than tell the secret key. Chapter 90, Heaven and Hell. Strategic arsenal? Lin Feng was deeply afraid of these words. Now Lin Feng is no longer afraid of ordinary firearms. Even if the opponent uses ordinary heavy firepower or human wave tactics to attack the shelter, Lin Feng doesn't care. But I'm only afraid that the other party will be unreasonable and launch a strategic missile directly at us. How many missiles can this shelter withstand? From what you said, there are still many survivor camps around. But I think the zombies are quite strong, so why are there so many survivor camps still alive? Ever since Lin Feng went out to fight zombies several times and felt the strength of the evolved zombies, he has become pessimistic about the survival of mankind. But from what old Lu said now, there are already quite a few survivor camps around Donglai district alone, which surprised Lin Feng very much. Reporting to the gods, from our observation, most zombies are currently gathering in densely populated cities and towns. As long as we find an open plain, such as a rural area or farm with large farmland, build fortifications, and strictly check whether people passing by are infected, we can temporarily be safe with the help of guns. But there should be a lot of zombies hiding in the forest. We have sent people into the forest to explore several times, but none of them came back. Old Lu wanted to tell Lin Feng everything he knew, hoping to gain Lin Feng's appreciation. He also dreamed that he could possess the same godly abilities as Lin Feng. Where is the address of that arms warehouse area? Lin Feng asked the last question. Reporting to the gods, about 80 miles west of the film and television city, they have cleared several roads that avoid densely populated towns and urban areas. They can connect to the surrounding survivor camps, and all communications are carried out using radio stations. After confirming that Lin Feng had no other information that Lao Lu wanted to know, Lin Feng flew in front of Lao Lu. God, can I follow you? Old Lu raised his head and smiled flatteringly, but his expression disappeared in an instant and turned into horror and disbelief. A flame floated out from Lin Feng's fingertips and landed on Lao Lu. Ah! You are so untrustworthy! Ah, you devil! As Lao Lu wailed miserably, the flames quickly devoured him completely. You think I'm a god, so I'll send you to hell to become a believer. I mean what I say. Lin Feng smiled at the body that had been burned to charcoal. Lin Feng had no intention of keeping Lao Lu alive from the beginning. Most of those who have managed to survive the apocalypse are old foxes, but if we simply interrogate this old man and engage in a battle of wits and courage, it would inevitably be a waste of time. Lin Feng simply showed off some fancy abilities. It is very easy to manipulate the humans who survive the doomsday. After destroying their social cognition, which is already on the verge of collapse, they will naturally listen to Lin Feng. Lin Feng flew into the air, and in order to avoid attracting zombies, he cast flames to burn some fresh pieces of meat into charcoal. After returning to the 5th floor of the shelter, Lin Feng immediately asked the central computer to connect to the radio station to play the audio. Lin Feng had previously been pessimistic about the survival of mankind, so he did not pay attention to the radio station that the survivors relied on to communicate. Now that he knew there were still many survivors, Lin Feng felt it necessary to listen to the radio station to understand the current situation outside. Lin Feng is not a savior. No matter how heinous crimes people outside commit, it has nothing to do with Lin Feng. It's just that the words, strategic arsenal, are like a thorn in Lin Feng's throat, and the most critical thing, Xinqianer, is in the shelter, which forces Lin Feng to be on guard. If possible, Lin Feng would need to take control of the strategic arsenal himself to feel at ease. Therefore, Lin Feng must completely resolve the trouble in the arms warehouse area as soon as possible. Thinking back to what Lao Lu said, the zombies seem to deliberately stay in densely populated towns and urban areas and not spread outward. This gave Lin Feng a horrifying guess in his mind. These zombies seemed to be waiting to evolve, and after a certain level of zombies had completed their evolution, they would begin to spread outward on a large scale. This is like a sword of Damocles hanging over Lin Feng's head. After the central computer analyzed, it was found that there are 2 types of active radio stations in the entire Donglai district. One type is ordinary radio stations that directly face the public. The Su family survivor camp has abundant supplies and is endorsed by the former richest man in Haiqing, Su. We sincerely welcome the surviving humans to come to the camp to seek shelter. Let us work together for the future of mankind. Let us fight against the zombies together. The Donglai Survivor Camp is a formal official survivor camp with the largest food reserve in the Donglai district. The official reputation guarantees that the survivors who come here will have no worries about food and clothing. The deposits before the end of the world can be directly exchanged for supplies in the camp. Friends, human civilization is still there. Please don't give up. The individual survivor camp welcomes all survivors. No matter what your status was before the apocalypse, you will be reassigned work based on your ability after you arrive at the camp. You will be provided with food and shelter. The more you work, the more you get. A team of more than 10 survivors will be directly rewarded with housing, official positions, and a ton of rice. The Women's Survivor Camp welcomes all the surviving sisters to come and take refuge. This camp is divided into male and female residences to ensure the safety and dignity of women. A team of 5 or more survivors will be rewarded with 10 gold bars. We have abundant supplies and you don't need to work. You will have food and clothing when you come. Let us wait for the end of the doomsday in the warm and safe camp. A class of separately encrypted advanced radio stations. The Su Survivor Camp has acquired 3 new beauties with perfect bodies and pretty faces. They have been trained and are 100% satisfactory. In exchange for 5 off-road vehicles and 500 liters of gasoline, no bargaining is allowed. The survivor camp in the armament area warehouse guarantees it. The Donglai Survivor Camp provides 10 strong slaves who eat little but do a lot of work. They are suitable for deployment to the defense zone. They can work 20 hours a day in exchange for 5 bags of rice. The survivor camp in the armament zone warehouse guarantees it. We found a small survivor camp with about 20 men and women in it. They don't have any heavy weapons. If there is a camp willing to join us in taking them down, we'll split the profit 70% to 30%. The retail survivor camp will provide 5 cannon fodder subordinates, each of whom has a close relative who can be held hostage. In exchange for 3 rifles and 1,000 rounds of corresponding bullets, the survivor camp in the armaments warehouse will guarantee it. 4 beauties are coming out of the female survivor camp. They are 2 young women and 2 students. They can be given matching uniforms and stockings. 2 have been trained, and the other 2 can experience the fun of training in person in exchange for 20 bags of salt and 5 bags of flour. Unlimited collection of all kinds of beauties, food supplies, and zombie crystal cores for a long time. Only firearms settlement is supported. A large reward for the pre-apocalyptic star, Chinchina, and a survivor camp in the armament area warehouse. Click. Even though Lin Feng was indifferent, he couldn't help but crush the teacup in his hand when he heard the messages from both radio stations. One was a false paradise, and the other was a cruel hell. Humanity in the apocalypse is scarier than zombies. Chapter 91. Ichiyao. Fu Na, who was standing next to him, also listened to all the news on the radio. Without saying a word, he just came over silently and squatted on the ground to pick up the pieces of the teacup that were crushed by Lin Feng. But her trembling arms revealed her fear and disappointment with the outside world. You don't need to tell Shinchienra about this. I will take care of it. Lin Feng touched Fu Na's head. The other beauties in the shelter can gradually accept everything in the shelter because of paralysis, and immerse themselves in Lin Feng's protection and the beautiful dreams he has woven. But Fu Na knew the cruelty of the outside world, so naturally she had to bear much more than others. Fu Na stood up and picked up the fragments. The selection meeting will continue. Go and get ready. What Lin Feng can do now is to improve his strength as much as possible to deal with all future crises. Then the pace of plundering cannot be stopped. Okay. Fu Na hesitated before leaving and turned back to Lin Feng and said, Thank you. After the clinic scene in the recording hall on the first floor, there is the men's clothing store scene. The glass display window at the door of the room is clean and bright, and inside are several carefully matched sets of exquisite men's clothing, including tops, pants, shoes, and accessories. Lin Feng was extremely curious. How could this ordinary men's clothing store arouse his interest? Then he pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Feng smelled a faint fragrance. The rotating warm-colored downlights on the ceiling give people a warm and comfortable feeling. There is a simple off-white wallpaper on the side. The glass cabinets on both sides are filled with exquisite menswear. In the middle of the front hall, there is an island display rack with a fitting mirror next to it. The fitting mirror is decorated with soft light strips. Sir, what kind of clothes do you want to buy? The beautiful salesperson who was arranging the display shelves turned around when she heard the noise and said with a smile slightly raised at the corner of her eyes. Lin Feng recognized her as Ichiyao at a glance. No wonder there was such a fragrance filling the room. Ichiyao was wearing a fashionable professional suit, a slim black suit on top and a white lace-based shirt underneath, with a little lace edge showing at the neckline. She wore a short skirt of the same color as a suit, revealing a pair of straight and slender legs. She was wrapped in a thin layer of flesh-colored stockings, revealing her skin, which was as white as snow. Under the light, it was so dazzling that people couldn't take their eyes off her. She is tall, with a slim waist and plump hips. Wearing this professional suit and high heels, her figure is fully displayed. She has wavy hair draped over her shoulders, delicate makeup, thick and curled eyelashes, and bright red lipstick. Her face is delicate and three-dimensional. Her facial features are as perfect as sculptures, and she always has a professional smile on her lips, and her eyes are bright and energetic. Pick a coat. Ichiyao is one of the beauties that Lin Feng has met but has not yet plundered. Lin Feng's most profound impression of her is her serious work attitude and the faint fragrance that always lingers on her body. Ichiyao's fingers slid across the gaps between the hangers, and she approached with her footsteps to the rhythm of light music. The sound of her high heels tapping on the ground was captivating. She picked up a suit jacket beside her and walked behind Lin Feng. She stretched out her slender fingers and gestured at Lin Feng's body, her fingertips sliding across the fabric of the suit, and she deliberately paused on Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng's nostrils were filled with the girl's subtle fragrance, and he felt as if he were being electrocuted. The clothes you have here don't quite match. I'll pick you a new one. Ichiyao's slender fingers traced Lin Feng's shoulders and gently took off Lin Feng's coat and shirt. Lin Feng's muscular figure and the heat on his body made Ichiyao's breathing stagnate. She gritted her teeth, picked up the tape measure and measured Lin Feng's figure from behind. Through the fitting mirror in front of him, Lin Feng had a clear view of Ichiyao's embarrassing situation. Ichiyao picked out a well-fitting white shirt for Lin Feng to put on. She slid her fingertips to the back of his waist under the pretext of smoothing out the wrinkles on the shirt, and actually tapped his coccyx through the shirt. Lin Feng looked back at Ichiyao in surprise. Why didn't I realize before that this little girl was so brave? Ichiyao pretended nothing had happened. She walked up to Lin Feng and stood on tiptoe to adjust his collar. Her eyelashes almost brushed his earlobe. The girl's fragrance reached its peak at this moment. Sir, you have a great figure. At this moment, Lin Feng's eyes were full of desire. Ichiyao didn't dare to look at Lin Feng. After adjusting the collar, she lightly tapped the fabric from top to bottom to smooth Lin Feng's clothes. Then she squatted down to compare the length of Lin Feng's pants. The white curve of her slender and straight legs folded after squatting made Lin Feng's Adam's apple roll. Not bad, Ichiyao. Why didn't I realize you were so good at this before? Lin Feng couldn't help but tease. What did you say, sir? Have we known each other before? Ichiyao, who was squatting on the ground and adjusting Lin Feng's trouser legs, raised her head and responded. Lin Feng looked from top to bottom. Ichiyao's three-dimensional facial features looked even more charming. Ichiyao's acting skills were very good. She seemed very confused about Lin Feng's questions. She blinked her bright big eyes, as if she was really asking Lin Feng. Oh, it's okay. I recognized the wrong person. Since Ichiyao still wanted to act, there was no need for Lin Feng to expose her. I also have a lot of beautiful high-end women's clothing here, but unfortunately no one is suitable to wear them. Real? Ichiyao asked in surprise. She knew that Lin Feng had a godlike ability to take things out of thin air, but Lin Feng had never taken out any exquisite women's clothing. Even if it is the end of the world, girls' desire for beautiful clothes is engraved in their bones, not to mention that there are so many beauties in the shelter nowadays. If you want to stand out, a set of exquisite and beautiful clothes is definitely indispensable. In fact, there were also exquisite women's clothing in the warehouse that Lin Feng had previously entrusted to Fu Na to manage. However, for a person with the authority like Ichiyao, she was not qualified to exchange or even view them. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Lin Feng bewitched Ichiyao with a wicked smile on his face. Then take it out. I want it. Ichiyao stood up and said in surprise. But I don't know your size, how can I get you the right clothes? Huh! I can wear standard-sized clothes. Even though the inexperienced Ichiyao had been taught and rehearsed everything that had just happened, she had no way of understanding Lin Feng's evil intentions at this moment. It's okay, I'll just measure it for you. Lin Feng asked Ichiyao to stand still without any explanation and repeated everything that Ichiyao had just done to him. At this moment, Ichiyao finally understood Lin Feng's purpose, which was to take revenge on him for teasing her. But had the other beauties ever rehearsed such a scene before? He could only stand there stiffly, his face flushed, his eyes blurred, and he was at a loss as to what to do. Let Lin Feng repeat Ichiyao's actions just now. Turn around. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Ichiyao turned around mechanically. But Lin Feng behind her used one hand to press her against the glass of the window. Chapter 92, Superpower, Spiritual Detection. Drip. Yin-Yang Plunder takes effect. Strength plus 0.5 times 13. The number of 7-point beauties is currently 13. Host Lin Feng. Strength 218.5 plus 6.55. Physical fitness 169.5. Speed 149.55. The values in brackets are the attributes of normal people. Plunder critical hits. Refresh the first level passive ability, Mental Detection. Can detect environmental scanning and spatial positioning. Use mental power as a radar to scan the surrounding environment, obtain the location, number, and movement trajectory of the target, and even detect abnormalities in non-living things. Plunder target, Ichiyao. The distance of mental detection is determined by the ability level and strength attribute. The current detection distance is 225 meters, strength attribute multiplied by ability level. With the activation of his supernatural powers, Lin Feng detected that Fu Na and several beauties were walking towards this side. Ichiyao sat on the sofa in the clothing room scene in a daze, as if she had not yet come to her senses. Only the torn flesh-colored silk on the ground and the flushed face could prove what had just happened in this men's clothing store. Are you still in a daze? Fu Na will be here soon, why don't you go and wipe off the lipstick marks on the window glass? Lin Feng said with a smirk on his face. Ah? Oh, okay, you. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Ichiyao came back to her senses. She turned around and saw the lipstick mark on the glass. She was so shy that she was speechless. She quickly picked up a tissue and wiped off all the marks. Fortunately, the cosmetics used in the concubine selection conference are all top-quality cosmetics that Lin Feng took out from the subspace, and they are not easy to come off. Otherwise, there would not only be lipstick marks on the glass of the cabinet, but also facial makeup powder, which would make Ichiyao even more embarrassed. Record this, Ichiyao's promotion authority. After entering the room, Fu Na said to Shining beside her. Then he picked up the small blanket and covered Ichiyao with it. The whole process couldn't be more skilled. If this had happened in the past, Fu Na might have had some opinions about Lin Feng's decadence. But after learning about the cruelty of the outside world, Fu Na could only hope that the beauties in the shelter would become Lin Feng's women as soon as possible. Fu Na could see Lin Feng's strength and means, and she knew that the more they could please Lin Feng, the more secure their safety would be. Sister Yao, you, shame on you! Because of her familiarity with Ichiyao, Lin Xiaoye also came with Fu Na this time. Seeing this scene for the first time, Lin Xiaoye's face also turned red, but she still couldn't help making fun of her good sister. Oh, master, when did you accept Lin Xiaoye? She is the only one who has not been promoted to C level with additional authority. This is not fair. Ichiyao, who had just tasted the forbidden fruit, heard Lin Xiaoye's teasing and directly and blatantly sabotaged her. Ichiyao really wanted to do good for Lin Xiaoye. After all, among so many people, Lin Xiaoye was the only one who was promoted without being robbed. Many beauties still had some opinions about Lin Xiaoye behind her back, so Ichiyao pushed her without mercy. You, what are you talking about? When Lin Xiaoye heard Ichiyao's words, her fair face instantly turned like a red apple and she pinched Ichiyao's soft spot. Master, do you want to take a break? Then go and see the rest of the beauties? After Fu Na asked everyone else to leave, she cleverly took over the topic and spoke to Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng's battle has just ended. If Lin Feng loses interest, the effect of looking at the beauties behind him will definitely be greatly reduced. What other scenes are there in the profession? Lin Feng sat on the sofa, took out a cigarette, raised his right fingertips slightly, and a small flame flew to the cigarette butt to light the cigarette. If this cool way of lighting a cigarette were used before the end of the world, it would be the way of showing off that all boys would be eager to beg for. Fu Na, who was standing next to her, looked sideways at this. Fu Na answered skillfully. She already knew the entire process and list of the conference by heart. Behind them are teachers, students, car models, and flight attendants. Having too many beauties can also be a hassle. The reason why Lin Feng went through so many twists and turns in selecting concubines is that he hopes that each time he plunders, it won't be mechanical. This is the only fun of the doomsday, and Lin Feng also wants to experience it well, so as not to plunder mindlessly just to become stronger. Lin Feng began to think in his mind, judging from the theme and casting of this beauty pageant, those who can be selected must have very different styles and are extremely distinctive. Including Ichiyao just now, 13 have been plundered so far, and there are still 8 places short of the current system plundering going online. There are 4 in total, namely teachers, students, car models, and stewardesses, and there are still 3 places missing. Is Azigili among these people? Lin Feng suddenly recalled the exotic beauty who had impressed her before. She felt very sorry about it last time, so she couldn't miss it this time. Her style is not suitable for these professions, so she did not participate in this concubine selection meeting. Fu Na replied. Then arrange for the teachers, students, car models, flight attendants, and Bai Ruer, Yen, and Azigili to temporarily stay on the 4th floor. I'll take care of it. Lin Feng thought for a moment, and gave Fu Na an order. He glanced at Ichiyao and continued. From now on, Ichiyao will live on the 4th floor and be responsible for my daily life and bathing with Shinshiner. Lin Feng couldn't let go of Ichiyao's fragrance for a long time. If he let Ichiyao live on the 4th floor, it would be like placing a natural aromatherapy on the 4th floor. Okay. Fu Na wrote down Lin Feng's order. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to get up, he took the cigarette butt from Lin Feng's hand and put it out in the ashtray. Well, let Lin Xiaoya live on the 4th floor as well, Lin Feng said before leaving. Before, perhaps because of his first love complex, Lin Feng was very hypocritical and never touched Lin Xiaoya. But now there are constant threats from the outside world, and Lin Feng urgently needs to improve his strength. The system's prompt to Lin Xiaoya was the same as Shinqianers, which was to provide a stable and powerful supernatural power. Lin Feng felt that there was no reason to indulge in his willfulness any longer. Lin Feng's plan is to wait until all the plundering quotas are filled and his strength is raised to the extreme before he goes out. The first is to deal with the Su survivor camp without leaving any hidden dangers. The second is to resolve the strategic weapons threat in the survivor camp in the armament area. Lin Feng is afraid that Shen Wanli will not be able to bear it one day and will reveal the secret key. It would be best if he can control the strategic weapons arsenal himself. As for the cruel current situation of the survivors, Lin Feng did not want to solve it immediately. Before he had the strength to sweep away everything, it was unrealistic to want to change human nature and unify all the survivors. A tall tree attracts the wind. The best situation at the moment is to resolve the immediate threat and then continue to hide in the shelter to plunder and develop. Ding ding ding. Lin Feng's watch beeped at this moment, and he clicked it to see that it was the governor of the 1st floor, Yushan Wu. Master, you asked me to use the crystal core on the human body to test it, and now I have made a major discovery. Chapter 93: The Secret of the Crystal Core. Lin Feng came to the B3 area of the shelter, which is the 3rd underground floor at the bottom of the shelter. This area B3 was originally planned as a warehouse in the shelter, but Lin Feng put area B3 on hold because he had infinite subspace. Until crystal cores were discovered among zombies, and until I heard on the radio that the largest survivor camp outside was collecting crystal cores without limit. This made Lin Feng curious about what kind of magic this crystal core had. Therefore, he authorized Yushan Wu, Jiang Tao and others to secretly conduct tests on zombies, crystal cores and themselves in Area B3. In Area B3, there is a vital signs tester that Lin Feng brought from the 3rd floor. There are more than a dozen iron cages placed on both sides of the instrument. Gah! Inside the iron cage were zombies that were originally on the periphery of the 1st floor. They were captured by Lin Feng and brought here for testing experiments. There was a largest iron cage in the middle, and lying flat inside was Jiang Tao. At this moment, Jiang Tao was lying in the iron cage, breathing rapidly and sweating all over. Lin Feng could feel the high temperature of Jiang Tao's body from a distance. What's going on? Lin Feng asked Yushan Wu, who was standing beside him. After learning about Lin Feng's plan, Jiang Tao and Yushan Wu took the initiative to apply to take the risk and conduct the test themselves. Lin Feng chose Jiang Tao to conduct the human test, while Yushan Wu was responsible for supervising and recording. Because we don't know what the consequences will be after contact with the crystal core, and there is a possibility that he will be infected by the crystal core and become a zombie, so we can only lock Jiang Tao in an iron cage for testing. My lord, this situation has lasted for 10 minutes, which is much longer than the zombie infection time. I guess Jiang Tao's DNA may have changed under the influence of the crystal core, which is why his body temperature is so high. Just now, Jiang Tao's vital signs almost disappeared, and then they quickly stabilized. Seeing Lin Feng coming in, Yushan Wu quickly stood up and said, Didn't you report earlier that there was no way to destroy the crystal core? How did Jiang Tao react? Lin Feng was very clear about how hard the crystal core was. Even the lowest level 1 zombie crystal core could not be harmed in the slightest by the violent explosion in Crimea City. Lin Feng was very curious about how Jiang Tao reacted to the crystal core. Master, at first we used strong acid and strong alkali to soak the crystal core, but the crystal core did not react at all. Yushan Wu pointed to the 2 containers on the table that contained strong acid and strong alkali reagents. The crystal cores in them were still emitting light blue light without any change. So, we referred to some ideas from previous movies, TV shows and novels and took pure water and white wine soaked in the crystal core. There was still no reaction. Jiang Tao even wanted to swallow the crystal core, but I stopped him. Until just now. Yushan Wu took out a sharp dagger with some blood on it. When he was about to collapse from disappointment, Jiang Tao didn't believe in evil and kept poking the crystal core with this dagger, but he accidentally used too much force and his palm was cut by the dagger. After the blood dripped onto the crystal core from the dagger, The crystal core finally reacted and briefly flashed red. Yu Shanwu pointed at Jiang Tao lying in the iron cage. So, Jiang Tao directly held the crystal core with his wound. Before he fell into a coma, Jiang Tao told me that he felt something in the crystal core penetrate into his body through the wound, and then he fell into a coma. I quickly carried him into the iron cage, and what happened next is what you see now. The wound touched the crystal core. Something in the crystal core penetrated into his body? Where is the crystal core? Lin Feng asked. The crystal core disappeared after it came into contact with the wound. Disappeared? It is no exaggeration to say that Lin Feng has never seen a material with higher strength and hardness than the crystal core. Now it disappears through the wound of the human body? This made Lin Feng certain that this should be the way normal humans use crystal cores. Crystal cores must bring some benefits to people, otherwise the survivor camp in the military zone would not be able to collect crystal cores so extensively. One of them must have gained something from the crystal core. Jiang Tao seems to be waking up soon! Yu Shanwu exclaimed at the side, and Lin Feng looked towards Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao's breathing gradually stabilized, and the monitor showed that his body temperature was dropping towards normal. His eyelids kept trembling, and the second joint of his ring finger was twitching slightly. It was not until a quarter of an hour later that Jiang Tao finally opened his eyes. He looked around in confusion, and when he came to his senses, he saw Lin Feng outside the iron cage and knelt down to pay his respects. "Greetings, my lord." "How does it feel?" Lin Feng asked. "Master, I feel full of strength." After saying that, Jiang Tao punched the iron bars of the iron cage hard. The iron bars were actually slightly bent by Jiang Tao's strength. "Open the iron cage," Lin Feng ordered. "Master, no, Jiang Tao's current condition is unknown and may be dangerous." Lin Feng's eyes darkened slightly. "Don't give me the advice of ancient loyal ministers in the future. What you have to do is to carry out my orders meticulously. No matter how you change, you are still just a mortal and to me." After saying that, the flaming emerald Dao in Lin Feng's hand appeared out of thin air. "Zhengqi!" After the flaming sword was swung twice at the iron cage, the railings of the iron cage were instantly split along the English X-like pattern, and the ultra-high temperature flame made a vaporization sound when it came into contact with the cage. It's not that Lin Feng is showing off, but that Lin Feng did it on purpose. Judging from all the current signs, the survivors may really be able to evolve some abilities through the zombie crystal cores. Lin Feng once again demonstrated his strength in order to consolidate the faith and loyalty of the two people in front of him. "Yes, my lord." The two people standing by were dumbfounded. Jiang Tao's originally excited look instantly subsided. He followed Yu Shanwu in kneeling again and spoke in unison. "Jiang Tao, stand up and attack me with all your strength." Lin Feng wanted to test Jiang Tao's current strength range. Jiang Tao hesitated for a moment, but then he remembered Lin Feng's warning, and without hesitation, he punched Lin Feng with all his strength. In his fanatical superstitious belief, he believed that Lin Feng must be omnipotent, and even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to hurt Lin Feng at all. Bang! Jiang Tao's punch, with all its might and power, was easily blocked by Lin Feng with one hand, without causing any ripples. "Lord!" Seeing this, Jiang Tao retracted his strength and continued to kneel on the ground. Lin Feng was lost in thought at this moment. The power value that Jiang Tao just displayed was approximately between 33-35, and what Jiang Tao consumed was a level 3 zombie crystal core. The attribute value of a level 3 zombie is in the range of 5060. Does it mean that by absorbing a crystal core, one can have about 70% of the power of the original crystal core? Continue to absorb this third-level zombie crystal core. Lin Feng took out another zombie crystal core from the subspace and handed it to Jiang Tao. Chapter 94, Superpower, Spiritual Contract. "Yes, my lord." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tao held the crystal core in both hands. Fearing that the wound on his palm was not big enough, Jiang Tao picked up the dagger and cut a hole in his palm. After the crystal core came into contact with the bleeding wound, it flashed a red light briefly, then slowly melted like an ice cube until it disappeared in Jiang Tao's palm. Jiang Tao's whole body trembled slightly, and his eyes shone brightly, but it only lasted for a few seconds before returning to normal. How does it feel this time?" Lin Feng asked curiously. Reporting to my lord, the reaction to absorbing the crystal core this time was not as strong as the first time. I just feel more energetic and stronger. Lin Feng tapped the tabletop slowly with his index finger, as he fell into deep thought. The two people beside him did not dare to disturb him in the slightest. It seems that there will be such a big improvement only for the first time, and the improvement given by subsequent absorption is very limited. However, this is just a guess, and a lot of tests are needed to draw the answer. The reason why the survivor camp in the military zone collects crystal cores without limit has also been discovered. Someone among the survivors must have discovered this use of the crystal core. Lin Feng waved his hand, and immediately a lot of crystal cores appeared on the table. Take these crystal cores and give them to the people in the field operations zone for testing. Report the results to me as soon as possible, Lin Feng said, turning to leave. When he was about to reach the door, he turned back and said, You can absorb 2 of the 3 level 3 crystal cores, Yu Shanwu, and use the other one with the worst health in the operations zone. Yes, my lord. The 2 men bowed their heads and accepted the order. Owner. This time, the person waiting on the sofa in the elevator area on the 4th floor was not Fu Na, but the young nurse Bai Ruer. She was still wearing a refreshing white uniform and a playful swallowtail hat, with white stockings faintly visible under her skirt. Her slender legs were wrapped in delicate silk fabric, shining with a soft pearlescent light under the lights in the elevator area. Her fingers were painted with light pink nail polish and she wore a pair of round-toed leather shoes. Her upright curves rose and fell slightly with her rapid, nervous breathing. Why is it you? Where's Fu Na? Lin Feng threw his coat to Bai Ruer and asked. Sister Na said you must be very tired today, so she asked me to take care of you. Bai Ruer lowered her head and blushed, not daring to look at Lin Feng. Her slender fingers were fiddling with the hem of her skirt, and she seemed very nervous. Oh, you know you have to pay back the punishment you owe me, right? Lin Feng walked in front while joking. Turning right from the elevator area was Lin Feng's master bedroom. Wow, so luxurious. Unlike the simple dormitory rooms on the 3rd floor, Lin Feng's bedroom was exceptionally luxurious and comfortable from the beginning of its planning, which made Bai Ruer, who had been living on the 3rd floor during this period, exclaim repeatedly. A multi-layered crystal chandelier hung in the center of Lin Feng's room. The floor is covered with beige cashmere carpets, and dark brown leather sofas with gold rivet decorations are placed against the wall. An electronic atomization fireplace is embedded in the entire marble wall, and a 2-meter-wide oil painting hangs above it. Stop looking at it and go and run the water to take a bath. If you continue to be so ignorant, I will let Fu Na lock you up in a small room on the 1st floor and discipline you. Looking at Bai Ruer, who was touching left and right, Lin Feng threatened with a sly smile. Oh, master, I'm sorry. I don't dare anymore. Bai Ruer was instantly frightened like a frightened little white rabbit. She froze in place, not knowing what to do, and her eyes instantly turned red. Lin Feng's luxurious room gave Bai Ruer the illusion that she had returned to modern civilized society, which exposed her girlish nature. Now Lin Feng's threat brought her back to reality in an instant. Thinking of the dark little rooms on the 1st floor and Lin Feng's bloody methods, she was so scared that she almost cried. What are you standing there for? Go and drain the water! Lin Feng didn't expect that he had such a strong deterrent power. Just a few words could scare this little white rabbit into tears. Oh, I'll go now. Bai Ruer hurriedly went to find the bathroom after hearing this. Master, I'll be good, you don't lock me up in the small room on the 1st floor. Lin Feng seemed to find some evil fun in scaring the little white rabbit. It depends on your performance. If you don't perform well, I will lock you and the zombies in a small room on the 1st floor. Ah, woo, master, I was wrong. I'll run the water for you. You can wash up in a moment. Bai Ruer will definitely be good. Woo. Finally I found the door to the bathroom in the spacious room. The entire bathroom floor is paved with heated beige marble, and the double bathtub has a gold-plated faucet. There is a crystal-encrusted perfume bottle on the washstand, circular fill lights are embedded around the mirror, and a faint cedar scent wafts from the air outlet of the central air conditioner. Bai Ruer no longer had the mood to marvel at the luxury of the bathroom. After struggling for a while, she finally found the hot water switch and filled the water. Master, the water is ready. Bai Ruer quickly wiped her tears, turned around and said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked to Bai Ruer and lifted her fair chin with one hand. If you cry again, I will really lock you up on the first floor. Smile for me. Bai Ruer forcibly held back the tears that had already lingered in her eyes, and finally revealed an expression that was both crying and laughing. Master, you go wash up, I'll be waiting outside. Woo, I won't cry. I won't cry. Lin Feng opened his hands and looked at him with a squinting look. Tisk? Help me take off my clothes. Do you know how to serve me? Oh, okay. Bai Ruer then tremblingly helped Lin Feng unbutton his shirt. Lin Feng's figure under his shirt, especially his lean and powerful waist and abdominal lines, still attracted Bai Ruer to take a peek. Even though her eyes were filled with tears, she still couldn't hide her girlish nature. Do you want to take advantage of me this time? Lin Feng felt amused when he saw Bai Ruer walking slowly, crying and laughing in front of him. I don't dare anymore, master. I was wrong last time, woo-woo. Bai Ruer looked as pitiful as a crying porcelain doll. Lin Feng got angry and picked up Bai Ruer and walked into the bathtub. Drip. Yin-yang plunder takes effect. Strength plus 0.5 times 14. The number of 7-point beauties is currently 14. Host Lin Feng. Strength 225 plus 7 5. Physical fitness 169 5. Speed 149.55. The values in brackets are the attributes of normal people. Plunder critical hits. Refresh the first level passive ability. Spiritual contract. You can sign a spiritual contract with the individual who actively pledges allegiance. Once the contract is reached, you can arbitrarily obliterate or torture the spiritual body that signed the contract. Plunder target, Bai Ruer. The upper limit of the number of spiritual contracts is determined by the ability level and strength attribute. The current upper limit is 232. Chapter 95 Rural Old Man. As long as I complete the deal, my partner and I can stay in the camp? A group of 4 people were walking cautiously towards a village on a small road in Donglai's town. An old man in front turned back and asked tremblingly. Yes, you are familiar with the village ahead. Give them the things in this bag in exchange for what we want and complete the deal. Our general manager Su will definitely welcome you and your wife to stay in the camp. A middle-aged man following closely behind answered with a hint of impatience in his eyes but a smile on his face. He actually had a standard rifle in his hand and was carefully looking around as he walked. The old man was homesick. More than a month ago, he and his wife had lived in this village for a long time. When the doomsday came, they happened to be living in a melon shed in the field and escaped the disaster. After discovering that the village was in chaos, the two hid in the melon shed and relied on the crops in the field to survive for a while. A few days ago, they heard radio news from the Sioux survivor camp on an old radio, and the two decided to go there for refuge. However, when they arrived, they were told that they needed to make contributions to the camp in order to stay, and his wife was also detained. But when we ran away from the village, we didn't find any survivors. It's only been a few days and you told me that the village was occupied by survivors. The old man seemed worried and expressed his doubts anyway. It could be that some young people in your village organized themselves to drive away the zombies, or it could be that some outsiders occupied your village. In any case, they have communicated with our radio station. The middle-aged man behind him had a look of rage and displeasure in his eyes, but he still lowered his voice and answered. Seeing that the old man wanted to speak, he said, Do you and your wife still want to stay in the camp? If you do, then shut up. Talking all the time will attract zombies. The old man had no choice but to shut up and lead the way tremblingly. The group walked carefully for a while and finally saw the village. Most people in their village make a living by farming. There are endless flat fields all around, and the village is located right in the middle of the fields. The middle-aged man signaled the two people behind him to stop, and signaled the old man to continue. You go first. You carry this bag. We said during the communication that for the first transaction, we should send you an old man who is not dangerous, so that the other party will feel at ease. After saying that, he raised his gun and looked around on guard. A young man next to him glanced at the old man with a complicated expression, and after hearing the warning from the middle-aged man, he also raised his gun and stood guard. The old man hesitated for a while, then he struggled to put on his backpack and walked towards the village. The old man thought that no matter what, I have to complete this transaction so that my wife can have protection in her old age. But why is this small bag so heavy? There was no one to be seen in the village in the center of the countryside. Through the silence, some strange sounds seemed to be heard occasionally from the center of the village. The old man had returned to the village countless times carrying crops on his back, but this time was particularly different. There were no enthusiastic neighbors to greet him, no playful children to call him grandpa, and no familiar old friends to invite him to play chess. The old man's staggering steps were as long as his entire life, and he finally arrived at the village. "Hello, is anyone there? I'm here to help with the trade at the Sioux survivor camp. Anyone inside, please come out. I don't have any weapons," the old man shouted to the village. The old voice echoed in the silent village. No one responded to him, but rustling sounds gradually rose around. Ring, 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 ring. A shrill alarm suddenly rang in the old man's body. The old man hurriedly opened his backpack, his face filled with fear. In addition to an alarm clock that was making a shrill sound, the small bag was also filled with explosives. The slight rustling sounds around instantly turned into a loud noise, even accompanied by some low roars. The old man turned around and found that a dense swarm of zombies had rushed out from the center of the village and were heading towards him. The old man quickly threw the bag aside, stood up and prepared to escape. Bang! Unexpectedly, a gunshot was heard on the dirt road ahead, and a small hole caused by a bullet appeared. The old man stopped immediately and looked up, and saw that it was the middle-aged man holding a gun in the distance who was shooting. The middle-aged man pointed towards the Sioux camp, and his threatening intention was self-evident. The old man's cloudy eyes looked at the middle-aged man in disbelief as if they were quenched by fire, his chest heaving and shaking violently, and his fingers, full of calluses from years of farming, trembled as he pointed at the middle-aged man in the distance. Then, as if all his strength had been drained away, he withdrew his fingers, slowly sat on the ground, touching the land that had accompanied him throughout his life. At this moment, the complex expression in the eyes of the young man next to the middle-aged man reached its peak. He picked up the rifle, aimed at the old man and prepared to shoot, but was stopped by the middle-aged man. "Chiu Hong, what are you doing? His wife was killed when we set out. Now the explosives are in the village. There's no need for us to torture him. It's better to kill him quickly. Idiot, our explosives are not powerful enough. We must keep this old man alive to attract the zombies to gather together in order to achieve the best effect. But we are not human beings at all. Heh, don't be so high-sounding. Why didn't you say that when I saw you raping that chick you just captured yesterday?" Chiu Hong's expression froze, and the middle-aged man sneered. "It's the end of the world. It's good enough to be alive. Do you still want to be a human being? Don't forget, your brother is still in the hands of President Su." Chiu Hong clenched his fists tightly, then reluctantly loosened them. The middle-aged man patted Chiu Hong on the shoulder and said, "I don't need to report what happened today. We brothers have gone through life and death, and this trip will definitely be fruitful. There are hundreds of people in this village. When the time comes, we will collect the crystal cores and hand them in. President Su will definitely reward us handsomely." Seeing that Chiu Hong seemed unwilling to give up, the middle-aged man hesitated and said, "This time, our camp is going to exchange these crystal cores with the survivor camp in the military area to get enough weapons and supplies to attack a shelter. There are hundreds of beauties there. We will have a lot of fun then." Chiu Hong was greatly moved when he heard this. "Really? Why would I lie to you? This is a secret, but I'm making an exception to tell you. Young Master Su and the housekeeper have been gone for a few days and haven't come back yet. President Su can't guess whether they are in danger or they are rebelling. Just in case, we have made sufficient preparations. We have made such a great contribution this time, maybe we can participate in it. When the time comes, whether we are on the way back or at the shelter, we brothers will have plenty of opportunities to play with women." The middle-aged man's nostrils flared slightly and his breathing became heavier, and his expression became more violent and obscene as he spoke. Chiu Hong became very motivated after hearing this. He actually raised his gun and aimed at the old man's surroundings like the middle-aged man did just now, to prevent the old man from becoming desperate and leading the zombies towards them. "People are always so double-standard." A voice sounded behind them, and a young man in tight clothes walked out from behind a tree not far away. It was Lin Feng. Chapter 96: Sue's Survivor Camp.
Who?
The three were startled by this young man who appeared out of nowhere, and quickly turned their guns towards Lin Feng.
As for me, I am the god of death who will send you to death.
The middle-aged man raised his gun and shot at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's mind moved slightly, and a flaming strange sword appeared out of thin air in his right hand, and he swung it at the middle-aged man. The fired bullets, rifles, and even the middle-aged man were all split in half from top to bottom by Lin Feng's sword. The remains were burned fiercely by the flames of the Mo Dao, and the smell of burnt meat spread in the air.
This.
Chiu Hong and the people around him were so frightened by this martial immortal's trick that they screamed and fired their guns. Unexpectedly, the bullet did not hurt Lin Feng at all.
Swish!
The flaming sword was so fast that its shadow could not be seen. Chiu Hong only felt a burst of heat around him. After the heat wave, the person next to him was also split in two. The smell of burnt meat was very pungent.
Bang!
Chiu Hong quickly threw the rifle aside, knelt down and kowtowed.
Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I was forced to do this. My brother was controlled by them, and they threatened me with my brother. I had no choice but to do this.
He kept crying and shouting while kneeling, as if he had been greatly wronged.
I have long been fed up with their behavior. You just saw it. I don't want it to be like this. I don't want it to be like this. I just couldn't bear it and didn't want to torture the old man. I wanted to give him a quick death. You didn't say a word when you raped the girl and had fun. It was none of your business. Then you felt ridiculous pity for the old man. Then, just because you seemed to have another chance to have fun, you became one of the people torturing the old man. Ha ha ha, it's ridiculous.
Lin Feng spun the flaming sword in a flower pattern.
Of course, I am not judging you from the perspective of morality or humanity.
As soon as he finished speaking, the Mo Dao fell towards Chiu Hong.
Ah!
Looking at Chiu Hong's body that was split in half and burning, Lin Feng said to himself,
I am also a devil. I just look down on hypocritical people like you and find you disgusting.
All the zombies in the village rushed out and rushed towards the old man. Lin Feng just stood in the distance and watched all this silently. He had no intention of saving the old man. In the end times, this old man in his 70s could not be of any help to Lin Feng. Whether Lin Feng was there or not, he was destined to die. The old man kept looking in the direction of Chiu Hong and the others. Under the threat of death, his spirit was close to collapse, and he could no longer tell whether it was real or just a fantasy before death. Even if it was true, he didn't want to run away. He was disappointed and tired of the current world, and it would be nice to return to the land that had nurtured him all his life. Maybe the camp will really keep its promise and take care of his wife. As his last thought fell.
Boom dot!
A violent wave of sound swept outward from the center of the village. The mud houses in the village were instantly collapsed by the violent explosion. The fearless zombies in the village were also torn into pieces by the explosion. Some zombies whose heads were not injured were still making strange sounds of gurgling.
Perhaps this kind of death, which you think is a worthy one, is the best destination for you.
Lin Feng flew into the village and murmured. Instead of saving the old man, telling him the news that his wife had passed away long ago and making him suffer, it would be better to just let the old man leave willingly in the lie. Lin Feng took advantage of the opportunity to clean up the entire village, and along the way, some zombies that were not affected by the explosion were also dealt with by Lin Feng. Perhaps because this village is mostly populated by elderly people left behind to farm, their physical fitness is poor, and there are not many high-level zombies. Hundreds of zombies only produce dozens of first-level zombie crystal cores, 5 second-level zombie crystal cores, and not even 1 third-level zombie crystal core. It seems that the survivors' camp is already very familiar with zombies. The reason why they dare to carry out such a plan with only 3 people is that they know that there will be no advanced zombies in this kind of village, Lin Feng thought. After cleaning, Lin Feng soared into the sky and flew towards the Su family survivor camp. Now 2 days have passed since the kidnapping of Bai Ruer. Su Yongqiang and housekeeper Lao Lu have not returned yet. The Su family survivor camp will definitely come to the shelter again. Lin Feng wanted to solve this trouble, so he went out today. He originally wanted to collect some zombie crystal cores on the way to use for system charging in B3 area experiments, but unexpectedly he discovered Chiu Hong, the old man and his group. Out of curiosity about the survivors, Lin Feng followed them. Now Lin Feng's speed has reached 160 plus, and the speed of the 4th level aerial flight has reached 5 times the speed of a terrifying 800 km per hour. After flying for a while, we saw a camp. From a distance, the camp looks like an isolated island wrapped in steel and iron, standing out among the endless plains and fields. The outermost layer of the field is the first line of defense formed by scrapped cars connected end to end. These rusty, iron turtles are firmly fixed with concrete piers, and the gaps between the car bodies are filled with barbed wire. Hundreds of skinny men were being whipped and carrying cement blocks like puppets, repeating the reinforcement work. Their exposed skin was covered with old and new whip marks, and their faded cloth was stained with blood scabs and mud. Every few dozen meters along the outer protective net, there is a high platform with a man holding a gun sitting on it. Unlike the men being abused below, their clothing and mental state are obviously much better. The constantly reinforced protective net, the guards who walked lazily and watched others being whipped with a mocking look in their eyes, and the supervisors who cursed while waving the whip. This vivid scene of apocalyptic wasteland was vividly displayed in front of Lin Feng. "What is that?" Soon someone noticed Lin Feng floating in the sky and exclaimed in surprise. "That looks like a person. Fuck, how is this possible? It's a fantasy. Do you think this is cultivation? The last time someone came to the survivor camp in the military zone, they were able to bend a gun barrel with one punch. Now someone can fly. What's impossible? Could this be the boss of the survivor camp in the armament zone? Go report to President Su." The discussion of the supervisors and guards did not cause the wounded men to raise their heads. They just worked numbly over and over again. Any delay would result in severe beatings with whips. Lin Feng hung in the sky and watched all this quietly. Never underestimate human wisdom. No matter how powerful the zombies are, the surviving humans can always summarize their experience based on observations and survive in the cracks. Seeing this survivor camp that was like an isolated island on the plain, Lin Feng asked himself if it were him, if he didn't have the system, he wouldn't be able to do what Subos did. From this we can see that Su Bose, the richest man in Haiqing, still has some means. A group of people soon walked out of the farm building in the center of the camp, looked up at Lin Feng and pointed in disgust. The person in the center of the crowd was none other than Haiqing's richest man, Su Bose. Chapter 97, Subos. Su Bose bowed slightly to Lin Feng, who was suspended in the air, and said, "May I ask which large shelter you are from? What brings you here?" Because of the survivor camp in the military zone, Subos knew more about the secrets of zombie crystal cores than others. So when Lin Feng used the ability to levitate in the sky, Su Bose just thought that Lin Feng was a person created by crystal cores in a large survivor camp, so his attitude was extremely friendly and kind. "Haha, if your dead son knew that his father bowed to the murderer who killed him, do you think he would be so angry that he would crawl out of his grave?" Lin Feng said to Su Bose with a playful look on his face. Although the sound was not loud, it still reached Subos' ears clearly. Subos' pupils suddenly contracted, as if he had been stabbed hard, and his whole body froze in place in an instant. The men around him didn't dare to make a sound or even breathe. What did you say?" Subos' voice was so low that it seemed to come out from the ground, with a hint of trembling. "I'm too lazy to talk nonsense." While speaking, Lin Feng's consciousness was immersed in the subspace, picking out a handy gadget. After choosing for a long time, he finally took out a killing weapon that he was quite comfortable to use, the M320 handheld grenade launcher. "Holy shit, what is that?" "That's a fucking howitzer, run." Someone around Su Bose recognized the killing weapon in Lin Feng's hand and exclaimed, "Boom dot!" But Lin Feng would not give them a chance to escape, and the explosion from the howitzer came immediately. Most of the people in front of the farm were swept away by the explosion of the howitzer and torn into pieces. Only Subos dodged the explosion with an incredibly swift roll. His agile figure did not seem to be capable of the skills of a man in his 70s. "Kill this guy for me. After killing him, release all your detained relatives." Subos, who escaped the disaster, had no time to catch his breath and shouted angrily at everyone in the camp. All the gun-wielding men around looked at each other, seeming to be somewhat afraid of Lin Feng's methods. "Damn it, no matter how exaggerated he is just a flesh and blood body.
Are you afraid of him with a gun? After he dies, you can choose any woman in the backyard. If anyone dares not to take action, I will immediately order the safe house to kill your loved ones. Sue Bose, who was well versed in human nature, gave everyone a reason that could not be refused. He took the lead in picking up the gun at his feet and shooting at Lin Feng. Fuck him! He's already used up all the howitzers, there's no way he has any more. Yes, you're still afraid of him even though you have a gun. I've already had my eyes on you Mingchi from the backyard. Everyone shouted encouragement to each other, hiding their inner fear, and raised their guns and fired bullets at Lin Feng. Da-da-da. Humph. Lin Feng snorted coldly and no longer held back. With a slight movement of his mind, the temperature of the surrounding air suddenly rose, and high-temperature flames appeared out of nowhere and surrounded Lin Feng like elves, until an airtight flame armor was formed. All the incoming bullets were blocked by the flame armor. At this moment, Lin Feng was like a god, suspended in the air, surrounded by flames. Lin Feng took out one howitzer after another from the subspace and fired at the people who were shooting with guns. Boom! 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 As the howitzers fired at them like crazy, the people holding guns below were gradually filled with fear. Ghost! This is a ghost! What is this thing? Fuck it, I won't fight anymore. Fuck you, I won't fight you anymore. Run! The bullets could not hurt Lin Feng at all. The gun that originally gave them confidence was now just a useless fire stick. Everyone stopped shooting and fled in all directions. Bang! Bang! Lin Feng actually picked up a cannon-like sniper rifle in midair and began to aim at the fleeing people and shoot. With its powerful attributes, the huge recoil generated by this giant sniper rifle did not affect Lin Feng at all. The whole picture is not reasonable no matter how it is explained from the perspective of the physical science of pre-apocalyptic social civilization. Whoever runs again will die. Lin Feng's words rang in everyone's ears like the devil's whisper. The people who were originally fleeing in all directions seemed to be frozen in place, and dared not move. After making sure that they would not be blown up by sniper bullets if they did not run, everyone retreated to the center of the camp, threw their guns aside, and knelt down to beg for mercy. The wounded men who had been hiding in the corners and dared not move gradually regained their spirits. They looked at Lin Feng in the sky enthusiastically and came to the open space to kneel down and shout to Lin Feng. The gods have appeared! Woo woo woo! Thank you, God, for saving us. Subbo saw that defeat was inevitable. There were a lot of bullet shells piled up around him. He didn't know how many magazines he had just fired. Oh. After a miserable laugh, he threw the hot rifle in his hand aside, and without kneeling, he just looked at Lin Feng flying towards him. Lin Feng noticed Sue Bose's agile skills just now and deliberately kept him, wanting to find out some information about the survivor camp and zombie crystal cores in the military zone. Why don't you beg for mercy? Lin Feng, who landed in front of Subbo's, looked at him jokingly. They may live, but I will certainly die. What's the point of begging for mercy? Do you dare to keep me? Subbo struggled to stand, a muffled groan escaped from his throat, and a line of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Although Lin Feng tried to avoid Subbo's deliberately, Subbo's was still hit by the explosion and injured. This ridiculous apocalypse has wiped out my life's efforts and forced me to start over. Are you just relying on your youth and good health to absorb high-level zombie crystal cores? Lin Feng was shocked when he heard this. It seemed that Sue Bose must know a lot of secrets about the zombie crystal core. Before the apocalypse, you are the best. Now that the apocalypse has come, do you still want to be the best? How can such a good thing happen? Lin Feng did not respond to the conversation about the zombie crystal core. He wanted to hear more secrets about the zombie crystal core. Looking at the old man's expression, he knew that he would definitely not tell Lin Feng everything. It's ridiculous. I was able to have power before and after the apocalypse because I was strategic and good at discerning people's hearts. Hearing your indignant look, I guess you must have had a miserable life before the apocalypse, right? I think you just had some luck after the end of the world and encountered some kind of adventure that gave you the ability you have now. I lost only because I'm old. Sue Bose challenged Lin Feng fearlessly. Being good at judging people's minds, he actually guessed Lin Feng's general experience just from his words. Lin Feng's heart was in turmoil,
and he thought that Su Bose was indeed a man who could live a prosperous life before and after the end of the world.
What level of zombie crystal core did you absorb to achieve this ability? Level 4? Or even level 5?
Su Bose asked in a suspicious tone.
It should be level 5. Only level 5 can have supernatural powers. But how dare you, an ordinary person, absorb a level 5 zombie crystal core?
Su Bai's actually paced back and forth in thought, and Lin Feng did not interrupt him because he also wanted to know more secrets of the zombie crystal core from Su Bai's.
Swish!
Su Bose, who was walking slowly and thoughtfully, suddenly jumped up when he approached Lin Feng. He took out a dagger with a cold glow from his arms and stabbed it straight into Lin Feng's neck with lightning speed. Chapter 98. Become the flying ash on the ridge of the field or fight against the sky.
Bang!
The lightning-fast dagger was knocked down by Lin Feng with one hand. At this moment, Su Bose no longer looked as weak and injured as before. He stared at Lin Feng with shining eyes, but his right hand, which had just held the dagger, was shaking constantly. He is indeed an old fox, Lin Feng exclaimed in his heart. First he pretended to be injured and looked weak. If the arrogant Su Bose suddenly knelt down and begged for mercy, no normal person would believe it. So he decided to be on guard and pretend to be a hero who would rather die than surrender. Through the brief chat, he figured out that he wanted to know the secret of the zombie crystal core. Then he gradually reveals the secret of the zombie crystal core, relaxes his vigilance, and then suddenly attacks, attempting to kill with one blow. Su Bose didn't waste any more words and continued to rush towards Lin Feng, throwing a powerful punch. Lin Feng also threw a punch towards Su Bose's fist.
Bang!
Su Bose flew backwards dozens of meters, leaving a long trail on the farmland. After feeling the strength, Lin Feng thought to himself that Su Bose's strength had surpassed Jiang Tao's, and his strength was actually over 40.
Swish!
Lin Feng chased after Su Bose. The people who were kneeling on the ground and secretly watching saw Lin Feng arrive at the place where Su Bose fell in a flash, so fast that they couldn't even see his shadow.
Bang!
Lin Feng stepped on Su Bose's chest. With just a little force, Su Bose would die on the spot.
Ahem, you should be Lin Feng, right?
Lin Feng, who was about to kill Su Bose, paused.
You know me? It was only just now that I figured it out. I knew that Xiaoxian invested in a shelter for a man named Lin Feng. Do you think I sent Chang'er and Lao Lu to the shelter for those so-called beauties? I came here mainly to find you. You just spent a huge amount of money to build a fully functional shelter, and then the world ended. How could it be such a coincidence? You must know some secrets about the end of the world. It's a pity that despite all my calculations, I never thought you would be so powerful.
Lin Feng became more and more impressed with Su Bose's planning and deduction.
Are you saying this to show your ability and to live?
Su Bose's eyes sparkled.
You have great strength, and I have strategies. I can help you deal with zombies and other survivor camps. You need me. And if you want to control these men, their loved ones have been locked up by me in a place only I know. Once I die, those people will die too.
Lin Feng didn't respond to Su Bose's words.
Show some sincerity, I can consider it. Tell me about the survivor camp and zombie crystal core in the military zone. Cough, cough, cough.
Su Bose's mouth was filled with blood foam, and he leaned on the ridge with both hands.
Zombie crystal cores can make people stronger. The higher the physical fitness of a person, the higher the level of crystal core they can absorb at the beginning, but the highest level is no more than level 3. If an ordinary person directly absorbs a level 4 crystal core, he will die immediately. A person of average quality starts by absorbing the crystal cores of a level 1 zombie. As the body gradually adapts and absorbs a large number of crystal cores of the same level zombies, it will reach a certain threshold and can absorb the crystal cores of the next level of zombies. This continues until the 5th level crystal core is absorbed. The physical quality will undergo a qualitative change and the person will awaken superpowers like you. I'm really curious. With your current abilities, I think you have already absorbed a 5th level or even higher crystal core. How is it possible that you don't know anything about this?
Lin Feng put a little force on his feet and said impatiently.
Don't talk nonsense, tell me about the survivor camp in the military area. Ahem, the leader of the survivor camp in the military zone, who calls himself the new king of the apocalypse, has accumulated crystal cores with the help of his thermal weapons. In addition to his original strong physical foundation, he should have absorbed at least level 5 zombie crystal cores by now. But level 5 zombies are not for ordinary people to fight against, and conventional thermal weapons have limited damage to them, so they are offering rewards everywhere to find Xinqianer, hoping to open the strategic weapons depot and accumulate more level 5 zombie crystal cores, or even level 6 zombie crystal cores with strategic weapons. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Feng's mind was slightly moved. A few days ago, there was a strong explosion in the east of Dragon Country. Was it caused by the survivors' camp in the military zone? Subuz pondered for a moment and said, I also felt the explosion, but I guess it was not from the survivors' camp in the military zone. Based on my understanding of them, they don't have weapons of this level yet. If you let me go and let me work for you, I can give you information about zombies of different levels, and test the thresholds for their advancement. I guess the zombies are currently in a silent period, waiting for a certain level of zombies to successfully evolve, and then they will surely spread wildly. This high-level zombie is far superior to ordinary creatures. It must be extremely intelligent and invincible to ordinary people. Ahem, ahem, when the nest is overturned, how can the eggs be safe? Subuz's eyes burst with a desire for life, and he added, At the end of the world, make use of all valuable people and things. Even if you treat me as a chess piece, what do you have to fear with your strength? Lin Feng stared at Subuz closely. But I killed your son, your grandson, and so many of your men. This is an irreconcilable feud. Ha ha, cough, cough. Subuz actually laughed crazily. Don't always use the human ethics before the end of the world to speculate on the present. If I am old and frail, I might care about my descendants and family ties, but I might hate you until death. Now is the end of the world and the end of mankind. They didn't die at your hands. I can protect them for a while, but I can't protect them for their entire lives. Sooner or later they will be buried in this end of the world. But now is also a time for human evolution and survival. Following you, I may one day be like you now, with the power of gods, or even a long life like the gods in the legend. Why should I care about the old thoughts of the mortal world? I, Subuz, am not a fool. You don't know the secret of the zombie crystal core at all, which means your ability does not come from it. You are destined to be above all human beings at present. I know whether I am willing to be a speck of ash in the field, or to follow you and fight against the sky. I still know the difference clearly. Lin Feng retracted his foot that was pressing on Subuz, and with a slight movement of his mind, a hovering fire dragon emerged from his left, and a mighty fire tiger jumped out from his right, casting a pair of disdainful eyes at Subuz. You convinced me. Then, Lin Feng's eyes actually emitted burning flames. But you only have one chance, gather your mind and submit to me. If you have even a trace of resentment, your soul and body will be destroyed. If not, you will be my slave for life, and I can control your life and death at will. Subuz understood what Lin Feng meant. Lin Feng actually has an ability like a tight hoop that can detect and restrict him. But Subuz didn't say a word. He knelt on the ground while coughing. Drip. Successfully triggered the first level ability, Spiritual Contract, and has established a contract with Subuz. When Subuz looked up again, Lin Feng had disappeared out of thin air. Bite dot. 3 zombie crystal cores emitting light blue light fell in front of him. 2 level 3 zombie crystal cores and 1 level 4 zombie crystal core. Subuz picked up a sharp stone from the edge of the field, cut a wound on the palm of his hand, and tightly grasped a 3rd level zombie crystal core. Subuz's injury improved slightly, his expression was no longer depressed, his chest rose and fell violently, and he laughed crazily. Ha 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 ha, my bet was right, my bet was right. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 99. There is no God to save the world in the end times. Boss Su, are you okay? After a long while, after confirming that Lin Feng had disappeared, a young man ran over and helped Subuz up. Xiao Lu, are you still alive? Subuz was originally staring at the zombie crystal core in his hand in a daze, and only came back to his senses when he heard the voice. Subuz raised 6 orphans, and trained and brainwashed them from childhood. Before the end of the world, the 6 of them were already warriors capable of killing people for him, and Xiao Lu was the youngest among them. There were 6 death warriors.
The eldest was sentenced to execution long ago for helping Subos deal with his competitors. At the beginning of the end of the world, for more of them were killed in order to protect Subos. The only remaining Xiaolu is the only person Subos trusts, even more than Su Yongqiang. Now that he found out that Xiaolu was still alive, Subos was still very fortunate.
Boss Su, where is that god? Is he gone?
Xiaolu squatted down and tore open the corner of his clothes, carefully wiping the blood from the corner of Subos's mouth.
Boss Su, do you think it's because we treated the women in the backyard and enslaved the men so badly that the gods were displeased and came down to punish us? You did something evil? Did the gods care about the women in the backyard and the enslaved men before they left?
Subos grabbed Shiliu's collar and came to him.
You did it. If you still think so and are afraid of being punished by God, then you are not fit to survive in the end times. Rather than die without a burial place in the future, I might as well kill you now. I understand.
Subos's injuries had already healed for the most part. After letting go of his hand, he struggled to stand up.
Remember this, in the end times there are no gods who save the world, only selfish demons.
Subos looked at his men who were injured and wailing in pain and fell to the ground, and said expressionlessly,
Check these people, send those with minor injuries to the house to recuperate, and kill those with serious injuries directly.
Yes. Just as Xiaolu was about to carry out the order, he was stopped by Subos behind him.
Do we have another group of people to be sent to the survivor camp in the military reserve area? Yes, we have suffered heavy losses now. Should we inform the survivor camp in the military zone and stop sending people?
A gleam of brilliance flashed in Subos's eyes.
No, keep sending them. These people are relatives of the deceased, and they should be taken in as guards by the survivor camp in the military zone. Also, have these guards change their names to the names of the guards who died today. Send the fake relatives of the guards who died today over there, and leave their real relatives with us. Threaten these guards to work for us and lurk in the survivors' camp in the military zone.
Yes. Xiaolu hesitated for a moment and said,
But Mr. Su, if we are discovered by the survivors' camp in the military zone, we will offend them. Now our strength has been greatly weakened, and the survivors' camp in the military zone is very strong. We are no match for them.
Ha! A hint of madness flashed in Subos's eyes.
Greatly weakened? If we could only stay in a corner before, then we can let go and do a great job now. Also send someone to gather intelligence on zombies, zombie cores, and other survivors' camps, and report everything to me. Boss Su, who are we trying to make enemies of by spying on both zombies and survivors' camps? I'll go get ready.
Subos held the 4th level zombie crystal core in his hand and looked at the strange crystal core emitting blue light. He said something that made Xiaolu stand there in shock.
He left without leaving any orders. Do you want to see if I, Subos, can prove my worth? Zombies or survivors, anyone who doesn't submit to him is our enemy.
What Xiaolu didn't notice was that when Subais mentioned Lin Feng, a golden flame mark behind Subais' right ear suddenly lit up and disappeared in an instant. Unlike the dire situation in the Su survivor camp, the 3rd floor of the shelter is now bustling with activity. Fu Na was organizing all the beauties to do aerobics in the lobby on the 3rd floor. This was also the rule Fu Na set for all the beauties on the 3rd floor. They gathered together to do aerobics once a day. A vase has to maintain its image as a vase, and keeping a good figure is one of the bottom lines for beauties to survive. Fu Na doesn't want to see a sister being abandoned by Lin Feng because of her extremely deformed body.
1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4.
The big screen right in front of the lobby on the 3rd floor was playing the aerobics teaching video that Fu Na had asked for from Lin Feng. At this time, Lin Feng was standing at the corner, and seeing this scene, he was dazzled. Hundreds of stunning beauties with nice figures and beautiful faces, wearing yoga training clothes that perfectly set off their curves, were doing aerobics, and a shaking wave was rippling in the sea of beauties. Fu Na caught a glimpse of Lin Feng turning the corner, and immediately stopped and ran to the corner. Before leaving, she turned to Shining and said,
Shining, you lead them in practice. The movements must be standard. Whoever slacks off will not be able to have dinner. If you were in ancient times, you would definitely be a queen who could satisfy the emperor. The harem is well managed.
Lin Feng would always joke around with Fu Na, but Fu Na would never respond.
Master, why are you outside? Why don't you come in?
Lin Feng smiled awkwardly.
The scene inside is too spectacular. I'm afraid that if I go in, I won't be able to hold back my animal instincts. That would be too scary.
Fu Na knew Lin Feng's little habit. Lin Feng only liked to be served alone rather than in a group. But she couldn't expose it, so she changed the subject.
You came to me, do you have any instructions?
Nothing to do, just wandering around. Just as Su Bo said, Lin Feng can treat him as a spare chess piece, and his value must be proven by himself. Lin Feng had previously gone to the Su family survivor camp just to get rid of the trouble of being harassed, and to find out some information about zombie crystal cores and understand the strength of the outside world. Now that a spiritual contract has been established with Subos, the purpose of this trip has naturally been achieved. As for the Su survivors' camp, they kept women for pleasure, enslaved men to work hard, and imprisoned their loved ones to threaten their subordinates to work hard, which were inhumane behaviors. Lin Feng didn't want to care. Lin Feng is not a savior bodhisattva, he is just a selfish person who wants to survive in the end times. Now is the end of the world, the level of chaos is many times worse than the previous war-torn times, the strong prey on the weak. The strong control everything, and the weak must either die or obey. This has become the iron law of the world today.
I'll take you around the 3rd floor. It looks like you haven't really looked around.
Fu Na knew that Lin Feng might have encountered something outside and wanted to do some normal things to divert his attention, so she immediately led the way. Turning the corner of the lobby on the 3rd floor is a larger room, which is like a classroom, with a blackboard, podium, projector in the front, and tables and chairs in the back.
This room is a training room, where we usually conduct training based on the sisters' different work intentions.
Chapter 100, Touring the 3rd floor of the shelter.
Oh? What can you train me for?
Fu Na has made a lot of contributions to stabilizing the shelter. In just a short period of time, a set of relatively fair rules can be established based on the supply and demand relationship within the shelter, so that the beauties will always have something to do.
Makeup, vertical farm theory and planting knowledge, medical knowledge, and training for various types of kitchen work.
Fu Na changed the subject and continued with a blush on her cheeks.
There are also some service skills that can please the master. In the future, we may also set up postpartum care training, postpartum body management, infant care training, etc.
Damn, this Fu Na is really talented. She can think 100 steps ahead before she takes one step, saving worry and effort. She is really a complete traitor, and the queen's confidant. It's just that he plundered many women over a long period of time, but why didn't I see any of them pregnant? Lin Feng thought to himself.
In addition to these, in order to increase the supply and demand of points in the shelter, some additional courses such as singing, dancing, expression management, etc. will be set according to the interests of the sisters. Those who listen to the class will pay points, and those who give the lecture will be awarded points.
Fu Na's strength is always to skillfully avoid topics that would embarrass Lin Feng. Walking in front, he continued to lead the way for Lin Feng, passing through the long and narrow training room. There were about 7 or 8 dressing tables in the room at the back, and each dressing table was equipped with a desktop mirror with an LED light strip.
This is the dressing room. Generally, only beauties who participate in the concubine selection meeting or are specifically selected by you, the master, to serve you can come here for free to put on makeup. If you want to put on makeup here, you have to pay points. The makeup artists are some of the sisters who were beauty bloggers before the end of the world.
Fu Na briefly introduced the purpose of this dressing room to Lin Feng, and explained the supply and demand relationship in the shelter, and then continued the topic of the dressing room.
In addition to aerobics, I require every beauty to do skin care every day. In order to save the consumption of skin care products to the greatest extent, there is a skin care blogger among my sisters who was born before the end of the world. I organized everyone to listen to her training and taught everyone how to take care of their skin without using skincare products. I don't require them to do anything after work, but in order to ensure good skin condition, I strictly set the lights out time and don't let them stay up late. After introducing it to Lin Feng and making sure that Lin Feng had finished reading it, Fu Na very economically turned off the lights in the dressing room.
Good. Lin Feng nodded.
This is the psychological counseling room. There is a psychologist among the sisters. For some sisters with ideological problems, I will force them to come here for psychological training. Only after they get a qualified report from the psychologist will the compulsion be lifted.
Coming to another room, Fu Na introduced. The room is filled with a soft and warm atmosphere. The entire clinic is decorated mainly in beige and natural wood colors, without any glaring colors. The light gray fabric sofa is matched with a small round coffee table with a few pots of succulents on it. There is a soft blanket on a single sofa next to it. After all, staying in a closed place for a long time will inevitably cause some people to have psychological problems, so I still attach great importance to this aspect of work, Fu Na added. You're right. We can only stay in the shelter now. The dangers outside are so great that even I can't guarantee your safety 100%. Lin Feng thought for a moment and then said, How about this? We can arrange for people to go to the rooftop to get some fresh air regularly. This will be better. It is human nature to desire freedom. Being trapped in a closed environment for a long time will definitely cause mental problems. In order to prevent these beauties that he has collected with great effort from becoming mentally ill, Lin Feng feels that it is necessary to let the beauties go to the top floor occasionally to get some fresh air, feel the vast world and look at the blue sky and white clouds. The beauties who work on the rooftop vertical farm usually go directly to the vertical farm through the elevator on the 3rd floor. Except Lin Feng, no one has the permission to go to the rooftop open-air terrace. Thank you, Master. This is great. This will allow the beauties to use their shelter points to make purchases, thus increasing the purchasing power of the shelter points. Okay, you report the list to me regularly, and I'll take them to the top floor myself. Apart from the protective gate on the 1st floor, the only other way out of the shelter is the top floor. Although Lin Feng allowed people to go to the top floor to relax occasionally, he had no intention of giving permission to others, not even Fu Na, not even after imposing a mental contract on Fu Na. Once others have access to the outside world, uncontrollable factors will increase. If Lin Feng goes out one day and Fu Na is held hostage by others and forced to open the rooftop passage, Lin Feng will suffer more than he gains. Lin Feng just felt at ease taking them to the top floor himself. Even if someone really had other ideas, with Lin Feng's current strength, these delicate beauties were like ants, and could not make any waves. Besides, Lin Feng currently has no intention of wasting the spiritual contract quota on these beauties. The entire shelter is closed, and the powerless beauties cannot pose any threat to Lin Feng. Imposing a spiritual contract on him is like a blind man lighting a lamp a waste of wax. It would be better to use these spiritual contract quotas on some cannon fodder in the outside world who are not under Lin Feng's control, and drive them to work for Lin Feng. Fu Na didn't expect Lin Feng to think so much in an instant, and led Lin Feng to introduce. This is a gym. Sisters can exercise here occasionally to maintain a healthy body and keep in shape. There are 2 sisters who are very experienced in this area to guide the exercise. This is the audio-visual room. Some movies and TV series are played for free in the lobby outside regularly. In the small room inside, sisters need to pay points to order some movies and TV series on demand and enjoy private space. This is the exchange supermarket. Ning and I will take turns to be on duty here and exchange some snacks, drinks, cosmetics, clothes, jewelry, daily necessities, skincare products, etc. for the sisters. This is the mahjong room. Sisters can pay points to play mahjong here in their spare time. This is the sisters' dormitory. This is a single room, and that is a private room. Thanks to Lin Feng's abundant and diverse supplies, as well as Ning's planning and Fu Na's management, the entire 3rd floor is like a beauty town with everything you need. The purpose of all the facilities on the 3rd floor of the shelter is to allow the sisters to maintain good physical and mental health, maintain a high-quality image, be positive, contribute to the shelter, be loyal to the master, please the master, and serve the master through such a comprehensive system. Fu Na led Lin Feng around for a round and then gave a summary. You are a talented person. I am glad that I called you back from the United States. I feel relieved to have you on the 3rd floor. Lin Feng gave Fu Na affirmation at the right time. The women who were kept in captivity in the backyard of the Sioux survivor camp were tormented and played with by them in that way. It wouldn't take long before they became mentally numb and haggard, and they might even think of various ways to commit suicide. No matter how good a beauty's foundation is, she will eventually become a worthless woman, and people will lose all interest in her. As time goes by and human nature collapses, there will be fewer and fewer beautiful survivors out there. Today, the beauties in the shelter are all positive and energetic. They have no time to think about random things, and will not commit suicide. They maintain their figure and image effectively and scientifically. This way the beauty's ratings will not drop below 7.0, and Lin Feng will not lose interest. This will become Lin Feng's greatest confidence in facing the end of the world with the help of the system in the future. Chapter 101 A-Level Ability, Dragon Breath. Knock, knock, knock. It was already dark. Lin Feng was staying in his room analyzing the center point of the explosion recorded in the satellite log. He compared it with the map of Longhua and tried to guess which city the explosion occurred around. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Enter. If there was no concubine selection meeting or Lin Feng personally named someone, then the beauty who would sleep with Lin Feng every night would be arranged by Fu Na. Although separated by the door, Lin Feng also detected with his mind that the person Fu Na arranged today was Azigili. After getting permission, Azigili opened the door and walked in. Da-da-da. The sound of Azigili's high heels stepping on the floor was like a string of captivating charms, which made Lin Feng unconsciously put down the documents in his hand and look up. In an instant, Lin Feng's breathing became rapid. The three-dimensional and charming face of this exotic beauty is a combination of the depth of Xinjiang beauty and the cold white of Oriental aesthetics. Now, the amber eyes under the slightly curled eyelashes are matched with some gold powder, as if she is a goddess walking out of the murals of the Silk Road. She was wearing a burgundy off-shoulder silk dress, with her left shoulder revealing her alluring collarbone that rose and fell slightly with her breathing. The golden bell chain wrapped around her slender white ankle was faintly visible through the slit of the skirt. Master, do you want to rest? Yeah, let's take a break. Lin Feng threw the documents in his hand aside with disgust and stood up. When he stood up, he found that Lin Feng, who was 1.83 meters tall, was almost as tall as Azigili, who was wearing high heels, which was enough to show how tall Azigili was. Da-da-da. After getting Lin Feng's permission, Azigili prepared to go to the bathroom to flush the water according to Fu Na's instructions. However, Lin Feng behind her had already put his arm around Azigili's slender and soft waist and pulled her in front of him. The sun and the moon outside are still moving as usual. Compared with the human survivors who are suffering outside, Lin Feng's shelter can be regarded as a paradise in the end times. The next day, Lin Feng didn't wake up from his peaceful sleep until the sun was high in the sky. Drip. Yin-yang plunder takes effect. Strength plus 0.5 times 15. The number of 7-point beauties is currently 15. Host Lin Feng. Strength 239 plus 7.55. Physical fitness 183.5. Speed 163.55. The values in brackets are the attributes of normal people. Plunder triggers a lucky critical hit, refreshing the first level A-level ability, Dragon Breath. The flames condense into a dragon and spit out a devastating dragon breath towards the target. Plunder target, Azigili. The strength of dragon breath is determined by fire control and strength attributes. The range is strength value multiplied by 1, power level, meters. The duration is determined by constitution value. After fire control reaches level 5, the ultimate form of dragon breath is unlocked Starfall Scorching Sky Dragon Breath. This ability is strong. Lin Feng was in a good mood as his fingertips caressed the delicate skin of the beauty beside him. It seemed like the system knew what he needed and gave him what he needed. Every time facing a large number of enemies, no matter how cool Lin Feng was flying in the sky. However, the current group attack methods of many supernatural powers are really limited. The attack range of the Fire Tiger and Fire Dragon condensed by the fire control technique for showing off is only limited to the front of oneself, which always ruins the mood and requires taking out hot weapons to supplement one's firepower. Azigili beside her felt Lin Feng's caress, murmured, then turned around and continued to sleep. Lin Feng's physical condition is now frighteningly high, and the plundering process is extremely long, which makes Azigili, who is just a mortal, suffer a lot. A light indicating the B3 floor next to the bed lit up slightly. Whenever Yushanwu needed to report, he did not dare to disturb Lin Feng's rest. He could only press the indicator light to indicate that he had something to report, and Lin Feng would see it when he woke up. What's up? Lin Feng turned over, took out the walkie-talkie and asked.
Master, I am sorry to disturb your rest. I have something to report to you. It is about the zombie crystal core. I'll come down.
Lin Feng could only look at the beauty on the bed with great affection, then turned over and got up. There is no other way. Each of them is a treasure, especially the one that triggered the lucky critical strike and gave Lin Feng such a powerful superpower. In the future, he will have to rely on them to improve his superpower. In view of the fact that they are all still mortal bodies, Lin Feng dare not plunder them too frequently.
If you are sure that absorbing the human zombie crystal core will not harm the human body, then you can pick some beauties to absorb it appropriately to improve your physical fitness. This way, you don't have to be so cautious. Bite.
As the sound of the elevator reaching the destination floor rang out, the environment of Area B3 came into Lin Feng's sight. Yushan Wu and Jiang Tao knelt down respectfully towards the elevator door as soon as they heard the notification tone for the elevator to go downstairs, but next to them lay a man who was completely lifeless. The man was muscular and extremely large.
Have you absorbed the zombie crystal core?
Yushan Wu is full of energy, and the aura and feeling he gives people are completely different from before.
Yes, Master. I have successfully absorbed the third-level zombie crystal core. Thank you, Master, for making me stronger.
Yushan Wu was shaking with excitement all over. He used to be just an ordinary person who worshipped supernatural elements, but now because of Lin Feng he had physical fitness far beyond that of ordinary people. How could he not be excited?
Everyone get up.
Lin Feng walked over to them, glanced at the man lying on the ground and said,
I remember he seemed to be Xing Yong, right? He was one of the martial artists Lin Daozhuang called. What happened to him?
After Yushan Wu stood up, he still bowed and replied,
My lord, this is one of our findings from our research on zombie crystal cores. According to Jiang Tao's guess, the process of him absorbing the third-level zombie crystal core was extremely painful, and he even had the illusion that he couldn't hold on for a moment. So I only dared to absorb the same third-level zombie crystal core as Jiang Tao. Although the process was like 1,000 ants devouring my heart, and the detector later found that I was close to death for a moment, I managed to hold on.
Lin Feng walked to the main seat and sat down, motioning Yushan Wu to continue. Yushan Wu is the Governor-General and Jiang Tao is the Deputy Governor-General. At this moment, the strong are respected, so Yushan Wu is naturally unwilling to fall behind. Even if it is risky, Yushan Wu will be the first to absorb the third-level zombie crystal core. Lin Feng understands Yushan Wu's thoughts.
After I successfully absorbed the third-level zombie crystal core, Jiang Tao and I speculated that the limitation of absorbing zombie crystal cores might be related to human body quality. We also tested and found some other findings. After absorbing the zombie crystal core, the human body becomes immune to virus infection from zombies of the same level or below. After discussion, we decided to let Xing Yong, the strongest man in the field operations area on the first floor, absorb the third-level zombie crystal core, but he didn't make it in the end.
Lin Feng raised his right hand and several small flames appeared on the fingertips, jumping on each fingertip.
So you think that the upper limit of absorbing zombie crystal cores requires more than just physical fitness? Yes, my lord is wise. This is also related to the will of the person. The process of absorbing the zombie crystal core is extremely painful. People with weak wills are very likely to fail and die.
Chapter 102, Burning World Religion. Lin Feng looked at the flame on his fingertips and fell into deep thought. The two people beside him could only stand there respectfully with bated breath. Based on the test results of Yushan Wu and others and the information provided by Su Bose, Lin Feng came to the conclusion.
I learned from somewhere else before that the highest level of zombie crystal cores that ordinary people can absorb is no higher than level 3. Even if they absorb level 3 directly, there are still risks. So the safest way is to absorb the crystal core of a first-level zombie, adapt to your own abilities, improve your physical fitness, and then absorb the crystal core of a higher-level zombie. However, the threshold to reach the standard still needs further testing.
Lin Feng felt that it was time to let them out for training. If they were locked up in the shelter all the time, no matter how high their attributes were, they would be useless if they didn't fight. Lin Feng put away the flames on his fingertips, stood up and stood under the high platform, looking down at the two of them as if he were a god, and said,
Kneel down, gather your mind, and silently submit to me.
The two of them had long been fanatically superstitious about Lin Feng, and they carried out Lin Feng's orders meticulously without any hesitation. Drip. Successfully triggered the first level ability, Spiritual Contract, and has established a contract with Yushan Wu. Successfully triggered the first level ability, Spiritual Contract, and has established a contract with Jiang Tao. Lin Feng noticed that after the system prompted that the contract was successfully established, a golden flame mark appeared on the right ears of both of them, and then disappeared in an instant. Lin Feng immersed himself in the thought, and felt that the two people in front of him had established an inexplicable connection with him. He could make the two people in front of him suffer or directly extinguish their spirits at any time with just a thought. And when Lin Feng's thoughts swept over the two people, the golden flame marks behind their ears would light up again. Yushan Wu and Jiang Tao didn't think there was anything unusual, but their superstition about Lin Feng became even more fanatical. Call everyone and assemble at the field operations area on the first floor. Lin Feng felt that the time had come and it was time to start the next step. While the zombies were still in the silent zone, he could use the spiritual contract to train some cannon fodder. Yushan Wu and Jiang Tao looked at each other. They felt that their lord must have something important to announce, so they all obeyed his orders. Ring, ring, ring! The assembly bell rang in the field operations area on the first floor, and all the well-trained people came to the hall to assemble. Lin Feng stood in front and took a glance. After Yushan Wu and Jiang Tao's constant mental indoctrination and brainwashing day and night, the field operations area on the first floor had become extremely superstitious about Lin Feng. Everyone, including Yu Lihui's two children, looked at Lin Feng with fanatical eyes. If we had to live in seclusion in the past, it was because the civilized society we depended on for survival collapsed. We were forced to retreat to the side, relying only on our weak bodies to face the zombies. The flames condensed in midair into the shape of a hideous zombie. But I will now grant you the same power that I have that can directly reach the gods. Are you willing to take up your weapons and destroy the apocalypse for me and for yourselves? Lin Feng's words exploded in everyone's ears. As the words fell, a flaming sword appeared in Lin Feng's hand and he chopped fiercely at the fire zombie in midair. The fire zombie was instantly split in half and disappeared. I do! I do! I do! Everyone's faces were red and their eyes were fanatically shouting, including two children. They had never dared to imagine that they could possess Lin Feng's ability to wipe out the apocalypse on their own before. They only wanted to rely on Lin Feng's protection. Now that they see hope, how can they not be excited? At this time, everyone's faith in Lin Feng reached its peak. I can't guarantee you absolute fairness, but I can guarantee this. If a man offers his loyalty and courage, he will have no shortage of strength and women. A woman who is unwilling to take risks will at least not be tortured and ravaged by many people. She will rely on the protection of the man who chooses you and serve her man with peace of mind. A woman who dares to fight will also treat you equally, give you weapons, give you opportunities, and fight for everything. Lin Feng's words excited the 10 women who had joined the field combat team and were training day and night. They took the lead in kneeling and shouting. My lord is wise! My lord is wise! My lord is wise! Now gather your minds and silently submit to me. Drip. Successfully triggered the first level ability, Spiritual Contract, has signed a contract with Yu Lihui. Successfully triggered the first level ability, Spiritual Contract, and has established a contract with Lin Dazhuang. Except for 2 children and 28 women, Lin Feng has established spiritual contracts with everyone else. After establishing the spiritual contract, golden flame marks appeared behind the ears of the people, shining brightly as they shouted enthusiastically. Yushan Wu, Jiang Tao, Yu Lihui, Lin Dazhuang, and Ho Qi, come forward and listen to the order. Ho Qi is the current captain of the 10-member female field operations team. Before the end of the world, she was a staff member accompanying the casting conference. But because of her average looks and did not meet the 7.0 standard, she was arranged by Lin Feng to the field operations area on the first floor. But after Ho Qi arrived at the field combat area on the first floor, he did not want to be picked and raised, so he immediately joined the field combat team's hard training, and his seriousness was almost as good as Jiang Tao's, which Lin Feng saw. From now on, I will give you access to the gate of the field operations zone to the outside world, and organize personnel to build houses outside the shelter.
I will give you the early survival supplies, but you have to be self-sufficient. You can grow them yourself or rob or collect them. If I give you these conditions and you can't support yourself in the future, it proves that you are just a bunch of trash. I don't want you. Start going out for training today, collect zombie crystal cores, gather survivors, and regularly select outstanding talents from among them and bring them to me to swear allegiance. Lin Feng waved his hand, and a pile of guns, ammunition, and cold weapons appeared out of thin air on the open space in the field combat area on the first floor. Before absorbing the third-level zombie crystal cores, fight the zombies to collect the crystal cores. I allow you to use firearms against other survivors. But after absorbing the third-level zombie crystal core, I require you to use cold weapons as much as possible to fight and adapt to your own abilities. Otherwise, if you only have physical fitness and can only shoot, you will be nothing but a waste in the future. The people who came forward all knelt down and accepted the order. Yes. Lin Feng felt that this alone was not enough. There needed to be a central belief to constantly brainwash the survivors so that even those who did not have a spiritual contract would be willing to risk their lives and obey. After a moment of silence, he said, "Establish the Burning World cult. Only those who have been given a golden flame mark by me on their ears will be considered followers. All members of the Burning World cult will be promoted to C+ authority. Serve the Lord faithfully, burn away all decay, and a new world will be born from the ashes." Someone in the audience started shouting, and everyone followed suit. Serve the Lord faithfully, burn away all decay, and a new world will be born from the ashes. Serve the Lord faithfully, burn away all decay, and a new world will be born from the ashes. Chapter 103: The Great Steel Wall. Ding dong dong. Sizzle sizzle. As Lin Feng released the authority, the people in the field operations area on the first floor have used local materials and Lin Feng's tools to start building houses outside the shelter. Lin Feng stood on the roof and looked out. The entire film and television city is flat and has no other buildings except the shelter and the Republic of China Street. Due to the tight construction schedule, the film and television city had to rely on the simple 4-meter-high defensive wall hastily built on the periphery, which now seems to be insufficient. Thanks to the inspiration from the Su family's survivor camp planning, Lin Feng has a treasure that can better replace the role of the defensive wall, that is the container. In addition to guns, ammunition, and hot weapons, the most common thing in Lin Feng's subspace is the endless number of containers. Lin Feng flew into the air and skimmed to the periphery. "Greetings, my lord! Greetings, my lord!" When the people who were working below saw Lin Feng coming out, they all knelt down to salute him. "Keep working." Lin Feng's voice came from the air, and people put away their fanatical eyes, saluted respectfully, and continued to work busy in their hands. Only a god like Lin Feng could provide them with so many handy tools to build houses in the end times. They didn't know how great the image of Lin Feng was in their hearts at this moment. Bang! At this moment, in their eyes, Lin Feng displayed another incredible magical skill. Lin Feng, who flew to the periphery, actually conjured up tall containers out of thin air, and began to pile them up neatly along the periphery. Serve the Lord faithfully, burn away all decay, and a new world will be born from the ashes. Serve the Lord faithfully, burn away all decay, and a new world will be born from the ashes. I don't know who started shouting again. At this time, their belief in Lin Feng was in a fanatical and ambiguous stage. In their opinion, Lin Feng performed this miracle to protect and bless them. They were so grateful to Lin Feng that they could not express it in words and could only kneel down and shout continuously. The containers at Crimea Port are standard 40-foot containers, about 2.98 meters high and weighing about 4 tons. In order to achieve the goal in one go, Lin Feng simply put 4 layers of containers. There were countless containers in Lin Feng's subspace, and he spent a lot of time and effort taking out the things in some of the containers the day before. Bang! Bang! The container was not placed in the right position, but Lin Feng actually lifted the 4-ton container with one hand and put it in place. Damn it, am I not the master? Fuck, I still have to carry bricks and work in the end times? Lin Feng cursed while working. There is no other way. These containers are the fastest and most convenient defense carriers. Lin Feng also wants to ensure the safety of himself and the Beauties. If he relies on the dozens of people in the field combat zone on the first floor,
it is unknown when the defense wall can be built. Lin Feng had no choice but to do the work himself. It was not until the afternoon that Lin Feng finally put the containers in place. The containers extended 1 kilometer outward from the shelter, enclosing an open space of 3 square kilometers including the shelter. Like a great wall of steel. Lin Feng believed that under the current conditions, no survivor's camp had better defensive conditions than his. The entire film and television city covers an area of 25 square kilometers. If it is to be surrounded by 4 layers of containers, at least tens of thousands of containers will be needed. Currently, the number of containers in Lin Feng's space is not enough, so he can only do a small-scale defense in this way for now. Moreover, there are not so many survivors outside the shelter at the moment. In the future, when there is really not enough space, Lin Feng can just go to the Crimean port again.
Lord!
Jiang Tao led a group of teams who had just returned from training outside. The whole team had a solemn and murderous atmosphere after the battle. Except for the young man in the middle who was injured in his hand, the others were just dressed in dirty clothes and were not injured. The wound on the young man's hand was bandaged professionally.
Who are they?
Lin Feng asked the 2 unfamiliar faces who were led back in the team. When he was 200 meters away, Lin Feng had already discovered the unfamiliar faces in the team, 1 old and 1 young, through mental scanning. There are only more than 70 people in the entire first-floor field operations area, and all the men have established a spiritual contract with Lin Feng. Lin Feng is naturally extremely sensitive towards men with whom he has not established a spiritual contract.
Bring it up.
Jiang Tao signaled his men to bring the 2 strangers forward.
My lord, according to your instructions, we followed the highway to the Sioux survivor camp to start clearing out the zombies. We found these 2 survivors in the tunnel on the way. One of them is Cheng Jinbang, a famous surgeon in Haiqing. He was the one who bandaged the injured subordinate.
Bye, my lord. Cheng Jinbang pulled his grandson aside and faced Lin Feng, and imitated the clumsy way of saluting in TV dramas. The 2 men looked exhausted, listless, and had chapped lips. It was obvious that they must have suffered a lot. A boy of about 17 or 18 years old was looking at the spectacular container wall and the shelter in the center with curiosity. Only after Cheng Jinbang's reminder did he learn to salute Lin Feng. Lin Feng was quite welcoming to such talents who brought their loved ones with them and had special skills. Moreover, Cheng Jinbang was quite sensible and aware of the changes in the world. He was extremely respectful to Lin Feng.
Send you 2 down to rest. If you behave yourself and display your talents, I will ensure your safety. But if you don't follow the rules, you will die.
They had just met Cheng Jinbang, so he might not be loyal and submissive. If they hastily established a spiritual contract, it would be very likely that Cheng Jinbang would backfire and die. Lin Feng will give Cheng Jinbang some time. If establishing a spiritual contract still backfires and leads to his death after a period of time, it only means that he deserves to die.
Thank you, my lord.
After Cheng Jinbang expressed his gratitude, he was helped into the base by the people around him.
My lord, this is what we gained from this trip.
After the irrelevant people left, Jiang Tao took out a bag of crystal cores from his bag and handed it to Lin Feng with both hands. 1 level 2 zombie crystal core and dozens of level 1 zombie crystal cores.
Distribute it to the followers of the burning world religion. In addition, I have left a gate in this container wall. In addition to maintaining the shifts for training and collecting crystal cores during this period, please devote all your energy to building a gate.
Lin Feng knew that if you want the horse to run, it must eat grass. Besides, Lin Feng still had a lot of these low-level zombie crystal cores, so he simply let Jiang Tao distribute them directly. Jiang Tao then looked at the steel wall made of containers and sighed.
My lord is truly powerful. With a wall like this, we will surely be safe.
Lin Feng walked to the container, his right hand transformed into a flaming sword, split the steel shell of the container, and said,
Don't be too naive. Never underestimate any opponent. Although this empty container weighs 4 tons, it is far from enough. Order. For those who have absorbed zombie cores and have no training missions outside, their daily work is to fill each container with stones. Do some physical work to hone your strength, and you will be able to absorb high-level zombie crystal cores faster.
Chapter 104 The Value of Saboza.
Yes.
After receiving the order, Jiang Tao went down to arrange the work. Lin Feng fell into deep thought as he looked at the busy crowd. From the experiences of Qing Jinbang and his grandson, we can see that the zombies were only active and expanded for a period of time at the beginning of the apocalypse, and then fell into a silent period. There must be many survivors around Haiqing. As people in the field combat zone begin to explore outward, they will surely discover more and more survivors. As the population increases, faith alone will be far from enough to maintain this small society. The key is to establish a good supply and demand relationship, build a complete economic, power system, and promotion channel, and truly drive everyone to do the right thing. How to arrange people's training reasonably: collect zombie crystal cores for Lin Feng, be self-sufficient in food, water and energy, cultivate talents and collect intelligence. Neither Yushan Wu nor Jiang Tao can do these things perfectly. Lin Feng was not familiar with this either. He just wanted to be a hands-off boss. While he was plundering beauties in the shelter, he could have someone work hard to collect zombie crystal cores for him and synchronize information from the outside world. Fu Na in the shelter might be suitable for this, but Lin Feng does not intend to let the beauties in the shelter contact the outside world. After much thought, there is only one person who is suitable, and that is Su Bo's. This former richest man in Haiqing was a master at managing and understanding people's hearts, both before and after the apocalypse. It's time to bring him here to work for Lin Feng. After thinking about it, Lin Feng soared into the sky and flew westward. "Oh my God, Grandpa, that master can fly!" The young boy who was undergoing various physical examinations was so excited when he saw Lin Feng's magical powers that he pulled his grandfather beside him and said. Qing Jinbang also looked at the sky in disbelief. All his previous knowledge of social science was shattered at this moment. Looking back at the people who were used to it, and not surprised at all, he said to the boy next to him. "From now on, just learn my craft well, display your talents here, and abide by the rules. Maybe this place is the hope for mankind." Although Lin Feng's bombing a few days ago caused considerable damage to the Su survivors' camp, Su Bo's quickly calmed everyone's panic with his skill and stabilized the camp. "That god, that devil is here again!" Following an exclamation from a sharp-eyed person, the Su survivors' camp were horrified to discover Lin Feng floating in the sky. Bang! Everyone skillfully dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground. After all, it was because of this that they were able to save their lives last time. After the last incident, no one dared to raise a gun and shoot Lin Feng again. "Boss Su, that immortal is here again." Xiaolu quickly ran into the farm building. "How about Mr. Su, you run? I will hold that immortal back. He will definitely not let you go this time." A gleam of excitement flashed in Subo's eyes. After hearing that, he put down the teacup in his hand and ran to the safe next to him to grope for something. "Boss Su, don't use your weapons. They are useless against that immortal. Run!" Xiaolu said anxiously, running to Su Bo's and preparing to pull him up and escape through the back door. But Su Bai's physical attributes were there, so how could Xiaolu, who had only absorbed a second-level zombie crystal core, possibly pull it? "Noisy! Stupid!" Subos took out a few forms from the safe. "He wanted to kill me, why did he wait until now? He came to take us away." After shaking off the stunned Xiaolu beside him, Subos ran out of the house in a flash, came to the open space and knelt on the ground. "Can you prove your worth now?" Lin Feng flew in front of Su Bo's and asked expressionlessly. "There are 2 thresholds for each level of human to absorb zombie crystal cores." Su Bo's took out the form and started reporting to Lin Feng without saying a word. "1 is to adapt the body to saturation, and increase this saturation. High-intensity exercise and combat are required to adapt to the improved body functions, and to continuously absorb the crystal cores of zombies of the same level. This can be detected through a blood test. The 2nd is mental fortitude. This cannot be accurately calculated and tested. It can only be accumulated through constant fighting and mental abuse. If your tightening spell can achieve this effect, it can become a shortcut for people to improve." Su Bo's cleverness surprised Lin Feng. In just a few days he had provided Lin Feng with the information he urgently needed. Su Bo's turned to the next page of the form and continued to report. "In the vicinity of Donglai District in Shanghai City, there are 4 survivor camps besides the Su survivor camp. The Donglai survivor camp has about 800 people. The leader is Wang Yanbin, the former president of the Donglai District Chamber of Commerce. His strength should be at the critical point of a level 3/4 zombie crystal core. His main team is composed of people from Wan Yending's security company. They have sufficient weapons and firearms, but no heavy firepower, and a relatively small amount of supplies. The address is in a steel factory 50 miles northwest of your shelter. The female survivor camp has about 900 people. The leader is Een Min, the former Dragon Country Women's Sanda champion. She should have absorbed the 4th level zombie crystal core. Her subordinates are mainly former Sanda training class students. Their weapons and firearms are average, with grenades and other weapons. Their supplies are average, but their methods are cruel. The address is at a camping base 50 miles southwest of your shelter. The camp of individual survivors has about 1,300 people. The leader is Xingping Tao, an unknown little man before the apocalypse. His strength should be at the critical point of a level 4 out of 5 zombie crystal core. His subordinates are a mixed bunch, and they have plenty of weapons and firearms. He once exchanged a few stunning beauties for a few machine guns. He has a lot of grenades, explosives and other weapons, and a lot of supplies. The address is in a large supermarket 70 miles south of your shelter. The survivor camp in the military zone has at least tens of thousands of people in it. The leader is a second-generation official from before the apocalypse. We don't know his name, but we know he is relatively young and extremely resourceful. His strength is unknown. He has absorbed at least a level 5 zombie crystal core. His subordinates are well-trained, and there are a lot of weapons, guns, and supplies. There are countless heavy firepower, and there may even be high-end military equipment such as helicopters. The address is in a large military reserve area 100 miles west of your shelter. Lin Feng felt more and more that the richest man in front of him, whom he hated before the end of the world, was now like a prime minister in a scarlet robe with a crane, working hard for his dynasty. Not bad, Lin Feng said lightly, looked at the people and farms around him, and continued. Do you want to stay here? Su Boz knew that Lin Feng was planning to take him in completely, and was ready to take them back to the shelter to develop. He also understood the meaning of Lin Feng's next sentence, and continued to report immediately. This was originally a southern double-season rice farm in Donglai, with 10,000 mu of arable land and a rice yield of 5 million kilograms per season. The annual food output can feed more than 30,000 people. It can be used as a second base for sustainable development. Moreover, there are still 3,000 tons of food in the warehouse, and there is no suitable means of transportation to bring it back to the shelter. Lin Feng chuckled. This is easy. Chapter 105, Playing Tricks. Behind the farm building of the Su survivor camp is a large warehouse. Under Su Boz's management, the entire warehouse is very dry and the material storage condition is very good. Bags of rice were neatly stacked in the warehouse, and only Subos and Xiaolu were accompanying them. Where are the others? I remember there were 6 people in the video. Arriving at the warehouse, Lin Feng glanced at Xiaolu and asked. Lin Feng had seen Xiaolu in the video of Subos killing people. He was one of the guards surrounding Subos at that time. You video? Su Boz's eyes widened in disbelief. The satellite is in the shelter. No wonder, it turned out that it was you who took Fu Long's video. Su Boz stood up suddenly. That is to say, before the end of the world, you already had this ability. Lin Feng ignored Su Boz's surprise. Even if there was a spiritual contract, if he wanted someone like Su Boz to maintain 100% executive loyalty, the most important thing was to maintain a sense of mystery. Let Su Boz guess everything himself. A smart person would be outsmarted by his own cleverness. Lin Feng gently stroked the rough rice bag with one hand, and his consciousness communicated with the subspace. The rice bags disappeared one by one with Lin Feng's touch. This. Xiaolu's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinholes, and his lips subconsciously opened to form a round O shape. The corners of Su Boz's lips trembled slightly due to shock, but with his strong psychological quality, he quickly recovered, with a myriad of thoughts in his mind. He already had the ability to reach the sky before the end of the world, and also had the magical power to collect supplies. He had the right time and place, and was fortunate to have met Lin Feng in the early days. He was still of some value and could share Lin Feng's worries. In a short period of time, all the supplies that were originally piled up in the entire warehouse had been taken away by Lin Feng. Su Bo's quickly signaled Xiao Lu to kneel down on the ground. This Xiao Lu is a death warrior I have trained since he was a child. He has excellent fighting ability. I implore you to take him under your command as well. He is familiar with this place. You can let him stay here as a forward base. He can also continue to supply you with food for the future. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Lu, who was kneeling on the ground. You only have one chance. Be calm. If you don't submit to me loyally, you will be retaliated and your spirit will collapse. Do you dare? Lin Feng's all-encompassing magical powers had already left a deep impression on Xiao Lu, and he and Su Bo's were one and the same, so naturally he would not miss this opportunity now. He immediately knelt on the ground and said, I am willing to submit to you. Drip. Successfully triggered the first-level supernatural power, spiritual contract, and has established a contract with Xiao Lu. As the spiritual contract was successfully established, a golden flame mark appeared beside Xiao You's ear. Go to that safe house, bring all the guards' relatives here, and then have everyone gather in the open space. Lin Feng gave orders to Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu immediately took the order and retreated. Lin Feng waved his hand, and a set of tea sets and exquisite tables and chairs appeared out of thin air in the warehouse. Can you make tea? Su Bo skillfully tore open a bag of top-quality dehongpo on the table and skillfully made tea for Lin Feng. As Lin Feng continued to talk, Su Bo's also had some understanding of Lin Feng's field operations area. We stacked containers to form a wall, and then organized people to fill it with stones to reinforce it. This is very good, but it is not enough. We must establish a reconnaissance system. After all, we don't know when the zombie silent period will end and they will start to attack in a big way. Su Bo's brought a cup of tea and placed it respectfully in front of Lin Feng. Reconnaissance system? I have 2,000 silent rotor drones and 1,000 silent mechanical dogs. They are the most advanced scientific and technological achievements of the United States. Su Bo's was surprised but also couldn't hide his joy. After all, he had completely become Lin Feng's man now. The stronger Lin Feng was, the bigger his stage would be. Then we need to start training people to operate drones and mechanical dogs, join the combat teams, and patrol the perimeter. They can also scout zombies or other survivor camps. Lin Feng nodded slightly. After you arrived at the shelter, you began to plan and design a complete economic, power, promotion, and combat system. Subos knelt down and trembled with excitement as he accepted the order. He could understand what Lin Feng meant, which was to build a doomsday kingdom based on faith in Lin Feng. Subos has been through so much: the previous business wars, the battle of wits and courage with bureaucrats, the current establishment of a survivor camp, and the game with human nature, all of which make him feel a little boring, and building a kingdom is his unattainable dream. God, everyone is here, gathering outside to meet you. At this time Xiao Lu came to report. Su Bo's beside him immediately shouted angrily, Call me master from now on. Lin Feng put away the tea table and stood up. Go out and take a look. Mom, my son is here. I'm fine. Brother, don't worry. Now that the gods have come to the camp, they will definitely give us freedom. My poor son, Qingjie, didn't you suffer? As loved ones hiding in the safe house were also brought to the open space, people who had not seen each other for a long time hugged each other with tears in their eyes. Silence, kneel! Xiao Lu shouted loudly. The fear of the camp was deeply engraved in everyone's bones. Moreover, there was a god in the camp. Everyone immediately shut up and knelt down on the platform. There are currently more than 600 people in the entire camp, 156 of whom are enslaved men, 170 are guards held hostage by their relatives, 200 are held hostage by their relatives, and the rest are women held captive in the backyard. Pointing at the group of people kneeling on the ground below, Su Bo's introduced them to Lin Feng. The crowd gathered in the open space was divided into 4 groups. He was in high spirits, with a look of joy at the long-awaited reunion, but he was very afraid of the guards looking at Lin Feng. The man with a numb expression and scars all over his body looked at Lin Feng with hope. Looking around, not knowing the current situation, there were also relatives with joy of reuniting after a long absence. A disheveled, dull-looking woman. In the system's evaluation, none of these women scored more than 7 points. Lin Feng secretly rejoiced. Sure enough, if he had not collected so many beauties with more than 7 points before the end of the world. Looking at the situation and status of these women after the end of the world, the effectiveness of his system would be greatly reduced. From now on, this management system that only quenches thirst with poison will definitely not be applicable, otherwise it will only produce a bunch of waste. Lin Feng said to Su Bo's. Those who rely on threats from their closest relatives and embark on the path of zombie crystal core strengthening are destined to not go far without a firm will, and cannot become qualified cannon fodder. Lin Feng walked to the high platform. The sky and the earth suddenly darkened. Wind and clouds rolled. A dragon made of fire rushed down from the clouds and hovered above Lin Feng's head. Roar! A roaring dragon roar resounded between heaven and earth. Lin Feng has become very skilled at using his supernatural powers to play tricks. Even if some people in the crowd looked numb, they couldn't help but tremble and kneel down to worship Lin Feng, who looked like a god. I am not a savior, and I don't have any humanity. Those who want to gain freedom and dignity from me can give up on this idea. I will now generously reward you with death. If there are any of you who are afraid of the end of the world and want to die quickly, please stand up. Chapter 106. When the way no longer's, the cunning becomes the king. With guards and close relatives who were attached to their loved ones, naturally no one came out. But a few people walked out from the pile of slaves and women and stood in front. They have become disillusioned with the way things are in this world. They have no relatives to be attached to, and after suffering long-term abuse, they do not have the courage to fight back. They just want to get by and be liberated from the end of the world as soon as possible. Roar. With a dragon roar, the hovering fire dragon flew in front of the few people, spitting flames at them, and in an instant they were swallowed up by the flames. The others were instantly frightened by the scene and fell to the ground. Those who optimistically thought that Lin Feng was the god who saved them also completely gave up hope at this moment. These people are just zombies, their souls have long since disintegrated. They are cowards and don't deserve to eat a single grain of my rice. I won't give you the freedom and dignity you want directly, but I will give you the same abilities as mine. Get everything you want with your own hands. Women, family, food, shelter, status, you can exchange these things for your courage and loyalty. Lin Feng's eyes were blazing with fire, his voice resounded through heaven and earth, and the fire dragon beside him also circled in the sky and earth in tune with Lin Feng's voice, like an emperor who came to be conferred in honor or like a god who came down to earth to be named. From today on, all women who are unwilling to accept the end of the world and dare to resist will participate in the training. I will give you strength and weapons to fight. You will no longer be locked up in a dark room waiting for men to come in and ravage you. All your loved ones will be freed, and all your slaves will be liberated. I will not threaten you with your loved ones, nor will I whip you with a whip. The consequences of being unfaithful to me are just one word. Die. If the way does not exist, the cunning will be king. If the way of the world does not exist, you who dare to resist the end of the world and dare to be loyal to me, what if I let you be king? Roar. Lin Feng's words were full of temptation and mystery, and the circling dragon let out a shocking dragon roar. Everyone's original social cognition was shattered in an instant. The chaotic world, the tragic world, and the terrifying zombies that they had originally seen flashed through everyone's eyes one by one, and finally froze into a human figure, who was covered in flames and had a giant dragon circling around him. Drip. Successfully triggered the first level ability, Spiritual Contract, and has established a contract with Zhu Shuangshuang. Successfully triggered the first level ability, Spiritual Contract, and has established a contract with Lu Qingjie. A golden flame mark lit up next to the ears of many people in the crowd, and the camp at this moment was like a military parade platform on an ancient battlefield formed by an ancient ritual. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with extremely fanatical eyes, even Su Bo's behind him. Looking at Lin Feng, who was surrounded by flames and guarded by a giant dragon, Subos couldn't help but think of the slogan with some kind of magic that Lin Feng had told him. He immediately knelt on the ground and shouted, "Serve the Lord faithfully, burn away all decay, and a new world will be born from the ashes." People's fanatical beliefs seemed to have an outlet, and they shouted, "Serve the Lord faithfully, burn away all decay, and a new world will be born from the ashes." Serve the Lord faithfully, burn away all decay, and a new world will be born from the ashes. Roar. On the road leading to the shelter, a dragon hovering in the air was clearing the way ahead, devouring the zombies blocking the road. Lin Feng sat at the front of the car and watched the scene expressionlessly. Behind him was a convoy. In order to take everyone with him, Lin Feng took out all the vehicles in the subspace. A convoy consisting of dozens of off-road vehicles, armored vehicles, and various vehicles brought by the survivors' camp was connected front and back like a long steel dragon moving towards the shelter. The people in the carriage were no longer greeting each other as before, but were all looking at the fire dragon leading the way ahead with burning eyes.
What is that? That looks like a dragon.
When they were approaching the shelter, the people in the field operations zone cried out in surprise. Everyone immediately dropped their work, knelt on the ground and shouted,
"Welcome, my lord! Welcome, my lord!"
In their opinion, no one in this world except Lin Feng has such means. As a steel wall made up of containers appeared in front of the convoy's eyes, the conspicuous and tall shelter in the center came into view through the gate. The building, emitting a pitch-black metallic color, looks like a doomsday palace on the plain. Lin Feng kicked his legs and jumped high, leaping onto the container wall, then turned around and said to the people in the convoy, "From now on, this is your home, the holy land of mankind in the end times. Use your hands to build this sacred land. Men can choose women based on their contributions, and women can choose men based on their merits. Men and women who don't dare to take risks will serve obediently in the camp and do logistical work. Jiang Tao Ho Chi." The two people at the front of the wall stepped forward and knelt down. "Subordinates are here. Gather these survivors, give priority to arranging shelter and food for the followers of the Burning World cult who have the golden flame mark on their ears, accept all weapons, redistribute them, and register and train all men and women who want to participate in the battle." "Yes, sir." Jiang Tao and Ho Chi responded loudly. "Yu Shan Wu Yuli He Lin Dazhuang." 3 more people came forward and knelt on the ground inside the wall. "Subordinates are here. With Subos as the center, we will plan the camp's name, flag, economy, power, military, and promotion systems, properly place everyone, and assign suitable jobs to everyone according to their talents." "Yes, sir." Suboza. Upon hearing this, Subos outside the wall immediately ran forward and knelt down to worship. "I am here. You will be given 3 days to improve the entire camp system, give priority to distributing zombie crystal cores to the followers of the Burning World cult, enlighten their evolution, guide their battles, and build detection devices based on the promotion threshold using the tools in the shelter." "Yes, sir." As the voice fell, Lin Feng's figure slowly disappeared, but Lin Feng's last words were still strangely heard in the sky. "Build the Hall of Valor. The names of all those who have sacrificed their lives fighting for the sanctuary will be engraved in the Hall of Valor. Don't be afraid of death. I will give you strength. After death, I will grant you the opportunity to ascend to heaven and become gods. The kingdom of God in heaven is waiting to welcome you." Lin Feng carried out his tricks of pretending to be a ghost by relying on his supernatural powers to the end. No matter where you go after you die, as long as there are people who believe in it, their fighting will and combat effectiveness will reach the peak. When Lin Feng stepped out of the elevator and arrived on the 4th floor, Fu Na was already waiting there. "Master, you're back. The windows on the 4th floor are one way. People outside cannot see inside, but people inside can see outside." Fu Na had already seen through the window the fire dragon hovering in the sky, the spreading convoy, and the large number of survivors. But she was still sensible and didn't ask any more questions. "You arranged for Lin Xiaoye to come to the 4th floor." After experiencing the power that comes with strength, Lin Feng's desire for power reached its peak. Finally, he made up his mind to plunder Lin Xiaoye. Chapter 107 SS Level Ability, Power of Faith. The moon was bright in the sky, and a small light was on the roof of the shelter. A man and a woman were leaning against the railing and watching the busy people downstairs. The men have tall and straight figures, and the women are graceful and elegant. "Boss Lin, you are amazing!" Lin Xiaoye's slender hand was shaking a red wine glass. Perhaps because she couldn't hold her liquor, her cheeks were flushed, which made her dare to call Lin Feng by his old name so brazenly. "What's so great about that? I'm a bad person if I imprison women and threaten men to do things for me." Lin Feng took a sip of the red wine in his hand. He didn't care about Lin Xiaoye's insolence. For so long, other beauties have been trembling with fear towards Lin Feng. Even women like Ren Lingxian, who once dared to stab Lin Feng with a bayonet, now submit to Lin Feng. It had been a long time since he had been able to have a simple chat with someone like he was doing now. You all think I don't understand anything, but I actually think the most clearly. Now, the world has changed. I think you are not wrong. Lin Xiaoye turned around gently, slid her hand along the railing half a circle and leaned against it, and the hem of her skirt turned in a small arc, like a petal blown by the wind. The evening breeze lifted the collar of her chiffon shirt, revealing the pearl-like skin on her neck. The outline of his face was softly outlined by the light, and there was a little furry light on the tip of his nose and chin. His eyes were fixed on Lin Feng, and he smiled foolishly under the influence of alcohol. I don't care what they do. They may compromise and accept their fate, but I, Lin Xiaoye, am different. I dare to say that I am willing. After saying that, Lin Xiaoye stood on tiptoe, and her slender little hands actually held Lin Feng's face and kissed him. Lin Feng's eyes widened in surprise at Lin Xiaoye's outrageous behavior. He swept his hands across Lin Xiaoye's slender waist and put the red wine glass that Lin Xiaoye had thrown into the air into the subspace. Lin Xiaoye's kissing skills were very clumsy, like a little rabbit running around blindly. The mixture of the girl's subtle fragrance and the slightly sweet smell of red wine filled Lin Feng's nostrils. Lin Feng also enjoyed the ambiguous atmosphere very much and responded by hugging Lin Xiaoye's slender waist tightly. He was too lazy to figure out whether Lin Xiaoye's feelings were true or not. He doesn't care. Even though Lin Xiaoye said all the beautiful things, it couldn't cause any ripples in Lin Feng's heart. What moved Xiazhu was not money, but every moment that moved Xiazhu required money. If it weren't for the end of the world, if it weren't for Lin Feng's protection, if it weren't for Lin Feng's ability, if it weren't for the system, Lin Feng would still be just a security guard at the Film and Television Academy as before. At most, Lin Xiaoye would just sit in the passenger seat of the luxury car, and when passing by the gate, she would politely say, "Thank you, master," to Lin Feng. There would be no possibility of any extra interaction. Family, friendship, and love are just a false excuse for self-comfort in these last days. As the alcohol and emotions took effect, Lin Xiaoye almost collapsed on Lin Feng, with her fair and slender hands tightly hanging around Lin Feng's neck. Lin Feng placed his right palm on Lin Xiaoye's lower back. Lin Xiaoye's body trembled slightly. With his left hand, he picked up Lin Xiaoye along the hem of her skirt and walked back to the elevator. Lin Xiaoye's slender and petite body was as soft as cotton, so it was not difficult at all to hold her. After returning to the fourth floor, Lin Feng gently placed Lin Xiaoye on the bed. In the darkness, Lin Xiaoye's slender little hands groped around to find Lin Feng's palm, and clasped their fingers tightly together. Drip. Yin-yang plunder takes effect. Strength plus 0.5 times 16. The number of 7-point beauties is currently 16. Host Lin Feng. Strength 246.5 plus 8.5. Physical fitness 183.5. Speed 163.55. The values in brackets are the attributes of normal people. Plunder triggers a lucky crit, refreshing the first level SS level ability. Power of Faith. Passively absorb the emotional energy of believers and store the power of faith. The believer's reverence can be transformed into defense, building a physical/spiritual defensive light shield. Fanaticism can be transformed into attack power, increasing weapons/power damage and increasing the intensity of terror, and repentance can be transformed into healing power. Current faith power, 312. Every 100 faith power spent can increase the skill level by 1 level. Every 1000 faith power spent can increase the ordinary ability level by 1 level. The next morning, Lin Feng opened his eyes, and a bright light burst out from his eyes, like a sleeping god waking up. Without even looking at the system prompts, Lin Feng knew that the supernatural power he plundered last night must be extremely terrifying. In addition to the perception of the spiritual contract in Lin Feng's consciousness space, there were also many inexplicable lights that gathered energy towards him along thin lines. Double S-level abilities? After reading the system prompt, Lin Feng exclaimed, and when he raised his arm, he could see layers of faint light on his skin. With a slight lift of his finger, a scorching flame lit up, and the red flame's outer edge actually emitted a faint golden color. The temperature around him rose instantly, and Lin Xiaoya beside him unconsciously pushed away the quilt on her body. The cold air from the central air conditioner turned directly into hot air when it passed over the flame. Even with Lin Feng's current attributes, he could feel the heat of the flame, and he dared not even think about what would happen if the flame fell on the enemy. Increase your ability level? After thinking about it, Lin Feng decided not to upgrade any skills for the time being. This system is like a game panel. According to Lin Feng's experience, the probability of refreshing and upgrading skills or superpowers through plundering should decrease as the level increases. Use the best steel on the blade, and wait until a certain skill level is refreshed to a high level, and then use the power of faith to upgrade it. The effect should be more obvious. After arriving at the rooftop of the shelter, Lin Feng stretched out his hands, and as the power of faith filled his body, golden light burst out from his whole body. Roar. The wind and clouds between heaven and earth suddenly changed. A fire dragon with golden light emerged from the clouds, accompanied by a dragon roar that resounded through heaven and earth. The already majestic fire dragon appeared like a divine dragon under the blessing of the golden light, and the heat it emitted caused everyone around the shelter to have the illusion that the sun was falling into the earth. Roar. There was a roar of some unknown creature coming from the depths of the forest in the distance. Lin Feng actually saw some bird zombies that were originally in a silent period on the treetops in the distant forest fleeing in a direction away from the shelter. Greetings, my lord! Greetings, my lord! Lin Feng's methods were even more shocking than before. All the people outside the shelter knelt down and saluted in the direction of the shelter. Saboza! I am here. The old man at the front of the group walked to the edge of the shelter and knelt. Which is the nearest survivor camp? A Donglai survivor camp at a steel factory 50 miles northwest. Good. Lin Feng looked towards the northwest, his eyes lit up. Organize a convoy and go to the Donglai survivor base to pick up the survivors. Chapter 108 The Evil Roots of the End of the World. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng soared high into the sky and flew straight towards the northwest, with the golden fire dragon following behind him like a soaring cloud. Roar. This time, Lin Feng did not take a detour along the highway. From the roar of the creature deep in the forest, and the fleeing of the silent bird zombies, it can be seen that the animal zombies in the surrounding forests do not want to be enemies with Lin Feng at the moment. Roar. Roar. Lin Feng simply had nothing to fear, and he flew along a straight route, with the golden fire dragon breathing out dragon breath at all obstacles below. The precise flames swept out a straight and smooth road along the northwest, without a trace of residual flame spreading outwards. The convoy organized by Su Bose was like a long steel dragon, following Lin Feng along this road. Occasionally, a vehicle would stop to sort out the zombie crystal cores dropped by zombies on the road. Lin Feng was not so anxious to take in other survivors. After all, they were just more cannon fodder for Lin Feng and were not of much help. But now that I have the SS-level supernatural power of faith, it is different. Taking advantage of the zombie silent period, it is crucial to gather survivors and convert them into believers. Otherwise, as time goes by, there will be fewer and fewer survivors, and as evil grows, the evil roots of the end times will become impure in spirit, making it difficult to convert them into believers. Roar. The golden flames were unstoppable and killed all gods and Buddhas that stood in their way. To the northwest of the shelter was a large forest. Except for some low-level mindless zombies, the high-level zombies had already received orders from the one in the depths and fled early. The people in the convoy were both excited and proud. Since the end of the world, they had never been able to march sideways like they were now. In the past, they could only run, but now they saw the zombies running away, which made them more fanatical in their belief in Lin Feng, and correspondingly, the golden light of the golden fire dragon became brighter. What is that? As they approached the steel mill near the Donglai survivor camp, the people on guard in the high building were the first to discover it and raise questions. That looks like a dragon? Holy crap, is this true? This King Apocalypse is getting more and more unbelievable. Even dragons are coming. Go report to the boss. In a luxurious office deep inside the steel plant, Wang Yanbin pinched a beautiful woman's fair neck with his left hand, and pinched her delicate skin with his right hand. As he panted, he felt the most refreshed. Bang, bang, bang! Bang, bang, bang! At this moment, the office door was slammed loudly. Wang Yanbin was frightened and trembled, and all his interest disappeared instantly. Damn it! Who is the one looking for death and ruining my good deeds? Wang Yanbin became furious and shouted loudly. He let go of the woman's neck, picked up a rifle from the table and started shooting at the door. Da-da-da! To Wang Yanbin, he is the tyrannical king of this camp. He doesn't care whether you knock on the door loudly or have something to report. He will just vent his unhappiness at the moment. The wooden office door was shattered by rifle bullets, and scarlet blood spread along the small holes. Wang Yanbin didn't feel relieved until he had used up all the bullets in the magazine. Pa! He kicked the door open with a fierce kick. At the door was a body full of holes and a trembling subordinate was kneeling in the far corner of the corridor. Tell me, what's the matter? Wang Yanbin said impatiently that killing a subordinate was nothing to him, but anyone who disturbed his good deeds would have to die. Boss! Boss, there is a dragon! The subordinate who was kneeling on the ground had already stuttered with fear, but he still tried his best to calm his inner fear and organized his report word by word. He was afraid that this moody man in front of him would shoot at him again if he was unhappy. Long? You're freaking crazy, you think you're filming a movie? After listening to his subordinate's reports, Wang Yanbin became furious, thinking he was being fooled. Unsatisfied, he loaded his magazine and prepared to kill to vent his anger. It's a dragon! There's a dragon over there in the forest, breathing fire and flying towards us. Driven by the instinct of survival, the subordinate finally stopped stuttering and reported the situation loudly. Dragon? Wang Yanbin managed to calm down. He had heard about the special abilities of the leader of the survivor camp in the military zone. Many things that were impossible before had now become possible. Moreover, when he thought about it carefully, it seemed that his subordinates did not have the courage to tease him. Take me to see it. If you dare to tease me, I will make you wish you were dead or alive. Wang Yanbin kicked his subordinate hard and asked him to lead the way. Ouch! The subordinate gasped in pain and screamed, but did not dare to hesitate. He got up and led the way. The magnificent scenery in the distance has attracted everyone who can move freely in the camp to come to the sentry post on the wall to watch and whisper. Move aside, the boss is coming! After hearing this, everyone dared not continue the discussion and respectfully walked to the sides to make way. Wang Yanbin's mood swings had been deeply engraved in everyone's hearts, and no one dared to displease Wang Yanbin. Indeed, they saw a golden, majestic fire dragon roaring towards them, and their legs began to tremble. The dragon is a symbol of punishing evil in mythology. Could it be that I have committed too many sins and God has punished me? Wang Yanbin's mind was full of thoughts, and he felt a little safer only when he held the rifle tightly with both hands. There seems to be a person underneath that dragon. Is that a convoy on the ground? It seems so. As the distance got closer, Lin Feng and others were already close to the steel plant, which allowed Wang Yanbin to see the whole picture clearly. Wang Yanbin breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, as long as it is a carbon-based creature, it will be able to survive without fear of bullets. He immediately gripped his gun tightly and shouted loudly. He is just playing tricks, brothers, hit him hard. The men standing by were cowering in fear, shocked by the scene and not daring to take action. Shwa! A sharp blade slashed the neck of a person nearby like lightning. Wang Yanbin, holding the blade, shouted crazily. If there really is divine punishment and gods, why are there no humans when the zombies come? I don't know how much blood you have stained and how many women you have slept with. If this is really a punishment from God, can you escape? Those who don't dare to take action will suffer the same fate as him. They will only die before my eyes sooner. I will torture all of your imprisoned relatives to death one by one. If you dare to do that, I will reward you by letting you enter my harem 3 times a month. You can have fun with all the women. Wang Yanbin's words fell into everyone's ears, and everyone's eyes gradually became fierce. Thinking of the women with graceful figures and fair skin in Wang Yanbin's harem, they gradually began to breathe heavily. Done! Brothers! Da-da-da! Bullets rained down like rain on Lin Feng and his men. A hint of madness flashed in Wang Yanbin's eyes. Erguzi, take out all the heavy firepower in my warehouse. Chapter 109, Conquer the Donglai Survivor Camp. Wang Yanbin quickly ran to a locked door on the other side of the building, tremblingly took out the key and opened the valve. This elevator is a restricted area in the Donglai Survivor Camp. Usually, only Wang Yanbin comes here. If anyone else gets close to it, they will be tortured by Wang Yanbin at best, or shot to death on the spot at worst. No one knows what is hidden here. Click! Click, click! As the gate slowly opens, the tracks roll and slowly send the contents of the gate out of the door. A giant steel beast hidden by a curtain appeared before everyone. Wow! Wang Yanbin pulled open the curtain and found out it was a Type 83 122mm howitzer. Boss is awesome! Damn, if he has this thing, why would he be afraid of anything? When the people around saw Wang Yanbin take out such a deadly weapon, they felt braver and couldn't help cheering. Wang Yanbin wiped the sweat from his forehead. He saw Lin Feng and the others approaching from the corner of his eye and shouted angrily. Are you still bragging here? Shoot them. Don't save your bullets. At worst, I can take a few more women to the survivor camp in the military zone to exchange them. There was also a careless subordinate nearby who came over and wanted to observe the howitzer at close range, but Wang Yanbin kicked him back to the wall. Boss! Erguzi was also sweating profusely. He led a few people to the warehouse and took out 3 Type 89 heavy machine guns. Use them all. Don't be stingy with the bullets. Hit me hard. Although he said he didn't feel bad, Wang Yanbin felt a pang of pain in his heart. These 3 heavy machine guns and the Type 83 122mm howitzer are Wang Yanbin's most valuable treasures, but not many people know about them. In order to exchange these with the survivors' camp in the military zone, Wang Yanbin paid a heavy price. Now that the person here has ill intentions and is aggressive, there is no reason for Wang Yanbin to continue hiding. Da-da-da-da-da! Da-da-da-da-da! The firepower from the Type 89 heavy machine gun was like 3 raging fire snakes, shooting towards Lin Feng. Bite dot! Bite dot! A strange light shield appeared out of nowhere in front of Lin Feng and others, and all the pouring fire snakes were blocked by the light shield. Bullets rained down on the light shield, and suddenly there was a crackling sound, and countless golden sparks burst out on the energy barrier. The scene of the collision between real science and fantasy deeply stimulated everyone's eyes. Subos had led everyone out of the car. Golden flame marks lit up behind everyone's ears. Only Lin Feng could see that behind the defensive light shield were countless lines spreading out from everyone's bodies. Boom, boom, boom. In order to vent their enthusiasm, the people who were unable to shoot without Lin Feng's order could only beat the ground rhythmically with the butts of their guns, like the beating of a doomsday drum, striking hard at the hearts of everyone in the Donglai survivor camp. Bang dot! Finally, a muffled thunder that resounded through the heavens, and the earth came from the wall of the Donglai survivors camp. The sharp-eyed Lin Feng soon discovered that a giant howitzer was shooting towards them with an unstoppable scream. With a slight movement of his mind, a flame armor with golden light appeared on Lin Feng's body. Boom! The shell exploded in front of the defensive light shield like a large firework. Buzz! Subos and others experienced high-frequency tinnitus in their ears. The impact of the shells made everyone take a step back, and scarlet blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. The power of the Dragon Kingdom's heavy weapons is not to be underestimated. At present, the defensive light shield built with religious emotions still seems to be struggling because of the small number of believers. The light shield kept flickering in the explosion, and it seemed that it could break at any time. Boom, boom, boom. The drums of the end of the world sounded again. After feeling the pain, no one flinched. Their eyes were still fanatical, and the light shield gradually became brighter again. Roar dot! The golden dragon seemed to be enraged, and let out a shocking dragon roar. It flew high up and breathed out dragon breath towards the steel plant. The golden, blazing dragon flames were like a portal to the hell of death, fiercely poured out from left to right by the giant dragon. Ah, it's so hot! What the hell is that, Wowadot? It's impossible to break it even with a 122mm howitzer. There were constant wailing sounds coming from the wall of the steel plant. Those who were hit by the dragon flame turned into charcoal in an instant without a sound, while the people nearby who were splashed by the dragon flame felt as if they were in purgatory. Boom dot! Boom dot! The 122mm howitzer was also hit by Long Yen. The shells nearby exploded violently due to the high temperature. Wan Yanbin, with ferocious eyes and disbelief, was also buried in the sea of fire. "Surrender or die!" Lin Feng's roar echoed throughout the Donglai survivor camp. Dang! Dang! The men who had managed to survive in the steel mill had long lost the will to resist. They dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground. "Saboza!" Lin Feng's voice came from the sky. "I am here. I am guilty. The information I provided was wrong. Please punish me, my lord." Saboz walked to the front, knelt on the ground, his body trembling slightly. His trembling was not because of fear, but because of guilt for being disappointed in himself. With a lord like Lin Feng as his loyalty, he thought he could show his talents, but he didn't know that the first target of the expedition was different from his previous intelligence. Clearly, from the information gathered from all sides, the Donglai survivor camp had no heavy firepower, but now heavy machine guns and 122mm howitzers appeared. "Take over the Donglai survivor camp, gather all the survivors, remove all weapons, and organize all supplies." Lin Feng did not intend to punish Su Boz. Who among those who could rule a region in the last days did not have a trump card hidden in his hand? "Also, remember, don't underestimate anyone who can survive until now in the apocalypse." "Yes, I will remember it." After Suboz received the order, the convoy drove into the steel plant in a long line. "Everyone put down your weapons, hold your head, go downstairs and kneel on the ground. If anyone moves, be shot on the spot." "Everyone put down your weapons, hold your head, go downstairs and kneel on the ground. If anyone moves, be shot on the spot." The radio loudspeaker of the police armored vehicle at the front kept sounding warnings, and people from the entire Donglai survivor camp walked out of various rooms and gathered in the open space of the steel plant. The personnel structure of the Donglai survivor camp is similar to that of the Su survivor camp. There were energetic subordinates, scarred slaves, disheveled and spirited women, but the only thing missing were the close relatives who threatened the subordinates. "Erguzi, where is my sister? You promised to work hard for the boss and you won't hurt my sister. Where is my sister?" A young man in the crowd grabbed Erguzi's collar and questioned him like a man. "Kneel on the ground with your head in your hands, or you will be shot on the spot." Ho Chi, who was maintaining order on the side and was dressed in tight clothes, noticed the unusual movement and ran over, pointing his gun at the young man and warned him. Chapter 110 Death Notice. I don't know where your sister is. Sir, please shoot me." Erguzi had a sinister look in his triangular eyes, a messy beard under his hooked nose, a scar on his left cheek that ran all the way to the corner of his mouth, a dark tattoo showing under his torn jacket, a hunched body, and a cunning look in his eyes that kept moving. "Oh, I am willing to surrender. I am a good person. This person wants to hit me. Sir, please shoot me. Hold your head and kneel on the ground, otherwise I will be shot on the spot. This is my last warning." Ho Chi moved his fingers slightly and was about to pull the trigger to shoot, but was stopped by someone. Ho Chi turned around puzzled, but saw the tall figure. He quickly looked away and knelt down to salute. "Greetings, my lord." The young man who was holding Erguzi's collar tightly, with red eyes, was ready to die. He pinched Erguzi's neck and asked, "I'm asking you, where's my sister? Didn't you say that I wouldn't hurt her if I didn't risk my life?" Erguzi, who was pinched and rolled his eyes, noticed with his peripheral vision that the young man walking in front of him was the leader who was suspended in the sky at the beginning. He immediately cried out in tears, "Sir, I am willing to be loyal to you, but this man is going crazy, please kill him immediately." "Noisy!" Lin Feng's mind moved slightly, and he raised his fingertips slightly. A fire blade condensed out of thin air and cut off Erguzi's palm. The smell of blood and burnt meat immediately spread. The pungent smell made the young man regain some of his sanity and let Erguzi go. Erguzi's expression of crying out for justice froze. After a few seconds, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. He covered his wrist in disbelief and howled like a ghost. You! I'm going to kill you! Aren't you here to gather the survivors? How can you convince others by hurting people like this?" The young man finally came to his senses at this time, turned around and kowtowed to Lin Feng, slamming his forehead against the floor without feeling any pain.
Please do me justice, sir. I am willing to go through fire and water for you. My sister is missing. They clearly agreed that I would risk my life not to harm my sister. Blood was already oozing from the young man's forehead, but he was unaware and continued to kowtow violently. Tell me what happened! Lin Feng was also curious why there were no relatives held hostage in the Donglai survivor camp and why heavy weapons suddenly appeared. The young man stopped moving after hearing this, blood flowing down his forehead. My name is Yukai. It was the May Day holiday during the apocalypse. I brought my sister who was on vacation from college to camp nearby. Later, I heard the broadcast on the radio and came to this Donglai survivor camp. The leader of this camp, Wan Yanbin, committed all kinds of evil, including burning, killing, looting and robbing. After arriving at the camp, he detained my sister and threatened me to work for him. I deserved to die, and I followed him and did a lot of bad things. At first, Wan Yanbin would allow me to meet my sister who was detained in the factory regularly, but during this period he has been deliberately preventing me from meeting her. I felt something was wrong. Until you came, everyone gathered and I ran to the factory immediately, but found that there was no one inside. Yukai looked at the guards kneeling on the ground beside him and said, Brothers, have you seen your relatives? No. I didn't see my old mother. Su Bose was already following behind Lin Feng at this time. Seeing that everyone was still discussing, he shouted loudly, Quiet! Lin Feng raised his forehead slightly and looked at Erguzi who was lying on the ground, writhing in pain and crying out for justice. Then who is he? He is Wang Yanbin's most trusted lackey. Everything in the camp is handled by him, so I questioned him. After Erguzi heard this, he stopped pretending and his eyes gradually became ferocious and crazy. Damn it, you seriously injured me, and you obviously want to kill me. I am too lazy to be your grandson, just give me a quick death, I have had enough fun in the end times. I'm asking you, where is my sister? Yukai turned around and asked. Looking at Yukai with blood flowing down his forehead, Erguzi strangely revealed an expression of pity and pity. Open your mouth, sister, shut up, sister, I pity you idiots who still have families to support in the end times the most, and you can only be ordered around like grandchildren. Erguzi stood up tremblingly, and looked at his guards who were glaring at him. In the past, these people had obeyed Erguzi's orders because their relatives were threatened, but the bad nature of their human nature made them do a lot of bad things. The pitiful and sympathetic expression gradually turned back into a ferocious and crazy one. A bunch of idiots, you didn't even know that your relatives were sold to the survivor camp in the military area by Wan Yanbin, and you are still working hard as dogs for Wan Yanbin. Just now when Mr. Wang took out the heavy machine guns and howitzers, didn't you all cheer? What a bunch of idiots, they exchanged their loved ones for that, ha 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 ha. And you're still saying the boss is awesome, the boss is awesome, ha 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 ha. It really made me laugh to death. What? What did you say? Everyone shouted angrily, but did not dare to stand up due to the threats from Lin Feng and others, otherwise they would really skin Erguzi and eat him alive. Erguzi's ferocious smile did not diminish. He turned to look at Yukai with an expression of grievance and fear. Oh, I'm so scared of death, I'm so scared of death, please don't kill me. In the blink of an eye, his body kept twitching, as if he was laughing so hard that he couldn't breathe. Ha ha, ha ha, you are the idiot. You even gave me the supplies that the boss rewarded me and asked me to find a way to send them to your sister. Ha ha. Ha ha ha, before your sister was sent to the survivor camp in the military zone, Wan Yanbin and I played with her for 2 whole days. She was so tender and moist, and she kept crying and shouting, brother, brother while I was playing with her. Until now, I still can't forget that feeling, ha 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 ha. While we were playing with your sister, you were working outside for Wan Yanbin, ha 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 ha. You. Yukai was trembling all over, pointing at Erguzi in disbelief, his eyes red. Hey, whoever it is, kill me! Erguzi arrogantly provoked Lin Feng and spat a mouthful of thick phlegm at him. Sizzle! A wall of fire appeared out of nowhere, blocking the filth. Lin Feng actually turned around slowly and prepared to leave. This fearless villain's provocative behavior has only one purpose, to seek a quick death. Lin Feng refused to let him have his wish. Hey, you bastard, kill me and give me a quick death! Seeing that his provocation was ineffective, the guards beside him gnashed their teeth and stared at him like vicious dogs,
and Erguzi actually became afraid.
Kill me, please kill me! I beg you, please!
Lin Feng turned around, looked at everyone, pointed at Erguzi and said softly,
"This is the reward for your loyalty. He is yours."
What I just said was a lie. Looking at the people gradually approaching him, Erguzi trembled and argued,
"If you want to blame someone, blame Wan Yanbin. We are brothers who have been through life and death together. Give me a quick death."
The people who gathered around had blank expressions, their eyes fixed on Erguzi, looking more like zombies than anything else. Everyone tacitly agreed not to use any weapons or fists, but just use their mouths to tear Erguzi apart like zombies. After being tortured for 2 whole days, Erguzi finally died. The next day, all the radio stations in Donglai district were flooded with a piece of news. Ordinary radio stations that directly faced the public.
A warning to all the survivors in the surrounding area. The only remaining source of human fire is in Donglai Film and Television City. The other survivor camps are all man-eating hells. Individually encrypted premium stations. Notice: 20 days to surrender or die.
Chapter 111, the 4th Concubine Selection Conference.
Wow!
A red curtain fell in the recording hall on the first floor of the shelter, and the entire curtain had a large gold flame hot stamped on it. Ning organized the idol beauties to start gilding and dyeing every corner of the shelter. The reason was simple. When they looked out the window, they saw densely packed golden flame flags standing outside the shelter, and the buildings, container walls, etc. were printed with golden flame logos. In front of the curtain stood a long table more than 1 meter high, covered with a black tablecloth, as if for a sacred art exhibition.
The 4th Concubine Selection Conference, the hand control part officially begins.
Fu Na's voice came from the loudspeaker in the recording hall.
Rustle.
Following a rather intensive friction sound, pairs of jade arms stretched out from the red curtain and were placed on the long black table. Lin Feng entered through the gate and stepped onto the stage, followed by Bai Ruer and Winning Xue. The two were dressed in ancient maid costumes, which made Lin Feng feel dazed, as if he was an ancient emperor walking into the harem and flipping through the cards. Today's concubine selection conference was still planned and organized by Fu Na, and it was a feast tailored for Lin Feng based on his hobbies. The 4th Princess Selection Conference is divided into 3 parts: hand control, foot control, and leg control demonstrations. All the beauties concealed their true faces and stood behind a red curtain, showing only the relevant parts for Lin Feng to choose. It's simply an extravagant version of the legend of the Condor heroes. Lin Feng came to the long black table, and on the table were revealed pairs of slender and beautiful hands, all carefully selected by Fu Na, with each of them having light and slender fingers. Looking at this scene that looked like a white jade exhibition, Lin Feng secretly swallowed his saliva and could only sigh in his heart. Fu Na is a real good at having fun. The first pair of jade hands on the table were as white as jade, with distinct joints and smooth lines. When placed gently there, they were like fairies descending into the mortal world, not ordinary people. Lin Feng gently touched the palm of the jade hand with his fingertips. The touch felt like warm jade, soft as boneless. Her hand trembled slightly, like a frightened little white rabbit, but soon returned to normal.
"Number 1, not bad,"
Lin Feng said lightly, and Bai Ruer quickly took out a small red card from her arms and placed it on the palm of number 1's jade hand. She stared at the jade hand with envy in her eyes. After putting down the small red card, she couldn't help but secretly touch the jade hand. Jade hand number 1 originally wanted to take back the small card after getting it, but she sensed that a pair of hands that were obviously different from Lin Feng were taking advantage of her, and her fingers, like peeling onion roots, wrapped around Bai Ruer's fingers. "Ah!" Bai Ruer screamed in fear. She couldn't expect that this little hand would fight back against her like this.
"What's wrong?"
Lin Feng turned around and asked, looking at Bai Ruer, whose face was inexplicably red and also had a question mark on her face.
"Master, no. It's okay, I just tripped accidentally."
Bai Ruer responded hesitantly, and when she looked back, jade hand number 1 had already retracted her arm with the sign in her hand.
Wait,"
Bai Ruer said secretly in her heart. The arms behind were as white as frost, and the fingers were slender and long, which dazzled Lin Feng. Until he saw a pair of nervous and slightly trembling hands, which piqued Lin Feng's interest. Lin Feng suddenly grasped a pair of soft, jade-like hands without any warning. "Ah!" A girl's surprised voice came from behind the red curtain. The voice was clear and pleasant, as clear and melodious as the ringing of a silver bell. Her body instinctively tried to retract her arm, but she felt a huge force holding her small hand tightly, and the man's fingertips were still rubbing her palm wantonly. "Haha, number 11, give me a sign!" Lin Feng played with number 11's little hand for a long time, and only let go of it after a wicked laugh. After feeling the small card in his hand, number 11 quickly withdrew his arm. Wen Ningxue glanced at him with disdain and muttered, "Real tea, really pretentious, just to attract the master's attention." Lin Feng turned his head and looked at Wen Ningxue with cold eyes. Wen Ningxue's body trembled immediately, and she knelt on the ground. "Master, I spoke out of turn. Don't bring the harem fighting for favor from those TV dramas here. I hate that the most. If you bring this kind of bad behavior again, I'll lock you up in the small dark room on the first floor." Wen Ningxue breathed rapidly and kept admitting her mistakes. "If everyone is as sensible as Fu Na, I won't have to worry so much." Lin Feng sighed and said into the intercom, "That's enough, let's change a batch. All beauties showing hand control leave the stage. The foot control part of the 4th concubine selection conference officially begins." After Fu Na's voice came from the loudspeaker, "Russell." The beauties behind the curtain withdrew their arms and left. Several staff members dressed as maids came forward and took back the long table. "Raise the curtain!" After Fu Na's voice was heard, the red curtain slowly rose 1 foot, revealing the white jade feet of another group of beauties behind the curtain. A rhythmic light music came from the recording hall. The beauties on the stage swayed with the music, and their jade feet kept changing with their steps. Sometimes the toes lightly tapped the arch of the foot to show smooth, natural and flawless lines. Sometimes they stood gracefully, and their pairs of white jade feet on the stage were like white jade lotuses blooming under the red curtain. Lin Feng walked to the front of the stage and admired the white lotus formation under the red cloth. The feet of number 1 jade foot are like flowers blooming in spring, beautiful and charming. The fair skin is as delicate as petals, as if a slight touch would leave a mark. The toes are slender and delicate, without a trace of excess fat, just like carefully carved jade. Every detail is just right. Lin Fengxie had an evil thought in mind. He took out a bottle of mineral water from the subspace and poured some water on the pair of jade feet, just like a gardener watering a jade lotus. "Ah dot!" The beauty behind the red curtain felt her feet were cold and let out a cry. The sound was like moonlight soaked in honey, sliding from the eardrum into the heart with indescribable tenderness. "Good." Looking at the water droplets sliding down the snow-white skin, Lin Feng nodded. Bai Ruer, who was standing next to her, quickly placed the small red tag next to the number 1 jade foot. She was lost in thought as she stared at the jade foot that looked like it had been soaked in milk with her bright eyes. But having learned from the previous experience, she didn't dare to be presumptuous again. After coming to her senses, she quickly followed Lin Feng. "I noticed that you like looking at beautiful women?" Lin Feng discovered something abnormal about Bai Ruer. I didn't." Bai Ruer blushed and looked away. Lin Feng felt a headache. With so many women, he had to guard against men and palace fighting. Now, did he have to guard against some strange things? Although Lin Feng was also moved when he thought of such a scene, he still said seriously, "If you keep acting weird like this, I'll lock you up in the small dark room on the first floor as well." After saying that, he added with concern, "In order to correct your bad thoughts, you have to live on the 4th floor recently. I will give you some guidance on your thoughts." Chapter 112 Level 1 Superpower. Demonic sound shocks the soul. "Yes, I was wrong. Master, I don't dare anymore." Although Bai Ruer was at a loss, her cheeks were still flushed, all the way to her tender ears. The next batch. The white jade lotuses behind still made Lin Feng dazzled. After picking out a small and delicate white jade lotus, he spoke into the intercom. "All the beauties showing foot control leave the stage. The leg control part of the 4th concubine selection conference officially begins." Russell. Upon hearing this, the beauties behind the curtain all left the stage in an orderly manner. Da-da-da. As the captivating sound of high heels stepping on the stage rang out, It heralded that another group of beauties were walking behind the curtain.
Raise the curtain!
The red curtain slowly rose and stopped when it was 3 feet high. At this time, the sound of a DJ with drum beats came from the radio speakers. The 3-foot-high space under the curtain revealed a scene that was as stunning as the Ponzi cave. One of them was wearing a white pleated skirt, revealing her long, white legs. She was wearing white stockings and slowly spinning around to the music. The occasional sight of spring scenery under the pleated skirt made Lin Feng's mouth dry. She was wearing tight jeans that showed off her exquisite curves. She stepped in place to the music, and her movements made her lines seem soft and graceful. She perfectly interpreted the unique softness and sexiness of women, which fascinated Lin Feng. Some were wearing hip-hugging miniskirts, slender legs, black thin stockings, and a pair of 10-centimeter high heels that gently spun to the music. The sound of their feet stepping on the floor, coupled with the DJ background music with drums, made the atmosphere on the scene very ambiguous. There was a girl wearing a miniskirt, revealing her comic legs and snow-white skin, doing squats to the music. The collision of purity and desire made Lin Feng's heart flutter and his throat feel dry. Leg control is Lin Feng's Achilles heel, so this time Fu Na carefully selected the beauties who could demonstrate his leg control. The beauties on the 3rd floor of the shelter were handpicked from thousands. All of them had top-notch figures and looks. The effect produced can be imagined by selecting the best of them. The beauties on the stage all had long, well-proportioned legs, perfect proportions, fair and delicate skin. Coupled with the ambiguous background music and carefully selected clothing, every drum beat struck Lin Feng's heart. Bai Ruer and Winning Xue on both sides were also dazzled at this moment, and were deeply shocked by the scene. No matter how much the emperors of the past indulged in wine and women, they could only compare to them now. "Give me a badge!" Lin Feng breathed rapidly, his Adam's apple rolled, and he uttered 2 words softly. "Master, what number is the brand for?" Bai Ruer turned her head blankly after hearing this. She was full of admiration for her master's composure. As a man, he could keep his composure in such a scene. But the words that Lin Feng heard afterwards made her stand there in a daze. "Give them all a brand." "Only children make choices. Lin Feng is an adult, and he wants to choose all of them." Lin Feng's index finger trembled, and he finally found the intercom and pressed the channel to connect to Su Bo's. "During this period of time, even if aliens come to attack the shelter, don't disturb me. I have realized my magical power and I am in seclusion. In seclusion." Then he pointed at the legs of the comic in the miniskirt and ordered, "Everyone leave immediately. The others on the stage go to the 4th floor, and she stays." "Yes." Upon hearing this, Bai Ruer and Winning Xue immediately followed orders and went on stage to lead the others to leave. The loudspeakers in the recording hall were still playing a DJ with drum beats, leaving only a beautiful woman with comic legs in a miniskirt still doing squats. "Schwa!" Lin Feng walked to the front of the stage and pulled open the curtain. The beauty inside reveals her true appearance. She looks like a girl from a Japanese comic book, with a sense of otherworldliness and clarity. The lines of her cheeks were as soft as glutinous rice balls soaked in warm water, but her cheekbones were light pink. The tip of her nose was slightly upturned, revealing the girl's cuteness, but her nose bridge was just right. The upper lip is thin and upturned, the lower lip is plump like a cherry, and the corners of the lips are naturally slightly upturned, as if holding a piece of unmelted candy. Neat pearly teeth are exposed between the opening and closing of the lips, and the tips of the teeth are stained with a little moisture, which reminds people of the sweet syrup that overflows when biting into a fruit jelly. She was wearing a white shirt with a slightly open collar that revealed her delicate collarbone. The buttons were not fully buttoned, and a line of white skin could be vaguely seen between her waist and abdomen as she moved slightly. Purity and sexiness were strangely balanced at this moment. She wore an extremely thin clavicle chain around her fair neck. The conflict between purity and desire turned into the most fatal attraction on her body. Seeing Lin Feng staring at her after the curtain was pulled open, she actually smiled at him, with the corners of her eyes curved into crescent shapes and dimples visible. Drip. Name Mayumiko. Age 18 years old. Rating 9.4. Evaluation, Sakura Country Mixed Blood. Oh haha, it's Guazujinsa. Mayumiko actually greeted Lin Feng directly in the language of Sakura Country. Lin Feng was in a daze.
How could there be such a treasure in the shelter? Saying this will only make you worse off, aren't you afraid? Lin Feng said with an evil smile on his lips. Master, I'm so scared. Mayumiko smiled sweetly, but a very frightened expression appeared on her face, and she looked at Lin Feng with tears in her eyes. Lin Feng grabbed the thin chain around Mayumiko's neck and gently pulled Mayumiko closer. The girl's subtle fragrance wafts towards me. Lin Feng waved his right hand, and a luxurious sofa instantly appeared on the stage. The fingertips of his left hand lightly brushed down Mayumiko's delicate neck, and when they passed Mayumiko's slender waist, he touched and gently pushed it towards the sofa. Drop. Yin-Yang plunder takes effect. Strength plus 0.5 times 17. The number of 7-point beauties is currently 17. Host Lin Feng. Strength 262.5 plus 8.55. Physical fitness 191.5. Speed 171.55. The values in brackets are the attributes of normal people. The plunder triggers a critical hit, refreshing the first level ability. Demonic sound shocks the soul, increases the penetration and persuasiveness of the sound. High frequency release to the enemy can stimulate the target's subconscious fear, release infrasound waves that are inaudible to human ears, cause environmental resonance, rupture of internal organs, hallucinations, or soul shock. Low-frequency sound waves can be released to allies to build invisible barriers, defend against mental shocks, sound shocks, enhance one's own fighting will, and paralyze negative emotions. The strength of the ability is determined by the ability level and strength attribute. Looking at the system prompt, Lin Feng recalled the penetrating sound wave deep in Maple Leaf Town. Lin Feng is a man who holds grudges. Having suffered a loss last time, he knows that high-level zombies must have means of attack similar to sonic attacks. When there is no suitable way to deal with it, Lin Feng can only keep it in mind and think about getting revenge someday. Now with the demonic sound soul shock, the means of attack and defense are more comprehensive, the means of pretending to be ghosts are richer, and the way of recruiting believers is more convenient. Mayumiko was already exhausted all over, lying limply on the sofa. Looking at her snow-white and graceful figure, Lin Feng was still not satisfied. However, the special abilities that had been refreshed on her body made Lin Feng cherish her very much. He was afraid that she would not be able to bear it if he continued to torture her, so he had to let Mayumiko go for the time being. He quickly ran to the elevator and prepared to go to the 4th floor. Chapter 113 A-Level Superpower, The Devil Descends. Bite. Owner. Only Fu Na was waiting at the elevator door on the 4th floor. Where are they? Lin Feng was still furious and asked impatiently. Master, this way please. After Fu Na finished speaking, she led the way and walked all the way to a room that Lin Feng rarely went to. Hey, this looks like a tea house? I've rarely been here before. Could it be that Fu Na decorated the tea room as a room for drinking tea? Fu Na smiled without saying anything, bent down to gesture, and then walked away. After what Fu Na did, Lin Feng was not so anxious anymore and wanted to see what was going on in the tea room. Crack. After opening the door, the scene inside made Lin Feng feel like he had walked from a brothel to a fairyland. The interior of the tea room is decorated with green tiles and white walls with wallpaper. Copper wind chimes are hung by the windows, and when the air conditioner blows, the copper bells make a ding-ling sound. On the antique tea table stood an incense burner with a wisp of sinking incense. Next to it was a teapot and several white porcelain teacups. The most amazing thing is that there is a beautiful woman in cheongsam kneeling in front of the tea table. She was wearing a crescent white brocade cheongsam with dark patterns, and 2 pearl buttons on the stand-up collar, like dewdrops condensed in moonlight. The cheongsam was tailored to fit her body, outlining the soft shoulder line and waist and hip curves when she knelt, and a pair of legs wrapped in flesh-colored silk stockings were faintly visible at the slits at the hem. Her face is a typical Oriental oval face, with a jawline as soft as spring water flowing over a bank, slightly plump cheeks but not fat, a straight nose like cut jade, full lips like vermilion, slender eyebrows, and gentle eyes. Master, have some tea. The cheongsam beauty opened her red lips slightly, and the sound she made was blended with the rhythm of the soft Wu dialect. Her black hair was tied into a loose bun at the back of her head with a white jade pin. Drip.
Name, Lu Jihe. Age 25. Rating 9.4. Evaluation, Jiang Nan is gentle and graceful, and the perfect match is unparalleled. Since Fu Na arranged it this way, Lin Feng naturally would not spoil the fun and walked to the tea table and sat down. Next to the tea table are a few lush green bamboo potted plants, and on the wall hang ancient calligraphy and paintings that were originally brought from Fu Long's house and have not been processed. Master, please. Lu Jihe held up a white porcelain teacup with rich tea aroma in both hands and placed it in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng's attention was quickly attracted by Lu Jihe's hands. Lu Jihe has slender fingers, her nail beds are full like half moons, her unpolished nails have a natural light pink color, her skin is as delicate as warm jade, and her joints have an even skin tone. When she holds a white porcelain cup of tea, her jade-like white color is even more translucent than white porcelain. After putting down the teacup, the pair of jade hands stood up and walked behind Lin Feng, slowly stroked Lin Feng's forehead, and gently massaged Lin Feng. Lin Feng picked up the teacup and took a sip. The sweet tea refreshed his heart. He slowly closed his eyes and enjoyed the massage like a spring breeze on his face. Behind the red curtain, the beauty is like a painting, with a charming smile like a flower. Lu Jihe behind him was giving Lin Feng a massage while singing Lin Qingnom's Xiao Hua Yao in Wu dialect. Following the gentle and soft Wu tune, Lin Feng clapped the rhythm. The spring night is short, and the sun rises high. From now on, the king no longer holds court early in the morning. Lin Feng couldn't help but think of this poem. The emperors in ancient times and the wealthy before the end of the world enjoyed nothing more than this. Master, Sister Na said you must be tired, so take a good rest. Lu Jihe leaned down and spoke into Lin Feng's ear. The hot breath hit Lin Feng's ears, and his lips almost touched his skin when he spoke, and his voice was light and soft. Lin Feng's heart suddenly stopped, and he couldn't help but curl up his fingers. That's your sister Na. She doesn't understand your master's strength. Swish. Lin Feng roughly swept everything on the tea table to the ground. Ah! Lu Jihe's delicate body wrapped in a cheongsam was picked up by Lin Feng and placed on the tea table. Drop. Yin-yang plunder takes effect. Strength plus 0.5 times 18. The number of 7-point beauties is currently 18. Host Lin Feng. Strength 271 plus 9 5. Physical fitness 191 5. Speed 171.55. The values in brackets are the attributes of normal people. The plunder triggers a critical hit, refreshing the A-level ability. The devil god is born. A demon god's image will appear behind the host, and the demon god's image will synchronize the host's attack. The size and duration of the demon's form are determined by the physical attributes and the level of the supernatural power. The devil's dharma aspect will greatly enhance the host's attack strength and attack range. Boom boom boom. Ugh! The blood-red sea of clouds above the shelter surged into a whirlpool and suddenly tore apart. The scarlet pupils appeared before the figure appeared. The pupils were like cracks cast from molten gold, the eyelashes were jumping tongues of fire, and sparks like falling stars splashed out between the opening and closing of the eyelids, dyeing the entire sky a flowing ochre color. The outline of a demon god about 20 meters tall appeared out of thin air from the center of the vortex, and Lin Feng's facial features could be vaguely seen on the demon god. Woo! Woo! The demon's roar tore through the air, and the low-frequency sound it emitted even made people think that the ground was shaking. Roar. The person deep in the forest also obviously felt the demon's presence, and let out a roar like cursing his mother. The animal zombies in the forest evacuated again 30 kilometers away. Grandpa, what is that? In front of the shelter, a young man in a medical station under a golden flame-gilded flag pointed at the demon and asked. Well? Cheng Zhenbang was shocked by the strange phenomenon in the sky and was speechless to help his grandson understand. This is? In the combat team, Yu Kai, who was preparing equipment for training, also raised his head and looked at the sky in confusion. What's this? The end of the world really overturned all my scientific imaginations. Can anyone tell me what this is? Outside the shelter, many people who had just joined were shocked by the vision and discussed it endlessly. Suddenly, a tall figure slowly emerged in the air in front of the demon god. It was Lin Feng.
Yes, my lord. Sure enough, only the master can have such magical powers.
Greetings, my lord. Greetings, my lord. Inside the medical station, a wounded man on the bed, whose right arm was still bleeding, saw Lin Feng and the demon god. A golden flame mark lit up beside his ear, and his eyes flashed with fanaticism. He struggled to get up.
Don't move. You're seriously injured. Extensive movement will only make it more difficult to heal.
Chen Jinbang and his grandson hurried forward to dissuade them.
Foolish mortal, don't stop me, go away!
The wounded soldier seemed to be insensitive to the pain. He quickly pushed away Qing Jinbang's hands, ran outside, knelt on the ground, and shouted.
Serve the Lord faithfully, burn away all decay, and a new world will be born from the ashes.
All the members of the Burning World cult knelt down and shouted at the same time.
Serve the Lord faithfully, burn away all decay, and a new world will be born from the ashes.
The newcomers to the shelter watched this scene. The devil in the sky is fierce, and Lin Feng is the ruler of the world. All the surrounding gilded flags of golden flames fluttered in the wind. The fanatical believers knelt down and shouted with strange marks appearing behind their ears. The dark ritual-like behavior of the collision of magic and fantasy destroyed all their social cognition, and they actually rose and shouted along with the crowd. Chapter 114 Xingpeng Tao. 70 miles south of the shelter is the original Donglai Special Economic Planning Zone. At the beginning, a large supermarket chain group in Longhua had excellent vision and was the first to buy the land and move in. Because of the coming of the end of the world, construction work in the entire planned area came to a sudden halt, leaving only this large building on the side of the road. The surrounding area is sparsely populated and far away from the city, but with abundant supplies, the large supermarkets that are preparing to open have naturally become a paradise for survivors. A man named Xingpeng Tao unified this place with brutal means and announced it to the outside world, the retail investor survivor camp. With the complete construction facilities and building materials of the surrounding construction sites, the entire supermarket building is surrounded by a solid wall. The scene inside the wall was no different from the original Sioux survivor camp. There was a watchtower every few meters of the wall, and a black machine gun muzzle was exposed in the window facing outward. Teams of armed guards patrolled the camp. The supervisor holding a whip was scolding a shirtless, scarred man for adding bricks to the wall. A group of men who had a rare rest and were also covered with scars gathered in front of a small shed in the camp, wolfing down food that looked like slop. A room on the rooftop of a supermarket seems out of place with the scene outside. A luxurious table was filled with various foods, and 7 stunning beauties in sexy clothes surrounded it. A middle-aged man sat at the head of the table. He was the leader of the retail survivor camp Xingpeng Tao. Xingpeng Tao was obese, with all the fat on his face piled up, and his eyes narrowed into slits when he smiled. His neck was so short that it was almost invisible. Xingpeng Tao sat upright at the table, and although he was eating, he did not pick up his chopsticks. He glanced at the Boston lobster on the table.
Hello?
After saying that, he waited with his mouth open. After receiving the order, the beautiful woman next to him took out the shrimp meat quickly and put it carefully into Xingpeng Tao's mouth. After confirming that Xingpeng Tao had finished eating, the beautiful woman on the other side immediately stretched out her white and slender hand to gently wipe the juice from the corner of Xingpeng Tao's mouth. No matter how greasy Xingpeng Tao was, or how dirty the juice was, the beauty remained unmoved. Her eyes were filled with fear, and her delicate hands, which were wiping, trembled slightly because of nervousness and fear. Xingpeng Tao nodded in satisfaction, and glanced at the cherries on the table again, wanting to relieve his greasy feeling.
Hello?
After saying that, his greasy mouth remained open, waiting for the beauty to put the cherry in his mouth. The beautiful girl next to her quickly picked up the cherries. Maybe it was because Xingpeng Tao's breath was too fishy, or maybe it was because he was too afraid of Xingpeng Tao. As a result, when the beautiful woman picked up the cherry, her white arms trembled and fell to the ground. Xingpeng Tao's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head and stared coldly at the beauty, his eyes narrowed into slits.
Mercy, mercy, I won't dare to do it again, I won't dare to do it again.
The beauty immediately knelt on the ground and cowed out continuously, her body shaking and her voice trembling. Eat. Xing Pengtao glanced at the cherries that had fallen to the ground. The beautiful woman, kneeling on the ground, quickly picked up the cherries, not caring that they were covered with dust and dirt on the floor, and that there were still stalks on the cherries, and swallowed them in one gulp. I ate it, please spare my life, please spare my life. After swallowing the cherry, the beauty begged for mercy repeatedly. Her pupils contracted due to fright and light red bloodshot appeared in the whites of her eyes. Xing Pengtao retracted his gaze and closed his eyes. Red. Upon hearing this, the beauties around him immediately recited the poems Xing Pengtao requested. When you eat a bowl of porridge or a meal, you should think about how hard it is to get it. When you wear a piece of silk or a piece of cloth, you should always remember how hard it is to make it. Xing Pengtao followed the recitation of the beauties around him with satisfaction. He closed his eyes and turned his head, but his right hand reached into the collar of the beautiful woman kneeling on the ground beside him, and kneaded her wantonly. The beautiful woman's body trembled, she dared not make a sound, she could only grit her teeth and endure the pain, reciting along. Boss, I have something to report. At this moment, a voice was heard outside the door. Xing Pengtao opened his eyes. Enter. The person outside the door only walked in after getting permission. The man was short and stocky, with a face covered in scars and a greasy look, and a sinister and cruel look in his eyes. After entering the door, the first thing I saw was the fragrant food on the table, and I swallowed secretly. When I looked up again and saw the beautiful women dressed up in gorgeous clothes and with sexy bodies, my Adam's apple rolled. After only a moment of distraction, a flattering smile appeared on his face as he prepared to report to Xing Pengtao. Slow. The report came to an abrupt end because of Xing Pengtao's order. Xing Pengtao rubbed the softness of his palm with his right hand a few times, and then pulled it out. The beautiful woman was kneeling on the ground, tears welling up in her eyes because of the pain. Xing Pengtao put his right hand in front of his nose, sniffed it fiercely with fascination, and then uttered a word indifferently. Punishment. Hearing this, all the beauties nearby trembled instantly. The beautiful woman on the ground screamed and kowtowed repeatedly. I was wrong, I was really wrong, please don't punish me. She knew that the punishment Xing Pengtao mentioned was to lock her up in the gift room. Some men who had made contributions and received rewards would come into the gift room and torture her in turns, which was worse than hell. The little leader who came in to report looked at the beautiful woman kneeling on the ground, her long legs, fair skin, and perfect curves. He licked his lips, breathing heavier, and hurriedly called out to the people outside. Someone take her to the gift room. I was wrong. Please, I won't do it again. I don't dare anymore. The beautiful woman with tears in her eyes kept begging for mercy when she was taken away by her men. The small chief glanced at his men, who nodded slightly in understanding. Naturally, these loyal lackeys would enjoy this kind of top-notch stuff first before being locked up in the gift room. Xing Pengtao spread his hands on the table, indicating that the meal was over. Another beauty immediately understood, picked up a basin of clean water, and carefully wiped Xing Pengtao's fat hands with a towel. Even though he never ate at all. Speak. Upon hearing Xing Pengtao's order, the little leader immediately began to report. The camp that issued the deadline warning is indeed quite strong. In a short period of time, it successively accepted the two shelter camps of Suze and Donglai. Site. I have also found out their address. It is in the film and television city 70 miles away from us. I learned from the survivor camp in the military zone that the Donglai survivor camp had machine guns and even howitzers, but they were still destroyed. In addition, the traces on the steel plant showed that a violent explosion had occurred. They should have very powerful heavy weapons. Female. I don't know what Xing Pengtao's bad habit is, but since he set up the retail survivor camp for a while, he has only spoken one word. If you don't know, you might think he is practicing the Buddhist meditation of keeping silent. But the little leader had been with Xing Pengtao for a long time, so he naturally knew what Xing Pengtao wanted to express. There's no movement at the female survivor camp, except that Yin Min went to the survivor camp in the military reserve area not long ago, and it seems that some kind of cooperation was reached. Hearing this, Xing Pengtao raised his eyes slightly and said softly. Same. Chapter 115 Armament Area Survivor Camp. Bahoo. Bahoo. The marching horn sounded in the camp of retail survivors. Snap, sizzle, clang. The heavy gate of the camp slowly opened as the mechanism was pressed. Boom dot. Boom dot. A majestic police explosion-proof armored vehicle drove out of the camp first. The armored vehicle was modified and upgraded under the order of Xing Pengtao. The entire vehicle was covered with 5 mm thick scrap steel plates. Triangular iron brackets were welded at the seams, and the surface of the steel plates was covered with bullet holes, dents, and dried blood. The original car's bumper had been removed, and an inverted trapezoidal ram was welded with scrap steel on the front of the car. A plow-type bulldozer was installed at the bottom of the ram, and an iron railing was installed on the roof. A shirtless and ferocious-looking man stood on it, holding a heavy machine gun and making some weird shouts from time to time. The police explosion-proof armored vehicle driving on the road is like a black steel beast. Whoa! The retail survivor camp had long ago analyzed that the zombies were currently in a dormant period, which was why they dared to act so presumptuously. Following behind the armored vehicle was a heavy truck, which let out a long horn. Through the gaps in the iron railings of the cargo box at the rear, a pair of fearful and confused eyes shone. The truck was loaded with goods, to be exchanged at the survivors' camp in the military zone. Boom dot. Boom dot. Dozens of various cars followed behind, with many men holding guns in the cars. After driving out of the camp, they stepped on the accelerator and guarded on both sides of the police armored vehicles and trucks. Many of the vehicles had iron railings welded to the top, with men standing on them holding heavy machine guns. Walk. Xing Pengtao, who was sitting on the passenger seat, saw this scene through the rearview mirror and was in a good mood. Okay, boss. The small leader Ba Jun, who was sitting in the driver's seat, glanced at the rearview mirror inside the car, swallowed, then retracted his gaze and stepped on the accelerator to clear the way ahead. Through the rearview mirror inside the car, I saw 6 beautiful women with slim figures and fair skins sitting in the back. Xing Pengtao didn't dare to leave his treasures in the camp, and usually took them with him when he went out. Due to the intensive transactions, the 50-mile road between the retail survivor camp and the military zone survivor camp had already been cleared of obstacles. Since the zombies were in the silent zone and this road avoided densely populated villages, towns, and urban areas, the road was unobstructed. When there were still 3 miles to the survivor camp in the military zone, there was already a guard post on the road. The scale of the defense of the survivor camp in the military zone can be imagined. Pull over and be examined. When the sentry saw the convoy, several soldiers from the survivor camp in the military zone ran out and waved red indicator lights to signal the convoy to stop for inspection. Stop. After Xing Pengtao gave the order, Ba Jun quickly picked up the radio. Everyone, stop the car. Looking at the soldiers from the survivor camp in the military area walking towards him, Ba Jun's face was full of envy. They were dressed in uniform, equipped with fully loaded magazines and grenades, and had ruddy, healthy and energetic faces. In the small sentry post, Ba Jun saw several heavy machine gun bunkers and a few RPGs. We are from the retail survivor camp, and we are here to trade, Ba Jun said to the soldier who came forward in a flattering tone, and then picked up the radio. Sanner, open the cargo compartment. Crunch. The driver of the heavy truck behind hurriedly ran to the cargo compartment, turned the switch, and removed the curtain covering the cargo compartment. Schwa. There were dozens of men and women standing in the cargo compartment. Help me. Big brother, can you let me go? Where are you taking us? After the cargo compartment was opened, the people inside kept begging for mercy. Sanner patted the cargo compartment impatiently and said fiercely, If anyone shouts or makes a noise again, I will kill you. Ba Jun, who was leading the soldiers behind him, kicked Sanner away and said, Go away, stop pretending to be so high and mighty. He turned around and said to everyone warmly, We don't have enough food to feed you, so we can only send you to this large camp. Come, say hello to this gentleman, maybe he will take care of you. At first, everyone didn't believe it, until they saw the attire of the soldiers in the survivor camp in the military zone, and they suddenly felt hopeful. Great! Great! We are finally saved. Sir, please save us. Sir, I report them for killing my brother. Ooh. Yes, they have killed people without mercy. They should be arrested and put in jail. Why go to jail?
You should just be shot. The soldier from the survivor camp in the military zone who came to inspect was expressionless and unmoved. After taking a closer look, he nodded and said, I'll have the people from the trading department come out to take over. In the past, transactions were usually carried out by the survivor camps, who would bring the goods to the sentry post, confirm the goods, and then notify the trading department in the survivor camp in the armament area to bring out the required firearms for exchange. No, sir. We are here not only for the transaction, but also for the leader. We want to go in and report things to your leader, Ba-jun said hurriedly. He dared not forget the purpose of coming to the survivor camp in the military zone. The soldier glanced at Ba-jun, who quickly forced out a flattering smile and secretly stuffed a bag of zombie crystal cores into the soldier's arms. This was information he had learned from the women's survivor camp. The common currency in the survivor camp in the military zone was zombie crystal cores. The soldier put away the zombie crystal core without leaving a trace and said to Ba-jun, Then I'll go and report. After that, he ran back to the sentry post to report. Damn it! How dare you bribe someone in broad daylight? I'm going to report you. Why haven't you murderers been caught yet? I want to report it too. My uncle is the deputy director. I will definitely make you pay the price. Perhaps it was because of the soldier's attire that gave these people confidence, and they actually started to threaten and shout. After the soldiers left, Ba-jun changed his previous warm and fawning appearance, and looked at these people with a helpless expression of pity. Yes, go quickly, ha 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 ha. The soldier went to the sentry post and reported via the walkie-talkie and came over. Ba-jun hurried to meet him. We will let you enter in our car, and you are not allowed to bring any guns or weapons. Upon hearing this, Ba-jun turned around and ran to the co-pilot's seat. Boss, they said we can go in. Zheng Pengtao nodded, turned to look at the beauties, and said coldly, Put it on. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman in the back seat hurriedly took out pieces of iron shorts from under the seat, put them on and locked them up. This was tailor-made for them by Zheng Pengtao to prevent others from cheating on him and framing him when he is not around. Zheng Pengtao touched the key hanging around his neck, nodded with satisfaction, got out of the car and locked the armored vehicle before he and Ba-jun prepared to enter the sentry post. Wait, only one person is allowed in. The soldier raised his hand expressionlessly to stop him. Well, I went in as an interpreter for the leader, Ba-jun at the side said quickly. Hearing this, the soldier looked at Zheng Pengtao seriously, and his originally rigid expression finally became rich and surprised. This fat guy doesn't look like a foreigner. Why do you let a mute be the leader of your camp? Chapter 116, The Adapters After Survival of the Fittest. Zheng Pengtao narrowed his eyes when he heard that, veins on his neck bulged, and he was about to say the word, die, when he was stopped by Ba-jun and pulled aside. Boss, calm down. Let's focus on the overall situation, don't forget the purpose of coming here. Ba-jun quickly flattered Zheng Pengtao and appeased him. Besides, they are very powerful. It is better for us not to cause trouble and bother with such lowly minions. Zheng Pengtao exhaled deeply and said, Yes. Ba-jun finally felt relieved. He ran to the soldier and took out the zombie crystal core that he had embezzled. He put it in the soldier's arms and whispered, Our leader, he does have a problem with his brain. Please understand. Let us go in and report. The soldier touched the crystal core in his arms with satisfaction and finally nodded. Come with me. Even though they had no men accompanying them and all their guns and weapons were taken away, Ba-jun and Zheng Pengtao never worried about their personal safety. The survivor camp in the military zone is a unique one among all the camps. It is powerful, but extremely trustworthy and never goes back on its word. If it weren't for the survivor camp in the military zone that circulated so many guns and weapons through credit transactions, they would have been buried in the sea of zombies long ago. There wouldn't be so many small camps around. This also means that whenever the surrounding camps conduct transactions, they will come to the outpost of the Armament Zone Survivor Camp and pay some fees. The Armament Zone Survivor Camp will then supervise the transactions as agreed upon by both parties. The powerful and unpredictable strength makes it impossible for any camp to act recklessly. After disinfection and testing, the two entered the outpost as they wished and got on a military armored vehicle that went directly to the survivors' camp in the military area.
The survivor camp in the military area spread out to the plain outside with the military base's weapons storage warehouse as the center. The scene after passing the sentry deeply shocked Ba Jun and Xing Pengtao. The outermost area is densely packed with bunkers with dark barrels of heavy machine guns exposed. There are even many warning signs with minefield around them. There is a circle of sentries every 500 meters, and many soldiers are on alert for defense. After passing through the outermost area, a steel wall more than 10 meters high appeared in their eyes. Various howitzers were densely placed on the wall, and teams of soldiers were moving around on the wall. There was also a 30-meter-high watchtower every 50 meters. There was a thick iron gate under the wall. The soldiers stared at the two of them vigilantly. They, along with the soldiers in the armored vehicles, were still strictly verified their identities, disinfected, and tested. After checking every corner of the armored vehicle and spraying every corner with a unique disinfectant, they were allowed to enter. The scene inside the wall was even more shocking, making the two of them feel as if they had returned to a small town before the end of the world, with neat and uniform area divisions. Several different phalanxes of soldiers were training in one area. One area is filled with various armored vehicles, even a few tanks and helicopters. Along the road leading to the central building, there are densely packed man-made houses on both sides, and the markets on both sides of the road are bustling with people. There were several men and women in shackles on a high platform, and the man on the platform was shouting loudly. To buy a strong and muscular man as a slave or a male concubine, you only need 30 first-level zombie crystal cores. A 20-year-old young girl only needs 10 second-level zombie crystal cores. First come, first served. There are several small stalls around that are also shouting loudly. Gunshots and grenades in large quantities. Selling a large amount of instant noodles, mineral water, cigarettes, beer, foreign liquor, and white wine, and collecting zombie crystal cores. There was a man standing in front of a small hut with pink lights, shouting. All kinds of well-trained beauties, young women, Lolita, white-collar workers, students, everything is available, and only 10 first-level zombie crystal cores are needed at a time. All the people walking around exuded an inexplicable aura without exception. Xing Pingtao keenly noticed that the people who could walk outside here seemed to have all absorbed the zombie crystal cores to initiate their evolution. Xing Pingtao couldn't hide his shock and looked at Ba Jun, then said, "Strong." Ba Jun nodded. If they were villains in the wasteland, they would run rampant in the countryside with guns and zombies. Then these people here should be considered the adapters left after the survival of the fittest in the apocalypse. They have been able to find a way for human beings to become powerful in the apocalypse. The strong are king, and materials are secondary. The materials left after the collapse of the huge civilization are enough for these adapters to survive, so the massive zombie crystal cores needed for their own strength become the key. The military armored vehicle did not drive towards the central building, but towards a square. It was like a football field before the end of the world, surrounded by spectators. On the platform in the center of the square, 2 men were fighting each other, and cheers could be heard everywhere. "Kill him! If I kill him, I'll make a killing!" The power unleashed by the 2 people on the stage was obviously different from that of ordinary people, and was almost within the range of power after absorbing the crystal core of a 3rd-level zombie. The sturdier man had muscular muscles that shone in the sun. The man opposite was obviously thinner, but very fast. He swung his fist and hit the man in the face with the sound of wind. The sturdy man dodged sideways, but the wind from his fist turned and hit the sturdy man's chest hard, and his fist hit his ribs with a dull sound. Although the burly man felt pain, he still grabbed the thinner man and threw him to the ground. The thin man was quick to grab the burly man's arm. They both rolled to the ground and knocked their teeth against each other's shoulders, tearing off each other's bloody flesh. The burly man turned over and grabbed the other's throat. His nails dug into the carotid artery, and blood bubbles gushed out from between his fingers. "Xiong Mingxing!" A host walked out of the square, checked the thin man who was almost out of breath, and announced the result of the competition loudly. "Fuck you bastard, you made me lose my crystal core! Well done!" The audience's shouts and cheers were a constant mixture. "Yes, there is a reward." In the center of the stands, a man in black tights opened his mouth and spoke. Although his voice was not loud, everyone in the stands immediately shut up after hearing his words. The subordinates beside the man in black clothes then announced loudly,
Commander 6 has ordered that Xiong Ming be rewarded with a third-level zombie crystal core, 2 slaves, and a beauty.
Thank you, Commander 6. Thank you, Commander 6. Xiong Ming knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously. At this time, the soldier finally brought Ba Jun and Xing Pengtao to the 6th commander. After briefly introducing the two's purpose, he turned around and said to them, "This is the 6th commander-in-chief of our camp. Why don't you kneel down and salute?" Ba Jun was about to pull Xing Pengtao to kneel down. To him, kneeling down didn't matter who he was. A man of integrity was one who could bend and stretch. Besides, they were outnumbered and could not be made enemies. "Seat." Ba Jun was confused. "Boss, we follow the local customs. It's okay to kneel down. Why are you still thinking about seats?" The subordinates beside the 6th commander sneered disdainfully. "A small leader from a small camp outside dares to ask for a seat in front of our 6th commander? How ridiculous!" The people around continued to shout. "Country bumpkin, I thought it was your crappy campsite? I thought he was the leader of those powerless mortals out there. Damn it, kneel down." Xing Pengtao narrowed his eyes slightly, looked around and said calmly, "Seat." Ba Jun looked at his head in disbelief, surprised that he had finally said 2 words in one breath, but something even more surprising happened. The second word Xing Pengtao uttered magically turned into a sonic blade. As the characters were uttered, the sonic blade flew towards an empty seat and fiercely split the chair in half. Everyone was shocked, and all discussions and shouting came to an abrupt end. After a brief silence, someone exclaimed, "Superpowers? Level 5 zombie crystal core absorber?" At this time, the playful smile on the face of the 6th commander also restrained, and his expression instantly became serious, and he ordered his subordinates beside him. "Come here, give me a seat." Chapter 117, The First Echelon of Human Evolution. At this time, Ba Jun looked at Xing Pengtao with completely different eyes. His back was very straight, his eyebrows were raised habitually, and the corners of his mouth were tilted upwards, as if he was always showing off the pride of, "My boss has superpowers." The survivor camp in the military zone is planned by the mysterious leader, the commander-in-chief, and all the rules of conduct are to respect the strong. Even though they have a large number of people and plenty of guns, the respect for the strong is engraved in their bones. Even though they can still kill Xing Pengtao in front of them with human wave tactics and guns, it is undeniable that the top power of mankind in the future will definitely be controlled by these humans who have evolved by absorbing the crystal cores of advanced zombies. The 6th commander glanced at everyone, and his subordinates beside him immediately understood what he meant and said, "Everyone, leave the scene!" "Yes." Upon hearing this, everyone could only obey the order and leave. "Tell me, what do you want from us?" Since he dared to come alone, Xing Pengtao in front of him must be a friend rather than an enemy. Although the 6th commander ranked the lowest among the commanders of the survivor camp in the military area, he was promoted to the position of commander only after absorbing the 5th-level zombie crystal core. But if he asked himself, he could not be as flexible and unperturbed as Xing Pengtao in front of him. "Enemy." As soon as Xing Pengtao uttered a word, the men beside Commander 6 subconsciously stood up and hid aside, fearing that Xing Pengtao would make another strange sound blade. "Waste." The 6th commander glanced at his men with displeasure, then turned his gaze to Ba Jun. Just now, the soldier who led the 2 people here had explained Ba Jun's identity as a translator. Ba Jun dared to be complacent in front of other minions, but he did not dare to be presumptuous in front of the 6th commander. He bowed slightly and translated. "6th Commander, the purpose of our leader's visit is related to the Donglai film and television city camp that has been flooding the radio station. This guy is too arrogant and must be severely punished. I heard that Yin Min from the female survivor camp has also been to your place, so we came here to ask how much you know about them." The 6th Commander smiled disdainfully. "They are just a bunch of clowns. We are only hindered by the Commander-in-Chief's military order. Otherwise we would have sent people to deal with them long ago." "Woo." Ba Jun nodded to Xing Pengtao and translated. "We analyzed the traces of the battle in the Donglai survivor camp and found that they had a lot of heavy weapons. You are the only one with heavy weapons within hundreds of miles. We want to know how many heavy weapons you sold to them so that we can know their strength." The 6th commander was not clear about this matter. He looked at a middle-aged man beside him and asked,
Ma Yen, you are the director of the trading department. All transactions with the survivor camps outside are recorded. Please tell us about it.
Ma Yen's subordinate handed over a tablet computer. Ma Yen flipped through it carefully and said,
Reporting to Commander 6, we have not traded any heavy weapons with the survivors camp in the direction of Donglai Film and Television City. What?
The 6th commander frowned slightly.
That's impossible. The nearest military reserve is hundreds of kilometers away, and the main transportation routes are blocked by densely populated towns. They can't reach that far. Where did the Donglai Film and Television City camp get the heavy weapons?
He turned to look at Bajuan.
Is your information serious?
Bajuan personally handled this matter and immediately replied.
It is absolutely true. That's strange. Besides, our commander-in-chief also strictly controls the outflow of heavy weapons. He only flows out some obsolete heavy weapons, and the transaction department keeps records of them. Nuclear.
Bajuan turned in disbelief and looked at Xing Pengtao, who had just finished speaking. After receiving a nod, he turned back to the 6th commander and translated.
If your camp has never sold heavy weapons to them, then there is a very high possibility that there is a powerful psychic among them who has absorbed at least a level 5 zombie crystal core and awakened a powerful attack ability. In order to curb their arrogance, we must deal with them immediately.
The 6th commander sighed and said,
Any attack on the large survivor camp requires the permission of the Grand Commander. Our Grand Commander is not in the camp right now, and the other commanders do not have the authority to issue such an order. Those clowns said the deadline was 20 days, right? Yes, 6th Commander, this is so outrageous, it simply doesn't take you seriously.
The 6th commander thought for a while.
Calculating the time, our commander-in-chief should be back around that time.
After hesitating for a while, he continued to tell some inside information.
I believe you also know that there is a strategic weapons depot in the military reserve area.
Xing Pengtao has absorbed the 5th level zombie crystal core and awakened special powers. He is a rare talent in the survivor camp in the military area. If such a talent can be recruited into the camp, it will be a great achievement. In order to recruit Xing Pengtao, the 6th commander was prepared to reveal some of the details of the survivor camp in the military zone.
Yes, we heard that it was because Shinwanli would rather die than reveal the secret key that the strategic weapons depot was not opened. We also sent people to search for Xinqianer, who was offered a bounty, but unfortunately we found nothing,
Bajuan said.
Old man Shinwanli is very stubborn. He said that he doesn't want to see villains like us in the end times. He pointed strategic missiles at the city of Longhua. It's ridiculous. The city is full of zombies. Humanity is about to perish, but he is still making excuses. Ha!
The 6th commander sneered and turned to look in the direction of Haiqing and said,
But our commander-in-chief has found clues to another secret key of the strategic weapons depot. He has led the 2nd commander and the 3rd commander to Haiqing to search for it. Once you find the secret key, you can unlock the strategic weapons depot.
The 6th commander made an explosion gesture with both hands.
Bang! Whether it's the Donglai Film and Television City or a city full of zombies, we can remotely locate and launch missiles to destroy it instantly.
Upon hearing this, the confident smiles on Xing Pengtao and Bajuan's faces faded slightly, and their expressions unconsciously became respectful.
By then, our camp will have countless zombie crystal cores, and it is not impossible for them to evolve into gods.
The 6th commander looked at Xing Pengtao.
With your strength, I guarantee that if you are willing to join the survivor camp in the military zone, you will at least have the position of commander. Take advantage of the initial loyalty and the massive amount of zombie crystal cores obtained from the weapons in the survivor camp in the military zone, so that you can always stand at the forefront of human evolution. Once the apocalypse is over, you will be one of the most powerful people in this new world.
After the 6th commander finished speaking, he slowly threw a punch in a direction where there was no one nearby.
Swoosh, crack!
A blue light flashed from the front of the fist, which actually brought out an air wave that instantly shattered all the chairs in the direction of the fist. Xing Pengtao stood up in shock. The 6th commander was the first person with superpowers other than himself that he had ever met. His simple and crude combat abilities made him breathe fast with envy. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to be a mute who could only speak one word at a time. Thinking of the future described by the 6th commander, he weighed the pros and cons and said lightly,
Can
Chapter 118 Menglan, New Superpower Crisis Sense. Master, dinner is ready. On the fourth floor of the shelter, Fu Na gently knocked on Lin Feng's door, her sweet voice touching his heart. After arriving at the dining area, Lin Feng's appetite was greatly increased by the rich food on the table. The braised dongpa pork is fat but not greasy, with a thick sauce that sticks to the spoon. The shrimp meat is white and firm, covered with golden minced garlic. The vermicelli has absorbed the soup and is translucent. There are steamed prawns with garlic vermicelli garnished with bright red chili peppers and emerald green onions. There is steamed turbot with a salty and fragrant aroma. There are refreshing and greasy cold dishes, and warm and nourishing traditional soups. Not bad, not bad. In the end times, many people are grateful to be able to have enough food to eat every day, let alone such rich and exquisite food. All this is thanks to Lin Feng's system dimensional space. The vast amounts of food placed in it seem to be frozen in time. There is no need to worry about spoilage or rotting. They will remain the same when you put them in. Sit down and eat together. After Lin Feng sat down, he looked at Fu Na, who was standing motionless beside him, and said, Master, I'm not the one accompanying you for dinner today. Fu Na responded, clapped her hands, looked towards the entrance, and said, Menglan, come in. A slim beauty walked in from the entrance of the dining area and caught Lin Feng's attention as soon as she came in. She was wearing a light yellow knitted vest, revealing her slender waist, and her small and delicate dimples were faintly visible as she walked. Her fair skin looked like a finely carved jade under the light of the dining area. The light blue tight jeans wrapped the slender legs tightly and smoothly, forming a perfect S-shaped arc from the hip line to the ankles. The casually rolled-up edges of the trouser legs just revealed the slender ankles, stepping on the white shoes. Her long hair was loosely tied into a bun, with the loose hair falling in front of her smooth forehead, making her eyebrows and eyes look even more delicate. Under her willow-shaped eyebrows, her almond-shaped eyes are clear and bright. When she smiles, the tail of her eyes is slightly raised, which makes her look more charming. Under her high nose bridge, her light pink lips are gently pursed, which not only maintains the professionalism of a workplace person, but also retains the sweetness of a girl. Drip. Name Menglan. Age 22. Rating 9.3. Evaluation: Youthful Vitality, Urban Fashion. Master, you guys eat first, I will leave. Fu now pulled Menglan to sit next to Lin Feng. Master, good evening. Menglan was not stage frightened either. She smiled sweetly and exuded a faint fragrance. If you had a cup of coffee in your hand, I would have thought you were a white-collar worker walking on the street. Lin Feng picked up the wine glass and took a sip. If it were before the end of the world, if Menglan walked on the streets of a busy city, she would surely attract the attention of all men and women. Her curvy and graceful figure would be the ideal object of all men's fantasy, and the object of jealousy of all women. I was picked by the owner's management team just walking down the street. As if this was just an ordinary dinner party, after Menglan sat down, she picked up the dishes and chatted with Lin Feng openly. Oh? What did you do before? I used to be the editor of the largest fashion magazine in Haiqing. I was one of those workers who worked from 9 to 5 and survived on coffee. Menglan smiled faintly and put the shrimp meat she peeled with her slender hands into Lin Feng's bowl. Haha, then your previous salary must have been quite high, right? Why are you here as a judge at a casting call? Lin Feng was eating at the time, and chatting with the beautiful woman could also increase his appetite. The rent is too high and the salary is not enough. I thought this casting conference is fun and there's money to be made, so I came here. Menglan picked up the spoon and took a sip of the traditional Chinese soup in the porcelain pot. Her eyes lit up. This soup is delicious. It's a good thing I came to this casting call, otherwise I would have become a wow zombie. It's scary just thinking about it. Seeing Lin Feng staring at her in a trance, she blushed and pushed Lin Feng. Master, please eat quickly. There are so many delicious foods. If you eat downstairs, how many points will it cost? Lin Feng gently held Menglan's slender, white arm that was as soft as a jade lotus root. Menglan's delicate body trembled. Isn't the food downstairs good? Lin Feng said, stroking Menglan's arm gently. It's not bad. It's good to be able to eat and drink enough in this end times. It's just that I haven't eaten such delicious food for a long time. The electric shock feeling in her arms made Meng Lan unable to maintain her initial confident appearance. Taking advantage of Lin Feng's topic, Meng Lan could only respond in panic. Eat. You'll have more strength when you're full. Lin Feng smiled wickedly and let go of Meng Lan's arm. How could Meng Lan not understand Lin Feng's meaning? She turned her bright eyes around and playfully changed the subject. Wow, there's also braised pork. I won't get fat if I eat it occasionally, or sister now will scold me again. Lin Feng looked up and down at Meng Lan's figure, which was truly curvy and could not help but tease her. If you get fat, I'll throw you outside to feed the zombies. Oh, then I won't eat it. Meng Lan's delicate body trembled, and she was so scared by Lin Feng that she put down her chopsticks in an instant. I could feel Lin Feng's burning gaze and his increasingly rapid and heavy breathing. In order not to appear embarrassed, Meng Lan used her slender fingers to push away the loose hair that fell in front of her eyes. Then she stretched out her hands to gather the scattered long hair behind her head. When she tied her hair with her slender arms like jade, her beautiful figure was shown to the extreme. Lin Feng stood up with his Adam's apple rolling, and gently picked up Meng Lan from the chair in a princess hug. Meng Lan was so nervous that her body was shaking slightly, but she didn't say anything. She hung her slender arms around Lin Feng's neck and buried her blushing face in Lin Feng's broad chest, allowing Lin Feng to carry her into the bedroom. Drop. Yin-yang plunder takes effect. Strength plus 0.5 times 19. The number of 7-point beauties is currently 19. Host Lin Feng. Strength 280 plus 9.55. Physical fitness 191.5. Speed 171.55. The values in brackets are the attributes of normal people. The plunder triggers a critical hit, refreshing the first level passive ability, Crisis Sense. There is a chance to sense murderous intent and upcoming attacks. The probability of perception is determined by the ability level and attribute difference. After slowly letting go of Meng Lan, who was lying limp as mud under him, Lin Feng looked at the system prompts. Crisis sensing? Is it just like the spider sense of Spider-Man in the Marvel movies, which allows one to sense attacks in advance that one is not aware of at the moment? Lord. Lin Feng, who was thinking, was interrupted by Su Boza's voice on the intercom. What's up? My insider in the survivor camp in the military reserve area reported that their commander-in-chief went to Haicheng to look for the key to the strategic weapons depot. Lin Feng frowned. What if someone else found the secret key and opened the strategic weapons depot? He immediately ordered. Start the plan to absorb zombie crystal cores for all personnel, and attack the survivor camp in the military area in 20 days. Chapter 119 Preparing for Retreat. The next morning, in the training room on the 5th floor of the shelter, a heavy gasp was heard and a system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Drop. Yin-yang plunder takes effect. Strength plus 0.5 times 20. The number of 7-point beauties is currently 20. Host Lin Feng. Strength 289.55. Constitution 191 plus 10.5. Speed 171.55. The values in brackets are the attributes of normal people. Plunder triggers a critical hit, refreshing the first level superpower, Fantasy Beast Weaving. You can weave a fantasy beast summon based on the elemental superpowers you have mastered. The strength of the phantom beast is determined by the host's power attribute, and the number of phantom beasts is determined by the power level. It is detected that the host has plundered 20 beauties with scores of more than 7 points. The system energy is insufficient. Energy replenishment requires 100 level 3 zombie crystal cores, 20 level 4 zombie crystal cores, and 3 level 5 zombie crystal cores. Really? Lin Feng thought to himself. Yi Huiyan, sweating profusely, lay on the yoga mat in the training room, her eyes blurred and her cheeks flushed. You've worked hard. Put on your clothes and go back to rest. Lin Feng waved his hand, and a set of women's clothing appeared next to the yoga mat. The training yoga clothes that Yi Huiyan was wearing had already been torn to pieces by Lin Feng. Looking at the man in front of her who seemed to never get tired, Yi Huiyan thought of the exhilarating training just now and her cheeks unconsciously turned redder. Yes, master. Ever since she appeared in the Princess Selection Conference as a running beauty last time, Fu Na arranged for her to come to the training room to practice with Lin Feng this morning. But she had no idea that the intensity of the sparring would be so great, and her legs are still weak now. Lin Feng had just acquired supernatural powers and couldn't wait to see the effects, so he turned around and took the elevator to the top of the shelter. Immerse your mind and activate a new superpower, fantasy beast weaving. The temperature on the roof of the shelter suddenly rose. Ah! A roar that shook the forests and mountains was heard, and a fire tiger slowly took shape as tiny red dots in the air gathered together. Ah! Ah! This fire tiger is about 5 meters long and is made up of golden flames all over. It has a strong and agile body, covered with flowing golden flame mane. Each tip of the hair has a leaping golden flame core. Golden red flames rise from its eyes when it opens and closes, and when it roars, there will be flames wrapped in sparks in its mouth. Wahoo! After a brief roar to vent, Wahoo ran to Lin Feng and rubbed his head against Lin Feng like a docile big cat. The seemingly hot and dangerous flaming mane did not cause any harm to Lin Feng. Lin Feng gently supported the fire tiger's head with satisfaction. He was able to sense the power of the fire tiger quickly as he was in tune with its mind. Its strength is about 1/3 of his own, not to mention its invulnerable and extremely hot flaming mane. It is a powerful weapon whether it is in a pile of zombies or on the battlefield of the survivors' camp. The upper limit of the system has been fully reached for the time being. According to convention, I should retreat and plunder for a while, and raise my attributes and ability levels to the best condition before going out. After putting away the fire tiger, Lin Feng returned to the central room on the 5th floor. With a wave of his hand, a whiteboard appeared in front of him. Lin Feng used a marker to write down the ranking of all his abilities according to the system panel. Advanced abilities. A first-level S-level ability that can be triggered when a single attribute reaches 500, perfect species, target of plunder, Xingqianer. A first-level SS-level supernatural power that improves comprehensive abilities, the power of faith, target of plunder, Lin Xie. The first-level A-level supernatural power of the main fighting force, the advent of the devil, the target of plunder, Lu Jiha. The first-level A-level supernatural power of the main fighting force, Dragon Breath, the 5th-level fire control technique unlocks the falling stars and scorching sky Dragon Breath, plunder target, Azigli. Common abilities. The first-level supernatural power of the battlefield killing weapon that I just obtained, Fantasy Beast Weaving, target of plunder, Yivuyan. Combat auxiliary type supernatural power, Level 1 passive supernatural power, Crisis Sensing, target of plunder, Menglan. A 3rd-level supernatural power that is the foundation of multiple combat supernatural powers, Fire Control, target of plunder, Renling Xian. The 1st-level passive ability of the main combat force, Self-Healing Ability, target of plunder, Yi Dong. Level 1 passive ability for combat assistance, Adaptive Equipment, target of plunder, Ling Jiao. Level 1 passive ability for combat assistance, Mental Detection, target of plunder, Yi Qiuyao. A first-level special ability combining offense and defense, Demonic Sound shocks the soul, target of plunder, Mayumiko. Auxiliary 4th-level supernatural power, Firearms Proficiency, target of plunder, Zhuang Xiaorui. Auxiliary level 5 supernatural power, Immunity to zombie infection, target of plunder, Qin Yimin. Skills with cooldown time. Level 4 skill for combat assistance, and showing off while traveling, flying in the air, target of plunder, Shining. Combat auxiliary 2nd level skill, bullet time, plunder target, Hua Xiaoro. Combat auxiliary secondary skill, skill amplification, duration, plunder target, Fu Na. Auxiliary level 5 skill, invisibility, target of plunder, Lin Yu. Auxiliary level 4 skill, leap, target of plunder, Wening Xue. With the increase of believers in the sanctuary, the power of faith is increasing day by day. To maximize the power of faith, we need to upgrade high-level skills, increase the duration, and even upgrade them to the full level and convert them into supernatural powers to maximize the benefits. Thinking of this, Lin Feng wrote, invisibility, and flying on the whiteboard and circled them. A circle was also drawn around the targets of plunder, Shining and Lin Yu. As for supernatural powers, it seems that the importance of mental detection, crisis sensing, and firearms proficiency has been reduced. After making up his mind, Lin Feng put away the whiteboard and pressed the intercom.
Fu Na, come up here. Yes, master.
Fu Na is wearing a neatly tailored secretary suit today, with a simple shirt underneath, stiletto heels to brighten her temperament, a low ponytail with delicate light makeup, and a pearl necklace around her neck. The suit skirt is just the right length, revealing straight, white, beautiful legs.
Master, you are looking for me.
Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he saw Fu Na's outfit.
Why haven't I seen you dressed like this before? I'll try it today. Come over.
Lin Feng waved to Fu Na. Fu Na thought Lin Feng was tired and was about to come behind Lin Feng to give him a massage to relax him, but Lin Feng hugged her in his arms instead.
Master, what do you want me to do?
Lin Feng sat on the chair, feeling the softness of the beauty on his body, and said lightly.
When you report your work from now on, you should report in the same posture as now.
Fu Na's beautiful eyes turned and she smiled sweetly.
I thought you had other sisters and forgot about me. Okay, then I will sit on your lap when I come up to report. I will be in seclusion for 20 days. Please take a look at the list on the table and arrange for these people to live on the 4th floor.
Fu Na remembered Lin Feng's madness during his last retreat, and couldn't help but tremble. She was a little scared and picked up the list to read it. Ren Lingxian, Azigili, Lu Jihe Yi Donger. All these people should absorb the first-level zombie crystal core before coming up. Lin Feng gently stroked Fu Na's fair neck, and waves of electric shock made Fu Na tremble all over.
Then you arrange for all the beauties in the shelter to absorb the first-level zombie crystal cores to strengthen their physiques.
After saying that, Lin Feng's hand that was groping around his neck went into the ravine below. Chapter 120 Promotion Ceremony. Under the command of Sabaz, people outside the shelter worked in shifts day and night. The outer container wall became increasingly solid and was filled with stones and cement blocks brought from all over. No one was covered in wounds, and no overseer was whipping or cursing. Everyone was in high spirits, working intently at their tasks with fanatical eyes, and occasionally casting their gazes at a majestic temple in front of the shelter. With the interweaving of various elements, such as the end of the world, faith, and modern tools, everyone's efficiency has reached its peak. Any construction team before the end of the world would not be half as efficient as the people in the shelter today. The entire palace is built with bluestone slabs with staggered joints. The light spots cast through the glass arched windows interweave on the ground to form a sacred totem of burning golden flame. In front of the palace is an altar carved out of granite, with its surface engraved with golden flames and reliefs of demons, fire dragons, and fire tigers. In the center of the altar is a human-shaped statue carved out of stone, whose facial features and expression are somewhat similar to Lin Feng. A group of people were kneeling on the altar facing the central statue, and standing on the platform of the most central statue were Su Boz, Yu Shanwu, Yu Lihui, and others. Saboza took the lead and knelt down in front of the statue and shouted, "Serve the Lord faithfully, burn away all decay, and a new world will be born from the ashes. Serve the Lord faithfully, burn away all decay, and a new world will be born from the ashes." After a lengthy ceremony, Saboza stood up and said loudly to everyone, "You are the most loyal warriors of the Lord. After this period of accumulation and absorption of zombie crystal cores, you are the 4th batch of warriors to advance to the 3rd level. After the Lord's test and baptism, the Lord will grant you the 3rd level zombie crystal core advancement. Those who fail the test will die, but your names will be engraved in the Hall of Heroes, and after death, the Lord will grant you the right to return to the kingdom of God. Be loyal to the Master! Be loyal to the Master!" Everyone knelt down again, placed their left index finger on their forehead and their right hand on their left chest, indicating that their hearts and souls belong to the Lord and expressing their loyalty. Saboz turned around and knelt down, performing the ritual of the burning world religion, and then shouted to the statue, "Please bless me, my Lord! Please bless me, my Lord! Please bless me, my Lord! Call dot! Call dot!" Golden flames suddenly lit up on the stone pillars surrounding the altar. The golden flame marks behind the ears of the kneeling people gradually became brighter, and invisible threads spread and intertwined from behind their ears, converging towards the shelter. Ah! Hiss! The torture of the spiritual contract began. The believers who were kneeling on the ground all turned pale and trembled all over. Although some of them could not help but make sounds, they all remained kneeling and persisted. No one gave up. To advance from the second level to the third level, in addition to absorbing the third level zombie crystal core and adapting one's own strength, one also needs a strong mental will. The seemingly strange and magical ritual is actually Lin Feng imposing a short period of mental torture on everyone through a mental contract, tempering everyone's mental will, so that people can absorb the third level zombie crystal core very smoothly. This also makes the promotion path of everyone in the shelter extremely smooth, almost a natural process. As long as they persist in the tempering of Lin Feng's spiritual contract, once the blood test reaches the threshold, they can absorb the third level zombie crystal core to advance. Most of the more than 200 people who initially established the spiritual contract have been promoted to the third level. This fourth batch is also the last batch of original spiritual contract believers. Ah! As a tiger roared, the surrounding golden flames went out, everyone's spiritual training ended, and the entire blessing ceremony was completed. Even though everyone was soaked with sweat, they still gritted their teeth and knelt down to salute. "Thank you, my lord, for your gift! Thank you, my lord, for your gift!" Sir, there were 43 people participating in the ceremony. Only one person could not endure it, and the others all completed the baptism. Jiang Tao stepped forward and reported. "The name of the sacrificed person will be engraved in the Hall of Valor, and the Lord will grant him the right to return to the kingdom of God." Subos nodded and said loudly to everyone, "Give." Several maids in golden flame uniforms walked out from the side of the altar, each holding a wooden plate with zombie crystal cores emitting light blue light on it, and a sharp dagger next to it. "Thank you for your grace, sir." After the maid walked up to them, the people knelt down and saluted the statue, then took a dagger, cut a hole in their palms, and held the zombie crystal core in their palms. Because they had undergone mental training, their promotion was different from that of Yushan Wu and Jiang Tao. They were not unconscious, but just trembling. "Thank you for your grace, sir." "Thank you for your grace, sir." "Sir, all have been promoted." Subos nodded slightly and continued aloud. "Give." Another group of maids in golden flame uniforms came up to the stage, holding wooden trays. On each wooden tray was a golden flame tag with 3 levels engraved on the back, and a set of tight-fitting clothes printed with golden flames. "The Lord grants you promotion to the third level believers. Each of you will be promoted to captain, commanding 10 warriors. Each of you will be issued cold weapons and high-level firearms. In future battles, you must prove your loyalty with your courage. Follow the master's steps and become the god of the new world step by step." "Yes, sir! Yes, sir!" After everyone left, the remaining management gathered together to discuss. "The master will come out of seclusion tomorrow. Are you ready?" As early as 10 days ago, Subos had successfully been promoted to the 5th level, and he was the highest among everyone in terms of both strength and value. There are currently 2,321 people in the camp. 1,712 people who participated in combat training have all been promoted to the 1st level, 965 people to the 2nd level, 231 people to the 3rd level, and 7 people to the 4th level. They are ready to go. Jiang Tao replied that there were 4th level characters engraved on the back of the badge around his neck. Because of Lin Feng's retreat, the entire camp was united, but their high-end combat power was lacking. Lin Feng did not give them too much heavy firepower, and asked them to adapt to their own strength, and use cold weapons as much as possible. This resulted in a shortage of high-level crystal cores. The crystal cores that Subos was promoted to as a 5th-level zombie were obtained after the camp paid a considerable price to besiege a lone 5th-level zombie. "Lin Dezhuang, you are in charge of logistics. How is the logistics going?" Subos turned and asked Lin Dezhuang. "All vehicles have been inspected, and 2 teams have mastered the driving skills of armored vehicles, tanks, and helicopters. Guns, ammunition, food, and drinking water are all in place, waiting for the master to go out and fight." Lin Dezhuang picked up the chart in his hand and reported. "My lord values the ideological and religious work of the warriors. This is the meaning of our existence. How is the missionary work going?" Subos looked at Yu Lihui. Yu Lihui had good eloquence, and his speeches were very persuasive, so Subos assigned him to be responsible for missionary work.
For every 10 squads, there is a missionary who is responsible for ideological and religious work. All of them have undergone training and examinations, and will always follow up on the ideological and religious work of the soldiers. There are also missionaries in the residential areas of non-combat squads who hold regular missionary meetings to deepen their faith. Subos turned his head and looked at the shelter. The dark metallic shelter radiated golden light in his eyes. Subos murmured, "The foundation of the kingdom of God has been established. When the Lord comes out of seclusion tomorrow, the entire apocalypse will tremble because of the Lord's power." Chapter 121 System Kernel, The Origin of Zombies. Drop. Yin-Yang Plunder takes effect. Strength plus 0.5 times 20. The number of 7-point beauties is currently 20. Host Lin Feng. Strength 499.5 plus 10.5. Physical fitness 4015. Speed 361.55. The values in brackets are the attributes of normal people. With a gasp, Renling Xian let out a long sigh and slowly lay down. Even though she had now absorbed a first-level zombie crystal core, she could not withstand Lin Feng's torment. The good news was that Lin Feng's 20-day retreat was finally over. After a long while, I felt that the temperature in the room had risen a lot. Renling Xian was so hot that she kicked off the thin blanket and acted coquettishly. "Master, I'm so tired. Why is the air conditioner in our room broken? It's so hot." But Lin Feng didn't respond for a long time, so Renling Xian fumbled to get up. "Okay, I'll go check it out. Where is the remote control for the master air conditioner? Owner?" Renling Xian felt something was wrong, and her slender little hand slowly reached towards Lin Feng. "Ah!" But Lin Feng's body was so hot that Renling Xian screamed out. She pushed Lin Feng twice with her little hands wrapped in the quilt. Even with the quilt wrapped around her, Renling Xian could feel that Lin Feng's body was terribly hot. "Owner? Owner!" The scene after turning on the light scared Renling Xian so much that she ran out of the room and knocked on Fu Na's room door. "Knock, knock, knock! Sister Na! Sister Na, I don't know what happened to the master." The beauties on the 4th floor heard the noise and got up and went out. Fu Na, wearing her pajamas, led everyone to Lin Feng's room. "Master! I don't know what happened to the master, why he is like this now." Lin Feng on the bed was feeling hot all over, his brows were furrowed, and a light blue light was emanating from his body. His body was strangely switching between transparent and opaque, and every strand of hair was constantly changing between light blue and black. "Donger Xiaoye, Jiaoer, go take out all the ice cubes from the refrigerator and put them in the bathtub." Fu Na thought for a moment, and began to give orders. Lin Xiaoye was so scared that her eyes turned red and she didn't know what to do. Fu Na turned around and shouted angrily, "What are you all standing there for? Go!" The others joined me in carrying the master to the bathtub to cool him down. If something happens to the master, not only will we not have enough supplies to survive, but we also don't know what the survivors outside will do to us. We better pray that the master is okay, otherwise the entire shelter will be buried with him. Shinchiener muttered softly. "What a fuss, the master may have overindulged himself and needs to rest." Fu Na turned and looked at the big star with cold eyes. "Overindulgence? Even if all of us die of exhaustion in bed, the master may not be tired. If you dare to say such a sarcastic remark, I will be the first to throw you out and watch how a big star like you is ravaged by those men in line. Stop talking nonsense. If anything happens to the master, I will poison your food and you will be buried with the master." After saying that, she walked to the bed first, gritted her teeth and lifted up Lin Feng's shoulders, even though her little hands had been burned red. At this moment, countless images flashed through the consciousness of Lin Feng, who was in a coma. The era of industrial civilization, in which the steam engine, electricity, and information technology revolutions drove an explosion in productivity, accelerated globalization, and a surge in population. Humans shifted from hunting and gathering to settled farming, and the agricultural civilization era with the emergence of cities, writing, states, and class differentiation. The Upper Paleolithic, when late Homo sapiens became dominant, language, art, and complex tools emerged, and humans spread across the globe. The Middle Paleolithic period, when early Homo sapiens learned to control fire,
use stone tools, and hunt in groups. The early Paleolithic age was when human ancestors differentiated from apes and entered the Homo erectus stage, used simple stone tools, and began to walk upright. The Cenozoic era, when mammals and angiosperms flourished. The Mesozoic era, when dinosaurs ruled the land. The fragmented continental plates gradually converged to form a supercontinent, and a brilliant civilization emerged on the supercontinent. All the images were played in reverse order in Lin Feng's consciousness space like a movie. After seeing a corner of the brilliant and glorious civilization, all the images disappeared instantly. A huge ball of light appeared in the empty consciousness space, and Lin Feng walked towards the ball of light unconsciously. "What are you? Why do you feel familiar? You seem to call me, system." The sound emitted by the ball of light rang out in Lin Feng's consciousness space, sometimes male, sometimes female, sometimes old, sometimes young, as if it was a collection of human voices. "System? Congratulations on reaching 500 in your one-way attribute. You have opened a new chapter of evolution. According to the settings, you have the right to briefly access the system kernel and learn some truths about the end of the world." The end of the world? Zombies. When thinking about the end of the world, one will definitely think of zombies, Lin Feng murmured unconsciously. This brief contact with the system core will explain zombies to you. The creatures on Blue Planet all evolved according to the path of survival of the fittest. As they evolved, the inferior elements of the creatures themselves would accumulate and lurk inside their bodies. For some reasons that you are not authorized to know at the moment, at the time of the apocalypse, the nuclear chains in the DNA of all living things exploded, the built-in programs began to unlock, and all the inferior elements began to overflow and form the zombies of the current apocalypse. This is irreversible. Use your Eastern philosophical framework and modern physics theories to explain it. Anger, worry, thought, sadness, fear, shock, and other negative emotions generate turbid qi, which forms the spirit of zombies. These negative emotions form a condensate in the pineal gland, so low-level zombies are numb and bloodthirsty. Cancer cells, abnormally proliferating cells, misfolded proteins, abnormal deposits, metabolic waste accumulation, bacteria and endotoxins, various viruses and other elements, because of the explosion of the DNA nuclear chain, formed the body of the zombie. This is why zombies are so ugly and hideous. The new life forms composed of these substances are extremely eager to spread fresh blood and flesh because of their biological instinct to reproduce. Maybe it was because of the evolution of the perfect species, but Lin Feng's thoughts were particularly clear at this moment, and he gave a summary. So, zombies are actually a garbage dump, made up of biological emotional garbage and physical garbage, right? That's all explained. The huge ball of light slowly disappeared, and Lin Feng still had too many questions to ask. Zombie crystal cores, the origin of superpowers, why they have a silent period, how to completely end the apocalypse, why I can't absorb the zombie crystal cores, why after plundering 3 times a day my subconscious mind tells me I can't continue plundering, and that brilliant civilization that flashed by in the picture. But when the ball of light disappeared, Lin Feng found that he could no longer utter a word. Then all the darkness in the entire consciousness space began to fade away, and everything in the space began to slowly dissipate. Chapter 122 Adapting to the Physical Form. Boom. The sky and the earth began to tremble violently. Dark clouds gathered above the shelter, lightning roared in the clouds, strong winds overturned the mountains and forests, and the clouds were torn into blue vortices by the lightning. A violet light blue light burst out from the 4th floor of the shelter. When all the people busy outside saw this scene, they knelt down and shouted enthusiastically. Serve the Lord faithfully, burn away all decay, and a new world will be born from the ashes. Serve the Lord faithfully, burn away all decay, and a new world will be born from the ashes. In the bathroom on the 4th floor of the shelter, Lin Feng, lying in the bathtub, was wrapped in light blue light, and all the ice on his body began to melt and vaporize. After the body switches between transparency and opacity, it gradually returns to the opaque state. The pale blue light that enveloped the whole body penetrated into Lin Feng's body from the pores. At first, it was just a few scattered light spots, but soon it formed a dense light network covering the whole body. The light spots gradually condensed into flowing light patterns, wandering along the blood vessels, as if liquid starlight was running under the skin. The bones glow a faint blue light, and crystal-like prismatic structures appear at the joints. As the bones grow and reorganize, tiny, clicking sounds are heard. The facial features gradually became more three-dimensional and perfect, and the hair was dyed ice blue from the ends, gradually spreading to the roots, and finally the entire head of black hair turned into sparkling light blue strands. Knock, knock, knock! Knock, knock, knock! The heart roared like a bell in the chest, and every beat caused a ripple of blue energy. Sister Na, what is this? Lin Xiaoye said as she looked at the even more perfect and handsome Lin Feng. Fu Na didn't say anything, but just looked at Lin Feng's changes with a worried look, fearing that Lin Feng might have an accident. But the lively Bai Ruer next to her took over the conversation. The carp turned into a dragon, the snail became a water fairy, and the pheasant turned into a phoenix. Our master has truly become a god! Lin Feng was already conscious, but the system panel in front of him was constantly changing. The originally black text on the system panel gradually faded away as the light blue light faded and was replaced by new text. Host Lin Feng. Evolutionary level, First Order Awakener, derivative level of the original 10th Order Evolver. Awakener's derived abilities, immune to zombie infection of any level, can absorb zombie crystal cores to recover from injuries and convert energy. The current number of 7-point beauties is 20. Physical attributes, combination of strength, physique, and speed 50. Flow of consciousness, attribute of spiritual will 50. Gain the consciousness attribute from looting during the day, 0.05 times 20. The attribute of the physical form obtained by looting at night, 0.05 times 20. After slowly opening his eyes, what caught Lin Feng's eyes were several pairs of bright big eyes. The expressions in their eyes were different, some worried, some curious, some fearful, and even some lustful. Master, are you awake? Fu Na ran forward and helped Lin Feng up. Lin Feng's body was no longer hot, and his skin, which was full of strength, felt exceptionally soft to the touch. Master, would you like me to take this opportunity to help you wash? As she was speaking, Bai Ruer's slender white hands began to touch Lin Feng's body up and down. The sight of his flawless skin made Bai Ruer's eyes light up. Go away, little girl, aren't you satisfied enough in these 20 days? The master has just gone through a huge change, let the master take a rest. Fu Na reached out and slapped Bai Ruer's hand away. Upon hearing that, Bai Ruer could only stick out her tongue and let go. You're thoughtful. Lin Feng saw that there were a lot of ice cubes prepared outside the bathtub, and he immediately guessed that all this was Fu Na's work. Just be well. Fu Na did not take the opportunity to take credit for it. She just said something indifferent and helped Lin Feng up. Crack! Lin Feng simply raised his leg, and the bathtub cracked. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. You all should take a rest first, don't hurt yourself accidentally. At this moment, Lin Feng felt a surge of power spreading through his body, and for a moment he was not used to it, so he quickly asked others to leave. After casually putting on some clothes, Lin Feng carefully groped his way up, one step heavy and one step light, for fear that he would tear the shelter apart if he used too much force. He finally reached the roof of the shelter and soared into the sky towards the forest. Roar! Following a roar from the depths of the forest, the zombie animals under Lin Feng's feet began to flee one after another. Lin Feng's idea of finding an opponent also came to nothing. The most urgent thing was to adapt to his own strength and let it out for a while, otherwise it would be a waste of time if he went back and hurt the beauties. After landing, the muscles in Lin Feng's right arm emitted a light blue light, the air was torn apart with a sharp sound of breaking wind, and his fist, with a tremendous force, smashed into the ground with an afterimage that was invisible to the naked eye. Boom! A muffled sound mixed with the crisp sound of soil cracking exploded, and the ground shook violently like boiling mud. Where the fist landed, the ground instantly cracked into spider web-like patterns, and black mud burst out in all directions like shotgun shells. With the fist as the center, the ground within a radius of 10 meters suddenly sank, forming a bowl-shaped deep pit. In the rolled-up soil at the edge, broken tree roots were twisted to reveal hideous cross-sections, as if the earth had completely surrendered under this punch. Boom! 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 Before the first explosion had faded, the second punch had already fallen like a heavy artillery, followed by the third and fourth punches. The whistling of the air being torn and the roar of the earth cracking intertwined into a piercing symphony. The originally bowl-shaped pit continued to expand under the high-frequency impact, and the cracks spread wildly like greedy vines, cutting the surface of the entire forest into a broken puzzle. Roar dot! Roar dot! As the ground shook, roars rang out from the depths of the forest. There was reluctance, fear, and anger in the roars, but the sound was getting farther and farther away. It was also running away from Lin Feng, the shaped monster. Lin Feng punched the ground tirelessly, his eyes full of excitement about the powerful strength. After the text on the system panel was adjusted, Lin Feng's strength seemed to have increased to a higher level. Only after he had dug a huge pit tens of meters deep in the underground soil did Lin Feng lie down exhausted. He took out a light blue zombie crystal core from the subspace and held it in his palm. The zombie crystal core slowly melted in Lin Feng's palm, and Lin Feng felt that he had recovered some strength. Lin Feng had tried many times before to cut open his palm and absorb the zombie crystal core, but there was no movement. Now that he has advanced to the awakened one, the zombie crystal cores finally have some auxiliary effect on Lin Feng. If he can have a steady supply of zombie crystal cores to replenish his energy, then Lin Feng will have the confidence even when facing an overwhelming wave of zombies in the future. After venting wantonly, Lin Feng finally managed to master the surging power and called out the system panel. Lin Feng still had an important thing to do, that was to review the abilities and skills he had leveled up during the 20 days of retreat, and use the surging power of faith to increase his level. Chapter 123. The cooling time is finally over. A fire tiger with a body size of more than 13 meters appeared out of nowhere in the forest. After its calculation attribute was upgraded from strength to form, the fire tiger's body became even larger and more majestic. The duration of the fire tiger is determined by the flow of consciousness. According to Lin Feng's rough estimate based on the consumption, without considering the use of zombie crystal cores to replenish energy, he can release this fire tiger all day without burden. Two more tiger roars echoed throughout the forest. Sparks gathered in the air and two more fire tigers appeared out of thin air. Level 3 ability, Fantasy Beast Weaving. Can weave a fantasy beast summon based on the elemental abilities you have mastered. The strength of the phantom beast is determined by the attribute of the physical form, the duration is determined by the attribute of the consciousness flow, and the number of phantom beasts is determined by the level of the supernatural power. The three fire tigers were quite human-like. They circled around Lin Feng to protect him, and occasionally lowered their heads to rub Lin Feng with their huge heads. Lin Feng simply sat down in the deep pit, waved his hand, took out a chair and a table from the dimensional space, and began to analyze his various skills. Lin Feng shook his head and said self-deprecatingly, "I have never been so serious when studying for exams before." According to the attribute panel, right down at the front of the white paper, Faith Power, 2121, 100 Faith Power can increase the skill level, 1000 Faith Power can increase the ordinary ability level by 1 level. During this period, Su Boz and Yu Li Hui have done a good job in missionary work. Even though not everyone in the shelter has become a believer yet, it is already quite good to attract so many believers based on the spiritual contracts of more than 200 people. After 20 days of seclusion and continuous plundering, the skill, Flying, has been upgraded from level 4 to level 6, and the duration has also been extended to 5 hours, but this is far from enough. Lin Feng did not hesitate, immersed his mind in communicating with the system, and used the power of faith to upgrade to the 4th level, Flying. Drop. Skill. Flying skill is upgraded by 1 level, consuming 100 points of faith, current level is 7. Skill. Flying skill is upgraded by 1 level, consuming 100 points of faith, current level is 10. Remaining power of faith, 1721. Skill. Flying in the sky will be transformed into a normal ability when it reaches the maximum level. Level 1 common ability, Flying, flying up into the sky. The flying speed/height is determined by the ability level and the attributes of the physical form, and the duration is determined by the attributes of the consciousness flow. Damn it, finally there are no more damn cooling time words. Lin Feng cursed angrily with emotion. No man from Dragon Country can resist the feeling of flying in the sky and ascending to heaven. In the past, in order to show off his power, Lin Feng had a headache because of the cooling time. After ticking the box next to flying in the air, Lin Feng looked at the next column on the white paper. Level 7 Skill, Invisibility. This is the first ability that Lin Feng has plundered through the system. Along the way, the power of this ability has made Lin Feng love it. No matter whether he is hiding or attacking, he has a sense of surprise. Now he must upgrade this skill to the maximum level and turn it into a superpower. Use the power of faith to upgrade Invisibility to level 3. Drop. Skill, Invisibility is increased by 1 level, consuming 100 points of faith, current level is 8. Skill, Invisibility is increased by 1 level, consuming 100 points of faith, current level is 10. Remaining power of faith, 1421. Skill, when invisibility reaches the maximum level, it will be transformed into a normal ability. Level 1 Common Ability, Stealth. Hiding one's tracks and body shape is invisible to the naked eye, undetectable, and will end stealth immediately upon attack. Stealth's invisibility is determined by the ability level and the attributes of the body, and its duration is determined by the attributes of the flow of consciousness. Next is another powerful ability. Lin Feng is also looking forward to how powerful this ability will be if the cooling time is removed. Use the power of faith to upgrade to level 4 Transition. Drop. Skill, Leap up 1 level, consumes 100 faith power, current level is 8. Skill, Leap up 1 level, consumes 100 faith power, current level is 10. Remaining power of faith, 1021. Skill, Transform to normal ability after reaching the maximum level. Level 1 Common Ability, Teleport. Wherever your heart desires, your body goes, set an anchor point, and teleport to the anchor point. The teleport distance is determined by the ability level and the attributes of the physical form, and the number of anchor points is determined by the flow of consciousness. After converting these powerful skills into superpowers as planned, Lin Feng's combat power increased greatly. With the remaining 1,000 points of faith power, Lin Feng decided to upgrade to Spiritual Contract. During the seclusion period, through continuous development and plundering of Bairuer, the supernatural power, Spiritual Contract, was upgraded to the 3rd level. As the level of supernatural power increased, the strength attribute was upgraded to the physical form. The number of people who can currently establish spiritual contracts also increased from 232 to 2512. But as he realized the importance of the power of faith and was now preparing to gather other survivor camps in Donglai district to recruit believers, this number was far from enough for Lin Feng. Use the power of faith to upgrade the 1st level of ordinary supernatural power, Spiritual Contract. Drop. Ordinary Superpower. The Spiritual Contract is upgraded by 1 level, consuming 1,000 faith power, and the current level is 4. Remaining faith power, 21. Level 4 Common Superpower, Spiritual Contract, can sign a spiritual contract with an individual who voluntarily pledges allegiance. Once the contract is reached, the spiritual body that signed the contract can be wiped out or tortured at will. The upper limit of the number of spiritual contracts is determined by the ability level and the attributes of the physical form. The current upper limit is 5024. Ah! Lin Feng jumped lightly and flew onto the back of the fire tiger. After the fire tiger excitedly roared to the sky, the 3 tigers rushed towards the shelter with the momentum of thunder. You can fly back, you can teleport back, but it's not necessary. Go home on the cool fire tiger, and maybe you can take the opportunity to attract a few more believers to increase the power of faith. While reinforcing the container walls outside the shelter, Subos also arranged for the construction of a number of high-rise watchtowers. Inside the towers were soldiers dressed in golden flame uniforms, staring intently at the periphery for vigilance. Captain, what do you think that is? Inside the watchtower, a sharp-eyed soldier spotted a fire tiger coming from the direction of the forest with smoke and dust billowing through a telescope and reported it loudly. The team leader quickly took the telescope. It's a tiger! Have the animal zombies in the forest come out of their silent period? Sound the alarm immediately. The soldier was about to ring the alarm when he heard the captain's voice from behind him. Etc. Golden Flame! It's Golden Flame! If in the Burning World sect, besides the Lord Lin Feng, what other element makes believers fanatical? It is only the Golden Flame. The scorching flame core emits a sacred golden light that saves them in the end times. Lin Feng may be an unattainable belief, but the golden flame is a brand in the hearts of all the followers of the burning world. Behind the ears of believers, the flags flying in the sanctuary, and the inscriptions on the altar are all golden flames. Everything related to the golden flame cannot escape the protection of the Lord. As the fire tigers approached at a rapid speed, the team leader finally saw the tall and majestic figure on the fire tiger.
Ring the holy bell, it's the Lord.
Chapter 124, Go! Fight! Boom! The long sound of the bell echoed throughout the shelter. When the holy bell specially set up in the center of the burning world cult rings during non-gathering and preaching times, it means that the Master has appeared. When Lin Feng's majestic figure and the 3 tall and mighty fire tigers appeared at the outer gate of the shelter, all the people outside the shelter had already stood in an orderly manner behind the door and knelt on the ground like a tide.
Welcome the Lord to come out of seclusion. Welcome the Lord to come out of seclusion.
Lin Feng's mind moved slightly, and he slowly flew into the air from the fire tiger's back. The clouds above the shelter instantly turned into a sea of blood, and the clouds surged into a whirlpool and suddenly tore apart.
Wahoo!
Under the influence of attribute upgrades and power level increases, a demon silhouette over 50 meters tall appeared out of thin air from the center of the vortex, roaring towards the sky.
Roar!
As a roaring dragon roar resounded between heaven and earth. The blood-colored clouds suddenly turned dark, and a fire meteorite emitting golden light fell from the sky, just like a star from the sky falling to the earth. With the dragon's roar, the huge fire meteorite gradually took the shape of a dragon under the outline of the red sparks in the air. The attributes were upgraded, the basic fire control technique was upgraded to level 5, and the original dragon breath was upgraded to the star-scorching sky dragon breath. Now the fire dragon looked even better than before. After it took shape, it kept roaring at the ground, emitting dragon roars and hovering above Lin Feng's head.
Roar!
The 3 fire tigers were not to be outdone. They looked up to the sky and let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, then jumped onto the container wall. The images of the devil in the sky and the roars of tigers and dragons were deeply engraved in everyone's eyes, which made people kneel lower, their eyes more fanatical, and their shouts more deafening. Looking at the fanatical believers under his feet, Lin Feng's heart was also surging. It is true that it is a bit of a mystery, but the feeling of standing in the air again and again and receiving the fanatical gazes of believers is always so intoxicating.
Master, welcome to the gate.
Su Bose was wearing a black robe with golden flames printed on it. It was not that he was too immersed in the play, but as the end of the world progressed, his own strength gradually grew, and he increasingly felt the gap between him and Lin Feng. Shrewd and capable, he has now become one of Lin Feng's most fanatical believers.
I heard that you became a 5th-level evolver and awakened your superpowers. That's good.
Lin Feng nodded slightly. Upon hearing this, Su Bose's mind moved slightly and he displayed his special abilities. It was not known whether it was because of the spiritual contract or because his belief in Lin Feng was too firm, but Su Bose also awakened fire-related special abilities. Following Su Bose's thoughts, flames came out of his fists, and after each punch and palm strike, a fireball spewed towards the target with incredible power. After the demonstration, Su Bose continued to kneel down and said,
All this is given by the Lord. I thank the Lord. You know my goal for this trip.
Lin Feng spoke lightly. Upon hearing this, Su Bose immediately reported the intelligence he had gathered during this period to Lin Feng.
10 days ago, all members of the Women's Survivor Camp and the Retail Survivor Camp had moved into the Military Area Survivor Camp. The Military Area Survivor Camp announced to the public that it would establish a country called Donglai on the spot and implement military control. During this period, Donglai State has been gathering survivors, and the current population base has exceeded 40,000 people. The former Commander-in-Chief has taken office as the President of Donglai and the Commander-in-Chief of Donglai. Xing Pingtao, the former head of the Retail Survivor Camp, has been appointed as the 7th commander with the strength of a 5th-level evolver. Yi Min, the former head of the Female Survivor Camp, was promoted to the 5th level 5 days ago and is the 8th commander.
Hee hee. Lin Feng sneered.
Mortals, the biggest threat, the zombies, are still in their dormant period. How can you be so eager to become the emperor in just a few months? What about the key to the strategic weapons depot?
Su Bose placed his left index finger on his forehead and his right hand on his left chest to salute, then continued to report. According to intelligence, after Commander Donglai returned from Haichen with the secret key, he had his soldiers research the launch procedure day and night. My lord, time is of the essence. We must set out immediately to destroy the Donglai kingdom. As he spoke, Subos held up a document in both hands. This confidential document contains a summary of the capabilities of each commander in Donglai except the commander-in-chief, as well as a route to Donglai that avoids densely populated areas. Unexpectedly, the document that was held up suddenly burst into golden flames and burned fiercely. Subos quickly let go of his hand and asked in confusion, "Master, what is this?" Lin Feng sneered. "Who cares about the monsters, the important population town, the silent period? Just push forward along the straight route, kill the Buddha, kill the god, pass the order. Depart immediately, target the ridiculous Donglai kingdom." "Yes." Subbo's eyes sparkled and he responded heavily. He is good at guessing people's minds and knows deeply that Lin Feng is not such a blindly arrogant person. Then there is only one biggest reason why Lin Feng can act in this way, that is, Lin Feng's current strength is no longer something that these people and things can contend with. Boom dot. Buzz. Boom woo. As the order to march was issued, people outside the entire shelter began to move. The soldiers hurriedly said goodbye to their relatives and women, and lined up neatly in the open space outside the shelter. 3 Black Hawk helicopters slowly took off. Tanks and armored vehicles were also lined up outside the soldiers. Countless combat vehicles were parked neatly in the open space, waiting to set off. Knock knock. Knock knock. The demon god in the sky suddenly had a flaming war drum in his hand. The sound of the drum was like the earth cracking and mountains collapsing. As the demon god struck with his fists, the fire drum vibrated into visible red ripples, and the rhythm brought by the ripples shook along with everyone's heartbeats. My lord, all 1,712 people participating in the battle are in place. After Subos finished his report, he returned to the warrior formation and knelt on one knee. Lin Feng, who was suspended in the sky, slowly turned around and said loudly, "In this battle, the enemy has a large number of people and is well equipped. Are you afraid?" Everyone enthusiastically raised their guns in one hand and waved them upwards, responding in unison. "Don't be afraid! Don't be afraid! Don't be afraid! In this battle, those who perform well in combat will be admitted into the burning world religion and establish a spiritual contract with me." Among the crowd below, many people suddenly began to breathe faster. For those who are brainwashed day and night and fanatically believe in Lin Feng, being able to join the Burning World sect, having a golden flame mark appear behind their ears, and establishing a connection with the gods in their minds are the goals of their fighting and training. And from a practical point of view, the formal followers of the Burning World cult can enjoy priority access to delicious food, comfortable and spacious homes, the right to be respected, and women with beautiful faces and figures. In this campaign, those who perform well in battle will be given priority in distributing the fruits of victory, such as women, food, and supplies. With the blessing of the soul-shaking magic sound of supernatural power, Lin Feng's voice spread to everyone's ears, full of bewitching power. Some people still had fear due to their physical instincts, but the fear was completely eliminated under the bewitching power of Lin Feng's voice and the devil's war drum. Fighting! 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 If any of you die, I promise you, the names of all the fallen warriors will be engraved in the Hall of Heroes. After death, they will be wrapped in golden flame flags and carried back to their homes. I will personally use the golden flame to send you back to the kingdom of God. Set off!